Lin Feng believes that the greatest mistake of his life was placing his trust in the words of the illustrious school belle, Fang. During middle school, she proclaimed that she would not engage in romantic relationships. In high school, she reiterated the same sentiment. And upon entering university, she asserted that she would refrain from romance until she graduated. However, after graduation, she rekindled her connection with a wealthy heir, returning home to inherit a fortune of billions, and even had the audacity to tell Lin Feng that they had grown up together as the best of friends, urging him to bless her. Chapter 1. A man's misfortune begins with a heartache for a woman. Nightfall enveloped the magic city, illuminated by a myriad of lights. At the age of 36, Lin Feng sat alone in his 500-square-meter villa, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. He reflected on how his greatest folly was believing in Fang's deceitful words. As childhood sweethearts, during their middle school days, Fang declared to Lin Feng that she would not entertain romance. In high school, she reiterated her stance once more. In university, she stated that she would not date until she had completed her studies. Following graduation, she became involved with a wealthy heir, and when she met Lin Feng, she insisted that they were the best of friends since childhood, asking for his blessing. After more than 2 decades of unwavering companionship, he was left with nothing but a fleeting illusion. Lin Feng lamented that his failures stemmed entirely from believing Fang's empty promises. Indeed, misfortune for a man begins with the pain of a woman. Ancient wisdom rings true. Since middle school, Fang had treated him like a pet, dismissing his confessions of love with claims of youth. In high school, she again dismissed him for being too young. When he expressed his feelings in university, she prioritized her studies, and after graduation, she focused on her career. Lin Feng, after much effort, finally became the CEO of his own company, amassing a fortune. Just as he was poised to confess again, Fang appeared with her wealthy boyfriend, requesting his blessing. "I cannot believe I fell for your lies. Women's words are but deceitful whispers." Lin Feng cursed as he consumed his drink, losing track of time. Eventually, he awoke in a haze. "Lin Feng, are you all right?" Someone nudged him. Upon opening his eyes, he recognized a somewhat familiar bespectacled chubby figure, standing at about 1.78 meters, a stark contrast to his own model stature of 1.88 meters at 19. "Who are you?" Lin Feng queried, perplexed. "Stop joking, Lin Feng. I am your good friend, Shi Fei." The chubby one adjusted his glasses and replied. "Didn't Shi Fei die?" Lin Feng asked incredulously. "Damn it, Lin Feng. I merely mocked you yesterday when you confessed to Fang, and you don't need to curse me for it," the chubby one retorted angrily. Lin Feng stood abruptly, scrutinizing the chubby figure. His bulbous nose and round face, weighing 180 pounds, was unmistakably his deceased friend, Shi Fei, who had perished in a car accident at the age of 30, lamentably without ever having had a girlfriend. Lin Feng embraced his friend, weeping. "Long Fei, it's been so long. I missed you dearly. It is truly wonderful to see you again." Shi Fei raised his hands in alarm. "Lin Feng, you haven't suddenly become fond of men after your failed confession to Fang, have you? I must inform you. I'm only interested in women." "Get lost." Lin Feng pushed him away. "I am devoted, and I shall never waver. I will always adore beautiful 18-year-olds. Shi Fei scratched his head. "Ah Feng, when did you become so shameless?" Suddenly recalling something, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. "How did I end up in the infirmary?" He looked around. Indeed, it was the school infirmary. "Have you forgotten? Surely, you're not feigning amnesia out of embarrassment," Shi Fei remarked suspiciously. Lin Feng raised his fist. "Speak quickly, or beware my formidable punch." Lin Feng was known as a brawler in his youth, and, as his close friend, Shi Fei had often been on the receiving end of his punches. In a hurry, he explained, "Please don't hit me, poor chubby one. Yesterday, at the class reunion, you confessed to Fang in front of teachers and classmates, only to be rejected. You drank excessively afterward, and I suggested we play basketball at school. Unfortunately, you were ridiculed by Fang's admirer, Liang, and challenged him to a one-on-one game. Due to your inebriation, he knocked you out with the ball. Liang deliberately knocked you out. This grudge cannot go unresolved," Shi Fei proclaimed with righteous indignation. "I'll call some people. My cousin is involved in the underground scene. I can gather dozens of brothers. As for expenses, I'll cover $10, the rest is up to you. In the real world, gathering support requires money. Without it, who would back you? Today, I must make Liang aware of the consequences of bullying my brother." Just then, a mocking voice interrupted. "Oh, chubby one, who do you wish to fight?" A tall, muscular man, around 1.9 meters with dark skin, approached, flanked by 3 similarly well-built companions. It was Liang, Lin Feng's rival. Upon seeing Liang, Lin Feng felt no anger but rather an odd sense of camaraderie. Both were victims of fate. Liang seemed to have a more fortunate lot. At 30, he had married a middle school teacher through family introductions, becoming a winner in life with 2 children, unlike Lin Feng, who remained solitary at 36, forever youth. It was a tragic fate. Lin Feng pondered if his misfortunes in life stemmed from believing Fang's deceitful words. Thus have I traversed time? Lin Feng muttered to himself, stepping to the infirmary mirror, gazing at his youthful face, adorned with a hint of stubble, handsomely surpassing even the most attractive of men. He sighed, "Ah, youth is indeed splendid. To Mr. Wang and Mr. Ma, I must inform you today that your position as the wealthiest will soon be relinquished." Shi Longfei approached to offer comfort. Lin Feng, rest assured, you have not been disfigured. He assumed Lin Feng was admiring himself in fear of being marred by the basketball. Indeed, Lin Feng was not one known for vanity. For boys of 18 or 19, gazing into mirrors could be seen as narcissistic, subject to ridicule from peers. Generally, at that age, boys were shy and easily embarrassed, unable to speak with a girl without blushing. However, Lin Feng was different now. His mental age was 36, and his confidence had thickened like a fortress wall. He could converse with women without a hint of blush, even boldly inquire about a girl's measurements without a flutter of his heart. "Lin Feng, are you all right?" Despite their rivalry, Li Yong was concerned. He despised Lin Feng's closeness to Fang, but felt guilty for knocking him out with the basketball. He had genuinely feared for Lin Feng's well-being. If something tragic had occurred, what would he do? Would he end up imprisoned? If Lin Feng survived, the situation could be even worse. He might end up responsible for Lin Feng's future. Thankfully, his greatest fears had not materialized. Chapter 2. The Irresistible Duck Neck Stall. Sigh. I remain as dashing as ever. In this lifetime, I shall not foolishly hang myself on a solitary tree. Ladies, behold, Lin Yi has arrived. Lin Feng exclaimed, admiring the handsome visage reflected in the mirror. Shi Longfei's pale visage betrayed his trepidation. It's over. It's truly over. He glared furiously at Li Yong, accusingly declaring, "You've rendered my bro Feng foolish. Pay up, sell your house." Feng's intellect is worth 2 million. Li Yong's complexion turned ashen. 200,000? He currently lacked even 200. Forget it, fatty, let's go. Lin Feng tugged at Shi Longfei, not even sparing Li Yong a glance. Why should a sycophant trouble another sycophant? Indeed, reflecting upon his past life, he realized he was akin to Li Yong, merely another sycophant in the presence of the campus belle. The distinction lay in the fact that Lin Feng had been the campus belle's devoted admirer since childhood, whereas Li Yong had entered the scene during high school. They were but 50 steps laughing at 100. Before Li Yong, Lin Feng felt no superiority. They were merely sycophants. Moreover, due to Li Yong's earlier awakening, by the age of 30, he had not only acquired a wife but also 2 children. Unlike him, Lin Feng had been deceived by the campus belle until the age of 36, remaining a solitary soul, never having tasted the joys of romance. Truly a dismal fate. The chubby companion asserted, "Bro Feng, we can't let this slide." He glared at Li Yong, who towered over him. "Li Yong, my cousin is well versed in the ways of society. Don't you dare walk away after school." Li Yong's face paled further. "Who fears you? My uncle's cousin's brother is also a player in society, nicknamed Ping Gu, with 100 brothers at his command." The chubby boy boasted. "Then let us practice on the overpass. Who is afraid?" Li Yong raturta defiantly. Lin Feng delivered a swift kick to Li Yong, sending him flying. Li Yong's companions rushed to assist him, glaring at Lin Feng. "How dare you hit him?" Lin Feng shot back. "Li Yong struck me with a basketball. Don't presume there are no personal grudges here. I'm just evening the score. If you wish to defend your friend, come at me quickly. I'm quite busy." Indeed, Lin Feng was preoccupied. Having been reborn, he resolved not to squander his time. He aspired to embark on an entrepreneurial journey, seek romantic companionship, and rectify the regrets of his past life. Despite their towering stature, these individuals lacked proportional courage. It was not their affair. Moreover, Lin Feng was notorious as the school's brawler, a formidable character. They were foolish to think of engaging him. Now, Lin Feng embodied the essence of a television gang leader, merely lacking tattoos, which instilled fear in them. How could porcelain contend against stone? Lin Feng's audacity would invite a lesson from the rough characters of society. "I cannot fight him. It would only lead to my downfall," they admonished themselves internally. "Cowards!" Lin Feng scoffed disdainfully and sauntered away. The chubby companion approached the trio, snorted heavily, and caught up with Lin Feng. Upon exiting the school infirmary, the chubby boy exclaimed, "Bro Feng, that kick was phenomenal. I dare say, even Bruce Lee in his prime couldn't match your style." Lin Feng replied, "Enough with the flattery. I have no money to spare for you. By the way, have we completed our college entrance exams?" The chubby boy responded, Bro Feng, have you truly been knocked silly by that scoundrel Young? We finished our exams a week ago. Lin Feng sighed in relief. Thankfully, the exams were behind him. Otherwise, he would have failed to even qualify for a vocational school. The chubby boy continued, Don't joke, you ranked in the top 10. By the way, what are your plans for the summer? Of course, I'll be online. The chubby boy shouted. Now that we're on break, I aim to level my character Insword Xiang Qian Yuan to level 100. Lin Feng remembered that this lad was indeed a gaming addict. Long Fei, you possess talent. I cannot allow you to squander your time thus, Lin Feng stated earnestly. The chubby boy looked puzzled. Bro Feng, what do you mean? Lin Feng clenched his fist and asked, What year is it now? 2008, the chubby boy replied. Lin Feng proclaimed, Exactly. 2008. We are young and full of vigor. We must embark on our entrepreneurial journey, become magnates, and indulge in culinary delights. The chubby boy interjected, Bro Feng, what are you talking about? Although I don't quite understand, it sounds impressive. Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. We must make money. In this era, failing to seize opportunities is a tremendous waste. The chubby boy remarked, I don't want to work as a dishwasher in a restaurant. It seemed to him that this was the only viable way to earn. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Look at your aspirations. What a waste. Join me in entrepreneurship. What do you have in mind? The chubby boy asked, curiosity piqued. What I have in mind? Lin Feng's smile widened. There are countless opportunities. Investing in Bitcoin, shared bicycles, food delivery, manufacturing mobile phones, and real estate speculation, among others. Damn it. As a former billionaire returned to 2008, I believe I can succeed in any venture I undertake. Let us delve into the world of irresistible duck neck, Lin Feng declared with a grin. What in the world is irresistible duck neck? The chubby boy asked, bewildered. First, we must register our trademark with the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Fortunately, irresistible duck neck has not yet been registered, so Lin Feng proceeded to secure the trademark without hesitation. After finalizing the trademark with his chubby companion, Lin Feng ventured to the market to procure spices and duck necks. Thankfully, in his previous life, he had embarked on numerous entrepreneurial endeavors, several of which pertained to the food industry. Although he was unaware of the exact recipe for irresistible duck neck, his experience made it relatively easy to create dishes with a similar flavor profile. Together with the chubby boy, they spent half a day preparing duck necks, kelp, edamame, duck frames, lotus slices, and bean curd sticks. Lin Feng's version of irresistible duck neck primarily focused on spiciness, characterized by a deep red hue, and was distinguished by its aromatic, numbing, and spicy essence. When consumed, it was neither numbing nor overly spicy. However, once one paused, the lingering spicy flavor was irresistible. Duck necks were best enjoyed cold, allowing one to savor the tender meat and, upon finishing, suck the marrow from the bones, providing a sense of accomplishment. For those who enjoyed spice, the bones could be chewed and savored slowly, relishing the lingering fragrance. In summer, it delivered a delightful heat, while in winter, it provided warmth and stimulation to the appetite. The chubby boy was an absolute foodie, nearly unable to stop himself. He had already devoured nearly 1/10 of their stock before they even set up their stall. Seeing this, Lin Feng hastily intervened, forbidding him from consuming any more. He had invested 400 yuan in this venture, after all, given the chubby boy's appetite. Even if he consumed everything, it would hardly matter. The chubby boy's family owned a marinated food shop, replete with spices and food carts. Besides selling at their own establishment, his father enjoyed setting up stalls at night markets. Lin Feng pushed the food cart, opting to sell in a nearby park rather than venturing too far from home. The chubby boy, feeling shy, hesitated to call out. However, Lin Feng was different. Brandishing a megaphone, he shouted, "Duck necks for sale. Delicious duck necks. Handsome gentlemen and lovely ladies, come and taste our scrumptious duck necks. They are absolutely delightful." Upon hearing those words, akin to a vendor extolling their own wares, Shi Long Fei felt an overwhelming desire to burrow into the earth, utterly mortified. He believed that his dignity, painstakingly preserved over 18 years, would be entirely obliterated this very evening. Yet, he could scarcely fathom that amidst such a multitude, none would cast a discerning glance in his direction. After all, he was neither Tian Lu nor Yen Zhu, and certainly not Cheng Wu, Who would pay heed to this awkward, portly figure? Passers-by in the park were irresistibly drawn to the tantalizing aroma emanating from Lin Feng's duck neck stall, along with the fervent shouts that accompanied it. Chapter 3. I hope you do not underestimate me. Young man, how much of the duck neck? Inquired a gentleman clad in a sleeveless white t-shirt, accompanied by an adorably charming little boy. Lin Feng, with a beaming smile, responded, 20 yuan per pound. The gentleman exclaimed, oh dear, that's rather steep. With a grin, Lin Feng replied, grandfather, you get what you pay for. Feel free to sample it. If it does not please your palate, you need not pay a dime. With that, Lin Feng offered a piece of the pre-sliced duck neck to the elder. After a moment's hesitation, the gentleman, enticed by the enticing fragrance, licked his lips and began to chew. Instantly, a delightful medley of sweet, numbing, fragrant, and spicy flavors enveloped his taste buds. His eyes widened in delight. This duck neck is exquisite. The little boy tugged at his grandfather's hand, drooling in anticipation. Grandpa, I want some too. Lin Feng, ever cheerful, handed a piece to the child. The boy, savoring the duck neck, stuck out his little tongue, exclaiming, wow, it's so spicy and delicious. The gustatory delights of Lin Feng's duck neck had thoroughly captivated both the grandfather and grandson. The gentleman promptly placed an order. Young man, I'll take 2 pounds. That'll be 40 yuan. Lin Feng cheerfully responded. All right, here's the money, the elder said, handing Lin Feng a 50 yuan note. Thank you for your patronage, and do come again. Here's 10 yuan change. Please keep it, Lin Feng said, efficiently collecting the payment with a courteous demeanor. The gentleman nodded appreciatively, leading his still munching grandson away until their figures vanished from sight. The portly boy remained in disbelief, exclaiming, wow, we just made money. 40 yuan. Earning money seems astonishingly simple. Business was thriving at Lin Feng's stall. In the blink of an eye, 2/3 of his offerings for the day had sold, netting him a profit of 500 yuan. Lin Feng felt that earning this 500 was far more gratifying than the 50,000 he had made in his previous life, akin to the sheer pleasure of indulging in a refreshing ice cream on a sweltering summer day. Just as Lin Feng and the portly boy were bustling about, 2 young ladies approached the stall. One of them was strikingly beautiful, standing at a height of 172 meters, with an exquisite figure, soft lips adorned with a delicate white fuzz, a graceful neck, enchanting large eyes, and a well-defined nose. She wore a blue floral dress that accentuated her long, fair legs. Her hair was styled in a thick braid cascading behind her, a style many girls could not pull off, yet it added to her allure with her dark, lustrous locks inviting admiration. The other lady, dressed in a pink t-shirt and jeans that hug her long, shapely legs, stood at approximately 168 meters. While she was slightly less striking than the braided girl, she was nonetheless a rare beauty. The 2 women paused at Lin Feng's stall, curiously observing him. The portly boy gaped in astonishment. Is that Fang Zimo and Li Siki? Indeed, these were their classmates. And the girl with the braid was none other than Lin Feng's childhood companion, Fang Zimo, the woman who had deceived him for much of his previous life. The animosity Lin Feng harbored towards her was indelible. Lin Feng, what brings you here? Fang Zimo inquired, her brow furrowed. Have you taken to selling snacks? Are you in dire need of money? If so, you could have told me. I could lend you some. Fang Zimo's father was quite affluent, operating a trade factory with an annual income of around 7 to 8 million yuan, driving a luxurious car, and mingling with the elite. Lin Feng's father was no less impressive, being a civil servant, a profession revered yet one that many aspiring young talents would struggle to attain. No need, Lin Feng replied coolly, displaying none of the warmth one might extend to customers. Fang Zimo, feeling slighted, remarked, what is wrong with you? Why are you being so harsh? Lin Feng retorted, I confessed my feelings to you, and you rejected me. Let us dispense with these trivialities. You pursue your own path, and I shall tread mine. We need not remain in contact. Tears welled up in Fang Zimo's eyes. Lin Feng, I never imagined you would be so callous. I told you I plan to focus on my studies until after university, before dating. Can't you hold on for a while? Even if we can't be lovers, we can still be friends. In truth, gazing at Fang Zimo's tear-streaked visage stirred a pang of sympathy within Lin Feng, even disregarding their childhood bond. Her beauty, was enough to evoke a sense of tenderness. Just as he was about to soften his stance, he recalled the lamentable fate of his previous life, remaining a virgin at 36. He admonished himself internally, resolutely stating, "It's either a romantic relationship or enmity. The choice is yours. How would you be like this?" Fang Zimo protested, feeling wronged. "Make your choice swiftly. If you don't, I shall not converse with you further." Lin Feng replied impatiently. Suddenly, his gaze brightened as he spotted a stunning young woman, seemingly around 18 or 19 years old, whose beauty was simply breathtaking. Her large eyes sparkled like stars, her long legs and slender waist accentuating her 170-meter height. She possessed a voluptuous figure, cascading yellow hair that fell gracefully over her shoulders, and exquisitely defined features paired with long, alluring eyelashes. This woman rivaled Fang Zimo in beauty and even surpassed her. This woman flaunted a 30-60 bust, while Fang Zimo barely reached AC. Turning to Fang Zimo, Lin Feng declared, "To have my attention is a privilege. I implore you to recognize the opportunity. This is your final chance. Should you decline to be my girlfriend, I shall pursue another." Fang Zimo dismissed Lin Feng's declaration of fickleness, irritatedly stating, "You're threatening me. This behavior is unacceptable." Lin Feng, uninterested in her reaction, shifted his focus to the enchanting young woman clad in a lovely white dress. "Hello, I am Lin Feng." The girl glanced at Fang Zimo, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears, and pointed to herself. "Are you speaking to me?" Lin Feng nodded with a smile. "Indeed. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Xiao Naiyue." The girl in the white dress responded with a smile. "Would you be willing to be my girlfriend?" Lin Feng asked earnestly. Xiao Naiyue appeared momentarily stunned. Then, after a brief silence, replied softly, I just wanted to buy some duck neck to eat." Without missing a beat, Lin Feng quickly packaged a pound of duck neck, handing it to her with a grin. "If you agree to be my girlfriend, this duck neck is on the house. Let us exchange QQ numbers." In those days, WeChat had yet to make its debut, and QQ was the only means of communication. Xiao Naiyue, in a moment of foolishness, took out her phone and added Lin Feng on QQ. Lin Feng remarked, "Having accepted my duck neck, and now that we have added each other on QQ, you are officially my girlfriend from this moment onward." Xiao Naiyue's eyes widened in disbelief. What was going on? Was she truly surrendering herself over a mere kilogram of duck neck? Could such fortuitous occurrences exist in the world? Chapter 4. All men are scoundrels, bah. It became evident that girls of this age were still quite shy. Unlike women in their 30s who, when faced with a handsome figure like Lin Feng, would almost shout, "Fire at will." Xiao Naiyue could not bear Lin Feng's lewd remarks and fled with the duck neck in hand. As she glanced back at her retreating figure, Lin Feng chuckled. "Even her escape is so graceful. She truly is my destined sweetheart." Fang Zimo gazed at Lin Feng with a look of resentment. "Did you hire her as an actress to provoke me? How much did you spend?" "Lin Feng, you need not go to such lengths. This will not change my mind about you being my boyfriend, but rather convince me that you are a cunning scoundrel willing to resort to underhanded tactics to achieve your goals." Lin Feng frowned at her. "What nonsense are you spouting? Can you be any more narcissistic?" With that, he disregarded Fang Zimo completely. Li Siki, Fang Zimo's close friend and confidant, interjected, "Lin Feng, what you did was inappropriate. Zimo rejected you, but she did so with your best interests at heart. She wants you to become a better person." "Are you saying Fang Zimo rejected me solely to motivate my improvement?" Lin Feng inquired. "Indeed," Li Siki affirmed with a nod. "Then I must extend my gratitude to her entire family." Lin Feng responded with a cold smirk, casting a glance at Fang Zimo. Fang Zimo retorted, "Before I lose my temper, I advise you to delete that woman's QQ." It must be said that while Fang Zimo was a confident woman, proud of her appearance, she still felt a pang of envy when faced with Xiao Naiyue's surprising beauty, which instilled in her a sense of urgency. Lin Feng frowned. "You want me to delete my girlfriend's QQ? Are you still dreaming?" With that, he chose to ignore the two women. Convinced that women only hindered his financial pursuits, money was paramount. Without wealth, there would be no women. With wealth, women would undoubtedly follow. Fang Zimo and Li Siki made no move to leave, continuing to whisper among themselves while casting curious glances at Lin Feng. Unfazed by their scrutiny, Lin Feng displayed no signs of embarrassment, unlike the chubby boy whose face turned crimson, as if hundreds of ants were biting him, squirming uncomfortably. Lin Feng treated the two women as though they were invisible, focusing solely on his business. By around 8 o'clock, he had sold out all the duck necks he had prepared for the day, earning a total of 700 yuan. The spoils were divided. The chubby boy received 300 yuan, while Lin Feng kept 400. Ah, Brother Feng, I only need 100 yuan, the chubby boy said, displaying a sense of understanding. My good brother, I'm starting a business and need the funds. Rest assured, once I start earning, I will reward you handsomely. Lin Feng replied, patting the chubby boy's shoulder with genuine pleasure. He then took back 200 yuan. Sure, Long Fei looked at him with a hint of resentment. Dude, I was just being polite. Did you really take me seriously? Is it too late to regret now? As a sensitive, soon-to-be college student, Sure Long Fei felt too shy to voice his regrets and ended up with only 100 yuan. However, he consoled himself with the thought that if he worked at a restaurant washing dishes all day, he would only earn 50 yuan. Such was the unfortunate reality for summer jobs in Daluo country. Fang Zimo and Li Siki showed no intention of leaving, their eyes glued to Lin Feng as he conducted his business. At that moment, Li Siki, pulling Fang Zimo by the hand, approached Lin Feng in astonishment. Lin Feng, did you really earn 700 yuan in one night? Wow, that's a lot. My father only makes 200 yuan a day. Li Siki's father was a regular employee at a certain organization, and his job was decent. Her friendship with Fang Zimo blossomed in their senior year, having maintained a casual relationship in the first 2 years. For reasons unknown, they became inseparable in their final year, always together. Lin Feng could never quite grasp the nature of female friendships. Yes, because I am a genius, Lin Feng shamelessly declared. Cut it out. If you're not going to give me a chance, there's a flower shop ahead. Now that you have money, buy a bouquet for Fang Zimo, Li Siki suggested. Lin Feng replied, I can buy flowers, but Fang Zimo has to give me a kiss. Fang Zimo, both embarrassed and furious, exclaimed, Lin Feng, you rogue. If you won't give me a kiss, then farewell. Lin Feng casually turned and waved goodbye. Lin Feng, are you really not going to walk me home? Fang Zimo's eyes widened in disbelief. The two lived next door to each other, and previously, Lin Feng would always play the role of her chivalrous escort home at night. Lin Feng paused, contemplating the safety of the two girls returning home alone at night. While he disliked Fang Zimo, he did not wish any harm to come to her. His previous success as a billionaire could indeed be attributed to the high standards set by Fang Zimo. All right, then I will walk you both home. You shouldn't be out at night. It's dangerous, Lin Feng said. Fang Zimo smirked. Are you concerned for me? You just claimed you didn't tea like me. What a lie. You must have read some fool's pickup artistry online and are now trying to play hard to get with me. Lin Feng looked at her, speechless. Your imagination is quite vivid. You should consider writing novels. What a shame. Brother Feng, are you really leaving like this? The chubby boy asked with a forlorn expression. Right? I need to return the food cart to the chubby boy's house, Lin Feng stated. Sure, we'll go with you, Li Siki chimed in. Fang Zimo flickerbraid. On the way, the chubby boy excitedly inquired, Brother Feng, are you setting up your stall again tomorrow? Lin Feng replied, of course I must come. He had calculated that earning 700 yuan in a day meant he could accumulate 40,000 yuan in 2 months. Then he would borrow 100,000 yuan from his wealthy aunt and another 100,000 from the affluent Fang Zimo. With that, he would have a total of 240,000 yuan in startup capital. Upon entering university, he could establish a bike-sharing business, flip it for a fortune, and then venture into an electronics factory, following the path of the legendary Lei Jun, leaving him with no options left. One must eat gradually. One cannot take too large a stride, or they risk falling flat on their face, Lin Feng reminded himself. He first returned the food cart to the chubby boy's house, then escorted Li Siki home, and finally walked back with Fang Zimo. Under the dim glow of the streetlights, their silhouettes stretched long and slender. Lin Feng pondered over his entrepreneurial plans while Fang Zimo, swinging her long braid, walked ahead with a frown, kicking stones along the path. She waited for Lin Feng to speak, but as they approached home, this usually talkative fool seemed to have morphed into a mute, uttering not a single word. Fang Zimo turned around, glaring at Lin Feng, observing him lost in thought. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he wondered what thoughts occupied her mind. Perhaps she was reminiscing about that exquisite girl from earlier. His mother had been right all along. Men are indeed scoundrels. He had once believed Lin Feng to be a good man, but it now seemed that it had been nothing but a delusion. All men are equally flawed. Lin Feng, do you have anything you wish to say to me? Fang Zimo abruptly halted, hands crossed over her chest, speaking with an air of arrogance. Lin Feng nearly collided with the illustrious Fang. She was so soft, so fragrant. Chapter 5. Reducing Fang Zimo to tears. Despite having resolved to treat Fang, the campus beauty, as a stranger henceforth, Lin Feng found himself irresistibly drawn to her allure. He conceded that he was indeed a superficial man, enamored with beauty. Even though Fang had tormented him countless times in a past life, he could not help but feel a stir in his heart before her youthful, delicate form. You bumped into me. You're quite solid, that hurt. Fang Zimo complained, rubbing her chest with disdain. Lin Feng grinned without a word, secretly musing that she would come to understand the advantages of a man's sturdiness in due time. However, a pang of discontent struck him as he realized that the man destined to be with the beautiful Fang in the future would not be him. He felt rather pathetic for having previously wished to sever ties with Fang, to ensure he would never give her the chance to influence his second life. Yet in this moment, he could not restrain his ire toward the wealthy heir who would claim her 18 years hence. Lin Feng gazed at Fang's chest, hesitating before asking, "Does it hurt? Would you like me to rub it for you?" Fang Zimo blushed and retorted, "Pervert, are you really not going to delete that woman's QQ?" She could not help but ask. Lin Feng chuckled, "That's my girlfriend. Why would I delete her? You've reminded me. We've been connected on QQ for ages and have yet to have a proper conversation. Absolutely no chatting." Fang Zimo's pretty face was clouded with frost, clearly infuriated. Lin Feng found amusement in her anger. "Let us see how it feels for you to experience what it was like in my past life, when you paraded your boyfriend in front of me." He retrieved his phone and, right before her, sent a message to Xiao Naiyue. Her QQ name, the mooncake with a bite taken out, struck him as rather unconventional. Lin Feng's lips twitched as he thought about his own QQ name, the Wind of the Moon Sea, which he promptly changed to the Handsome Guy of the Universe. "The Handsome Guy of the Universe, what are you doing?" The response was almost instantaneous. "The mooncake with a bite taken out, I'm contemplating." "The Handsome Guy of the Universe, contemplating what?" "The mooncake with a bite taken out, whether or not to delete you." Observing their exchange, Fang Zimo felt a surge of delight. "See, you consider her your girlfriend, but to her, you're just a foolish idiot. She's even contemplating deleting you. Stop dreaming. No woman will ever like you." Lin Feng rolled his eyes. "Let her delete me. Soon, I'll be a tycoon. Who needs to worry about women liking him?" He could not understand why Fang Zimo was so pleased. He was indifferent to Xiao Naiyue's reply, treating it with casual nonchalance. "The Handsome Guy of the Universe, I advise against that course of action. The mooncake with a bite taken out. Why? The Handsome Guy of the Universe, because if you delete me, you will surely regret it later. Have you ever heard the saying, 'It's fun to torment a husband for a moment, but chasing him leads to ruin'? The mooncake with a bite taken out. Huh? You're so confident. The Handsome Guy of the Universe. This is not mere confidence. It is strength." Finding Lin Feng amusing and charming, Xiao Naiyue did not delete him. Instead, their conversation became increasingly lively. "The mooncake with a bite taken out. Who is that young girl? She seems to like you." Lin Feng glanced at Fang Zimo, who was intently fixated on his phone. He could sense her breath quickening, a teasing fragrance wafting into his nostrils. Fang Zimo was genuinely eager to see Lin Feng's response to Xiao Naiyue, torn between hoping he would declare her his girlfriend and fearing he would not. However, Lin Feng's answer did not prolong her inner turmoil, but ignited her fury, almost causing her to choke on her own anger. "The Handsome Guy of the Universe, she's my devoted admirer. Since middle school, she has pursued me relentlessly, and despite my countless rejections, she remains tenacious, like an unshakable adhesive. It's utterly exhausting." Fang Zimo exclaimed, "Lin Feng, you are shameless. The mooncake with a bite taken out. Really? She is quite pretty. Why won't you accept her? The Handsome Guy of the Universe. She is too young. I'm not interested. The mooncake with a bite taken out. Ah? Do you prefer older girls? The Handsome Guy of the Universe. No, I prefer girls your age." 3 minutes later, the mooncake with a bite taken out responded, "How embarrassing. You're simply wicked." Seeing their rapport grow, Fang Zimo became irate. "Lin Feng, I will no longer pay you any mind." With that, she burst into tears and dashed to her home, pounding on the door. At that moment, an elderly neighbor approached, chuckling, "Lin Feng, why are you bullying Zimo?" Being familiar neighbors, Lin Feng smiled and replied, "Oh, Zimo finds me too handsome and insists on being my girlfriend. I think studying is more important. So I turned her down. I didn't expect her to cry. It's my overwhelming charm, I suppose." Old Mr. Qin nearly burst into laughter. "Xiao Feng, you're just blowing smoke. You know that's not how it is." Lin Feng shot a surprised glance at the old man. "You are quite clever." Fang Zimo's mother, Zhang Yusin, opened the door, her expression one of surprise as she saw her tearful daughter. "Zimo, why are you crying?" Upon seeing Zhang Yusin, Lin Feng quickly retreated into his home, vividly recalling the fierce debates she had engaged in, her fiery spirit enough to intimidate anyone. Zhang Yusin was a public security officer with a significant position in the municipal bureau, and her family was filled with law enforcement officers. Fang Zimo sniffled, feeling wronged. "Mom, Lin Feng is bullying me." Zhang Yusin's demeanor shifted instantly. She pulled her daughter inside, closed the door, and with a stern expression, asked, "How did Lin Feng bully you? Tell me everything. My daughter is so beautiful. Did he take advantage of you? I always said that boy with his shifty eyes was no good, and yet you insisted on being close friends with him." Fang Zimo's face flushed as she shook her head. "Not at all." Zhang Yusin sighed in relief, but then asked curiously, "Then why are you crying?" Upon reflecting on this, Fang Zimo felt a profound sense of injustice wash over her, and tears began to stream down her cheeks once more. "Ooh, Mama. I rejected Lin Feng's confession. That scoundrel has gone off to pursue another beautiful girl as his girlfriend. They even exchanged QQ numbers. Right in front of me, Lin Feng was chatting with that girl. Woo, Lin Feng, he is inhuman. He has tormented your daughter beyond measure." Chapter 6. Fang Zimo's Complaint. Zhang Yusin was momentarily taken aback. "Lin Feng confessed to you again?" "Yes." Fang Zimo nodded. Since Lin Feng first penned a love letter to her during their middle school days, she had confided in her mother. Thus, Zhang Yusin was quite well informed about the dynamics between the two, as Fang Zimo had never concealed anything from her. "What trivial matters are these?" Zhang Yusin sighed lightly, gesturing for her daughter to sit down. She then regarded her with utmost seriousness and inquired, "Zimo, please be honest with me. Do you actually like Lin Feng?" Fang Zimo, her tear-streaked face resembling a delicate pear blossom, gazed up at her mother, whose expression was one of grave seriousness. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded, then shook her head. Zhang Yusin, both amused and perplexed, responded, "Little Emma, what does this indecisiveness mean? Do you like him or not?" With a hint of shyness. Fang Zimo replied, I don't really know." Meanwhile, back at home, Lin Feng sat on the living room sofa, thumping his chest as he exclaimed, "Thank goodness I ran fast. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire." Although he had not bullied Fang Zimo, the fact remained that she had cried, and if her mother caught wind of it, he would be hard-pressed to defend himself. At that moment, a striking woman in a black loungewear approached him, playfully reprimanding. "Lin Feng, what mischief have you been up to? Why you look so guilty?" This was Lin Feng's mother, Su Xiaowei. "Mom, I miss you so much." Lin Feng rushed over and embraced her fiercely. She was youthful and beautiful, her figure voluptuous, a stark contrast to how she had looked at 36. With hair already streaked with gray, standing before such a youthful mother, Lin Feng felt a wave of nostalgia and was nearly moved to tears. "Why are you suddenly so sentimental? You haven't gotten into trouble, have you?" Su Xiaowei ruffled his hair, smiling. Just then, Lin Shaol, his father, emerged from the bedroom. "Son, what trouble have you caused now?" Since childhood, Lin Feng had been quite the troublemaker, and Lin Shaol had often had to clean up after him. "Nothing, truly nothing." Lin Feng shook his head. Su Xiaowei and Lin Shaol exchanged skeptical glances, unconvinced. "Am I really mistaken about you?" Su Xiaowei guidith. "Indeed." Lin Feng feigned distress. "Mom, please don't wrongfully accuse a good person. My fragile heart is deeply wounded. Apologies, my son, I take back my words." But at that moment, the doorbell rang, creating a sense of confusion. Who could it be at this hour? Lin Chao wondered aloud, rising to answer the door. From his position on the sofa, Lin Feng heard his father's slightly polite voice. Ah, Yusin Zimo, what brings you here? A jolt of apprehension shot through Lin Feng. His previously relaxed demeanor instantly transformed into one of tension. What business did this mother-daughter duo have at his home so late at night? Surely, they weren't coming to confront him, but he had done nothing wrong. Feeling a sense of injustice, Lin Feng could sense that Su Xiaoyi also detected something amiss. She regarded her son with a peculiar expression, curiosity etched on her face. However, she remained unaware of the unfolding situation, thus refraining from making any comments. Lin Chao welcomed Fang Zimo and Zhang Yusin into the living room. Zhang Yusin, a strikingly beautiful woman, wore a white nightgown that accentuated her allure. Though she was 42, she appeared no older than 32, exuding a vigor that belied her age. Her figure was generous, enhanced by her role as a security officer, radiating an aura of strength that defied gender norms. Time had left little mark on her. Standing beside Fang Zimo, they looked less like mother and daughter and more like sisters. At that moment, Fang Zimo's tear-streaked face made it evident that the poor girl had been crying quite a lot. Lin Feng observed Fang Zimo, a wry smile creeping onto his face. Sister, there's really no need for this. I haven't done anything. Why are you crying and bringing your mother here? What do you intend to do? Yusin Zimo. What is the occasion? Su Xiaoyi inquired, noticing Fang Zimo's red-rimmed eyes. Did someone bully you? Tell Auntie, and I shall take care of it. She subtly cast a glance at Lin Feng, her smile concealing her suspicions. As a financial manager, Su Xiaoyi possessed a keen intuition. Lin Feng's unusual behavior only served to confirm her suspicions regarding the source of Fang Zimo's tears. Looking at the enchanting young girl before her, even as a woman, Su Xiaoyi couldn't help but feel a twinge of affection. Her mind raced with anxious thoughts. Could it be that her son, now entering puberty, had acted inappropriately toward Fang Zimo? If so, given their proximity as neighbors and Fang Zimo's mother being a security officer, her son would be in serious trouble. With a frown of worry and urgency, Su Xiaoyi contemplated the implications. Lin Chao, however, remained blissfully unaware, cheerfully exclaiming, Zimo, did Lin Feng bully you? If so, tell uncle, and I'll make sure to give him a good thrashing. Fang Zimo's face flushed. Imagining Lin Feng in such a predicament caused a charming blush to bloom on her cheeks. Lin Feng cast a mournful glance at his father. Dad, I'm already 19. Please, spare me some dignity. Zhang Yusin chuckled. Let us allow Zimo to speak. Fang Zimo, pouting slightly, began her complaint. Oncle Lin, auntie. Lin Feng has been bullying me. Indeed, Su Xiaoyi interjected anxiously. How has he bullied you? Please tell Auntie. If he is truly in the wrong, I will ensure he faces the consequences. Lin Feng protested. Fang Zimo, must you exaggerate? You're repaying kindness with malice, like a snake turning on its farmer. I kindly escorted you home, and you accuse me of bullying you? Indeed, you bullied me. Uncle, Annie, it happened like this a few days ago during a farewell gathering. Lin Feng confessed his feelings for me. I rejected him because we still have to attend university, and I hope he can grow into a true man before I accept him. However, to provoke me, he declared he would never speak to me again, and today, he added another girl on WeChat, chatting with her right in front of me. Oh, how could Lin Feng act this way? Uncle, Auntie, I feel so miserable. As she spoke, Fang Zimo's sense of grievance deepened. Su Xiaoyi breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Lin Feng hadn't done anything foolish. Lin Chao affirmed, Yes, Zimo, I stand with you in this matter. How could Lin Feng behave in such a manner? It is unacceptable. Thank you, Uncle, Fang Zimo replied joyfully. Lin Chao turned to his son, his expression stern. Lin Feng apologized to Zimo. Apologize? For what? I haven't done anything wrong. Lin Feng retorted. Lin Chao le remarqued. Ah, you have known Zimo since childhood. She has also mentioned to you that she will only accept you after you graduate from university and become outstanding. Why are you in such a hurry? As for the girl you added today, you know nothing of her background. What if she turns out to be a bad woman? I tell you, it is far better to have someone like Zimo, whom you know well. Fang Zimo nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is correct. Chapter 7. The little wealthy lady Fang, ZMO. Lin Xiao Lu looked at Fang, ZMO, with a hint of sympathy, and said, ZMO, speak up. If you want this brat to apologize, your uncle will ensure that justice is served. Fang ZMO glanced at the seemingly despondent Lin Feng and responded earnestly, Uncle Any, I would like Xiao Lin to apologize to me. Lin Xiao Lu nodded and addressed Lin Feng. Xiao Feng, you have heard ZMO's request. You should comply. Lin Feng protested. On what grounds? Lin Xiao Lu winked at Lin Feng. This matter is inherently your fault, and ZMO's demand is entirely reasonable and justified. Lin Feng understood his father's gaze. He realized that when a woman asks for something, it is best to comply. After all, it wouldn't cost him much. He recalled how he had knelt on the washboard when his mother commanded him to do so, without protest. Su xiao yi interjected, Jis, Lin Feng. You should listen to your father. Lin Feng exclaimed, Dad, Mom, am I really your biological son? Why are you not on my side? Lan Xiao replied. You are the result of our investment of $24. Lin Feng turned to Fang ZMO. ZMO, I'm sorry. I promise I won't do it again. Ah, you won't do it again? Fang ZMO retorted, her frustration boiling over. She could no longer maintain her demure facade and lunged at Lin Feng. Watching the pair bickering again, Zhang Yuexin, fearing her daughter might be at a disadvantage, quickly intervened. All right, we won't disturb you any longer. It's late, we should take our leave. Okay, Su Xiao Hui smiled and added, Shaolin, I'll come and play with you tomorrow. Fang Ziamo left a parting remark and departed joyfully with her mother. Such is the nature of young girls. Their tempers flare quickly, but they dissipate just as fast. Su Xiao Hui called out, Ziamo, take care. Lin Xiaolu added, do come around often. It was only when the sound of the door closing echoed that Lin Xiaolu and Su Xiao Hui sighed in relief. Lin Feng shook his head. I say, Dad and Mom, is it really necessary to force your own son to comply with such unreasonable demands from Fang Ziemo? Lan Xiaolu smiled haily. There is little I can do as your father. Our families are neighbors, and we see each other often. You made her cry, and now she has come to seek redress. What do you expect us to do? Su Xiao Hui said, Jis. You will understand our helplessness when you become a parent yourself. Oh, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Su Xiao Hui's gaze fell upon him. Now, tell me, what exactly is going on between you and Fang ZMO? Did you not once declare that you would marry no one but her in this lifetime? Indeed, son. You were quite infatuated back then. Lin Xiao nodded. I have come to my senses. I was foolish to have such singular affection for Fang ZMO. I now realize that a man can never win the heart of a woman who does not hold him in hers. Hence, I have chosen to let go. Lin Feng declared. Su Xiao Hui frowned. You believe Fang ZMO does not care for you? That seems improbable. I sense she harbors feelings for you. Come now. This is merely a result of my sudden indifference towards her, which has left her feeling a sense of loss. She does not truly like me, Lin Feng asserted. Lin Xiaolu advised, son, matters of the heart should be handled with care. However, one thing I must emphasize, do not tread on two boats at once. And do not bring any unforeseen consequences before you graduate. Lin Feng reassured, fear not, father, I will certainly avoid any complications. As for juggling multiple affections, well, that is beyond my control. After all, your son is quite remarkable. Undoubtedly, many lovely young ladies will flock to him. Su Xiao Hui chimed in, indeed, my son, your father speaks wisely. Being as handsome as you are, you must not become a scoundrel. Mom, you have no idea. In my previous life, I fell victim to such warnings, and at 36, I had yet to experience love. This time, I shall not squander the gifts fate has bestowed upon me. Very well, Mom, I shall be a good man, just like Dad. Lin Feng resolved, expertly wielding his newfound ability to speak as the situation demands. The next day, Lin Feng rose from his bed, stretched lazily, gazed out at the sunlight streaming through the window, and inhaled deeply, his face lighting up with delight. This youthful body is truly a blessing, unlike in my past life when I was ravaged by late nights, midnight snacks, alcohol, and cigarettes, suffering daily from various aches that required goji berries to sustain me. Having returned to life, Lin Feng resolved to earn well, maintain his health, and strive for longevity. After washing up, he set out for a morning run. Near his home lay a park named Chiao Tian Park. Early in the morning, many people were engaged in exercise. Young girls jogged, while elderly men practiced Tai Chi ahead. He spotted a familiar figure, none other than Fang Zmo, her long braids swaying conspicuously. Today, she wore a snug, purple outfit, accentuating her alluring curves. Her shapely figure and long legs drew the attention of men in the park, young and old alike. Lin Feng felt an unsettling sensation in his chest. Come on, Lin Feng. You are merely Fang Zmo's devoted admirer. You have no claim to her. Why are you feeling jealous? He shook his head, muttering to himself. As he continued his run, Fang Zmo, feeling someone behind her, turned around. Upon spotting Lin Feng, her eyes brightened, and she paused, waiting for him to greet her. However, when Lin Feng approached, he elegantly ignored her and walked past. Fang Montag, fuming, shouted at his retreating figure, Lin Feng, stop right there. With all eyes in the park now upon them, Lin Feng reluctantly halted, turned around, and addressed her, Miss Feng. What is it this time? Fang Zmo ran up to him, pouting. What did you say in front of my mom and your dad yesterday? Have you forgotten? What did I say? Lin Feng blinked, feigning confusion. Fang Zmo retorted fiercely. You promised not to ignore me. I'm not ignoring you, am I? Lin Feng countered. Fang Zmo declared. Let us run together. Very well, Lin Feng nodded, and they began to jog at a steady pace. A charming smile graced Fang Zmo's face as they ran side by side, filling her with happiness. Lin Feng, what are your plans for today? Fang Montag inquired. I plan to explore the city this morning and visit the market to buy ingredients for making duck necks. In the afternoon and evening, I will set up a stall at the night market, just like yesterday, Lin Feng replied candidly. Sound good. How about I accompany you? I have nothing else to do. Fang Zmo suggested. Just a heads up, if you follow me, there won't be any salary, Lin Feng teased. Fang Zmo scoffed, please. With over 300,000 in my pocket money, I hardly care for your little earnings. Chapter 8. Lin Feng, you scoundrel. Gazing at the proud and aloof Fang Zmo, Lin Feng licked his lips and said, Well, Zmo, we have known each other for over a decade, haven't we? Indeed, Fang Zmo nodded, her demeanor shifting to one of cautious vigilance as she inquired. What do you intend to do? Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, I wish to borrow some money. Fang Zmo probed further. What do you need it for? With an air of entitlement, Lin Feng responded, to conduct business, of course. What kind of business? Fang Zmo pressed. In a suggestive tone, Lin Feng remarked, naturally to earn some milk money. Oh, Fang Zmo blushed and stammered, I must tell you, I have no intention of having children before I'm 28. Lin Feng, puzzled, retorted, I'm not the one having children with you. Why are you blushing? How infuriating. Fang Zmo glared at him, her small canines bared, as if she wished to bite him. Borrowing my money for business, only to have children with another woman. Lin Feng, how dare you? Will you lend it or not? Just say it. Lin Feng asserted with masculine resolve. I will lend it. But you must not have children with anyone else, Fang Zmo declared, biting her crimson lip. All right, we can have children together. Does that suffice? Lin Feng replied with a grin. You are insufferable, Fang Zmo exclaimed, though a smile betrayed her. The way she rolled her eyes was utterly enchanting. The two proceeded to the Industrial and Commercial Bank, where they withdrew 300,000 yuan. Lin Feng suggested, let me write you a promissory note. There's no need. Fang Zmo waved her hand. I trust you. This is a necessity, Lin Feng insisted earnestly, as he beheld Fang Zmo's exquisite visage illuminated by the sunlight. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. To speak candidly, aside from her insistence on not dating him, she was genuinely remarkable. Many who claimed they were brothers for life vanished at the mere mention of borrowing money. Yet in his previous life, when Lin Feng was in need, Fang Zmo, without hesitation, lent him her entire savings of 3 million yuan. Once, Lin Feng believed this was love, only to later realize that, in Fang Zmo's eyes, it was merely friendship. It was precisely because of the countless illusions she conjured that Lin Feng remained chaste until the age of 36, only to awaken to reality when she introduced him to her wealthy boyfriend. Very well, go ahead and write it, Fang Zmo resolved, planning to tear it up and discard it later, ensuring Lin Feng would forever owe her. Lin Feng began by purchasing Bitcoin online. At present, Bitcoin was merely 20 cents each. He spent 100,000 yuan to acquire 500,000 units. Lin Feng intended to sell them in 2019. When Bitcoin would soar to $13,000 each, he would make a fortune. Next, he opened an account at the stock exchange using his identification to buy shares in Tencent and Matai, each investment totaling 100,000 yuan. In the span of one morning, Lin Feng expended all of Fang Zimo's hard-earned 30,000 yuan. Lin Feng, what on earth are you doing with that Bitcoin? And those Tencent and Matai stocks? My father once lost over 10 million in stocks. He vowed never to touch them again. You aren't planning to squander my 30,000, are you? Fang Zimo expressed her concern. Rest assured, Zimo, there's no chance of loss. After all, I'm a genius, Lin Feng assured her. With today's ventures, Lin Feng understood he was destined to achieve financial freedom. Even if he were to do nothing from this moment forward, he would still thrive. Amidst his joy, he found Fang Zimo increasingly appealing. Frankly, this little heiress, despite her refusal to accept him and penchant for playful teasing, was rather delightful in all other aspects. He couldn't resist pinching her delicate cheek. Fang Zimo, taken aback by Lin Feng's intimate gesture, blushed and shyly protested. Lin Feng, you naughty boy, taking advantage of me. As he observed her bashful demeanor, Lin Feng scolded himself for being a fool in his past life. If only he had been bold enough to take her to a bar, get her intoxicated, and let nature take its course by 30, they could have had a football team worth of children. This little heiress, appearing so naive this morning, seemed quite easy to deceive. How had he failed to notice this before? Now, it seemed a tad late, as Lin Feng had vowed to become a sea king in the future. Yet, even with the prospect of becoming a billionaire, he chose not to lounge idly. He understood that life devoid of effort was exceedingly dull. After all, lying at home, counting money, was detrimental to one's health. People must keep themselves occupied. Of course, this busyness should not equate to exhausting, round-the-clock labor. Work should be moderate. Ideally, akin to the sun never setting empire's schedule, 4 days of work followed by 3 days of rest was preferable. After procuring the necessary ingredients at the market, Lin Feng headed to the home of his chubby friend. Although Fang Zimo had lent him 30,000, he did not regard her as a creditor or treat her any less than a beautiful woman. He allowed her to carry the bulk of the bags while he took only a few items. Upon seeing Fang Zimo laden with bags while Lin Feng's hands were nearly empty, his chubby friend couldn't help but curse Lin Feng for being a dog, allowing the beautiful Fang to carry the load. He looked at Lin Feng with admiration. Brother Feng, you are my hero. So, did you manage to win over the illustrious Fang Zimo? Before Lin Feng could respond, Fang Zimo interjected, correcting him. Sure, Long Fei, do not misunderstand. Lin Feng and I are merely friends. She mused inwardly that he had not yet confessed his feelings, and even if he did, she might not reciprocate. However, if he wished to be her boyfriend, another declaration was necessary. Indeed, she is right. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. At 6 o'clock in the evening, after dining at his chubby friend's home, Lin Feng and Fang Zimo returned to their stall. This time, Lin Feng changed locations to the civic square. Business remained robust. After all, Lin Feng's signature spicy duck neck was irresistibly fragrant, drawing customers from afar. An hour flew by in an instant. At 7 o'clock, a furious voice rang out. You scoundrel, why did you delete me on QQ? Xiao Nia, holding her 6-year-old cousin's hand, was strolling through the square when she spotted Lin Feng at his stall. Her eyes immediately welled with tears as she stormed toward him, seething with indignation. How dare you pursue me only to ignore me and delete me from your contacts? She raged. Fortunately, Fang Zimo was not present. Otherwise, it would have turned into an all-out battlefield. At 6:30, Fang Zimo had been summoned home by her mother, concerned that prolonged interaction with Lin Feng might jeopardize her purity. What if she ended up pregnant before even starting university? That would be quite the predicament. Zhang Yusin trusted her daughter, but not Lin Feng. Men were often the worst, always scheming to seduce beautiful girls. As someone who understood this all too well, Zhang Yusin, a security officer, had encountered countless young women who had fallen victim to charming boys, only to be abandoned afterward. She was utterly unwilling to let such a tragedy befall her own daughter. Lin Feng, feeling dejected, remarked, Yeah, You cannot blame me for this. It is all Fang Zimo's fault for reporting me to my parents. We live next door to each other, always crossing paths. And thus my parents compelled me to delete you. How could I bear to do so otherwise? You are, after all, the woman I cherish most. Xiao Nayue, merely 19 years of age and well protected by her family, had never encountered such sweet talk before. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and much of her anger dissipated. It was not fair to blame Lin Feng. He, too, was coerced into this situation and did not intend to sever ties. Sweet nothings. Who knows if they are genuine? Xiao Nayue pouted, her pink lips forming a sulky expression. Chapter 9. Jinling University. Shi Longfei observed the enchanting Xiao Nayue, clad in a pink dress that accentuated her long, fair legs. He couldn't help but wonder why his good friend Lin Feng's romantic prospects had flourished so remarkably in recent days. Just after the school bell, Fang departed, another girl, even more captivating than her, arrived. Xiao Na's 6-year-old cousin, Zhang Meifeng, was adorably plump, with delicate features and skin as soft as a petal. She gazed at the delectable snacks on Lin Feng's stall, swallowing hard before asking in her sweet, childish voice, "Auntie, who is this handsome brother? Such a well-mannered little sister." Lin Feng chuckled, narrowing his eyes with a smile. "Can you handle spicy food?" "I can." Zhang Meifeng eagerly nodded. "That's wonderful." Lin Feng deftly chopped a duck neck into bite-sized pieces, packaged them, and handed them along with some gloves to Zhang Meifeng. "Here, little sister, enjoy your big brother's duck neck." "Thank you, big brother." Zhang Meifeng politely expressed her gratitude and, unable to contain her excitement, grabbed the duck neck with her chubby little hands and took a bite. So spicy, so delicious. Lin Feng had given her a mildly spicy one. He offered 4 varieties: not spicy, mildly spicy, moderately spicy, and extra spicy. "How much is it?" "I'll pay you," Xiao Nayue sighed, rolling her eyes at her greedy little cousin. "Oh, come on, you're my girlfriend. You don't need to pay," Lin Feng replied. Xiao Nayue shot him a helpless glare. "You call yourself my boyfriend, yet I hardly ever see you. You even deleted me from QQ." She thought to herself that if Lin Feng truly became her boyfriend, she would be exasperated. "Let us re-add each other on QQ," she suggested. "Sure," Lin Feng nodded. After they reconnected on QQ, Xiao Nayue exclaimed, "Lin Feng, your duck neck is so delicious. I took some home yesterday, and my grandparents loved it." "Then bring back more today," he replied. "Thank you. How much is it?" "Since we are in a relationship, discussing money feels too formal." Big liar," Xiao Nayue teased, rolling her eyes again as she took her little cousin's hand and turned to leave. After all, she had not officially acknowledged their relationship. Lin Feng was still in the evaluation phase. Her little cousin waved goodbye to Lin Feng. "Brother, see you." "Goodbye, Meifeng," Lin Feng smiled, already having been introduced to the adorable little girl. He knew her name was Zhang Meifeng, and she was 6 years old. Observing the duo's retreating figures, Shi Longfei turned to Lin Feng, seriously asking, "Lin Feng, whom do you truly like, Xiao Nayue or Fang Zimo?" Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Children make choices. Adults naturally desire both. Shi Longfei grimaced, raising a finger sarcastically at Lin Feng. "Dude, by 8 o'clock, the duck necks had sold out again. Today." Lin Feng had earned even more than the previous day, raking in a staggering 1,000 yuan. "Longfei, you worked hard today. Here, 300 yuan. Don't refuse it." Lin Feng counted out the money and handed it to him. Shi Longfei rolled his eyes. After having previously declined, he vowed never to make such a foolish mistake again. "Thanks, Fengge." Watching his friend quickly stash the money away, looking almost greedy, Lin Feng inquired curiously, "Longfei, what do you plan to do with all this money?" Shi Longfei replied excitedly, "Of course, I'm going to buy in-game currency for Sword and Fairy. The event is on, and the legendary dragon-slaying sword is only 1,000 yuan. If I work night markets with you for 3 days, I can afford it. That way, I can show off in-game and attract many girls, right?" Lin Feng responded, "Longfei, let me give you some advice. Don't spend your money on games, as it will ultimately lead to nothing. Many girls in games are actually men in disguise. Avoid dating in games. It can lead to heartbreak. Instead, consider investing in something called Bitcoin. It's quite inexpensive at just 20 cents each. Trust me, in 10 years, those 20-cent Bitcoins could sell for 13 $000. Though Shi Longfei didn't fully comprehend, he was deeply impressed. He stepped closer, reaching out to check Lin Feng's forehead. Lin Feng recoiled, swatting his hand away. "What are you doing?" Shi Longfei replied. "Feng Ye. I'm checking if you have a fever." "You're the one with a fever. Your whole family is feverish," Lin Feng retorted. "If you're not sick, why are you talking nonsense? Is it so hard to believe me? Indeed, only a fool would. Haha, just wait and see. You'll regret it in 10 years. Feng Ge, you're not telling me you're from the future, are you? Wow, Longfei, you've become so clever. Then tell me, Feng Ge, how will my future be? Will I get rich? Will I marry? Is my wife beautiful?" Shi Longfei asked eagerly. "No. You die at 30 trying to save a little sister and remain a virgin until the end," Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. Shi Longfei exclaimed angrily. "I don't believe you. You're lying. How could I, Shi Longfei, have such a miserable fate?" Lin Feng sighed. People never want to hear the truth. Shi Longfei pouted. "Longfei, has your mind changed? Buy Bitcoin. You'll be wealthy in 10 years. "No, I want to buy the dragon-slaying sword in the game." Lin Feng snapped. "You're hopeless." Shi Longfei lamented. "Wah, Feng Ge, you're scolding me." In the days that followed, Lin Feng found his life to be both mundane and fulfilling. While being a devoted admirer might bring joy, not being one was even more delightful. In this life, Lin Feng's world no longer revolved around Fang Zimo, and thus, he lived contentedly. After 14 days of operating his stall, Lin Feng had accumulated an impressive 20,000 yuan. At this pace, by the time he enrolled in university, he could save enough to reach 100,000 yuan. During these days, amidst his market endeavors, he would also engage in delightful conversations with Xiao Naiyue on QQ, their relationship blossoming at an extraordinary pace. Lin Feng felt that given their current rapport, going out together and holding hands would no longer be an issue. One fine morning, Shi Longfei excitedly rushed to Lin Feng's home. His parents had gone to work, leaving only Lin Feng alone in the house, clad in a white checkered pajama set. Shi Longfei cast a somewhat envious glance at Lin Feng's chiseled 8-pack abs and remarked, "Brother Feng, we can check our Gaokao scores now." "Oh," Lin Feng replied with a weary tone. This morning at 6, he had gone out for a run and encountered Fang Zimo, with whom he jogged together. After their run, they enjoyed breakfast, and upon returning, he indulged in a brief afternoon nap. Fang Zimo was a woman with her own convictions, not like some girls infatuated with their boyfriends, lingering around them all day. Although they were not in a romantic relationship, she was refreshing in her independence. "Brother Feng, aren't you excited that we can check our scores soon?" Shi Longfei said, unable to comprehend Lin Feng's nonchalance. "It's just university. What is there to be excited about?" Lin Feng replied. If his memory served him correctly, his Gaokao score this time would likely be 579. It was a score that could neither be deemed excellent nor poor. In his previous life, he had attended Jinling University, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would do the same in this life. Jinling University was renowned for its many beautiful women, some of whom were equally as captivating as Fang Zimo. Lin Feng lamented his past foolishness, having failed to pursue any of those alluring girls. He could have enjoyed leisurely games of Ludo with them or shared a sumptuous meal of abalone. Such a life would have been delightful. Instead, he squandered his time idling with a few dim-witted roommates, aimlessly playing Crossfire, a decision that he now deemed utterly foolish. In this life, he vowed to cultivate friendships, read extensively, and stay informed. He could not afford to repeat the mistakes of his previous existence. A 36-year-old virgin. How tragic. Chapter 10. The Gaokao scores have been released. After checking his own score, Shi Longfei dejectedly announced, "Brother Feng, I only scored 403. Lin Feng patted his shoulder and reassured him, "It's all right. The score isn't everything." "What is most important then?" Shi Longfei asked, feeling both lost and disheartened. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng replied, "It's about aligning yourself with the right people and engaging in the right pursuits. Even a pig can soar if it's south in the right place." "Brother Feng, your words are too profound. I don't understand," Shi Longfei said. "You don't need to understand. Just follow my lead," Lin Feng replied. In his past life, Shi Longfei hadn't fared well, working as a temporary employee at the Power Supply Bureau. In this life, Lin Feng resolved to elevate him. His lack of intelligence was inconsequential. He desired only loyalty. Skills could be developed. How many geniuses could there be in the world? Ultimately, one's position dictated their potential. Even if Shi Longfei's abilities were lacking, prolonged exposure to a certain role would inevitably enhance them. Fang Zimo's QQ nickname was Koala hanging on a tree. That evening, upon returning from their stall, Lin Feng lay on his bed, feeling utterly lethargic. A cough echoed from his phone. Upon checking, he found a message from Fang Zimo. Koala hanging on a tree. Lin Feng, what was your Gaokao score? Lin Feng checked, and as expected, it was the same as in his previous life, 579. Universe's most handsome, 579. Koala hanging on a tree. Haha, I scored higher. Mine is 670. Oh. Lin Feng replied, rather dismissively. Fang Zimo typed shyly. I told you I'm going to Shuimu University. So did you also apply to Jinling University to be closer to me? Lin Feng. Oh, I remember now. In my past life, I was naive. Because Fang Zimo applied to Shuimu University, I chose Jinling University. Shuimu University and Jinling University were both located in Jinling. After a moment of hesitation, Fang Zimo typed, Lin Feng, I don't plan to date during college, so even if we're in the same city, don't get your hopes up. Lin Feng, oh. 5 minutes later, noticing Lin Feng's silence, Fang Zimo messaged, Question, Lin Feng, are you upset? No. Lin Feng was engrossed in a lively conversation with Xiao Naiyue. Naiyue, where are you studying? Why? Just curious. I'm going to Jinling University of Technology, Xiao Naiyue replied. Wow, I'm also in Jinling. What a coincidence. Indeed. Just as their conversation heated up, a cough sounded from Lin Feng's phone. It was Fang Zimo, impatiently checking on his silence. Lin Feng, why aren't you talking? I'm contemplating, Lin Feng replied, mimicking Xiao Naiyue's tone. Koala hanging on a tree. Curious, what are you contemplating? Lin Feng, whether or not to delete you. Fang Zimo, angry, how dare you? Lin Feng, I'm going to take a shower now. Fang Zimo, it's only 9 o'clock. You're going to shower now? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. It was merely an excuse to avoid chatting with her. He refrained from responding. Fang Zimo, too, ceased messaging, likely waiting for him to finish his shower. However, Lin Feng did not shower. He continued his conversation with Xiao Naiyue. Are you still in Modu? Yes. Would you like to watch a movie together tomorrow? Are there any good films? Red Cliff. Is that film good? Not particularly, but it features passionate scenes with the renowned actor Liang and the beautiful Lin. Is it good? You're deceiving me. You haven't seen it. How would you know it's good? I watched it countless times in my previous life. Lin Feng fabricated. I heard it from friend. Xiao Naiyue expressed concern. I've never been to the cinema with a boy. I've heard many boys like to be touchy-feely in theaters. You wouldn't do that, right? Lin Feng felt insulted. You may question my character, but you cannot doubt my integrity. Xiao Naiyue, all right, let us go tomorrow. You must not deceive me. Otherwise, I will never speak to you again. Do not betray my trust. Lin Feng, absolutely. An hour later, Fang Zimo couldn't help but send another message. Lin Feng, are you done showering? It's been an hour. Having confirmed the movie plan with Xiao Naiyue for the next afternoon at 2 o'clock, Lin Feng saw Fang Zimo's message and replied, done. Fang Zimo's tone turned a bit playful. Oh dear, why do you take so long in the shower? Lin Feng, why should you care? You're not my girlfriend. Fang Zimo, shyly, do you really want me to be your girlfriend? Lin Feng, is that so? Fang Zimo, if I become your girlfriend, will you treat me well? Lin Feng, I should. Should? Lin Feng, well, I'll play poker with you every day. Fang Zimo, angry, you're such a jerk. Lin Feng, you don't love me. You just want my body. Lin Feng, correct, but there's no prize. Draped in sleepwear, revealing her snow-white thighs, Fang Zimo lay on the bed, her delicate calves raised, engaged in conversation with Lin Feng. Upon reading Lin Feng's latest message, her large eyes brimmed with tears, and through her sobs she typed, Lin Feng, could you please not upset me? My heart aches so much. Lin Feng replied, I can massage it for you, and it won't hurt anymore. Fang Zimo retorted, Lin Feng, could you please be a bit more serious? 5 minutes later, Fang Zimo, what is wrong with you? 10 minutes later, Fang Zimo, why aren't you replying? 15 minutes later, Fang Zimo, are you asleep? An hour later, she typed with a pitiful tone, Shaolin, I can't fall asleep. However, Lin Feng was not asleep. Rather, he was chatting with Xiao Naiyu, finding his conversation with Fang Zimo rather uninteresting, and thus chose to disengage. In his previous life, he had been a devoted admirer, but in this life, he resolutely vowed to never play that role again. Being an admirer was far too burdensome. Chapter 11. Watching Red Cliffs. The following morning, Lin Feng and Shi Longfei ventured to the market, procuring various ingredients and delicacies, including the renowned spicy duck neck. At Shi Longfei's residence, Lin Feng said, Longfei, I want to accompany you to the stall today. You can manage on your own. As usual, the profits will be split 70-30. Shi Longfei, astonished, asked, Brother Feng, why aren't you coming? Lin Feng explained, I wish to test you. Shi Longfei, confused. Test me? Lin Feng nodded gravely. Indeed, I am assessing your capabilities. I intend to entrust you with significant responsibilities in the future, and I want to see how you handle matters independently in my absence. Upon hearing this, Shi Longfei felt an immense weight on his shoulders. He replied earnestly, Brother Feng, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Observing Shi Longfei's fiery determination, as if preparing for battle, Lin Feng shook his head, realizing his friend was rather naive. It was no wonder he remained a virgin at 30 in his past life, and had perished while heroically saving a young girl. Such individuals were difficult for Lin Feng to comprehend, yet he held a certain admiration for them. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in a cinema, Lin Feng sat in a nearby McDonald's, savoring ice cream while waiting for someone. His gaze wandered outside the glass window, particularly fixating on the long, fair legs of passing young women. Summer was delightful, providing ample views of lovely legs. He adored summer. At 2:30, a striking young woman appeared at the cinema entrance, holding an umbrella. It was none other than Xiao Naiyu, clad in a white crop top and a short skirt, her tall figure drawing all eyes. Damn it. We agreed to meet at 2, and she arrives at 2:30. Women really do love to be late, Lin Feng silently grumbled. Excuse me, can I add you on QQ? A bashful young boy approached her. No, thank you. Xiao Naiyu flusteredly waved her hand. It's just adding QQ. I promise I won't bother you, the boy insisted. Really, no need, she reiterated, feeling increasingly awkward. Just then, Lin Feng, licking a cone, approached with a fierce demeanor. What do you want to add my girlfriend's QQ for? How about I add you instead? When you're free, we can hang out. I'm available most days. Oh, my apologies. The boy, noticing Lin Feng's towering stature of 188 meters, turned pale with anxiety, quickly apologizing and fleeing the scene. TCH, such a coward, daring to compete for women with me. He clearly doesn't know what he's getting into, Lin Feng scoffed as he watched the boy retreat. Thank you, Xiao Naiyu said, turning to him. How would you like to thank me? Lin Feng naturally took her small hand, smiling as he inquired. Xiao Naiyu's face flushed. She tugged at her hand, but could not break free, rolling her eyes in resignation. I've already agreed to watch a movie with you. What more do you want? Just a kiss, Lin Feng pointed to his smooth cheek. The blush returned to Xiao Naiyu's face, more vibrant than before, akin to a red dye. She huffed. You must be dreaming. Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Pursuing a girl demands patience. He was confident that Xiao Naiyu could not escape his grasp. It was merely a matter of time before he would claim victory. They arrived at the ticket counter. Lin Feng presented his student ID to the ticket seller, stating, 2 tickets for Red Cliffs, please. I have a student ID, so I'd like a 50% discount. The ticket seller looked at him, somewhat exasperated. You look mature enough that I believe you were 30. Standing at 188 meters, freshly shaven, and donned in a white shirt and black trousers. Lin Feng indeed appeared rather sophisticated, like a walking embodiment of masculinity. Handsome, with that face, I'd say you're still young at 30, she remarked. Don't believe me? Look at my student ID. All right. The young woman checked his student ID and confirmed his status as a student, reluctantly handing him 2 tickets for Red Cliffs. 100 yuan. Here you go. Thank you. After securing the tickets, Xiao Naiyu complained, I brought money. Why didn't you let me pay? We're friends for. It's all the same, Lin Feng replied with a teasing smile. Xiao Naiyu replied coolly, Humph. We're not that close. You're merely a male acquaintance. As for a boyfriend, well, you're still under evaluation. Lin Feng remained unfazed, knowing that it was only a matter of time. Xiao Naiyue scoffed. You claim you want to be my boyfriend, yet you disappear for days on end. I can't help but suspect you're with that Fang Zimo. Lin Feng assured her. Not at all. I've been busy with business. You know I don't video chat with you daily. TCH, our total video chat time adds up to barely an hour a day. Who knows what else you're up to? Xiao Naiyue replied. Lin Feng chuckled. Hey, are you jealous? If you don't trust me, you could follow me around all day. Wherever I go, you could go too. We could be inseparable. How wouldn't he do that? Without you hovering over me. I'd be much happier, she retorted coolly. As the film's start time approached, they entered the cinema, bantering along the way. Curiously, Xiao Naiyue asked, Lin Feng, why did you choose Red Cliffs? Because it has passionate scenes. I want to stir your heart, allowing me to take advantage of you openly. Also, it features handsome stars like Liang Yingdi, Jin Chengwu, and Lu Dehua. Don't you like them? Lin Feng added. It's all right, but I've heard many friends say it's not worth watching, Xiao Naiyue remarked. Lin Feng gazed deeply into her eyes. As long as I'm with you, even the dullest film becomes enjoyable. Xiao Naiyue grimaced. Ugh, you're just full of sweet talk. It's quite annoying. Soon, Xiao Naiyue recognized Lin Feng's ulterior motives as the screen displayed a scene where Liang Yingdi's character, Zhou Yu, fought against Lin Jilin's character, Xiao Qiao. Their war raged on, an intense spectacle that left the audience in the cinema parched and breathless with excitement. Unable to restrain herself, Xiao Naiyue reached out, slipping her hand beneath Lin Feng's shirt. The moment her fingers brushed against his skin, Lin Feng involuntarily shuddered. Could it be that Xiao Yu could not contain herself so soon? Did she wish to put into practice the newfound knowledge gleaned from the film? If so, he welcomed the guidance. Internally elated, Lin Feng maintained an outward facade of innocence. Little did he know that while his thoughts danced with delightful possibilities, reality bore a harsher countenance. Xiao Naiyue's intent in slipping her delicate hand inside his shirt was not to fulfill his expectations, but rather to seize the flesh at his waist and twist it with considerable force. Lin Feng let out a subdued exclamation, mindful of the need for discretion in the cinema. Why are you pinching me? He asked, perplexed, as he gazed into Xiao Naiyue's eyes. He imagined the skin on his waist must surely be bruised. Her grip was far too harsh. Humph. You brought me to see this kind of film on purpose? Didn't you? Lin Feng, it seems your mind is filled with unhealthy thoughts, she accused. The dim lighting of the cinema concealed the flush that had crept onto Xiao Naiyue's cheeks, rendering them as red as a boiled lobster. Lin Feng protested vehemently. I didn't know that this director, Wu Sun from Hong Kong, was so indecent. Producing such material, it's bound to corrupt the youth. I don't believe you. Xiao Naiyue shot Lin Feng a fierce glare. Yet, her attention was soon captivated by the action sequences on the screen, her gaze fixed and unwavering. While Lin Feng could feel the warmth of her small hand gradually increasing, Lin Feng, with a hint of anticipation, suggested, how about we practice the new knowledge from the film? Please don't misunderstand. I have no intentions of taking advantage of you. This is merely a purely academic endeavor. Do not let your imagination run wild. Chapter 12. Father Fang held Lin Feng's duck neck business in disdain. No, Xiao Naiyue replied, shaking her head. Sighing, Lin Feng lamented. The revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must strive harder. Time flew swiftly, and soon the day arrived for Lin Feng to report to university. Jinling University had sent him his acceptance letter, while Shi Longfei, due to insufficient scores, was relegated to a vocational school. He chose Jinling Vocational School, majoring in computer science. Lin Feng, on the other hand, pursued a degree in e-commerce. Why, you ask? Quite simply, it was because this field boasted a greater number of female students. At Fang Zimo's home, her father, Fang Jie, addressed his daughter with a note of remorse. Zimo, I apologize. I have pressing matters at the company these days and will not be able to accompany you to school. What about Mom? Fang Zimo blinked innocently. Zhang Yusin replied, Zimo, there's a case at the municipal bureau. I cannot leave either. Feigning a sigh, Fang Zimo asked, then what shall we do? Sang Juxin Smailu Esturingli. No worries, Simo. Annie has already taken leave from her job. She can accompany you to school. Fang Zimo, aware of her aunt's recent employment as a reporter, expressed concern, Mom. Annie just started that job. Taking leave may not be appropriate. With a touch of resignation, Zhang Yusin said, "There's no other choice. I cannot let you go to school alone." Fang Zimo cheerfully replied, "Mom, there's no need to trouble Auntie. I can go with Lin Feng." Zhang Yusin's brow furrowed. "Is he attending the same school as you?" "No." Fang Zimo shook her head. "He's at Jinling University, while I'm at Shuimu University. Both schools are in the same city, and it only takes an hour by bus. It's quite convenient." Fang Jie cast a knowing glance at his daughter and remarked with a teasing smile, "Zimo, didn't you say you didn't like Lin Feng? How is it that you've already found out the distance between your schools?" Fang Zimo's cheeks flushed. "Oh, Dad, it was Lin Feng who informed me. I have no idea what his intentions are." Fang Jie chuckled. What intentions could he possibly have? Our daughter is so beautiful and exceptional, and that rascal Lin. He's not blind. He would be foolish not to take notice. "Dad, stop teasing me," Fang Zimo exclaimed shyly. Zhang Yusin frowned. "Just the two of you going to school? What if that boy has ulterior motives?" Fang Zimo reassured her. "That's unlikely. It's not just us. Sure, Long Fei will be with us too." Zhang Yusin's mind conjured the image of a plump face, and she queried, "Is it that silly little chubby boy who often follows Lin Feng around?" Fang Zimo nodded. "Exactly." Zhang Yusin voiced her concerns, "But daughter, I'm still worried. Lin Feng has liked you since childhood. If you two are alone together, I fear he might do something inappropriate." Fang Zimo replied confidently, "That's not possible, Mom. You taught me self-defense, right?" "He wouldn't dare." Zhang Yusin said, "I'm just afraid you might have the ability, but hesitate to use it against him." Fang Zimo blushed. "Oh, Mom, I wouldn't do that. I've sworn to avoid relationships during university. I'll wait until after graduation." "Consur Fang ye interested." Zhang Yusin sighed. "Oh, my dear daughter, there are many things in this world that one cannot control, such as matters of the heart." Fang Zimo confidently asserted, "Mom, don't worry. My self-restraint is strong." "I'm not reassured at all," Zhang Yusin thought to herself. At that moment, Fang Jie spoke up, "Dear, perhaps we should heed our daughter's wishes. We've been neighbors with Lin's family for many years. He is a civil servant of good character. If something were to happen, we could always have Lin take responsibility and marry our daughter." Zhang Yusin shot her husband a disapproving look. "That boy is not worthy of our daughter. Actually, aside from being a bit lazy, having mediocre grades, and being mischievous, Lin Feng is quite decent. Particularly lately, he has been diligently working on his business." Fang Zimo defended him. She had witnessed Lin Feng and sure Long Fei selling delicious duck necks at the night market every day. Believing his hard work was motivated by a desire to earn money for their future. As for the question of who would bear children, she thought to herself, "Why not me?" Though Fang Zimo had her own plans to delay motherhood until she was 28, she felt deeply moved by Lin Feng's efforts for their future. Had she known that Lin Feng had been using the pretext of encouraging Sure Long Fei's independence to sneak off and enjoy time with Xiao Naiyue, her perspective might have shifted. Fang Jie raised an eyebrow. "Lin Feng is in business? What kind of business?" Fang Zimo spoke with pride. "He is selling duck necks. You wouldn't believe it. Lin Feng is amazing. His duck necks are exceptionally delicious, and he can sell over 1,000 yuan worth each day." "He must be pulling your leg," Fang Jie scoffed. As the owner of a trading company, he dismissed the notion, making money isn't that easy. Many PhD graduates struggle to earn even 1,000 yuan in a day. "Daughter, let me tell you, never believe a man's tall tales. They love to boast in front of pretty girls." Fang Zimo furrowed her brows. "Lin Feng isn't that kind of person." Fang Ye commented. "Has he ever shown you the money he claims to have earned right in front of you?" Fang Zimo pondered for a moment before shaking his head, stating, "Not really. Lin Feng is not the type to seek the limelight." "Indeed," affirmed Father Fang with conviction. "He must be boasting. I reckon selling those duck necks yield a net profit of over 100 a day, which is quite remarkable. What is so special about duck necks, anyway?" Zhang Yusin shared her husband's sentiments, nodding in agreement as she cautioned, "Zimo, you ought to be wary of Lin Feng. That lad doesn't strike me as trustworthy. Don't let his sweet talk deceive you." "All right," Fang Zimo replied, somewhat sullenly. The following day was the weekend. Early in the morning, Zhang Yusin accompanied Fang Zimo to Lin Feng's residence. Lin Feng's mother had left for work, while his father, Lin Zhaolu, enjoyed a day off as a civil servant. As Lin Zhaolu sat on the sofa perusing the newspaper, he heard a knock at the door. Rising to answer, he found two lovely ladies, one tall and one petite. Curiously, he remarked, "Yusin, Zimo, what brings you here?" Zhang Yusin smiled and said, "Sorry to intrude, old Lin. We came to inquire when Lin Feng is heading to Jinling University." Lin's father replied, "It should be the day after tomorrow." Zhang Yusin continued, "Can he accompany Zimo?" Lin Zhaolu raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "Is Zimo also going to Jinling University?" "That is hard to believe. My daughter's academic performance far surpasses your son's." Zhang Yusin maintained her smile, clarifying, "No, she attends Xuanwu University, but since both schools are in Jinling, I thought it would be safer for her to go with Lin Feng." Chapter 13. Lyon, what a surprise. L'Anjou le Chucud. I suspect Lin Feng would be more than happy to accompany Zimo to school. He regarded Fang Zimo with a motherly smile. Having watched her grow up, he considered her exceptional, and with the wealth of the Fang family, he would fervently support a union between her and Lin Feng. However, his only concern was that such an outstanding girl, who had been the school belle since middle school, might be too good for his rather ordinary son, Lin Feng. "I'll get that lazy boy up. He's probably still sleeping." L'Anjou le remarqued disdainfully. "I'll go call him," Fang Zimo said with a mischievous grin as she made her way to Lin Feng's room. As Lin Feng's childhood friend, she was quite familiar with the layout of his home. Lin Feng was sprawled on his bed, clad only in a pair of boxers, his fluffy thighs causing Fang Zimo to blush. She approached him cautiously, pinched his nose, and playfully declared, "You big sloth, the sun's already up. Aren't you getting up? Quit it," Lin Feng murmured, swatting her hand away while still keeping his eyes shut. He had been chatting with Xiao Naiyue until midnight and had gone for a morning run that day, feeling utterly exhausted, struggling to breathe. He finally opened his eyes and was taken aback by the sight of her blooming face. "Ah, Fang Zimo, what are you doing?" he exclaimed, hastily covering himself with a pillow in a panic. Fang Zimo scoffed, "It's just hair, what is so impressive? Even if you show me for free, I wouldn't care." Lin Feng chuckled, "I don't believe you don't have any hair." Fang Zimo's cheeks flushed as she retorted, "Oh, you big pervert." They engaged in a playful tussle, the atmosphere charged with a certain allure. As Lin Feng and Fang Zimo emerged from the bedroom, they found Lin Zhaolu and Zhang Yusin engaged in trivial conversation. Lin Feng's eyes lit up upon seeing Zhang Yusin, who appeared to be in her early 30s. Although her actual age was unclear to him, nevertheless, she exuded an allure that captivated teenagers. He raised his hand in salute. "And Zhang, what brings you here?" Zhang Yusin responded with a smile. "I came to see you today." "What do you need me for?" Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. "Well," she said with a gentle smile, "Zimo is going to report to school, and since your uncle and I are tied up with work, I hope he could be your escort." Zhang Zimo, feeling a bit haughty, interjected, "Mom, I don't need Lin Feng to take me to school. I can manage on my own." Zhang Yusin shot her daughter a knowing glance. "You didn't say that just now." Lin Feng, ever carefree, replied, "Oh, I thought it was something serious." "No problem, Annie." "All right, it's settled then. By the way, I heard from your father that you're heading to school the day after tomorrow. Is that correct?" Zhang Yusin inquired. "Yes," Lin Feng nodded. "How will you get there?" "By the green train, of course." "That's fine, but be cautious of thieves. You two must stay alert," Zhang Yusin warned. Lin Feng flexed his muscles jokingly. "Annie, look at my physique. Thieves wouldn't dare approach me." Lin Zhaolu, concerned, cautioned Lin Feng, "Don't be a hero. If you encounter thieves, avoid confrontation. If they have weapons, your fists one team match against knives. Safety first. I'd rather you lose some possessions than risk your life." Lin Feng solemnly replied, "I understand." "Dad." "Yes, what your father says holds truth, Lin Feng. You must listen. If trouble arises, call 110 for assistance," Fang Zimo's mother advised. "Okay." In the afternoon, Lyon, clad in a suit, arrived at the Fang residence. Taking a deep breath, he knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock." He then rang the doorbell. Dingling. Soon, a woman dressed in a white housecoat and possessing an attractive figure answered the door. Zhang Yusin regarded the somewhat mature-looking young man with curiosity, asking, "And you are?" Li Yong politely introduced himself. "Hello, Annie, I'm Li Yong, Zimo's classmate." "Oh," Zhang Yusin replied, still unsure, not inclined to let him in. Li Yong, blushing, asked, "Auntie, is Zimo home? I have something to discuss with her." "What do you wish to discuss?" "I can convey your message," Zhang Yusin said with a smile. Li Yong explained, "I know Zimo is attending Shuemu University, and I'm also going there. I'd like to accompany her to school." Zhang Yusin pondered for a moment. She recognized Li Yong since Zimo often mentioned which boys were pursuing her. Li Yong's father was quite well known in the area, engaged in real estate, and wealthy. Though he didn't quite match Lin Feng's charm, he stood tall at 183 meters with fair skin, which was still impressive. If given the choice, Zhang Yusin would undoubtedly favor Li Yong over Lin Feng as a potential son-in-law. After all, Li Yong appeared somewhat naive, making it clear he would be easily guided. And with his affluent background, he presented the perfect image of a well-off, albeit simple-minded heir. As Lin Feng candidly remarked, Zhang Yusin, serving as the deputy director of the municipal bureau, found it difficult to discern the true nature of this young man. Over the past few months, Lin Feng's eyes had taken on an inscrutable depth, making it impossible to fathom his thoughts. Having walked a similar path, she understood all too well that Lin Feng was not someone her daughter could easily grasp. Thus, truth be told, she harbored reservations about her daughter marrying Lin Feng in the future. However, being an understanding mother, she would never impose her will upon her daughter, allowing her to make her own choices. Li Yong glanced at Zhang Yusin with a hint of trepidation. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yusin finally cleared the way, smilingly suggesting, "Perhaps it would be best for you to discuss this directly with Zimo, if she agrees. Considering you were classmates in high school and now attend the same university, I would not stand in your way." "Thank you, Auntie," Li Yong exclaimed with delight. He felt a surge of confidence, convinced that there was no reason for Zhang Zimo to reject him, especially given his own exceptional qualities and the fact that they were both at the same university. In the foyer, Li Yong removed his shoes, revealing his Nike socks. Zhang Yusin took note of the glossy black leather shoes he had left on the shoe rack, silently impressed. Gucci shoes, worth over 100,000. This young man truly lived up to the lineage of Li Hongda, a prominent real estate mogul in the area with a fortune in the billions. In contrast, Lin Feng seemed inconsequential next to Li Yong. Nevertheless, Zhang Yusin was not one to be swayed by wealth. Her family had a long-standing reputation as guardians of public safety, and while they may not be as affluent as the Li family, they were certainly not lacking in finances. With a beaming smile, Zhang Yusin called out to her daughter, who was still in the bedroom, "Zimo, your classmate has come to see you. Hurry out." Before long, Fang Zimo bounded into the room wearing Pikachu plush slippers, her face alight with joy. However, upon spotting Li Yong, the grin vanished, replaced by a frown. "Li Yong, what are you doing here?" Li Yong felt a sting from her reaction. "Well, yes, it's me. Who else would it be?" "I thought it was Lin Feng," he retorted. Fang Zimo cast a disdainful glance at him, asking, "What do you want?" Li Yong was taken aback. Aside from being more handsome, taller, and a better basketball player than he was, what else did Lin Feng possess that could possibly compete with him? His family was wealthy, with his father, Li Hongda, being a well-known tycoon in the city. What was Lin Feng but a mere civil servant? "Zimo, wake up. Don't be enchanted by that pretty boy Lin Feng. There's no future with him," he insisted, wearing a sycophantic smile. "Zimo, I just received my university acceptance letter. It's from Shuemu University. You're going there too, right? Let us go to school together." "Absolutely not," Fang Zimo replied, furrowing her brows in confusion. "How did you know I was going to Shuemu University?" "How could I not know? I specifically chose it after seeing you fill out your application," Li Yong admitted sheepishly. "I happened to catch a glimpse of your choices." "Oh," Fang Zimo said dismissively. "You could go to school by yourself." "Why? It's dangerous for you to go alone. It would be better if we went together," Li Yong boldly suggested. Fang Zimo waved her hand dismissively. "Who said I was going alone? I have someone accompanying me." "Who is accompanying you? Your parents?" Li Yong asked curiously. "Of course not. I'm going with Lin Feng," Fang Zimo replied, puffing out her chest with pride. Li Yong felt his face flush with embarrassment. Seeing Fang Zimo's playful demeanor made him uncomfortable yet envious. "I really want to play with you," he thought, but then he quickly became angry, Zimo? Don't go with Lin Feng. He is not a good person. I saw him with a very beautiful girl drinking milk tea the other day. Fang Zimo looked at him skeptically. You wouldn't be lying to me, would you? Ah, Zimo, how could I ever deceive you? I have evidence. Leon exclaimed, retrieving his luxurious Motorola phone and opening his gallery. He had captured that moment, feeling exhilarated at the thought that Lin Feng might lose Fang Zimo forever. He had taken the risk to document their intimacy, hoping it would one day serve a purpose, and now it seemed that day had arrived. Fang Zimo hesitantly took the phone, glanced at the photo, and snapped, that is Xiao Naiyue. Who is Xiao Naiyue? Li Yong in Kirat, Pujlat. She is just some girl Lin Feng brought to annoy me, Fang Zimo replied, handing the phone back. Li Yong was dumbfounded. You mean Lin Feng intentionally found someone to irritate you? But they looked like a couple. Fang Zimo confidently stated, no, Lin Feng likes me. I just rejected his confession. So he found some random girl to provoke me. Li Yong scratched his head, but that girl is really pretty? Fang Zimo shot him a sidelong glance. Is she more beautiful than me? Li Yong hastily replied, of course not. She pales in comparison to you. Faced with the goddess in front of him, Li Yong felt compelled to speak contrary to his true feelings. Hearing his words, Fang Zimo beamed, flashing a radiant smile that nearly turned Li Yong into a wolf, longing to brush her pearly teeth with his tongue. All right, I understand. Send me that photo. I need to confront Lin Feng about this nonsense with that vixen. Fang Zimo said, a hint of anger in her voice. Confront him? That guy is clearly involved with her. Zimo, I urge you to cut ties with him immediately to avoid future heartache, Li Yong advised earnestly. Fang Zimo glared at him. What do you know? Lin Feng is merely trying to make me jealous, hoping to pressure me into becoming his girlfriend. You don't understand anything, so stop talking nonsense. But Lin Feng has cheated, hasn't he? Li Yong felt his sanity slipping away. What on earth is Fang Zimo doing? I risked everything to snap that photo, and it has no impact at all. Realizing something, Fang Zimo blushed and said, besides, I have no relationship with Lin Feng. He likes me, but I don't like him at all. You can't label it as cheating. Zimo, what is it that Lin Feng has that I lack? Li Yong lamenta, on the brink of tears. All right, if you have nothing else, you should leave. If Lin Feng sees you here, it could lead to misunderstandings, she said. No. At that moment, Li Yong's eyes widened. He felt as if the world was blanketed in snow, his heart growing cold. Zhang Yusin approached with a plate of watermelon, warmly offering, Li Yong, would you like some watermelon? Surprised, Li Yong replied, thank you, Annie. Fang Zimo interjected, Mom, Li Yong isn't eating anymore. He is leaving, right? Li Yong looked at Fang Zimo, feeling wronged. Is my status in your eyes so insignificant that I can't even have a piece of watermelon? He gazed at Fang Zimo with a warning glint in his eyes, succumbing to the affliction of infatuation, and awkwardly chuckled. Yes, Auntie, I must take my leave now. My father is taking me to inspect a construction site today. This was his final act of stubbornness, striving to maintain an image of a promising youth before Fang's mother. Well then, I shall see you off, Zhang Yusin said with a hint of disappointment, sighing inwardly. For her daughter ultimately did not choose the foolish son of a wealthy family. However, this was to be expected. An 18-year-old girl, unaware of the value and allure of money, still yearned for love and true affection. It would take another decade for these young women to grasp the significance of financial security. All those vows of eternal love and promises of forever were mere illusions. Empty words spoken by men, utterly worthless. How delightful it would be to live as a young mistress, where one merely had to extend a hand for clothing and wait for meals to be served, indulging in beauty treatments daily, playing mahjong, and living a life of endless financial abundance without the burden of work. Every mother in the world wishes for her daughter to lead a life of happiness, free from financial worries, and Zhang Yusin was no exception. Thank you, Andy, Li Yong said, somewhat flustered. After escorting him to the door, Zhang Yusin returned to the living room. Gazing at her daughter, who sat with her snow-white legs elegantly crossed while enjoying watermelon, Zhang Yusin settled onto the sofa. The supple, elongated, and fair-skinned thighs formed a sensual curve as she casually remarked, Zimo, you seem rather unfriendly towards this classmate. He traveled quite a distance to see you, and yet you didn't even offer him a slice of watermelon. Oh, Mom, Didn't you tell me that if you don't like someone, you should be clear about it? I believe I've made my feelings quite clear, Fang Zimo replied, the unspoken thought lingering in her mind. What if Lin Feng saw Li Yong at my house? What misunderstandings might arise? So, you dislike Li Yong and prefer Lin Feng instead? Zhang Yusin teased with a smile. Mom, don't say such things. I like neither of them, Fang Zimo retorted, her face flushing like a boiled crab, feeling bashful. Then who do you fancy? Zhang Yusin inquired with a playful grin. I've already said it. I won't date anyone until I graduate from university. All right, Zimo, I must tell you that Li Yong is actually quite decent. Much better than that little Lin next door. You might want to consider him, Zhang Yusin said earnestly. I wouldn't even consider him. He is foolish. And if I were to be with him, our son would blame me for it. Fang Zimo shook her head resolutely. Chapter 15. Riding the Green Train. Blame me for what? Zhang Yusin asked curiously, observing her daughter. Why did he have to choose such a dimwit for a father? It affects his intelligence, Fang Zimo replied, her thoughts drifting far ahead. Zhang Yusin found herself speechless, musing that it might be better to find a less intelligent man than one overly astute. Reality is not a romantic drama. Many girls are drawn to exceptional men. Faced with societal temptations, most men certainly do not resemble the devoted protagonists of those dramas. Loving only one woman. Zimo, a man like Lin Feng is beyond your reach. Your future could be fraught with difficulties, she thought, knowing she couldn't voice such sentiments. For even if she did, her daughter would not believe or understand, merely tuning her out and fostering resentment. As a wise mother, she would refrain from engaging in such futile discussions. On August 18th, Fang Zimo departed with a green suitcase in tow, the sun shining brilliantly that day. Accompanied by her tall and somewhat portly father, Fang Jie. Fang Jie, a middle-aged man with a round belly, had striking features. One could imagine he was once quite handsome before his weight gain. His car, a black Mercedes, gleamed under the sunlight. Fang Zimo knocked on Lin Feng's door. Lin Feng opened it, revealing that his parents had gone to work and he was home alone. He held a black suitcase, and Fang Zimo, displeased, exclaimed, "Why are you so slow?" "Ahem, sorry," Lin Feng apologized. Fang Zimo pouted. "All right, Zimo, Lin Feng, stop bickering. I'll drive you both to the train station," Fang Jie said with a warm smile. "Sounds good," Lin Feng nodded eagerly. Upon arriving at the train station, they found a plump young man anxiously waiting at the entrance. Seeing Fang Zimo and Lin Feng disembark from the Mercedes, the young man's face lit up with joy. "Lin Feng, Fang Zimo, I've been waiting for you." This chubby fellow was none other than Lin Feng's best friend, Shilong Fei. "All right, Dad, you can go now. Lin Feng will take care of me." Fang Zimo waved goodbye to her father. "Take good care of my daughter, Lin Feng," Fang Jie said with a cheerful smile. "No problem," Lin Feng replied with a grin. After Fang Jie left, the trio entered the train station and queued to buy tickets. On the train, Lin Feng struck up a conversation with a girl of above-average appearance. Fang Zimo felt a surge of irritation, frequently interrupting their chat with excuses of thirst or hunger. Lin Feng, bemused by her antics, was relieved when the chubby friend engaged the girl in conversation. "Li Feng, are you going to university too?" "Yes," the girl replied with a smile, wearing a white t-shirt, standing at 163 meters, with wavy blonde hair that exuded a pleasant fragrance. "Are you going alone?" "Yes." "You are quite brave to attend university by yourself. Don't your family accompany you?" "They are very busy with work." Observing the lively exchange between the chubby fellow and Li Feng, Lin Feng had no desire to join in, instead engaging in a silent stare-down with Fang Zimo until he grew weary, eventually resting his head on her lap. 2 hours later, Lin Feng awoke to find the chubby friend and Li Feng still deep in conversation, their rapport seemingly blossoming into familiarity. Lin Feng, with his keen observational skills, deduced that it was mainly Li Feng steering the conversation, as the chubby fellow was too clumsy with words to maintain such a lengthy dialogue. Watching the exuberant chubby friend, Lin Feng's expression turned to one of concern. Li Feng appeared quite worldly, likely having encountered numerous men. She seemed adept at dealing with them and might be a manipulative type. If the chubby fellow grew too close, he could easily get hurt. "Look at that chubby guy. He can't possibly think this is some romantic encounter," Lin Feng mused. Glancing at Lin Feng, Fang Zimo pouted. Are you a pig? Sleeping on my lap has made my leg numb. Why not let my legs serve as your pillow? Lin Feng suggested. Fang Zimo tossed her braid defiantly, retorting, I would never. Through their conversation, it became evident that Li Fen's school was not in Jinling, but in Shanxing. In the afternoon, Li Fen took out her phone. Smiling at the chubby fellow, let us add each other on QQ. Sure, the chubby fellow replied, flabbergasted. He mistakenly believed that he and Li Fen might share a romantic encounter, especially since she had been quite warm towards him, fostering an illusion that he could win her affection. Consequently, when the train attendant wheeled the dinner cart down the aisle, he waved his hand grandly and ordered a 20 yuan chicken leg meal for Li Fen, along with 10 yuan worth of fruit. Turning to Lin Feng and Fang Zimo, he inquired, what would you like to eat? Fang Zimo replied haughtily, no need, I have my own money. Lin Feng cast a teasing glance at the rotund fellow, asking, are you treating us? Have you struck it rich? The chubby man's face flushed crimson. During the summer vacation, he had accompanied Lin Feng to set up a night market stall, and his earnings had accumulated to over 20,000 yuan. In 2008, that amount still held substantial value. Whether I've struck gold or not, don't you already know, Feng Ge? He said, sneaking a shy glance at Li Fen. Li Fen smiled and remarked, thank you for the treat, Long Fei. No need to be polite. It's just 30 yuan, a trivial matter, the chubby man replied, feigning indifference. Li Fen's eyes brightened, her gaze towards him softening considerably. Lin Feng shook his head, recognizing that the chubby fellow had fallen for a manipulative woman, akin to a dog owner. Why do women desire to keep dogs? It is, of course, to receive gifts from the men who are enamored with them. One could argue that if each dog brings in 500 yuan monthly, then 10 would yield 5,000 yuan. Some adept sea kings might even manage 70 or 80, raking in astronomical sums each month. The devoted admirers remain oblivious to how many compatriots they share the same plight with. Although he had discerned Li Fen's true nature, he refrained from warning Long Fei, knowing that such advice would fall on deaf ears, especially at his age, when hormones surged uncontrollably. Under such influence, even the sight of a sow might spark desire, let alone Li Fen's appealing figure. Her slender waist and heart-shaped face were undeniably alluring to young men like him, particularly for a novice like Long Fei. Moreover, her approachable demeanor gave the impression that she was easy to pursue, which was indeed misleading. It was hardly surprising that the chubby man had tumbled into her trap. Such women should only be trifled with, if one were to consider them as a girlfriend. They would surely drain one of all vitality. Lin Feng would occasionally offer some advice, but if the chubby man chose to ignore it, there was little he could do. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he understood that matters of the heart are not to be dictated by friends. Many male friendships have been irreparably damaged due to the influence of women, with former best friends and brothers often turning against each other over romantic disputes. After a prolonged journey, the trio found their posteriors sore. Finally, by the following afternoon, they arrived in Jinling City. Chapter 16. The Ultimate Roommate Reluctantly. The chubby man bid farewell to Li Fen and disembarked the train with Lin Feng and Fang Zimo. Observing the chubby man's frequent backward glances, Lin Feng quipped, stop gazing, or you'll turn into a stone waiting for your wife. The chubby man blushed, don't say such things, I'm not. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Let me tell you, Li Fen is not an easy woman. Heed my advice, don't waste your thoughts, time, and money on her. You should focus on finding a wholesome girl at your school. The chubby man retorted, Li Fen seems quite innocent, Feng Ge. Didn't you enjoy chatting with her on the train? Upon hearing this, Fang Zimo scoffed audibly. Lin Feng replied, that was merely a performance, understand? If you ignore my warning, you'll find out the hard way. Once they exited the train station, they were immediately greeted by a group of heavily made-up women, adorned with jewelry, who enthusiastically approached them. Handsome, looking for a place to stay? We have lovely companions. Come with us, we'll show you a good time. The women were overly friendly. The chubby man and Fang Zimo were somewhat taken aback, having never encountered such a scene before. Lin Feng, growing impatient, waved them off. No, go away. After finally extricating themselves from the women's clutches, the 3 stepped outside, gazing at the bustling crowd and the ceaseless flow of vehicles. Shi Longfei and Fang Zimo appeared somewhat dazed, while Lin Feng exuded the confidence of someone well acquainted with the city, as if they were not heading to a foreign place, but rather to a familiar territory. Calmly, he stated, "The trip from a train station to Jinling University is shorter than to Shuimu University. Thus, we'll head to Jinling University first, grab a bite, drop off our belongings, and then proceed to Shuimu University." Shi Longfei asked, "What about me?" Lin Feng replied, "You're old enough. Surely you don't expect me to escort you to school?" Shi Longfei shot a resentful glance at Lin Feng, resembling a disgruntled spouse. Their first stop was Jinling University, and they took a taxi there. At the school entrance, some upperclassmen were present to welcome the new students. The senior girls, upon spotting Lin Feng, approached him excitedly to inquire about his faculty and to share some tips for newcomers. The senior boys were equally eager to engage Fang Zimo, who coldly declined. "I'm not from your school. I'm just here with a friend." Noticing the beautiful Fang Zimo, the girls felt somewhat inferior. One girl with large eyes turned to Lin Feng, asking, "Lin Feng, is this lovely lady your girlfriend?" Just as Fang Zimo was about to clarify that she was not, Lin Feng, appearing flustered at the prospect of being misunderstood, declared loudly, "I hereby declare she is not my girlfriend. I am single." The senior girls giggled while Fang Zimo, feeling a surge of indignation, clenched her fists, wishing to give Lin Feng a good thrashing. How disdainful of him! She felt an overwhelming sense of injustice and was on the verge of tears. After casually conversing with the senior girls, Lin Feng pulled his suitcase towards the male dormitory, with Shi Longfei and Fang Zimo trailing behind him like loyal underlings. The boys' dormitory at Jinling University was quite peculiar, allowing female visitors, whereas males were prohibited from entering female dorms. However, on the first day of school, boys could still enter the girls' dorms, as many parents were accompanying their daughters to school. To avoid unnecessary complications, the dormitory arrangements had been preordained by the school. Lin Feng glanced around and noted, "Goodness, it's just like in my previous life. I'm assigned to the upper bunk. Fortunately, I sleep soundly, so I needn't worry about falling off at night." At that moment, his 3 roommates arrived. One was a burly man standing at 185 meters tall, larger than Lin Feng, dressed in a black tank top and denim shorts, grinning as he greeted Lin Feng. "Hello, classmate." "Hello." Lin Feng recognized him as Lu Tian, a man from northeast China. Another boy, thin and resembling a skeleton, yet with decent looks though somewhat pallid, introduced himself as Han Shan, a local from Jinling. Another individual, clad in designer attire, with noticeably permed hair, stood approximately 175 meters tall. His name was Zhang Ziqing, a remarkable figure indeed, hailing from Yanjing. It was said that his family had undergone a relocation, resulting in multiple properties in their possession. The crowd exchanged familiar introductions. Then, Han Shan, brimming with excitement, turned to Fang Zimo and inquired, "Beauty, are you Lin Feng's sister?" Fang Zimo furrowed her brows and responded, "I am his classmate." "Could it be that you are his girlfriend?" chuckled the burly man, Lu Tian. Fang Zimo retorted with pride, "Not yet. He keeps annoying me. If he ceased to irritate me, I might consider it." Lin Feng rolled his eyes, contemplating the multitude of beauties at Jinling University, thinking to himself that he would be foolish to choose her as a girlfriend when he could easily pursue someone else and enjoy leisurely games of poker in the wilderness. "I am Han Shan, and my family is in real estate. May I add you on QQ?" he asked with a smile while brandishing the latest Motorola phone. Clearly a luxury item at Fang Zimo. The dazzling Rolex watch on his wrist was also quite eye-catching. "No, thank you," Fang Zimo replied coldly, not even glancing at his expensive phone or watch. Han Shan, feeling a bit awkward, rubbed his nose and addressed Lin Feng. "Your classmate is quite aloof." Lin Feng smiled, accustomed to such remarks. After setting down their luggage, he asked his 3 roommates, "Shall we go out for a meal?" "Ensemble, please. No need. I just had an extravagant meal at a French restaurant with my father. I'm quite full." Today's lunch included exquisite 3-headed abalone, Boston lobster, premium caviar, a 5 steak, and Lafite wine. "The restaurant is quite good. I'll take you all next time." Lu Tian exclaimed with enthusiasm, "The boss is generous." Zhang Ziqing, a native of the capital, scoffed, "I'm off to dine with my girlfriend shortly. I want to be able to join you." Lin Feng. My apologies. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. Indeed, Han Shan and Zhang Ziqing were as insufferable as ever, one never missing an opportunity to boast about his superiority, while the other, self-proclaimed as a capital dweller, looked down on everyone, with his eyes solely on his girlfriend, Su Xiaoyu. With Han Shan and Zhang Ziqing opting out, Lu Tian, initially willing to join, felt too bashful to go. Lin Feng shrugged. Well, let us eat together next time. The three made their way to a restaurant. Along the way, Shi Longfei remarked, Lin Feng, your roommate seems a bit. He struggled to find the right words. Lin Feng chuckled, a bit pretentious perhaps. The chubby boy's eyes lit up as he retorted, exactly, yes, a bit too pretentious. Lin Feng laughed. It doesn't matter. We cannot change others, but we can adapt to them and to our surroundings. This is advice I give myself and to you. Remember it well. The chubby boy pondered thoughtfully. All right. Fang Zimo nodded, her gaze turning slightly admiring as she looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you seem different these days. In what way? He inquired. Fang Zimo tilted her head, contemplating for a moment before saying, You seem more mature, giving off a sense of security. Do you regret turning me down then? Lin Feng teased. Fang Zimo proudly replied, Fang Zimo, never regret my decisions. Chapter 17, Chapter of Qiao Lu. Lin Feng, accompanied by Fang Zimo and Shi Longfei, ventured into a cozy restaurant renowned for its Sichuan cuisine. Lin Feng ordered a total of 7 dishes: shredded pork and garlic sauce, kung pao chicken, and boiled beef. The boiled beef, a harmonious blend of spiciness, freshness, and aroma, boasted tender meat that was far superior to the commonly substituted pork in many establishments. The famed couple S lung slices, surprisingly devoid of lungs, featured a medley of beef tongue, heart, tripe, and skin, all marinated and sliced, adorned with chili, oil, and Sichuan pepper. This dish is a celebrated cold delicacy, ranked among Sichuan's top 10 classic dishes. Mapo tofu and twice-cooked pork followed, the latter prepared by a skilled chef who could shape the meat into delightful little nests, known as lampstand nests, with the pork fat rendered to a crisp. Fragrant perfection, rich yet not greasy. The final dish was spicy chicken feet. Observing the plethora of dishes Lin Feng had ordered, the chubby boy fretted. Lin Feng, you've ordered too much. There are only 3 of us. We want to finish it all. Let us cut back a little. Fang Zimo nodded in agreement. Yes. Although my family is quite wealthy, I do not like to waste food. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. If you don't eat, I will. Cherish this opportunity. It may be a while before we can indulge in such authentic Sichuan cuisine again. Lin Feng recalled that in 2 years, the restaurant's owner would be relocating to Yanjing, where it was rumored his new establishment would be perpetually bustling with patrons. The owner had struck it rich in 2014 by opening a restaurant. As recounted by their class gossip king, Li Xiang, Lin Feng had frequented this restaurant in his previous life, and the owner's culinary skills were truly exceptional. No wonder he would achieve great success. Have you dined here before? Shi Longfei asked, momentarily taken aback by Lin Feng's comment. I've only visited in my past life. This is my first time in this life, like a fresh bride on her wedding day. Lin Feng shook his head. Then how do you know the food is so good? Shi Longfei queried. Word of mouth from online friends, Lin Feng replied. Shi Longfei, enviously, remarked, Lin Feng, you're impressive. You seem to know people wherever you go. I merely have a lifetime of experiences more than you, Lin Feng mused internally. As anticipated, when the waitress brought the dishes, Shi Longfei and Fang Zimo could hardly contain themselves, devouring the food with fervor, nearly swallowing their tongues in delight. Within half an hour, nearly all 7 dishes had vanished into the 3 of their bellies. The chubby boy patted his stomach, a satisfied grin on his face. Lin Feng, your online friend wasn't wrong. The food here is exquisite. Lin Feng shot him a glance. When have I ever deceived you? The chubby boy replied with mock sorrow. Haven't you tricked me enough times? Cough, cough. Fang Zimo daintily wiped her mouth with a napkin. Lin Feng, you must bring me here often in the future, understood? Understood, Lin Feng affirmed. After their meal, Lin Feng guided the two around their university. Jinling University's iconic buildings included the North Building, East Building, West Building, Northeast Building, chapel, library, and several student dormitories. All these structures featured gray brick walls with hip and gable roofs, covered in gray tiles, exhibiting a solemn symmetry with deep recesses and small windows, embodying the characteristics of northern official architecture in Huagua. Subsequently, Lin Feng took Fang Zimo to Shuemu University, where the entrance was bustling with parents accompanying their children for enrollment. Few individuals, like Lin Feng and Fang Zimo, arrived alone. After signing the forms, Lin Feng and the chubby boy escorted Fang Zimo to the girls' dormitory. The chubby boy had never set foot in the girls' dormitory before, his face brimming with excitement and anticipation. This left Lin Feng baffled. "Brother, today is the first day of school, and it's broad daylight. The girls certainly won't be scantily clad. What on earth are you so thrilled about?" The dormitory of Fang Zimo was located in room 505. Lin Feng pushed open the door, only to see the girls inside looking impeccably dressed, leaving him disappointed. There were no vibrant decorations on the balcony either. "Hello, lovely ladies. This is my classmate, Fang Zimo. I trust you will take good care of him," Lin Feng said with a playful grin directed at the three women in the dorm. The trio exchanged glances. One of the girls, with an oval face, a long neck, a generous bust, and skin as white as snow, stood up and curiously inquired, "Hello, what is your relationship with Fang Zimo?" Lin Feng blinked. "Did I not say? We are merely classmates." "Just classmates? Yet you are kind enough to escort Fang Zimo here, which suggests you are quite exceptional. I have yet to meet a male classmate willing to accompany me to school." The oval-faced beauty responded with a teasing smile. "Impossible, I don't believe it," Lin Feng replied with unwavering conviction. The other two girls chimed in playfully. "What is your name?" "You're quite handsome." Lin Feng. He responded with a cheerful grin. Watching Lin Feng engage in lively banter with the three girls, Shi Longfei felt a pang of envy. Brother Feng is truly impressive. He can strike up a conversation with beautiful girls wherever he goes. Unlike me, he lamented inwardly. For instance, had it not been for Lin Feng's role as a social lubricant on the train, he would never have interacted with Li Feng. "Do you have a girlfriend?" The trio of girls asked with smiles. It must be said that Fang Zimo's three roommates were indeed quite attractive, particularly the oval-faced girl with her generous bust and fair skin, exuding a captivating charm. Watching Lin Feng enjoy his time with the girls, Fang Zimo felt an inexplicable urge to cry. "Lin Feng, where has my Pink Panther gone?" Lin Feng, perplexed, responded, "How would I know? I don't care. You must find my Pink Panther," Fang Zimo insisted. Lin Feng cursed inwardly, thinking she was being unreasonable, but he chose to ignore her and continued chatting with the oval-faced girl. She, undeterred by Fang Zimo's apparent irritation, said, "Lin Feng, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Zhang Xiaolu. Hey, I'm equally delighted to meet you. Let us add each other on QQ," Lin Feng replied, his enthusiasm palpable. Fang Zimo hoped he would decline, but to her dismay, he did not. He appeared genuinely pleased as he said, "Sure, that sounds great." After they exchanged QQ numbers, Fang Zimo felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Lin Feng observed the chubby boy, who looked lost and awkward, and thought, "What a useless fellow. You were so eager to engage with Li Feng on the train, and now you can't even utter a word." He understood that Shi Longfei had been bold on the train because Li Feng had been approachable and friendly. In contrast, Fang Zimo's three roommates, who exuded an air of superiority, made the chubby boy hesitant to intrude on their conversation. "This is my friend, Shi Longfei. He is a bit naive, has money to spare, and is single, so feel free to harass him. Of course, I'm single too, so you can harass me as well. Let us all add each other on QQ," Lin Feng suggested, feeling that Fang Zimo's roommates were far more appealing than Li Feng. The latter seemed too easy to approach, which Lin Feng considered perilous. He preferred that Shi Longfei pursue Fang Zimo's three roommates, as he knew from his past life that they were not frivolous girls. However, their relationship with Fang Zimo was tenuous at best, bordering on antagonistic. Lin Feng felt it necessary to help mend their relationship, if not to forge friendships, then at least to avoid animosity, like in his previous life. Shi Longfei was skeptical, thinking it impossible for such beautiful and accomplished girls to casually add a boy SQQ, just as he was about to voice his doubts. The three girls giggled in unison, All right, my QQ is 35. Thus, amidst laughter and chatter, Shi Longfei clumsily added the three stunning girls to his QQ. Where do you study? Lin Feng. Zhang Qiaolu asked, her smile enchanting. She was undeniably alluring, with skin as smooth as milk and a figure that seemed almost surreal. Lin Feng suddenly felt a twinge of envy for her future boyfriend. I attend Jinling University, Lin Feng replied, radiating a bright smile. Then we should hang out sometime, she suggested. Absolutely. When I'm free, I'll take you to have some fun, Lin Feng said, looking at Zhang Qiaolu with a grin. Where are you taking me? She asked shyly. To a very exciting place, Lin Feng answered. Ah, Lin Feng, you aren't a playboy, are you? Zhang Qiaolu exclaimed, feigning panic. I'm in a theme park. What did you think I meant? Lin Feng replied earnestly, adding, Zhang, I suspect your thoughts might be a bit unwholesome. I didn't think anything of the sort, she retorted, her face flushed. Watching Lin Feng and Zhang Qiaolu enjoying each other's company filled Fang Zimo with a strange sense of bitterness and sadness, akin to the feeling of discovering a betrayal by a close friend. These emotions were peculiar, causing her heart to ache. All right, Zimo, I'll visit you again when I have time. I must be going now. It's getting late, Lin Feng announced as he stood up. The chubby boy bashfully said to Zhang Qiaolu, I'm leaving. Zhang Qiaolu smiled and nodded. Okay, let us hang out when you have time. Sure, the chubby boy replied, somewhat flustered. Lin Feng smiled and nodded at Fang Zimo's other two roommates before he and Shi Longfei departed. Feeling dejected, Fang Zimo couldn't help but rise from her bed and approach Zhang Qiaolu, stating earnestly, Lin Feng likes me. He confessed to me previously, wanting me to be his girlfriend, but I declined. I wish for him to establish a career after graduation before I accept him. Therefore, he wants to be interested in you. You've added Lin Feng on QQ, right? You should delete it now. The three girls stared at Fang Zimo in astonishment, their expressions a mix of confusion and surprise. For Fang Zimo, the only threat was Zhang Qiaolu. The other two roommates, while beautiful, were merely average in comparison and did not concern her. However, Zhang Qiaolu, though not as delicately featured, possessed a physique that was truly remarkable, causing Fang Zimo to feel a tinge of anxiety. From a young age, Fang Zimo had always been the center of attention, treated like a princess wherever she went. Thus, it was only natural for her to demand Zhang Qiaolu to delete Lin Feng's QQ account. However, she seemed to forget that society is rather pragmatic. Not everyone is as indulgent as one's parents. Zhang Qiaolu raised an eyebrow and retorted, on what grounds? Fang Zimo's eyes instantly welled with tears. The other two roommates exchanged derisive glances at her. One donned earbuds to listen to music, while the other took out her laptop to play QQ racing. In short, none paid Fang Zimo any mind. With a disdainful huff, Zhang Qiaolu declared, Mind your own business. Is your family in the plumbing business? Confused, Fang Zimo asked, What do you mean? The girl playing QQ racing chuckled mockingly. It means you're meddling too much. How could they be so ungrateful? Fang Zimo felt aggrieved. After all, Lin Feng had been her admirer for over a decade, professing his feelings countless times. She was convinced that Lin Feng's apparent closeness with Zhang Qiaolu was merely an act of revenge for her rejection. It was not wrong for her to ask Zhang Qiaolu to delete Lin Feng's QQ. She wished to protect her roommate from potential heartache. For Lin Feng did not love her. He loved only her. How could they not recognize her good intentions? At that moment, the phone rang. Glancing at the screen, Fang Zimo saw it was her mother calling and hastily answered, disregarding the debate with Zhang Qiaolu. Hello, Mom. Zimo, have you arrived at school? Zhang Yusin inquired. Yes. Fang Zimo replied, a hint of grievance in her tone. Sensing her daughter's distress, Zhang Yusin asked, What's wrong? You sound like you've been crying. Did Lin Feng bully you? Fang Zimo glanced at her three roommates, feeling embarrassed to admit her anger over Lin Feng adding them on QQ, as she was a woman who valued her pride. It's nothing. I just miss you a bit. Lin Feng hasn't bullied me, she said. Internally, she thought. It's just that he's too fickle, adding my three roommates on QQ. That's good, Zhang Yusin sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Shi Longfei had just left Shuemu University. The chubby boy, dragging his black suitcase, asked, Lin Feng, are you going to take me to school? Lin Feng scoffed, Come on, you're a grown man. Do you really need me to take you? Shi Longfei replied, Feeling wronged, Lin Feng. You have no humanity towards the opposite sex. You take Fang Zimo to school, but not me. Lin Feng sneered. Taking Fang Zimo to school means I might meet beautiful girls. Taking you means I'd meet just a bunch of foot-scratching brutes. Can you really compare? Checking his phone, Lin Feng noted it was nearly 5 o'clock and getting late. Let us grab a meal together. Come on, I'll hail you a taxi. Sure, Long Fei, somewhat displeased, retorted. No need, I'll head off now, Humph. He flagged down a taxi, gave Lin Feng the finger, and departed. Lin Feng chuckled helplessly. He knew Shi Longfei was not truly upset, as they were quite familiar with each other and often joked around. The lad wore an expression of youthful excitement. After all, he had added 4 beautiful girls on QQ recently. Lin Feng understood that Shi Longfei's feigned anger was just a ruse. Chapter 19. The roommate's girlfriend settling into a taxi from Shuimu University to Jinling University. Lin Feng realized that a bus ride would take about an hour, while a taxi would only take around 40 minutes. Unlike the taciturn drivers of a decade ago, this one was a jovial middle-aged man who engaged Lin Feng in conversation while driving. You're a student, right? Yes. Which university? Jinling University. You're quite handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? No, sir. Do you have any good introductions? I'd love to introduce you to my daughter, but she is only 8. Forget it, uncle. I'm not looking to be a seamstress. Lin Feng engaged in light banter with the driver while discreetly messaging Fang Zimo on QQ. He typed, Zimo, you need to manage your relationship with your roommates better, all right? University ISNT home. You can't be willful. After tidying her belongings, Fang Zimo lay on her bed, wiping her tears. The other 3 girls were gathered around Gua Menglu's laptop, engrossed in a movie. Fang Zimo felt wronged. They were conspiring to ignore her. Wah, Lin Feng. They're not talking to me. The 3 of them are watching a movie together without including me. She found solace in confiding her grievances to Lin Feng. Why is this happening? Lin Feng was puzzled. In his past life, he had never understood why Fang Zimo had such a fraught relationship with her roommates. But in this life, he had been the one to escort her to the dormitory, and they had all seemed to get along well before. Why were her roommates now ostracizing her? He felt a deep sense of confusion. Fang Zimo's nose tinged with bitterness as she confessed. I asked Zhang Xiaolu to delete your QQ. Lin Feng was left speechless, unable to comprehend. Why would you do that? Fang Zimo replied. I didn't want you to hurt other girls because of me. I know you added them on QQ just to irritate me. Lin Feng internally sighed, wondering if it was possible that he added them just to enjoy a thrilling game of ball. Lin Feng was no fool. He would openly express his true feelings to Fang Zimo. He offered her some words of comfort on QQ, urging her to get along with her roommates. 45 minutes later, they arrived at Jinling University. The driver, overcharging, demanded 100 yuan. What a rip-off, Lin Feng thought, contemplating calling the market supervision hotline. The driver had halved the fare and then left. Watching the taxi drive away, Lin Feng muttered, Humph, well, I'm not short on cash. That driver isn't a beauty. He won't get away with taking advantage of me. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhang Ziqing looked at Lin Feng and exclaimed, Ah, our handsome guy is back. He was currently engrossed in his phone. Lin Feng glanced over, noticing his roommate was playing Snake. Nowadays, mobile games were rather scarce, mostly limited to classics like Tetris and Snake. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Han Shan, seated on his bed, reading a comic titled Young and Dangerous, looked up and smiled slyly. Did you drop your girlfriend off at her school? Lin Feng replied earnestly, Fang Zimo is not my girlfriend. I'm single. Oh, come on. Han Shan smirked knowingly. With a beauty like Fang Zimo, how could you not have feelings for her? Unless you were made of glass. Lin Feng admitted. I do have feelings, but I pursued her, and she turned me down. Then introduce her to me. Han Shan exclaimed eagerly. No way, Lin Feng firmly rejected. Lin Feng, you're quite stingy. Since you can't have it anyway, why not just give it to me? My family runs a real estate company, and I'm destined to inherit the family business. In the future, if you graduate and struggle to find a job, with this connection, I could help you soar. Han Shan remarqued. Lin Feng scoffed internally, as if in 10 years, he wouldn't know how many real estate companies would go bankrupt. From the class gossip king, Li Xiang, Lin Feng learned that Han Shan had lived a carefree life until he turned 30, after which his family went bankrupt and his father ended up in prison. Li Xiang mentioned that Han Shan, after his family's downfall, had taken to doing renovations, working on tall buildings, painting walls, and cleaning windows, both exhausting and perilous, with meager pay. I fear for your well-being, Sean. Trust me, Fang Zimo's depths are unfathomable. You cannot grasp them, Lin Feng advised. Han Shan rietutid. As if you've measured Fang Zimo's depths yourself. Let us have dinner together. It's on me. Zhang Ziqing suddenly received a message and cheerfully announced his 3 roommates. Wow, Lao Zhang, how generous of you. What is the occasion? Lu Tian inquired. You're not planning to become our dormitory leader, are you? Get lost. Being a dormitory leader is a thankless and exhausting job. Only a fool would take it. I'm simply a good person trying to introduce you to girlfriends, Zhang Ziqing replied. Girlfriends? Count me in. Lu Tian, the burly man from the northeast, exclaimed, his eyes lighting up like a 37-watt bulb. Looking at Zhang Ziqing, Han Shan remarked, Aren't you just like us, arriving at school today? How do you know any girls? I'll tell you, my standards for a girlfriend are quite high. Otherwise, with my charm, I wouldn't still be single, he said. Well, I know my girlfriend's roommate is stunning, Zhang Ziqing claimed. Han Shan, with a hint of jealousy, asked, No way, you have a girlfriend? Zhang Ziqing, slightly irritated, responded, What do you mean? Can't I have a girlfriend? Not that. With looks like yours, of course you can. I'm just curious about what your girlfriend looks like, Han Shan said, feigning innocence. A proud smile crept onto Zhang Ziqing's face. She is a bit willful and impulsive, but she's quite attractive, comparable to Lin Feng's girlfriend, Fang Zimo. Really? Lu Tian exclaimed in surprise. Fang Zimo is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Lao Zhang, is your girlfriend really that gorgeous? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Zhang Ziqing snapped back. What benefit would I gain from lying to you? If even Lin Feng can find a girlfriend of Fang Zimo's caliber, I, a descendant of the Eisenjoro clan in Beijing with over a dozen properties, surely can find a beautiful girlfriend. Do you know how expensive the housing prices are in Beijing? I'm the only son in my family. I'll tell you, I'm on my way to becoming a billionaire, he proclaimed. Sean, I know you're impressive, but how about your girlfriend's roommate? Is she pretty? Although I haven't seen her, Han Shan inquired. Zhang Ziqing replied, but my girlfriend said her roommate is incredibly beautiful, not at all inferior to her. He touched his leg, revealing an understanding smile among men. Her legs are long and stunning, akin to a supermodel. Lin Feng, are you going? Zhang Ziqing asked him. As for beautiful women, Lin Feng truly had no interest. Although Zhang Ziqing's girlfriend, Su Xiaoyu, was quite lovely and tall, she was undeniably a schemer. Her roommate, Nzi, a well-known leggy beauty from Jinling University, seemed amiable to everyone but was actually quite proud, maintaining a certain distance from others and keeping a low profile. Later, Lin Feng learned that this woman came from an incredibly influential family and went on to work for the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection after graduation. He later heard that by the age of 35, she had become the head of a certain department within the commission. In short, her background was impressively formidable. Lin Feng already had Fang Zimo, Zhang Xiaolu, and Xiao Naiyue in his life. With his capabilities, acquiring any of them would be a rather effortless endeavor. He was currently focused on earning money, as women would only hinder his ambitions. Nevertheless, this being his first day at school, he understood the importance of maintaining good relations with his roommates. Thus, he cheerfully declared, Of course, I'll go if there are beautiful women. Chapter 20, Gidge. Am I handsome? Han Shan, gazing nervously at Lin Feng, who stood at an impressive height of 188 meters, said, Lin Feng, if there are beautiful women, please don't compete with me. You already have a stunning girlfriend like Fang Zimo. Let a brother have a taste. Lin Feng chuckled. First of all, Fang Zimo is not my girlfriend. Secondly, matters of the heart rely on one's own capabilities. Besides, she might prefer someone like Lu Tian. Lu Tian joyfully spread his arms in a muscular pose. That's right. I'm a real man. Many women are said to prefer my type. Zhang Ziqing laughed. Our school is filled with young girls. Your type is likely favored by older women and wealthy ladies. You've come to the wrong place. You should try working at KTV instead. Lu Tian retorted angrily. Get lost. I would rather starve or jump from an 80-story building than sell my body for money. I am a respectable man. Lin Feng shook his head, recalling that in his previous life, Lu Tian had never been in a relationship during his 4 years of university. At the graduation party, after getting drunk, he had loudly insisted on finding a $100 prostitute in a back alley. But thankfully, he and Zhang Ziqing had stopped him. Otherwise, he might have ended up in the police station for a 15-day free tour. Ding, ding, ding. Zhang Ziqing's phone rang. He answered, and a charming yet somewhat arrogant female voice came through. Are you ready? Zhang Ziqing cheerfully replied, I'm all set. Are there any handsome guys in your dorm? The girl on the other end asked. Am I not a handsome guy? Zhang Ziqing responded. Lin Feng, Lu Tian, and Han Shan exchanged glances. Truthfully, at 175 meters tall with a few pimples on his face, he could only be described as somewhat decent. He was far from fitting the definition of a handsome guy. It was perplexing who had given him the audacity to make such shameless claims. Get lost. If there are none, then my dormitory's beauties are off the table to avoid embarrassing you with your low standards. The girl on the other end said impatiently. Yes, yes, yes. I have a tall, handsome guy who is 188 meters with legs for days, incredibly handsome. You must invite the beauties from your dorm. Zhang Ziqing exclaimed. The girl on the other end teased. What? Are you looking for beautiful women? Zhang Ziqing, in all seriousness, replied, Don't say that. I have you already. Why would I look for anyone else? I'm just considering my 3 roommates. The girl nonchalantly responded, Do as you wish. Just know that you're still on probation. If I'm not satisfied, I can return you at any time. Zhang Ziqing, brimming with confidence, declared, Rest assured, I will certainly satisfy you. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Zhang Ziqing, keep dreaming. In my memory, during our 4 years of college, this guy never had any intimate moments with Su Xiaoyu. They were nominally a couple. But to Lin Feng, Zhang Ziqing appeared to be nothing more than Su Xiaoyu's servant, at her beck and call without any perks. As for how they fared after graduation, Lin Feng was oblivious, as Zhang Ziqing was a demolition household in Beijing, and their statuses were simply too disparate. Once they graduated from school, connections dwindled. In any case, prior to his reincarnation, Lin Feng had not received any wedding invitations from them. Of course, there remained the possibility that they had indeed wed, but chose not to invite Lin Feng to celebrate their nuptials. Who can say for certain? Regardless, with the memories of his past life, Lin Feng was well aware that Su Xiaoyu was a quintessential green tea type. Within the school, numerous outstanding young men risked life and limb for her, yet not once did they hold her hand. They tirelessly lavished their affections upon her. Such mastery in the art of tea indeed. The conversation between Zhang Ziqing and Su Xiaoyu was still ongoing. Observing the sweet smile adorning his face, Lin Feng and his 2 companions felt a twinge of discomfort. You should come down and meet us at the dormitory, Su Xiaoyu said before abruptly ending the call. Zhang Ziqing set down his phone and smiled at his 3 roommates. All right, you guys better spruce yourselves up. It's time to head out. Han Shan remarqued, Sheng Yi. Why does it sound like she is not your girlfriend when I overheard your conversation? Zhang Ziqing smirked. I genuinely laughed. If she is not my girlfriend, then what is she? Han Shan replied. It feels more like you're her devoted servant at her beck and call. Zhang Ziqing bristled. Get lost. I am from Yinjing, with over 10 properties in my family. Do you think I play the servant to Su Xiaoyu? Your imagination is truly vivid, with a beautiful woman in sight. Han Shan held back his irritation, smiling and saying, It's just my misperception, my misperception. Lin Feng thought to himself, No, this isn't a misperception. It is the reality. Han Shan washed his hair, styled it with gel, and resembled the character from a gambling film, save for the suit and chocolate. Lu Tian turned to Han Shan and said, Hangu, can I borrow your shampoo and gel? Han Shan retorted, Dude, can't you buy your own? My shampoo and gel are Estee Lauder. They're quite expensive. Oh, come on. I haven't bought any yet. Once I do, you can use it, Lu Tian replied. Puffed. Do you think someone of my stature would use supermarket brands? Han Shan scoffed. Seeing Lu Tian's obsequious grin, Lin Feng shook his head. This northeastern giant came from a modest background and was rather stingy. During their 4 years at university, he had only purchased shampoo and body wash twice, relying on the others for everything else. Zhang Ziqing had also washed his hair, but he didn't flaunt it like Han Shan. He wore common clothes, save for an exquisite Rolex worth over 800,000 on his wrist, which commanded respect. However, when it came to ostentation, Han Shan outshone them all with his dazzling Rolex, a real eye-catcher. Though thin, Han Shan's university years were filled with joy. According to Lin Feng's memories from his past life, Han Shan had initially been well-behaved, dating 3 girls during his freshman year. By sophomore year, he had completely let loose, often switching girlfriends weekly until illness tamed him. The 3 had washed their hair and donned fresh outfits, while Lin Feng remained unchanged. While they preened, he lay back chatting with Xiao Naiyue to nurture their relationship. Lin Feng wasn't particularly concerned about beautiful women. If he could charm one, splendid. If not, he wouldn't be devastated. After all, once wealthy, what kind of woman could he not attract? The trio arrived at the girls' dormitory. Zhang Ziqing pulled out his phone, dialing his girlfriend with a humble smile. Xiaoyu, I'm downstairs at your dorm. Okay, just wait, came the casual reply before the call ended. Lu Tian, clad in a white Adidas t-shirt emblazoned with a golden logo, approached Lin Feng, boasting, Bro, check me out. Am I not handsome? This is a branded shirt. Lin Feng glanced at him and immediately recognized the counterfeit Adidas. Obviously, an extra stripe had been added. Below, he wore jeans that, to be honest, were neither stylish nor appealing. However, as adults, they couldn't voice the truth, lest they risk their friendships. Lin Feng feigned enthusiasm, absolutely stunning. If I were a woman, I'd be utterly captivated by you. At this, Lu Tian beamed with pride. Han Shan rolled his eyes, dismissing him as foolish, while Zhang Ziqing burst into laughter. You know, among my friends, those who wear Adidas or Nike are just country bumpkins. Plus, your shirt is so fake. Adidas has 3 stripes, not 4. You've added an extra. Chapter 21, The Leggy and Z. Lu Tian was displeased, but dared not offend Zhang Ziqing, a city dweller. For the sake of beautiful women, I'll endure this, he thought, feeling that Zhang Ziqing was merely envious of his height, looks, and physique, hence his comments. Lin Feng settled in the shade of a tree. Zhang Ziqing said, Lin Feng, we're heading out to eat? Why are you just sitting there? Come on. Women are notoriously slow. If she says she'll be quick, it'll take at least half an hour. Lin Feng thought, but replied, I doubt they'll come down that quickly. Lu Tian chuckled. Lin Feng, do you think you're some kind of deity? Zhang Ziqing also rolled his eyes, indicating disbelief. Then 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes went by. Su Xiaoyu and her dorm mates had yet to appear, leaving Zhang Ziqing and the others looking foolish. Unable to contain himself, Han Shan said to Zhang Ziqing, What has taken so long? Call your girlfriend and find out what is going on. Zhang Ziqing replied weakly, No need to rush. If something were amiss, Xiaoyu would call me. Half an hour elapsed. Han Shan was on the verge of frustration. How could tall, rich, and handsome guy like him wait so long? Then 4 girls descended, chatting and laughing. Among them, 2 were breathtaking. One wore a purple crop top, tall and with skin as fair as milk, her hair tied in a ponytail, clad in black shorts, with long, silky legs and silver high heels. Her oval face, long eyelashes, and refined features exuded a captivating allure. Lin Feng recognized her as Su Xiaoyu, Zhang Ziqing's nominal girlfriend. The other wore a black top and jeans, her figure curvaceous and legs long, with delicate features and slightly wavy black hair. Her expressive, round eyes were captivating, the kind of girl who would instantly attract any man's attention. Lin Feng surmised this must be in Z, the future renowned beauty of Jinling University. The other 2 girls, while also attractive, paled in comparison to Su Xiaoyu and Z. Su Xiaoyu approached, smiling brightly. Sorry to keep you waiting. Her gaze was firmly fixed on Lin Feng, unable to look away. Who says only men appreciate beauty? Women too admire handsome men. In this life, Lin Feng was markedly different from his past self. Previously, his mind had been consumed by Fang Zimo, neglecting the beautiful women around him, all while sporting an unflattering watermelon haircut and thick-rimmed glasses. When Su Xiaoyu first met him, she had overlooked him entirely, unlike now, where her eyes were riveted to him like nails. Although Lin Feng did not make a particular effort to dress up, his hairstyle was undeniably trendy, reminiscent of Chun Whiting's slick-back look. Clad in a blue striped shirt and black trousers, his well-defined abs, muscular shoulders, and long legs drew considerable attention from the ladies. Were it not for Lin Feng's aloof demeanor, it is likely that numerous girls would have rushed over to request his contact information. Su Xiaoyu Qi Felidi Markt, Sang Si Cheng. Won't you introduce your roommate? Although Su Xiaoyu's gaze towards Lin Feng irritated Zhang Ziqing, he was acutely aware that, as a girl from the capital, Su Xiaoyu would undoubtedly look down upon someone like Lin Feng, an outsider. After all, his family owned over a dozen properties, while Lin Feng appeared to be an ordinary person lacking wealth. Thus, Zhang Ziqing felt quite at ease and cheerfully said, "Allow me to introduce this handsome gentleman standing at a height of 188 meters, Lin Feng, hailing from the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. Ahem, he is already taken, so, Xiaoyu, your roommate has no chance." Though this statement seemed directed at Su Xiaoyu's 3 roommates, it was, in fact, aimed solely at her. He did not believe there would be any romantic entanglements between Su Xiaoyu and Lin Feng, but caution is the mother of safety. He sought to prevent any opportunities for their relationship to develop. Such was the shrewdness of a person from the capital. Su Xiaoyu nodded, accepting that it was indeed normal. With looks like Lin Feng's, he would surely have a girlfriend. Lin Feng interjected, "Don't listen to his nonsense. I am single and available." His rebuttal left Zhang Ziqing feeling somewhat disgruntled, though he chose to feign ignorance and continued with the introductions. "This is Lu Tian from the northeast. And this handsome fellow is Han Shan, a local from Jinling." Once Zhang Ziqing concluded the introductions, Su Xiaoyu smiled as she presented her roommates, starting with the leggy beauty, whom she referred to as the flower of their dormitory, and Z quickly protested, "I'm not at all attractive. I'm the ugliest in my family." "Xiaoyu, you are the most beautiful among us." Su Xiaoyu shook her head. "I have self-awareness. You are a bit prettier." No, you are the beautiful one." The 2 girls engaged in a playful exchange of modesty. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lin Feng exclaimed, "Enough already. You both are quite unattractive, all right?" He often found it perplexing why women engaged in such insincerity, expressing discontent when they were clearly confident in their beauty. The 2 girls rolled their eyes at him. Su Xiaoyu laughed. "Ziqing, your roommate is quite humorous. If Lin Feng were not handsome, such a remark would have been deemed lacking in emotional intelligence and would have marked him as an undesirable. He enjoys joking around. Don't be upset, Xiaoyu," Zhang Ziqing said nervously, fearing that Lin Feng might provoke Su Xiaoyu's temper. He remembered that his girlfriend was quite easy to irritate. "Am I really that petty?" Su Xiaoyu rolled her eyes again and continued introducing her roommates. "This is Ma Jingjing," she said, gesturing to a girl standing at 163 meters tall, wearing glasses, with a gentle demeanor and fair skin. "And this is Chun Inua," Su Xiaoyu added, pulling over a 165-meter girl with an attractive face. After the mutual introductions, Su Xiaoyu exclaimed, "Oh dear, it's so hot. Where shall we go for dinner?" Han Shan suggested, "I know a nice Western restaurant. How about we go there?" Lu Tian frowned, as he had planned to go Dutch for the meal, and dining at a Western restaurant would be quite costly. He had never been to one in his life. Noticing Lu Tian's discomfort, Lin Feng said, "Why go to a Western restaurant? We are students. I can't afford it. Let's just eat at a nearby food stall instead." The 4 girls exchanged surprised glances at Lin Feng's candidness. Typically, boys who interacted with them would never admit to being poor. Even if their families were struggling, they would feign affluence. Lin Feng's honesty about his financial situation was a rarity. Lu Tian agreed. "Indeed, Lin Feng is right. Let us just grab something casual to eat." Han Shan glanced at his Rolex. It was already 7 o'clock, and dining at a Western restaurant would be inconvenient, as it required reservations. "Next time, I'll make a reservation and treat you all," he offered. As long as he wasn't the one paying, Lu Tian felt pleased. "Then I thank you in advance." "Han Yi," Ma Jingjing suddenly remarked, "Your watch is so shiny. Is it real or fake?" Finally, a girl had noticed Han Shan's watch. He felt a surge of excitement, but maintained a nonchalant facade, stating, "This is a Rolex 380 made of pure gold with diamonds. I spent 3 million when I bought it." "Wow, that's like wearing a house on your wrist," Chun Inua exclaimed, astonished. No, it's nothing. I'm just an ordinary person," Han Shan said humbly. "Please, don't feel constrained because I'm a wealthy second-generation heir with several billion in assets." Lin Feng rolled his eyes. "What, pray tell? Is an ordinary person in this context? Could he not refrain from boasting?" "All right, let's go eat. I'm starving," Su Xiaoyu said impatiently, clearly uninterested in Han Shan's wealth. Chapter 22. The revelation of a Casanova. The group of 8 ventured outside the campus. "Let us eat here." Zhang Ziqing pointed to an open-air food stall. "Why? It's so crowded," Han Shan remarked disdainfully, feeling that dining here did not align with his status. "You're missing the point," Zhang Ziqing chuckled. "Look at how many people are eating here. It must be delicious. This is the place we'll choose." Lin Feng regarded Zhang Ziqing with surprise. Although he was somewhat of a sycophant, he was quite clever. In Lin Feng's estimation, the food here was indeed quite good. "Let's South go with this place. By the way, you big guys must drink. Zhang Ziqing, if you don't down a bottle of Tianzilin, don't blame me for looking down on you." Zhang Ziqing replied cheerfully, "I am a god of wine." Lin Feng rolled his eyes. This guy was clearly a lightweight. Why did he feel the need to show off in front of Su Xiaoyu? Was it really so difficult to admit, "I can't hold my liquor," in front of the woman he liked? The group found a table and sat down. Lin Feng initially intended to sit anywhere, but Su Xiaoyu pulled him over. "Come, sit here." He gave her a puzzled look, but said nothing more as he took a seat, with Su Xiaoyu on his left and Nzi on his right. Lin Feng felt somewhat flattered. To be honest, he had only come out to eat and had no intentions of pursuing anyone. Zhang Ziqing naturally settled beside Su Xiaoyu, while Lu Tian quickly took the seat next to Nzi. Han Shan inwardly cursed, glancing at Lu Tian, and chose a vacant seat. Damn it, this guy with the strong brows and big eyes was not to be underestimated. He had missed out on a prime spot. With both Nzi and Su Xiaoyu flanked by men, Han Shan felt as though he would never find love again. Unbeknownst to him, whether due to his aura of wealth or some subtle charm, Chen Yinhua and Ma Jingjing gravitated towards him, seating themselves on either side. His mood improved slightly. Han Shan glanced at his watch from time to time. Ma Jingjing could not help but ask, "Han Shan, are you in a hurry? Do you have something to attend to? I merely wish for you to pay attention to my watch." Han Shan nodded, saying yes, at 9 o'clock this evening. "There's a meeting at my company." "Your company?" Chen Yinhua looked at him in confusion. "Indeed," Han Shan affirmed, feigning a look of helplessness. "My family is in real estate, and after my father retired, it is my turn to assume the role of chairman. Thus, he has asked me to start familiarizing myself with the company environment. Typically, we have to conduct both large and small video conferences." "Good grief, father," Lin Feng silently scoffed. Thinking, "Old Han, let us refrain from adopting the speech patterns of Hong Kongers." During this period, many individuals from the mainland held a certain reverence for things from Hong Kong, viewing them as advanced. In truth, that perception held merit. Hong Kong's development was indeed 20 years ahead of the mainland. 20 years ago, property prices in Hong Kong were already surging rapidly. In Hong Kong, the children of the affluent referred to their fathers as daddy. "Wow, Han Shan, you truly are a young prodigy," Ma Jingjing remarked in admiration. Chen Yinhua took out her phone. "Han Shan, what is your number? Let us connect on QQ as well." Han Shan lid. "Why would you want to add me on QQ?" Chen Yinhua fluttered her eyelashes. "Oh, I'm just worried I might struggle to find a job in the future. If that happens, I'll come knocking on your door." Truth be told, Chen Yinhua was indeed a beauty. She had a shapely figure and fair skin. Were it not for the presence of a more alluring Anzi, Han Shan would certainly have pursued her as his first girlfriend in college. "All right then," Han Shan nodded. The two exchanged QQ details and stored each other's phone numbers. Ma Jingjing pulled out her phone. "Han Shan, let us add each other too." Han Shan wore a faint smile, sure. He was aware that many bespectacled girls had high demand and exceptional skills, particularly those who appeared pure and innocent. This echoed the saying, "Don't judge a person by their appearance. The sea cannot be measured by a mere dipper." Perhaps beneath that innocent facade lay a different persona, secretly indulging in a more extravagant lifestyle. Han Shan's rich experiences led him to believe that Ma Jingjing might very well fit this category of beauty. Sitting beside Ma Jingjing, Lu Tian felt quite disgruntled. Zhang Ziqing was happily chatting with his girlfriend, Su Xiaoyu, while Han Shan, Ma Jingjing, and Chen Yinhua were sharing laughter, leaving him feeling utterly ignored, a solitary figure. Fortunately, the most handsome Lin Feng was also left unattended, which provided Lu Tian with a modicum of comfort. At least he was not the most miserable. He couldn't comprehend why, in their dormitory, he and Lin Feng were the most handsome, yet no girls paid them any mind. Anzi felt somewhat disheartened. Lin Feng had not sought her out for conversation. This was unprecedented for her. Which boy, upon meeting her, did not transform into a chatterbox, seeking her contact information? Yet here was Lin Feng, completely indifferent to her. This did not imply that she had feelings for him. Rather, she was merely bored while waiting for the dishes to arrive, so she decided to engage Lin Feng in conversation. Are you chatting with your girlfriend? Lin Feng glanced at her, turned off his phone screen, and smiled. You're invading my privacy. Anzi retorted. Is there something you wish to hide? Lin Feng shook his head. Not at all. Then why would you fear me looking? Anzi inquired. I'm not afraid, Lin Feng replied, unlocking his phone to continue chatting with Xiao Naiyue and Fang Zimo. Wow, you're chatting with two girls. You must be a scoundrel, Anzi exclaimed, seemingly uncovering a secret. What you're doing is not right. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Didn't you see any girl actively seeking me out for conversation? I hardly pay her any attention. As for the other, I'm pursuing her, and since she hasn't agreed to be my girlfriend, I say it's fine to consider myself single. With that, he glanced at Anzi's figure and grinned. Little girl, I find you quite appealing. I'm offering you a chance to be my girlfriend. I advise you not to overlook it. Anzi, noticing his gaze, quickly covered her chest. Ah, you lecher. Absolutely not. Lin Feng shrugged, and so be it. Just then, Fang Zimo's stunning roommate, Zhang Xiaolu, messaged him. What are you up to? Lin Feng replied instantly, dining. Where are you dining? Outside the school. With whom? Lin Feng glanced at Anzi, smiling as he responded, with a beauty. Zhang Xiaolu replied, I don't believe you. Truly, I'm an honest lad, never deceitful. Do you have evidence? Indeed, I'll send you a photo of her. What do you think? Sure. Lin Feng snapped a photo of Anzi and sent it to her. Ah, Lin Feng, you really are dining with a beauty. Wow, you're done for. Lin Feng Zimo. Lin Feng replied, Come on, Fang Zimo complained to me that you three isolated her. Did she tell you that? Zhang Xiaolu said. It's not my fault. She was excessive, asking me to remove you from my QQ. Lin Feng, being a man without principles, did not defend his childhood friend. Well, she isn't wrong. Anzi watched Lin Feng chatting with three girls and couldn't help but shake her head. With such looks, he turned out to be a playboy. What a waste of the handsome face heaven bestowed upon him. Chapter 23, He Holds a Dragon. Anzi, feeling bored, tugged at Lin Feng's shirt. Lin Feng turned to look at her, a questioning expression on his face. Why is another girl chatting with you? Anzi asked. Lin Feng explained. She is my friend's roommate. I'm not very familiar with her, and I'm not sure why she sought me out for conversation. Perhaps it's because I'm too handsome. The relationship is quite complicated. Anzi scolded. Lin Feng and Anzi leaned in, whispering, appearing to be in deep conversation. A scene that left Lu Tian feeling quite sorrowful. All three boys in the dorm had girls to chat with, while he was left all alone, neglected. Fortunately, the owner of the restaurant arrived with the dishes, alleviating his embarrassment. Earlier, when it came time to order, Su Xiaoyu had not held back, rattling off more than 20 dishes, which made Lu Tian feel quite distressed as he repeatedly exclaimed, That's enough. It's too much. We can't eat it all, and it'll go to waste. Zhang Ziqing laughed foolishly. It's fine. Xiaoyu, order whatever you like. Su Xiaoyu poured Zhang Ziqing a full glass of baijiu. Tianzilin, drink up. If you can't finish a bottle today, I'll look down on you. How could a person from Beijing not finish a bottle of baijiu? Zhang Ziqing scoffed. Lin Feng, well aware of his drinking capacity, rolled his eyes. Men often desire to impress the girls they fancy. Su Xiaoyu turned to the other three. Do you drink baijiu? Lu Dong had a good tolerance for alcohol, but he knew that Tianzilin was quite expensive, so he hesitated to partake. After all, this meal might be split evenly. Zhang Ziqing had declared it was his treat. I want drink, Lu Tian shook his head. He naively believed that as long as he abstained from alcohol, when the time came to split the bill, he would only have to cover the cost of the food, not the drinks. Zhang Ziqing remarked, Lu Tian, I must say, with your towering stature, it's a pity that you can't even handle your liquor. At that moment, in 2008, when enforcement against drunk driving was lax and excuses like I have to drive were not yet necessary, it was noteworthy that Lu Tian had no vehicle. I'm feeling a bit unwell and don't wish to drink, Lu Tian replied, his face flushed. Han Shan, Believing himself humorous, chimed in, Brother Tian. Are you perhaps like a girl, having a few days each month when you feel under the weather? Ha ha ha. A chorus of laughter erupted among the group of young men and women. Only Lin Feng remained silent, aware that Lu Tian's abstention was not born of illness, but rather a concern that excessive drinking would inflate his share of the bill during the inevitable split. Su Xiaoyu turned to Lin Feng and asked, Will you drink? Lin Feng shook his head. I do not partake. With a dismissive pout, Su Xiaoyu questioned, Why not? Are you, too, feeling unwell like Lu Tian? Lin Feng responded, No, it's just that the clientele here is rather mixed. I fear that if I were to become inebriated, it might impair my ability to protect you lovely ladies should any ruffians attempt to harass you. Beififite, Su Xiaoyu scoffed. Your words are more charming than sincere. Zhang Ziqing, brimming with self-satisfaction, added, Exactly, Lin Feng, you overthink things. Do you believe this is some sort of drama? We're at Jinling University. There aren't that many ruffians around. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. In a previous life, a horrific incident had occurred here. A group of men had assaulted 3 women, leaving one severely injured and hospitalized. You'd find no humor in such a situation, he thought. Su Xiaoyu then glanced at Han Shan, inquiring, You can't possibly be unable to drink as well? How could that be? Han Shan smirked, lifting his glass. Fill it up. A man cannot refuse. Very manly indeed, Su Xiaoyu praised, giving him a thumbs up. Flattered by such admiration from striking beauty, Han Shan felt a surge of confidence, as if he were floating on air. Gazing into Su Xiaoyu's watery eyes, he sensed that she might harbor feelings for him. Oh dear, what should I do? She's my roommate's girlfriend. I cannot betray Zhang Ziqing. But then again, I am not particularly close to him. If something were to occur between Su Xiaoyu and me, could it truly be considered a betrayal? If Lin Feng were privy to Han Shan's thoughts, he would certainly tell him he was overthinking. Su Xiaoyu treated all exceptional young men with equal enthusiasm. To assume she was genuinely interested would be a grave miscalculation. She merely flirted to reap benefits, and was not one to extend even a hand to help a man, unlike some girls who would recklessly engage with every male in their dormitory. Lin Feng, this isn't right. If you're seeking a girlfriend, pursue just one properly. Don't chase after 3, and simply make whoever you catch your girlfriend. And Z said earnestly after a lengthy chat over QQ. Lin Feng looked at her, I seek you. And Z shook her head, I'm not interested in a relationship. Lin Feng replied, then mind your own business. And Z turned away, fuming, you're utterly unreasonable. She had no desire to continue conversing with Lin Feng, whom she deemed a scoundrel. At that moment, a disheveled young man with bleached hair staggered over, his face flushed with drunkenness. He approached, belched, and with a grin, addressed in Z, Beautiful lady, did you have a spat with your boyfriend? Come, let me comfort you. As he spoke, he reached out, intending to grope in Z. Damn it, I've waited for this opportunity for far too long. Han Shan, noticing the inebriated young man alone, felt invigorated, his mind racing with visions of heroically rescuing the damsel and winning her affections in return. Bursting with adrenaline, he leaped to his feet, shouting, I won't allow you to bully in Z. Without hesitation, he dashed forward, forcefully shoving the young man aside. Scram! The drunken young man fell to the ground with a thud. Shaking his dazed head, he rolled up his sleeves and glared at Han Shan. Do you know who I am? Han Shan scoffed. I couldn't care less who you are. Su Xiaoyu stood up, tugging at Han Shan's arm with concern. He has a dragon tattoo. This person is not to be trifled with. Avoid conflict. Upon seeing the dragon inked on the young man's arm, Han Shan dismissed her concern. Puffed, just because he has a tattoo doesn't make him a dragon. Han Shan, fear no petty ruffians. I will take on any who cross my path. In truth, his bravado stemmed from the fact that the young man was intoxicated and alone. It is well known that a person's combat prowess diminishes significantly when inebriated. Han Shan thought, there are 8 of us here, and just one of him we cannot possibly lose. Thus, he boldly stepped forth to play the hero. Lin Feng, however, furrowed his brow. In China, tattoos do not inherently signify villainy, but one who flaunts such body art while exhibiting a ruffian demeanor can hardly be deemed virtuous. As anticipated, his apprehensions were validated. The young man pointed at Han Shan, declaring, I am Long Ge from Hengsha District, commanding hundreds of brothers. You dare offend me, and you will pay dearly. Han Shan contemptuously retorted, anyone can boast. I have 8 people here. Taking you down is child's play. The young man laughed derisively. So you think numbers matter? Indeed, Han Shan replied. Zhang Ziqing and Lu Tian, loyal to the core, stood up on either side of Han Shan, resembling steadfast guardians. Their collective gaze fierce as they glared at the drunken youth. And Z, observing Lin Feng's inaction, felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Why aren't you helping? She exclaimed. Lin Feng calmly replied, I remain here to protect you ladies. And Z rolled her eyes, bemused that he could spin cowardice into such a refreshing narrative, leaving her to conclude that he must indeed be a rare talent, capable of becoming a sea king. Chapter 24. The fearsome long, good the young man snarled. So you want to boast about numbers? Zhang Ziqing puffed out his chest. Yes, we have the advantage. Very well, the young man shouted, brothers. Show them just how many we are. At his command, 2 tables of diners paused, setting down their chopsticks and standing as one. They exhibited distinct characteristics: tattoos, shaved heads, gold chains, stout builds, and garish t-shirts, all converging as a group of over 20 individuals. Zhang Ziqing trembled. It seems they outnumber us. Indeed, among their 8. 4 girls lacking any combat capability, while the opposing side boasted over 20. Han Shan's complexion paled as he stammered. There's been a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding my foot. The young man pointed at him. Grab that kid. He has dead meat for pushing me. Yes, long ago. 2 thugs lunged at Han Shan, seizing him. The once courageous Zhang Ziqing and Lu Tian stood frozen, daunted by the presence of 20 imposing figures. To act against them would be sheer folly. Brother Long delivered a swift kick to Han Shan's abdomen, causing him to expel the remnants of his previous meal. Han Shan fell to his knees. His features contorted in agony as he clutched his stomach and pleaded, Please don't hit me. My father is Han Tianlong, and I can compensate you. I couldn't care less who your father is. If you offend me, you shall reap the consequences, Brother Long retorted disdainfully, feeling a sense of relief at the revelation of an unfamiliar name. He, Brother Long, was an astute individual who had long memorized a list of those he should never provoke. Zhang Ziqing glanced nervously at Lu Tian and asked, What should we do now? Lu Tian, with his towering physique, instilled a strong sense of security. He picked up his phone and said, Let us call the police. Are you out of your mind? A bald man with a menacing demeanor approached and swatted Lu Tian's phone from his hand. The device shattered upon hitting the ground with a resounding crack. Oh, my phone. Lu Tian lamented, watching his 500 yuan counterfeit device fall to pieces, his heart aching for the loss. Seeing Lu Tian's phone destroyed, Zhang Ziqing hesitated to reveal his own. His phone was no mere imitation, but the latest Motorola model, worth over 10,000. Not far away, Brother Long slapped Han Shan a few times before ceasing his assault. He refrained from inflicting severe harm, recognizing the expensive brands adorning Han Shan, including a seemingly valuable Rolex watch. Although he found himself coveting it, he abstained from theft, aware that robbery carried severe penalties. He felt secure in a brawl, knowing that he had connections to mitigate any repercussions, merely needing to pay for some medical expenses afterward. Inwardly, Brother Long commended his own prudence and ability to resist temptation. He sauntered over to Nzi, a grin plastered on his face as he said, Do you wish to save your friend? A kiss from you, and I shall let him go. I have no desire to save him. And Z replied firmly, I advise you to leave immediately. I can pretend this never happened. Otherwise, you will regret it. There are individuals in this world you cannot afford to provoke. Ha ha! Brother Long guffawed, as if hearing the most ludicrous joke. Do you not inquire who I, Longu of Hengsha District, fear? Indeed, there are some whom I dare not offend, but you are certainly not among them. And Z merely scoffed. We shall see. Brother Long may have dismissed Nzi's threats as mere bravado, but Lin Feng recognized the truth in her words. Her family possessed considerable power. In his previous life, Lin Feng had been a diligent student, maintaining a low profile and avoiding any conflicts with Brother Long. Yet, this notorious figure was well known at Jinling University, having ruined the reputations of numerous young women. Later, during Lin Feng's junior year, he overheard gossip from the class's gossipmonger, Li Xiang. about Brother Long provoking Z. Shortly thereafter, news broke of Brother Long's heinous acts, leading to his capture by the security personnel and eventual sentencing to death. Now, in this life, Brother Long had unwittingly crossed paths with Z prematurely. Lin Feng marveled at the potency of the butterfly effect. In his past life, he had not maintained a close relationship with his dorm mates, resulting in a lack of camaraderie during gatherings such as this. Would Brother Long be unable to escape the calamity brought upon him by Z? Lin Feng gazed at Brother Long, who exuded an air of arrogance, with a hint of pity in his eyes. You poor soul, unaware of whom you have offended. Hey, little girl, your legs are quite lovely. Allow me to touch them. Brother Long leered as he approached Z, whose face betrayed her anxiety. While she could easily leverage her family's influence to crush this so-called Brother Long like an ant, her bodyguard was absent. Relying on Lin Feng, whom she deemed a coward, seemed less likely than expecting Superman to descend from the heavens. Yet, she was mistaken. Just as Brother Long's lecherous hand neared Z, Lin Feng rose, positioning himself protectively in front of her. He seized Brother Long's fingers, twisting them with force. A sickening crack echoed as bone shattered. As a person accustomed to the harsh realities of society, Lin Feng struck mercilessly, understanding the principle of incapacitating the leader first. You dare strike me? Brother Long cried out in disbelief. Lin Feng wasted no time, gripping Brother Long's throat tightly, and warned, I suggest you behave. Enraged, Brother Long ordered, attack him. 20 burly men divided into 3 groups. One charged at Lu Tian, another at Zhang Jicheng, while the last surged forward to rescue Brother Long. Meanwhile, Han Shan lay prostrate on the ground, appearing utterly defeated, attracting no attention whatsoever. Lin Feng utilized Brother Long as a shield, absorbing the barrage of fists and kicks aimed at him. Ouch, please stop. It hurts so much. Brother Long whimpered, his face bruised and tears flowing. The group hesitated, exchanging glances, unsure of how to proceed. As for Lu Tian and Zhang Jicheng, they had already been knocked down, their faces resembling swollen pig heads, struggling to support themselves as blood trickled from their wounds. The gang refrained from assaulting Su Xiaoyu and the other women, as Lin Feng suspected their restraint was not due to chivalry. Rather, it was because Ma Jingjing and her companions had not intervened. Had they chosen a fight, the thugs would have shown no mercy, just as they had to the unfortunate girl who had ended up in intensive care in his previous life. If they remained passive, they might only face harassment, but should they engage, they would find themselves in grave danger. Release Brother Long, a tall thug shouted at Lin Feng. Not a chance. Lin Feng replied. You're finished, kid. You're as good as dead, Brother Long threatened. A swift slap silenced him, causing 2 bloody teeth to fly from his mouth. Speak another word, and I will knock out the rest of your teeth, Lin Feng warned. Brother Long conceded, Bro, I was wrong. Just let me go. Not a chance. Lin Feng retorted. What do you want from me? Brother Long whined. Just wait until my older brother comes to negotiate with you. Lin Feng replied dismissively. Who is your brother? Brother Long inquired. When the time comes, you will find out, Lin Feng assured him. In reality, he was waiting for the security personnel, having noticed Z hiding beneath a table to call for help, unnoticed by the thugs. Thus, Lin Feng and the gang remained locked in a standoff, surrounded by onlookers who merely observed the spectacle, refusing to intervene. The restaurant owner and his wife attempted to mediate, but their efforts proved futile. Until the security personnel arrived, Lin Feng had no intention of releasing Brother Long, knowing he could not single-handedly confront 20 assailants. He was no IP man. Half an hour later, the security personnel finally arrived. As he watched 3 police cars approach, Lin Feng internally grumbled. If you had delayed any longer, Brother Long's injuries would have healed, and he wouldn't need to go to the hospital. A young male officer approached Lin Feng and inquired, Who called the police? And Z raised her hand and replied in a clear voice, I did. What's going on here? The officer asked. Lin Feng, apprehensive that Z might remain silent, pointed at her and declared, We are all students of Jinling University. That scoundrel known as Long Gu attempted to force himself upon her. I am her classmate and acted in defense of justice. One was a ruffian from a nearby village, while the other was an innocent and kind-hearted male university student. Surely, If the security officer was a good person, he would discern whom to assist. The identity of a university student should be of utmost significance at this moment. Unzi, who was poised to speak, nodded in agreement upon hearing Lin Feng's words, saying, "Indeed, that is the case." As anticipated, the security personnel softened their gazes towards Lin Feng after hearing his statement. One of the officers, upon spotting Long Gu, teasingly remarked, "Wang Jinfeng, it's you again." Clearly, this was a familiar face within the security bureau. Long Gu, with a grim expression, protested, "I am the victim here. Please do not let the assailant escape." The lead officer, Zhang Chong, assured him, "We will investigate the matter thoroughly. We shall not let any evildoer go unpunished, nor will we wrong any innocent person." He then addressed Lin Feng. "The individuals involved must accompany us to the bureau to provide their statements." Lin Feng replied, "Officer, the situation is quite clear. We are students and have classes to attend. Might we forego a visit to the security bureau?" "Of course not," came the stern reply. "Very well then," he conceded. A group of individuals proceeded to the security bureau, where two officers took Lin Feng's statement. Name, Lin Feng. Gender, male. What transpired today? Zhang Chong inquired. "The situation is as follows," Lin Feng recounted. "I was dining with a few classmates when that Long Gu suddenly approached, leering at my classmate in Z." After Lin Feng finished his account, Zhang Chong chuckled, "You certainly did well, breaking 3 of Long Ji's teeth. He claims he wants to have his injuries examined." "Let him do so," Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. His bravado stemmed from the fact that he was defending Nzi. Aware of her influential background, her uncle was the mayor of Jinling. He feared no one. As expected, Lin Feng spent 20 minutes in the statement room before 2 individuals entered. One was a dapper young man in a suit, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, appearing to be in his late 20s, handsome and refined. The other appeared to be in his mid-30s. Around 173 meters tall, with a round face, a plump physique, a crew cut, and flecks of gray hair. Upon their entrance, the officers recording the statements quickly stood up and addressed the heavier man, Director. Li Shengli responded, gazing at Lin Feng with a smile. "Young man, we have clarified the situation. Your actions were commendable and deserving of recognition." Zhang Chong silently scoffed, thinking, "I haven't even recorded the statement yet, and the situation is already resolved? Damn it, their SA missing person case that took 3 months to clarify." However, he understood that the young man before him must possess substantial connections. Otherwise, the director would not have personally come to see him. "Secretary Zhang, I leave him in your hands," Li Shengli said with a smile to the bespectacled man. "Thank you, Director Li. We should have a meal together sometime." Zvenki replied cheerfully. "That sounds good. It's settled then," Li Shengli responded, somewhat flustered. Lin Feng exited with Zheng Ji. Zhang Chong inquired of Li Shengli, "Director, who is he? Why are you treating him with such courtesy?" Li Shengli replied, "He is the secretary of our mayor." The 2 security officers gasped in astonishment. Zheng Ji escorted Lin Feng outside, handing him a business card and saying with a smile, "You are Lin Feng, correct? Here is my number. Feel free to call me if you need anything." Lin Feng asked, "Who are you? Why do you want to help me?" Zheng Ji smiled and replied, "I am Secretary Zhang of Mayor Zhang of Jinling." Lin Feng's pupils slightly dilated, realizing the truth. He feigned a sense of trepidation and asked, "Why do you wish to assist me?" Mayor Zhang is Nzi's uncle, and he shares a deep bond with her father. "Young man, you save missing. Your future is bright," Zhang Ji remarked, gazing at the fortunate young man with a smile. Was this truly luck? Certainly not. 99% of fortune in this world is orchestrated by human hands, much like how lottery winners are often relatives of influential individuals. Lin Feng chuckled inwardly, recognizing that his actions today were precisely for this purpose. Externally, he maintained the innocent demeanor characteristic of youth, saying, "Then, Secretary Zhang, I will rely on your guidance in the future." Of course, Zheng Ji smiled. As a person entrenched in the corridors of power, he understood the significance of connections. Lin Feng was Nzi's savior, and since they attended the same school, their paths would inevitably cross frequently. The potential for future collaborations was evident to anyone possessing a modicum of intelligence. Even if the likelihood of Lin Feng being able to assist him was but 1%, Zheng Ji would not miss the opportunity to cultivate a relationship with him. This was the mindset befitting an ambitious individual within the system. Lin Feng and Zheng Ji exited the security bureau. Meanwhile, Enzi and her 3 dormitory mates, along with Lin Feng's 3 roommates, awaited outside, the wind carrying a slight chill. Su Xiaoyu had draped Zhang Jiqing's jacket over her shoulders. Enzi turned to Lin Feng and asked, "Are you all right?" "Me fine." Lin Feng replied with a smile. Su Xiaoyu scolded Zhang Jiqing, saying, "It's all your fault. What kind of dreadful place did you choose for dining? We ended up at the security bureau." Zhang Jiqing apologized, feeling aggrieved. "I'm sorry. It was my mistake." Su Xiaoyu turned her head, scoffing, "You can't do anything right." Witnessing this interaction, Lin Feng felt no surprise. Zhang Jiqing had always been subservient before Su Xiaoyu, never displaying any manly demeanor. And Zi expressed her gratitude to Zheng Ji, saying, "Thank you so much this time, Brother Zheng." Zheng Ji replied with a smile, "No problem. Feel free to call me directly if you need anything. By the way, you have my number, right?" And Zi nodded with a smile. "I do." "That's good." Svenkia responded. As merely the mayoress secretary, and Zi would likely reach out to her uncle for assistance rather than Zheng Ji. Nonetheless, and Zi possessed the requisite shrewdness. Her conversation with Zheng Ji was devoid of any discomfort. Behind them, 2 black Honda vans awaited, arranged by Zheng Ji. "Shall we return?" And Zi suggested. "Certainly," Lin Feng agreed, entering one of the vans, as Zi had something to discuss with him. Ma Jingjing and Chun In-awe did not hesitate to join as well. Zhang Jiqing attempted to board the same van, but was pushed back by his girlfriend, Su Xiaoyu, who said, "What are you doing? There are 2 vans. You boys should take the other one. It's too crowded here." Zhang Jiqing protested. "But Lin Feng is a boy too. Why can he ride with you girls? You still dare to speak? You look like a battered pig. What more do you want?" Su Xiaoyu scoffed. Defeated, Zhang Jiqing reluctantly climbed into the other van. Han Shan and Lu Tian exchanged glances and wisely followed Zhang Jiqing's lead. Inside the vehicle, Lu Tian expressed his frustration. "Why does Lin Feng get a ride with 4 girls while we have none?" Han Shan sighed, "Olas," who told him to be the hero, saving the damsel in distress. "We made our move too," Lu Tian retorted, with a bruised face and a grimace of pain. Han Shan lamented, "Indeed, we are but a failed example of heroes rescuing damsels in distress." The 8 of them first went to the hospital, underwent a CT scan, and received treatment for their wounds. Had they ventured to the hospital alone, they would have been subjected to long queues. However, with Z present, they faced little to no wait and could directly proceed to imaging. Such is the privilege that the elite enjoy. After the examinations, Lu Tian and his companions were found to have sustained only superficial injuries, and once it was confirmed that they were fine, the group returned to campus. Following this incident, all 7 were acutely aware that Nzi's background was anything but ordinary. Han Shan and Lu Tian gazed at Nzi with even greater fervor, secretly contemplating that winning her affection could spare a man 50 years of arduous toil. Chapter 26, Military Training. In a separate vehicle, Nzi once again expressed her gratitude to Lin Feng, who humbly insisted it was unnecessary. Su Xiaoyu, holding her phone, suggested, "Let us add each other on QQ." Lin Feng, not one to indulge in self-importance, did not assume that the female classmate wished to connect out of romantic interest, and cheerfully agreed. The 2 added each other on QQ. Observing this, the other 3 women also voiced their desire to add Lin Feng. As a man with the experience of 2 lifetimes, he graciously accepted their requests. That evening, the 4 of them returned to their dormitory. Han Shan was engaged in a lively chat on QQ with Ma Jingjing and Chun In-awe. Seeing this, Lin Feng advised, "Old Han, while it's all fun and games, ensure you take necessary precautions. Otherwise, you may not only risk your life, but also your health." Han Shan retorted, "Brother Feng, what are you talking about? I'm still a virgin." Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Who would believe a man who had experienced 3 different STDs over 4 years of university could still claim to be a virgin? Zhang Jiqing was chatting with his girlfriend, often sending 20 messages before Su Xiaoyu would respond with one. Yet he found endless amusement in this dynamic. Lin Feng, on the other hand, had a broader array of conversational partners, including Fang Zimo, Xiao Naiyue, Zhang Xiaolu, and Zi, and Su Xiaoyu. He typically refrained from replying to women who were unavailable, like the elusive Fang Zimo, often responding to her only after she had sent 10 messages. The following day, the 4 roommates headed to class. Apart from Lin Feng, the other 3 were brimming with anticipation over their new classmates. Yet, the trio of wolves in Lin Feng's dormitory were not captivated by their female peers, but rather entranced by their stunning homeroom teacher, Guo Feng. Goodness, this instructor is extraordinarily beautiful. Han Shan was nearly drooling. Zhang Jiqing quipped, "Wipe your mouth." Lin Feng gazed at the class instructor, whose figure was striking, and sighed inwardly, lamenting how in his previous life he had been so infatuated with the elusive Fang Zimo that he had missed out on countless treasures. He couldn't help but wonder which fortunate man would eventually win the heart of the lovely instructor, knowing that Guo Feng had only recently graduated. In his past life, she had mentioned that Lin Feng's class was her first batch of students. Han Shan, with his roguish demeanor, was scrutinizing the female classmates, oblivious to the male students around him as he searched for beauties. That woman looks appealing, with a curvaceous figure, perfect for bearing children. And that one too, long legs, though a bit plump. Wow, that woman is quite ample. I fear she might suffocate me. The trio of wolfish roommates sat in a row, analyzing the female students, while other boys and girls did the same in clusters. Of course, there were also those like Lin Feng, who maintained a straight face, pretending to be a paragon of virtue while engrossed in his phone. The beautiful instructor Guo Feng smiled and addressed the class. "Hello everyone, I am Guo Feng. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I just graduated from university, and you're my first batch of students. Let us work hard together." She wrote her contact information on the blackboard, briefly introduced herself, and then instructed, "Now, I'd like each of you to stand up and introduce yourselves." One by one, the students stood to share their names and backgrounds. Some introductions were succinct, while others were quite elaborate, showcasing leadership potential. Lin Feng's introduction was quite simple. "Hello everyone. I am Lin Feng from Magic City." With that, he sat down. Once everyone had introduced themselves, the classroom intercom blared, calling the new students to gather on the playground for the orientation ceremony. The new student orientation was a familiar routine from his previous life. The principal speaking, a student representative addressing the crowd, and school leaders delivering speeches. What could have been wrapped up in a few minutes dragged on for over an hour. The new students were to participate in military training. At Jinling University, this training spanned 20 days. After receiving their camouflage uniforms, the newcomers changed and proceeded to their military training. Lin Feng was in the 08 e-commerce class. The instructor, Li Wei, appeared to be in his 20s, with dark skin and a height of just over 1.7 meters, yet he exuded a serious demeanor. Blowing his whistle, he vocally directed the students in their drills. There were 28 boys and 15 girls in Lin Feng's class, a classic case of more wolves than porridge. During training, Lin Jiaqing and Lu Fu were joking around, discussing the game dream journey to the west, when Li Wei's sharp eyes caught them. "Stop," he commanded. The group obediently halted. Li Wei approached and singled out Lin Jiaqing, who felt humiliated and struggled vehemently, exclaiming, "Let go of me." Li Wei ignored his protests and dragged him to the front of the group. "While others are training, what are you doing?" After releasing his grip, Li Wei glared at Lin Jiaqing, questioning him. "I wasn't doing anything," Lin Jiaqing protested, unwilling to admit to slacking off. "Don't treat me like a fool. You were just talking to a classmate," Li Wei retorted, fixing his gaze on Lu Fu. "You come out too." Lu Fu, more timid, blushed and stepped forward, standing obediently beside Lin Jiaqing. Li Wei declared, "Since you two are not taking the training seriously, you will do 100 push-ups." Under the peculiar gaze of the female classmates, Lin Jiaqing felt a wave of embarrassment and could not help but retort, "Who do you think you are, ordering me around? If you can't handle it, get lost. My squad doesn't need trash like you." "Calling me trash? Who the hell do you think you are?" Lin Jiaqing fumed. The instructor, possessing a quick temper, retaliated with a swift kick, sending Lin Jiaqing sprawling to the ground. Li Wei was careful not to use excessive force. After all, Lin Jiaqing was merely a student. If he didn't compel Lin Jiaqing to yield today, the class would become difficult to manage. Regardless of Lin Jiaqing's willingness, He had to be made to comply. In a fit of rage, Lin Jiaqing shouted, "How dare you hit me?" His face flushed crimson. He charged at Li Wei without a second thought. Noticing the escalating tension and that many classmates were merely spectators, Lin Feng shook his head, quickly rushing out to intervene. Much like an eagle swooping down to catch its prey, and seized Lin Jiaqing. Seeing Lin Jiaqing restrained, Li Wei refrained from further action. Maintaining a stern expression as he observed the two, Lin Jiaqing struggled and yelled, "Lin Feng, let go of me. I want to hit this bastard." Tears of frustration welled in his eyes. How could he be subjected to such humiliation? "Lin Feng, are you out of your mind? Fighting with the instructor? You were in the wrong from the start. Do you really think the school will support you over him? You and T want to be penalized so soon after the semester begins, would you?" In truth, Lin Jiaqing had no desire to confront the instructor. The man had undergone rigorous training as a soldier. As a mere student who spent his days online, he was in no condition to match him in a fight. His earlier bravado was simply a surge of youthful passion. If it came down to a fair one-on-one, he would likely find himself at the mercy of Li Wei. Now that Lin Feng had him in a hold, he had a way out and naturally refrained from further aggression. Lin Feng urged, "You were in the wrong just now. Apologize to the instructor. I believe he is magnanimous enough not to hold it against you." Lin Jiaqing retorted defiantly, "Is it wrong for him to hit me? You were the one who made the initial mistake. We are currently undergoing military training akin to the army. Have you seen soldier assault? When an officer trains new recruits, a kick is the least of it. If they disobey, they might end up bettered in for a month. Apologizing is no big deal." Lin Feng replied. Lin Jiaqing was not blind to the good intentions behind Lin Feng's words. Therefore, he approached Instructor Li Wei and offered his apology. "I'm sorry." Li Wei, with a stern expression, replied, "You don't need to apologize to me. A mistake warrants punishment. 100 push-ups." Lin Jiaqing fell silent and began his push-ups. Li Wei then cast a cold glance at Lu Fu, who, being somewhat cowardly, quickly squatted down to join him in doing push-ups. Seeing the situation resolved, Lin Feng was about to return to the ranks when Li Wei called out, "Wait a moment." Lin Feng turned back with a smile, saying, "Instructor, no need to thank me." "Thank you? You wish." Li Wei muttered angrily under his breath, then inquired, "What is your name?" "Lin Feng." "Ah, you're just like them. Do 100 push-ups as well." "Why?" Lin Feng felt a sense of injustice. "I was helping you." He knew that if Li Wei truly struck Lin Jiaqing, he would certainly face repercussions, but the instructor hitting a student would also reflect poorly on him. "You stepped out of line without reporting. I've already stated that one must call out when there is an issue. You violated the rules and must face punishment." "Instructor, the law often bends to humanity. Considering my good deed, can't you let this slide?" "No, this is military protocol, not law. As soldiers, the foremost obligation is to adhere to discipline. If you cannot fulfill this fundamental requirement, no amount of good behavior will redeem you." Lin Feng inwardly cursed. Adhering to the principle that a wise man does not suffer immediate losses, he obediently squatted down to commence his push-ups. Lin Jiaqing looked at Lin Feng with apologetic eyes, feeling that he had dragged him into this predicament. Chapter 27. Entrepreneurship Plan. That evening, after military training concluded, everyone returned to their dormitories. In Lin Feng's dormitory, the trio of wolves was engaged in discussion. "Which girl in our class do you think is the most beautiful?" Lu Tian initiated the topic. "Obviously, it's our instructor, Fang." Zhang Ziqing replied without hesitation. If it weren't for his girlfriend, Su Xiaoyu, he wouldn't mind having a teacher-student romance like Yang Fang's voluptuous and fair figure held a significant allure for a young man like him. Lu Tian rolled his eyes. "Pursuing a teacher? That's improbable. We should focus on chasing the girls in our class. It's far more feasible." "I meant among the students, who is the prettiest?" Lin Feng glanced at him, thinking to himself, "Rest assured, Lu, unless something unexpected happens, you won't manage to woo a single girl during your time at this university." Lu Tian's inability to attract girls wasn't due to his looks. Fate had smiled upon him, granting him a robust physique with striking features. The main reason he remained single was his shyness and stinginess. While he might be boisterous among the boys, he could hardly muster a word in front of girls. Moreover, every girl he pursued seemed to be tall and curvaceous. Such girls were in high demand, with competitors numbering in the hundreds, if not thousands. Given his circumstances, it was indeed a miracle he hadn't succeeded. Han Shan remarked, "If we disregard our 3060 instructor, the prettiest has to be Pan Nan Nan." Pan Nan Nan was a slender girl standing at 163 meters, boasting a golden curve and fair skin. A girl Lu Tian feared would stifle him. Lin Feng shook his head inwardly. While Pan Nan Nan was indeed lovely, if he were to rate the girls, Fang Zima would score a 9, Xiao Naiyue a 9, Zhang Qiaolu an 8. 8 the 36D instructor Gua Fang a 9, and Zi a 9, and Su Xiaoyu a 9. Therefore, Pan Nan Nan, with her makeup and attire, could barely scrape an 85. The trio noticed Lin Feng's silence and assumed he was introverted. However, Han Shan still turned to Lin Feng, asking, "Who do you think is the most beautiful girl in our class?" Lin Feng smiled and replied, "Su Mengxian." Are you referring to that girl with the plain clothes and hairstyle?" Han Shan exclaimed in surprise. Lu Tian recalled, "To be fair, she is not stunning at first glance, but her skin is quite fair. As for her figure, it's hard to tell with the oversized clothes she wears." Lin Feng chuckled. A decade later, Su Mengxian would become the CEO of a publicly listed company, radiating confidence and beauty. Hailed as the most stunning woman in Shanghai and pursued by numerous influential figures, she shone like a queen. They had met at a party, but at that time, Lin Feng, though a billionaire, paled in comparison to Su Mengxian's multi-billion-dollar worth. Su Mengxian's journey was nothing short of inspirational. Orphaned at a young age, she lived with her grandparents, facing severe hardships. Throughout middle and high school, she often had to sustain herself with preserved vegetables and meat, rarely dining in the cafeteria. Yet, she had developed exceptionally well. Some individuals, despite indulging in lavish meals daily, ended up underwhelming. She had endured a life of scarcity and discomfort, yet blossomed into a graceful beauty. One cannot help but acknowledge that fate had bestowed certain advantages upon some individuals. After graduating from university, she worked for a Fortune 500 company for 8 years before partnering with a magnate to establish a company valued at a staggering 100 billion. Xiaolan Shu. Lin Feng, your taste is questionable. Su Mengxian pales in comparison to Pan Nan Nan. Han Shan remarked disdainfully. Exactly. Su Mengxian has a drab hairstyle and outdated clothes. Not to mention, she wears braces. She is quite unattractive, Zhang Ziqing added with disdain. Lin Feng chuckled, choosing not to argue with his roommates. Everyone has their preferences. He simply favored someone like Su Mengxian. Han Shan teased, Brother Feng, you truly have unique tastes. Zhang Ziqing grinned and added, I think Su Xiaoyu's roommate, and Z, is quite appealing. Lin Feng, don't you have any thoughts about her? You did save her today. ISNT, there's a saying that goes, a life saved cannot be repaid, only returned with one's body. Haven't you considered her? Her family background is too formidable. I don't measure up. Lin Feng shook his head. And Z is someone to befriend, not to date. After all, as a man aspiring to be a sea king, one never knows when an unexpected accident might occur. How should I pursue Pan Nan Nan? Han Shan pondered. Lu Tian interjected. What the hell? Weren't you getting along well with Ma Jingjing and Chenny Nuo? Why seek the distant when the near is within reach? Zhang Ziqing expressed his bewilderment. Isn't your target in Z? He scoffed. Come on, a woman like in Z, who comes from a prestigious background, how could a handsome guy like me, with merely a bit of superficial wealth, ever hope to pursue her? I reckon targeting Pan Nan Nan is far more feasible. Han Shan, with a remarkable sense of self-awareness, concurred. Lin Feng cast a sidelong glance at him, muttering to himself, forget it, you won't be able to win over Pan Nan Nan either. Having spent 4 years in university in his past life, Lin Feng was acutely aware of Pan Nan Nan's true nature. She was the quintessential green tea bitch, with admirers lining up from the capital to Yanjing. Moreover, her family was affluent. Money alone would not suffice to win her favor. In his previous life, both Han Shan and Lu Tian had pursued Pan Nan Nan, yet they met with utter failure. Fortunately, Pan Nan Nan had not exploited their generosity, refusing their monetary gifts. Listening to the trio exchange strategies on wooing women, Lin Feng chose to remain uninvolved. He understood that as long as one possessed wealth, the concern of finding a girlfriend would be negligible. In Huagua, qualities such as humor, charm, and sincerity were mere illusions. With money, women would cling to you like a stubborn adhesive, impossible to shake off. Conversely, without wealth, regardless of whether one resembled the handsome Yanzu Tianle, women would merely indulge in fleeting interactions, lacking the substance for lasting affection. To put it succinctly, the actions and words of a poor man are perceived drastically different from those of a wealthy individual. When a poor person acts, women might exclaim, "How greasy and tacky." Yet, when the affluent do the same, it is deemed charming and relatable. Entrepreneurship is essential for a brighter future, Lin Feng mused inwardly, as he retrieved his laptop and posted a message on the campus forum. Hiring programmers to develop a chat application. Monthly salary between 10,000 to 30,000 yuan. Indeed, he aimed to create WeChat, allowing Xiaoma to develop QQ without distractions. However, should the terms be agreeable, Lin Feng would be open to selling WeChat to Xiaoma. To be candid, his pocket held a mere 2,000 yuan, a monthly allowance from his parents. A 2,000 yuan monthly budget is hardly insignificant. The earnings from selling delicious duck necks and funds borrowed from the affluent Fang Zimo had already been spent, whether on Matai stocks, penguin stocks, or Bitcoin. Money seemed to vanish swiftly. It was no wonder many wealthy individuals frantically sought loans from banks, much like the Su Jiayin who borrowed an unprecedented trillion yuan. Lin Feng had no intention of liquidating his Bitcoin or shares of the two companies in the short term. In 2019, the Bitcoin market peaked, and that would be the opportune moment for him to sell, potentially netting $13,000 apiece, ensuring a substantial profit. Naturally, he would not sell all at once. Rather, he planned to do so gradually to avoid alerting market players, which could precipitate significant price fluctuations. Developing WeChat would yield no initial income. Hence, Lin Feng intended to establish some cash cows, such as a duck neck shop, a milk tea store, and an internet CAF. Jinling University was a treasure trove of talent, with many capable individuals. Not long after posting his message, Lin Feng received a response from a tech-savvy individual. The following day, during a break from military training, Lin Feng met the tech enthusiast who had messaged him the previous night, Zhang Yangming. A lanky young man with glasses and a few adolescent acne scars. He was unremarkable, unlike the fabricated ordinariness of Tianlu, and would easily go unnoticed on the street. However, upon hearing his self-introduction, Lin Feng was taken aback. This individual would, in a decade, become the pride of Jinling University and the technical director of the R&D department at Penguin Group. 10 years later, Lin Feng would dine with him. Witnessing the transformation into a confident figure clad in a tailored suit, devoid of acne, surrounded by a throng of sycophants, an elite circle that Lin Feng could hardly penetrate. Unexpectedly, in this lifetime, this man would come to work for him. Zhang Yangming was merely a financially struggling sophomore at this moment. Observing Lin Feng, who donned camouflage attire and appeared as youthful as Gu Qianle in his prime, he skeptically inquired, "Can you truly offer me a salary of 10,000 to 30,000 yuan?" Drawing from his experiences across 2 lifetimes, Lin Feng had a knack for persuasion, responding without a trace of hesitation, "Of course. However, until you produce results, if I were to promise you such a salary, would you dare accept? You'll only receive that amount once you complete the software. What if you're just here to swindle me? For now, I can only offer you 2,000 yuan a month." Zhang Yangming blushed as he remarked, "I'm not a fraud. It's just about developing a chat application. It's a piece of cake." Lin Feng replied, "Well, let us wait until you achieve results. Rest assured, once I see your capabilities, I will consider a salary increase. The probation period is 3 months. After that, you can become a full-time employee with a salary of 5,000 yuan. If you meet my expectations and successfully develop the chat application, not only will a 30,000 yuan monthly salary be feasible, but even 300,000 yuan would not be out of the question." Lin Feng mused that tech enthusiasts could be easily swayed. Zhang Yangming did not doubt Lin Feng's ability to offer such a salary. After all, 2,000 yuan a month was already satisfactory for him, being a student with a part-time job. However, his naivety was evident. Should Lin Feng fail to pay him for 1,000 or 3 months, he would undoubtedly take off. Fortunately, Fang Zimo's finances were ample, ensuring Lin Feng would not falter in covering his employees' wages. Chapter 28. Who doesn't tea like cash cows? After delivering an uplifting speech to Zhang Yangming, Lin Feng encouraged him to return and diligently work. Zhang Yangming departed, brimming with excitement, convinced that a bright future awaited him. Just as Lin Feng had stated, entrepreneurship, making money, marrying a wealthy beauty, and reaching the pinnacle of life were within his grasp. After sharing his motivational words, Lin Feng, wishing to bask in the sunset on the playground and reminisce about his lost youth, was abruptly interrupted by the whistle signaling the gathering called by Li Wei, prompting him to return promptly. An hour later, during another break, Lin Feng observed Lu Tian purchasing a bottle of orange juice and Han Shan buying a 15 yuan yogurt to present to Pan Nanan. However, they faced a queue for delivering drinks, as there were 7 or 8 boys waiting to serve Pan Nanan. This was utterly outrageous. Shaking his head, Lin Feng pondered, what makes Pan Nanan so popular? What is so appealing about her? Is it merely her good figure, fair skin, and ample bosom? What is it about her that draws so many sycophants? It is no wonder that future fairies will become increasingly unrestrained. It is all due to you lick-spittles indulging them. Pan Nanan accepted the yogurt from Han Shan while returning the orange juice from Lu Tian. Lu Tian, holding the yellow-orange juice, sat down in front of Lin Feng with a face full of gloom. I just don't understand, he lamented. Lin Feng looked at him. What is it that you fail to comprehend? Why did Pan Nanan accept the yogurt from Han Shan but refuse my orange juice? Does she prefer Han Shan over me? That makes no sense. I'm taller and more robust than Han Shan. Is Pan Nanan blind? Lu Tian whispered, lowering his voice. Yesterday, the 4 of them in the dormitory had a comparison. Lin Feng was the oldest, Lu Tian came second, Ji Chang third, and Old Han was last. As for what they were comparing, it certainly wasn't age. Such comparisons hold no significance for boys and prove nothing. Lin Feng couldn't quite grasp why. Despite Han Shan being the least impressive, he had the most romantic conquests in his past life. In their 618 dormitory, after graduating from university, Lu Tian remained a virgin, as did Lin Feng and Zhang Zicheng. Ahem. Lin Feng cleared his throat and said, Lu Tian, perhaps you should simplify your thoughts. What do you mean? Lu Tian asked, his eyes bewildered. He was genuinely confused, not pretending. Is it possible that the orange juice, costing only 3 yuan, pales in comparison to the yogurt, which cost 15? Thus, Pan Nanan chose yogurt, Lin Feng suggested. Impossible, Lu Tian shook his head. Why not? Lin Feng queried. Lu Tian responded with unwavering conviction. Pan Nanan is not that kind of materialistic woman. She is, Lin Feng countered, shaking his head. He refrained from debating the true nature of Pan Nanan. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and you can never wake a man who pretends to be asleep. When a man is infatuated with a woman, he perceives her as possessing an abundance of virtues. During breaks, the boys flocked to chat with the girls, and Lu Tian was no exception. Recently, he had been feeling quite irritable. He would rather not squander time with Lin Feng, a bumbling fool, and after a brief conversation, he soon joined other boys in awkwardly conversing with a girl. The girl Lu Tian was chatting with was Fang Jiran, widely recognized as the most beautiful girl in the class, aside from Pan Nanan. Standing at 1.67 meters, she boasted long legs, a shapely figure, and a commendable bust, estimated at a C-cup. Lin Feng shook his head. Lu Tian had a knack for complicating matters. Had he not been so picky, he might have avoided becoming one of the 3 virgins in the 618 dormitory in his past life. A stunning girl, who appeared weary from walking, approached and sat beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at her in confusion. This girl was none other than Pan Nanan. She bore a striking resemblance to Kitagawa Kyuko, at least in terms of physique. However, Pan Nanan's delicate oval face surpassed Kitagawa Kyuko's beauty, even clad in a camouflage outfit that concealed her figure. Pan Nanan's allure was undeniable. Pan Nanan was somewhat intrigued by Lin Feng. Every boy in class stole glances at her, except for Lin Feng, who seemed utterly disinterested in her beauty. This, undoubtedly, piqued Pan Nanan's curiosity. In his past life, Lin Feng was devoted to Fang Zimo, Yet he had exchanged countless glances with this girl in class based on the principle of why not look. However, in this life, he chose not to engage in such passive behavior, as merely gazing without action was akin to hoarding hundreds of gigabytes of foreign language study materials on his computer. Over time, it would be detrimental to his well-being. Lin Feng had suffered physical ailments in his previous life due to smoking, drinking, and late nights, leading him to rely on goji berries for sustenance at a young age. This time around, he vowed to take better care of his health. Military training is so dull. Fan Nan remarked. Indeed, Lin Feng replied, his gaze drifting towards the instructor surrounded by 3 or 4 girls. It's quite monotonous. By the way, what will you do after military training? Pan Nanan asked. I'll be studying Japanese, Lin Feng replied. Oh, you naughty boy, Pan Nanan blushed. How is studying a foreign language naughty? Lin Feng observed her expression and realized she had misunderstood. He was genuinely studying Japanese. After all, as someone aspiring to start a business, he needed to conquer the Japanese market before larger competitors took notice. I'm not just studying Japanese, I am genuinely committed to it. I plan to conduct business in Japan, Lin Feng explained earnestly. All right, I get it. You boys all love learning Japanese. No need to explain, I understand, Pan Nanan said. Lin Feng, bemused, replied, my study of Japanese is quite different from theirs. It's rather tedious, and I doubt you would comprehend. Explanation is merely a disguise. Pan Nanan teased with a grin. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, unwilling to elaborate further, as it would only complicate matters. Are you thirsty? Would you like some yogurt? Pan Nanan inquired, holding a bottle of yogurt. Isn't that what old Han bought for you? Why aren't you drinking it? Lin Feng questioned, perplexed. No, I don't like that kind. Lin Feng shook his head. Pan Nanan hugged her chest, shyly asking, then what kind do you prefer? Lin Feng blinked, guess. Pan Nanan blushed fiercely, pouting, I'm not guessing. You men are all the same. Lin Feng felt quite innocent. He merely suggested a guess. Conversation stalled as it became clear that women can be quite hypocritical. They might say, you're so annoying, yet can't help but engage in conversation. Thus, when a woman truly dislikes someone, she ignores them. If she engages, her words are mere fabrications. Pan Nanan took out her latest Chinese smartphone and said, I don't have your phone number. Can I save it? Why should I save my number? Lin Feng asked. If you have time, we could watch a movie or grab a meal together, Pan Nanan suggested sweetly, batting her eyelashes. Wait a moment. Why does that line sound so familiar? Oh my goodness. Isn't that the standard line old Han uses to flirt with girls during seafood outings? No wonder it sounds so familiar. Could it be that Pan Nanan is trying to flirt with me? Lin Feng couldn't help but glance at Pan Nanan. Truth be told, he was a normal man and naturally appreciated a well-endowed girl. After all, milk is nutritious and healthy, beneficial for both body and mind. Chapter 29. In the days to come, you are the snow and wind. However, Lin Feng was aware that Pan Nanan was a top-tier schemer. Getting too close to her would be a perilous endeavor. Thus, he decisively pulled out his phone and said to her, my QQ is 789x times x times x times x. Add me. The weekend had arrived. It was a holiday. Afternoon. 3 o'clock. The afterglow of the blazing sun cascaded from the heavens. As Lin Feng sought out Xiao Naiyue for a delightful rendezvous, his intentions to pursue her were no mere jest. After all, they had engaged in conversation for several months. If he failed to win her over, it would be a disservice to his existence as a reborn individual. As a prominent figure, his time was indeed precious. After a taxing 45-minute taxi ride that left him with a sore posterior, he finally arrived at Xiao Naiyue's school. There, she stood at the entrance, a vision of grace in her white dress and knee-high socks, accentuating her fair and delicate legs, captivating all who passed by. It seemed that beauty knew no bounds, enchanting all, regardless of gender. Why have you suddenly come to find me? Aren't there plenty of beauties at Jilin University? As Lin Feng approached, a subtle smile tugged at the corners of Xiao Naiyue's lips. In response, he adeptly launched into his suave banter. Having been reborn as a 36-year-old virgin, he possessed a confidence thicker than city walls. No matter how stunning the other women might be, in his heart, they were mere fleeting shadows. For only she held his affections. If life were but a first encounter amidst the vast waters, I would only take a sip from you. Xiao Naiyue playfully chided him. You always speak nonsense. Yet, despite her words, her heart swelled with sweetness, akin to indulging in honey. Where shall we go today? She inquired. Let's visit the Sky Bridge, Lin Feng suggested. The dimly lit Sky Bridge was a favorite spot for couples, ideal for their outing. Sounds good, Xiao Naiyue agreed, naturally looping her arm through his. They hailed a taxi, and after spending 20 yuan, Lin Feng felt a pang of regret. He calculated that with the current Bitcoin price at 20 cents, that 20 yuan could have bought him 200 Bitcoins. If each Bitcoin were to soar to $13,000, his taxi fare represented a staggering loss of $260,000. However, who could resist spending on someone as beautiful as Xiao Naiyue? For her, he would gladly squander his wealth. Upon arriving at the Sky Bridge, Lin Feng spotted a street performer, a young man with long hair, strumming a guitar and singing a poignant song titled Dongguang Love Story. The lyrics resonated deeply. I believe you, just as I did back then. After 10 years in Dongguang, happiness has slipped away, lamenting the past. I believe that even if you seem strong, you wear a mask of courage, yet you cannot lack the audacity to live vividly. Surrounded by a gathering of onlookers, the performer had a collection of notes in a bowl at his feet, likely from generous passers-by. Truth be told, while his singing did not match that of a professional, it was certainly above average. With a glint of inspiration, Lin Feng turned to Xiao Naiyue. Allow me to serenade you, he proposed. Xiao Naiyue's curiosity piqued. You can sing? Indeed, he replied. Fear not, it will not be a disaster. She playfully stuck out her tongue, teasing him. Just listen, and you'll see, he assured her. After the performer finished, Lin Feng reluctantly fished out 10 yuan and placed it in the bowl. Thank you, the artist acknowledged. Lin Feng, with a polite demeanor, requested, Friend, may I borrow your guitar? I wish to sing a song for my girlfriend. At this, Xiao Naiyue's cheeks flushed crimson, and nearby spectators exchanged amused glances. The performer, noticing her beauty, felt a twinge of envy but was also intrigued by Lin Feng's confidence, so he nodded in agreement and handed over his guitar. After testing the strings, a crisp melody emerged. The performer's eyes widened. This young man appeared to be exceptionally talented. Yeah, I have penned a song just for you, titled For the Rest of Our Lives. I hope you enjoy it, Lin Feng declared, his gaze locked onto Xiao Naiyue. She shyly lowered her eyes, captivated by his sincerity. In a windless place, I seek the sun. In your cold moments, I aim to be your warmth. Life is tumultuous, yet you remain so innocent. Thanks to his rebirth, Lin Feng's memory and singing prowess had greatly improved. With his current talent, he could easily pursue a career as a professional singer. Yet he mused, what could singing truly yield? Even if he reached the pinnacle of fame akin to the 4 heavenly kings, it would only bring him a modest fortune compared to his potential in business. As he sang the opening lines, the performer was astonished. What he had presumed to be an amateur was, in fact, a virtuoso. Heavens, this handsome lad sings beautifully. Xiao Naiyue's eyes widened. She had braced herself for a torturous auditory experience, only to discover that Lin Feng's voice surpassed that of many professionals. As he sang For the Rest of My Life, I only want you. Through storms and snow, you are my peace, my simplicity, my poverty. Tears began to well in Xiao Naiyue's eyes, glistening in the sunlight that bathed Lin Feng's tall figure. In that moment, she understood that regardless of the years to come or their future together, the image of this young man would forever be etched into her very being. After concluding his song, Lin Feng returned the guitar to the stunned performer and knelt before Xiao Naiyue, reminiscent of a scene from a drama. From his pocket, he produced a silver ring he had purchased from a 2-yuan supermarket and said, Naiyue, I truly like you. Will you be my girlfriend? The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers, urging her to accept. With her face a deep shade of red, Xiao Naiyue stammered, Lin, isn't this all a bit too fast? She neither agreed nor declined. Lin Feng recognized her hesitance as the innocent reluctance of someone inexperienced in love. At that moment, he knew he could not show disappointment or retreat. He needed to assert his resolve. Gently lifting her delicate hand, he slipped the ring onto her middle finger, smiling as he said, It's all right. I'm willing to wait for you. Xiao Naiyue shot him a playful glare, pondering the implications of his words. After this heartfelt serenade, Lin Feng could distinctly sense a deepening intimacy in their relationship. Xiao drew closer, her body almost brushing against his, and he could clearly catch the faint scent of jasmine that enveloped her. Previously, when his hand rested on her waist and her curvaceous hips, Xiao Naiyue would shy away. But now she no longer did. Lin Feng felt a secret thrill within. He sensed that he was on the brink of successfully winning over Xiao Naiyue. Finally, he would not have to face the same fate as in his past life, remaining a lifelong bachelor at the age of 36. Victory was within reach, charging forward, bonsai. Chapter 30, a smile as sweet as pure Yumi, plum jam upon returning to the dormitory. Lin Feng took out his Lenovo laptop and registered the copyright for the remaining years on a copyright website. He had contemplated selling songs to earn his first pot of gold for entrepreneurship. However, after some research, he found that the typical value of a beginner song ranged from a few hundred to a few thousand yuan, with most agreements involving a complete buyout of the rights. This meant that once he sold his song for a mere few hundred or thousand yuan, all future earnings from that song would belong to the purchaser, leaving him with nothing. Such a paltry sum would hardly suffice for his needs. Thus, he resolved not to sell his songs. Even if they were to languish, he would not part with them. Instead, he would record them in his spare time and release them online, aspiring to become an internet singer. Perhaps he could attain fame and earn some pocket money. Monday, 3:40 p.m. The military training had concluded. At this hour, everyone typically returned to their dormitories, some going off to dates, others to surf the internet. However, today, in the QQ group of Class 081 of e-commerce, the instructor Guo Fang sent a message to all, calling for a meeting. The students were perplexed. What kind of meeting could this be? Han Shan scoffed. It's probably to elect class officers. Oh, is that so? I was the sports committee member in both middle and high school. Are you all going to elect me as the sports committee member again? Lu Tian chimed in. Zhang Ziqing, ever the loyal friend, assured, Master Lu, don't worry. We're in the same dormitory. I will definitely support you. Brothers, lend a hand to your little brother. I aspire to be the class president, Lin Feng declared. Han Shan retorted, Lin Feng, why choose to be class president? It's just a bundle of hassles with no benefits. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable for us to frolic together? Zhang Ziqing looked at him in confusion. Yeah, why the ambition? You don't understand, Lin Feng replied. I need to become class president first, then join the student council. This way, whether for entrepreneurship, opening a milk tea shop, or a net CAF, it will be much easier. However, he decided not to divulge these complex thoughts to them, and instead opted for the simplest approach. He raised an eyebrow suggestively. Being class president allows for more communication with the girls in the class. You know what I mean. As expected, upon hearing this, his three roommates' faces lit up with excitement. Han Shan exclaimed, Bro Feng, is that communication serious? Lu Tian added, Bro Feng, I'm counting on you to help me pursue Fang Jiran. Master Lu, even with my help, you still won't win over Fang Jiran unless you stumble upon a fortune of 5 million or your parents reveal that you are a wealthy second generation, suddenly rich overnight. Otherwise, a girl like Fang Jiran is beyond your reach. Lin Feng shook his head, finding his dorm mates to be rather lustful. Bah, he scorned them. The four of them arrived in the classroom. Indeed, Han Shan's guess was correct. Today's class meeting was indeed to elect class officers. Guo Fang, dressed in a purple dress that accentuated her ample bosom, was quite captivating. Classmates, we have been together for 10 days. I believe you are all familiar with one another. With military training concluding in 10 days, I have decided to select our class officers in today's meeting for a better classroom order in the future. I am a very democratic person. Therefore, anyone wishing to hold a position may come up to speak, and then we will conduct a secret ballot. Now, who would like to step forward? Numerous hands shot up. You there, please come up. Guo Fang smiled at a boy with a buzz cut. I wish to be the class president. I am cheerful and optimistic, enjoy making friends, and have been class president throughout elementary, middle, and high school. If you elect me, there will be numerous benefits. He spoke confidently, not losing his nerve, eloquently presenting his case. I wish to be the cultural committee member. I wish to be the sports committee member. One by one, ambitious classmates took to the podium to deliver their speeches. It must be said, Jinling University is indeed a 211 university, and the students here are quite driven. There were over 10 competitors for the class president position, making for fierce competition. The three wolves in the dormitory exchanged anxious glances at Lin Feng, fearing he might not secure the presidency and thus could not provide them with the ease of charming girls. Lin Feng, touched by their concern, felt a warmth in his heart. However, had he known their true thoughts, he would have given them a big middle finger. If I become class president, I will assist my classmates, ensuring that those struggling academically do not fail. I will help impoverished students access scholarships. I will help those seeking part-time work find suitable jobs. And I will ensure that the female classmates in our class are protected from harm. Of course, the same goes for the males, in my eyes. There is equality between genders, Lin Feng declared as he took the stage. Not to mention, Lin Feng was tall and robust, and during military training, he had made a positive impression by assisting Lin Jiaqing, which lent him credibility. Many classmates were inclined to believe him. Once everyone had delivered their speeches, Fang smiled and said, "All right, let us proceed to the voting. Who will you vote for?" "I'm not sure. I think Pan Nan would make a great cultural committee member." Agreed. The students began to discuss among themselves. The voting commenced, and once concluded, the class officers were announced. Class President, Lin Feng. Cultural Committee Member, Pan Nan. Publicity Committee Member, Fang Jiaran. Sports Committee Member, Lu Tian. It must be said that Lin Feng's election as class president was largely due to the lasting impression he made during military training, which garnered him considerable support from his peers. Thus, it is true that good deeds can yield rewards. Do not underestimate the small acts of kindness, nor should you engage in minor evils. Lin Feng had become the class president. The three wolves were overjoyed, believing that with a class president in their corner, their escapades would be secure. They would be able to stroll through the class with confidence. The meeting concluded, Fang exited, and the students were free. Just as Lin Feng was about to seek Han Shan's opinion, the quartet decided to head to a nearby internet CF to play Crossfire, balancing work and leisure. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, a woman called out to him, "Lin Feng, wait a moment." Turning to face the speaker, he observed a strikingly beautiful woman, none other than Pan Nan, her expression adorned with a bewitching smile. Her smile was sweet, akin to pure you and me plum jam. Lin Feng inquired, "What is the matter?" Chapter 31. Truly, remarkable sightings when it came time to elect the class monitor. I cast my vote for you. Shouldn't you treat me to a meal? Pan Nan remarked with a radiant smile. There are 30 individuals who supported my candidacy as class monitor. If I were to treat each one, I would surely face financial ruin, Lin Feng interjected. Before he could elaborate, the trio of wolves was already in a frenzy. Han Shan, who harbored particular interest in Pan Nan, eagerly proclaimed, "Indeed, it is imperative that Lin Feng treats us." Lin Feng rolled his eyes. "Old Han, it seems that it's not your wallet on the line. Standing there without a care, you feel no pinch, do you?" Just as he contemplated declining the offer. After all, one must savor a meal bite by bite, and he had yet to resolve matters with Xiaono. He was wary of harboring feelings for Pan Nan. Walking a tightrope between two romantic interests posed a significant risk. Should he falter, the repercussions could be dire. The wisest course of action was to first transform one vessel into his private yacht before embarking on the pursuit of another. To his surprise, Han Shan grasped his arm and whispered, "Lin Feng, just agree. Don't fret about the cost. You treat, and I'll cover the expenses." The invitation felt less like a burden. Han Shan relished the opportunity to indulge in extravagance. Despite his liberal spending on women, he was notoriously stingy with men, rarely parting with a dime. Lin Feng, maintaining a facade of indifference, nodded slightly before turning to Pan Nan. "Very well, but Han Shan must accompany us." He affectionately slung an arm around Han Shan's shoulder, presenting a camaraderie that seemed almost brotherly. Han Shan gazed upon Nonon, sporting off foolish grin. Pan Nan cast a wistful glance at Lin Feng. "Why bring a fool along? Don't you desire an intimate candlelit dinner with me? Silly man, you squander your opportunity." It was not that Lin Feng was oblivious. Pan Nan had practically laid her affections at his feet, yet he hesitated. A more enticing option awaited him. Moreover, it was merely a meal, not a rendezvous at a hotel for poker and milk. If that were the case, he might have considered fulfilling Pan Nan's wish. Pan Nan Nan held a strong disdain for Han Shan, viewing him as someone devoid of substance beyond his modest wealth, and his attempts at sophistication struck her as painfully lowbrow. For women who valued wealth, Han Shan might be a viable candidate. However, she lacked nothing in that department. Thus, she remarked coolly, "I have other matters to attend to. Perhaps you can invite me another day." Without waiting for Lin Feng's response, she turned and departed. "Lin Feng, I believe Pan Nan Nan finds me distasteful. But that makes no sense. It defies logic. I am so handsome and accomplished. What right does she have to dismiss me?" Han Shan exclaimed, bewilderment etched across his face. Lin Feng regarded him soberly and replied, "Old Han, possess a bit more confidence. Omit the word think." Han Shan gazed at him with a mix of indignation and sorrow, feeling an overwhelming urge to weep. Throughout his life, he had never been scorned by a woman until today. Truly, it was a remarkable moment. The four boys, devoid of female companionship, retreated to an internet CAF to indulge in a game of crossfire. "Come on, don't be afraid," Old Han shouted. "Goodness, I'm in. Why aren't you following?" "You're betraying the team," Lu Dashu exclaimed. Zhang Ziqing chimed in. "Goodness, Lin Feng has turned into a zombie. He has slain me." Han Shan teased. "Who told you to stick so close to him?" 2 hours later, at 6 o'clock, it was time for dinner. The trio from dormitory 618 planned to settle for instant noodles, relishing the combination of gaming and convenience. Instant noodles à TLC. Lin Feng declined their proposal and left alone. He wandered into a spicy hot pot establishment, and as soon as he stepped inside, he was captivated by a tall girl. She donned a black cap, had phoenix-like eyes, long eyelashes, porcelain skin, baggy black t-shirt, jeans, braces, and black-rimmed glasses. It was Su Mengxian. Su Mengxian was a solitary figure among the girls in her class, who mostly formed small cliques. At 36 years of age, Lin Feng speculated that she might suffer from social anxiety. She appeared to be working as a waitress, serving dishes to patrons. Due to her minimal makeup, preference for oversized clothing, and glasses that concealed her beauty, few boys in the class recognized her stunning appearance. Even the girls who did notice would rarely speak of it. This led to Su Mengxian being largely overlooked in comparison to the more popular girls like Pan Nan Nan and Fang Jiaran. Of course, her extreme shyness played a significant role. Whenever a boy attempted to converse with her, she would flee. Who would be drawn to a woman like that? In stark contrast, the beautiful girls like Pan Nan Nan and Fang Jiaran attracted a swarm of admirers soon after the semester commenced, while Su Mengxian remained without suitors. What a coincidence! Lin Feng sighed, upvoting Su Mengxian. "Su Mengxian, what brings you here?" Startled by the sudden voice, Su Mengxian turned to find the grinning Lin Feng, and she breathed a sigh of relief, albeit slightly nervously. "I am working here. Are you here to eat?" "Indeed," Lin Feng nodded. What would you like to eat?" "Su Mengxian inquit." "Are you offering to treat me?" Lin Feng jested, her face flushed with panic. Su Mengxian waved her hands frantically. "I have no money." Lin Feng found delight in teasing her. She seemed easily flustered, and among the boys in their class, he felt like the only one to have uncovered her concealed beauty, which thrilled him. "Aren't you working? How can you have no money?" "I just started yesterday," Su Mengxian replied, her demeanor tinged with grievance. "What has to pay?" 30 yuan a day. "And how long do you work?" "From 4 to 9. 5 hours for 30 yuan? That is so little." "It's not bad. It includes a meal," Su Mengxian countered, shaking her head with a hint of self-doubt. She refrained from mentioning that her monthly living expenses totaled only 100 yuan. "Xiao Qian, what are you doing? Hurry and bring the dishes for table 11. The boss's wife called out. "Coming." Su Mengxian responded and turned to Lin Feng. "You should order first. I have to get back to work." "Very well," Lin Feng replied casually. He approached the glass display, selecting various ingredients for the hot pot: quail eggs, lettuce, oil wheat lotus slices, bamboo shoots, wood ear mushrooms, enoki mushrooms, beef, tofu skin, bean curd, and beef tendon noodles. After paying, he received ticket number 27 and seated himself to await his meal. The waiting period was rather dull, so Lin Feng pulled out his phone and began chatting with Xiao Naiyue on QQ. Through his efforts, their relationship had grown increasingly intimate, and he was confident that a home run was on the horizon. Suddenly, a bald man with a face full of excess flesh leered at Su Mengxian. Although Su Mengxian had already made herself appear unattractive, her beauty was so striking that it still captured the attention of many infatuated admirers. Chapter 32. What is this? Living off a woman? Your meal has arrived. Su Mengxian placed a large bowl in front of the bald man, intending to turn and leave, only to have her delicate hand grasped by him. Don't go, the bald man leered with a lecherous smile. Panic spread across Su Mengxian's fair and rosy face as she opened her mouth in surprise. What do you want? Just have a drink with me. The bald man replied with a grin. I refuse. Let go of me. Su Mengxian, accustomed to farm work and possessing considerable strength, swiftly shook off his grip. The bald man, irate, retorted, You're asking for trouble. Do you believe I can make it so you can't work in this establishment anymore? Their altercation drew the attention of the proprietress, who approached and inquired, What is going on? Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Su Mengxian explained, He asked me to accompany him for drinks. The proprietress cast a disdainful glance at the bald man, disapproving of his behavior. Yet as a serious businesswoman, she preferred to avoid conflict. Thus, she forced a smile and said, I'm sorry, my friend, but Su here is a university student working part-time at my establishment, and she doesn't serve drinks. The bald man scoffed. So what if she is a university student? She just pushed me. Surely you must agree that this needs to be addressed? The proprietress turned to Su Mengxian, asking, Is that true? Yes, Su Mengxian nodded, her cheeks flushed as she replied. He grabbed my hand. The bald man snapped. That was an accidental touch. What? Is your hand made of gold? You can't handle a little contact? Seeing that the bald man was not easily intimidated, the proprietress sought to defuse the situation, saying, I apologize on behalf of Su. She's new and doesn't know better. How about this? Dinner is on me, no charge. However, the bald man was more interested in women than a free meal. How much could a bowl of spicy hot pot be worth? At most 30 yuan. To have a woman of Su Mengxian's beauty accompany him for a night would require at least 2,000. It was inconceivable to him. Do you think I'm short on cash? I can afford my own meal. He spat angrily. The proprietress, feeling helpless, asked, What would it take for you to forgive Su? With a cold laugh, the bald man replied, She needs to apologize to me. It's that simple. Relieved, the proprietress turned to Su Mengxian and instructed, Su, you need to apologize to this customer. Though extremely reluctant and aware that she was not in the wrong, Su Mengxian had always been on the receiving end of oppression in society. Just as she was about to apologize, Lin Feng arrived and pulled Su Mengxian into his embrace. Ouch! Su Mengxian exclaimed, colliding with his firm chest. A rush of masculine scent enveloped her. She had never experienced anything like this before and was utterly stunned, staring blankly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng glared at the bald man. How dare you take advantage of my girlfriend and then demand an apology from her? Is there no justice left in this world? The proprietress, astonished, asked, What? You're Su's boyfriend? Yes, Lin Feng nodded, his expression impassive. Seeing Lin Feng's tall and formidable stature, the bald man quickly backed down. Forget it. I want to eat this meal. As he turned to leave, Lin Feng delivered a swift kick to his backside. Bang! The man fell, colliding painfully with a chair. Are you looking for death? He glared at Lin Feng. Taking advantage of my girlfriend and thinking you can just walk away? There are two choices. First, we settle this one-on-one, and only one of us walks out. Second, I call the authorities to report you for harassment and let them decide your punishment. The bald man was unwilling to choose either option. Please, miss, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Don't call the police. He pleaded with Su Mengxian, the proprietress, wishing to avoid any escalation, knowing that either calling the police or a physical confrontation would harm her business, urged, Su, convince your boyfriend not to act impulsively. All right. Su Mengxian tugged at Lin Feng's hand, instinctively wanting to quell the situation. Such a kind-hearted woman she was. Lin Feng helplessly shook his head, glaring at the bald man, and commanded, Get lost, and don't let me see you again. If I do, I'll hit you every time. I'm going. The bald man hurriedly fled. Such a person could bully a timid girl, but when faced with a robust figure like Lin Feng, he quickly wilted. Class monitor, you can go now. I need to get back to work, Su Mengxian said shyly, her face flushed from being held by Lin Feng. Yet, she seemed to have forgotten her own considerable strength. Feeling dizzy, and not pushing Lin Feng away. "Boss, please tally up the bill. Su Mengxian is quitting," Lin Feng said, ignoring her protests. "I want to work." "Su Mengxian et kalim an si oli." Lin Feng shot her a fierce look. "What work? You almost got assaulted." Su Mengxian was taken aback, internally murmuring, "When has anyone ever been assaulted by a woman?" The class monitor was too harsh, always scolding her, but she dared not voice her thoughts. The proprietress was reluctant to let Su Mengxian leave. Since her arrival, business had doubled. "I'm sorry, but my policy requires employees to work for at least a month. Su has only been here 3 days, and she won't be receiving any pay." After 3 days of work, she was nearly assaulted. If this continues, she might not be safe at all. "I would want to call the market supervision hotline, would you?" Lin Feng casually pulled out his phone. The proprietress quickly replied, "Please don't call, I'll pay." Handing Lin Feng 100 yuan, she said, "This is for Su's 3 days of work." Looking at Su Mengxian, she added, "If you ever need money again, feel free to come back." Lin Feng rolled his eyes. "Don't worry, that will never happen." The matter of Su Mengxian apologizing to the bald man had already placed her in his blacklist. As Lin Feng escorted Su Mengxian back, she lamented, "It's over. I've lost my job. Do you want your body or your job?" Lin Feng asked sternly. Su Mengxian replied softly, "My body." "Then all is well. Don't worry about work for now. I'll help you find something later," Lin Feng said kindly, planning to open a milk tea shop at school and inviting Su Mengxian to be a staff member. He saw Su Mengxian safely to her dormitory, only retracting his gaze once she had ascended the stairs. "I'm truly a good person," Lin Feng mused, praising himself. His assistance to Su Mengxian was undoubtedly not motivated by her beauty, but by a sense of justice. As the class monitor of the 081 e-commerce program, he felt it his duty to protect his classmates. On his way back to the dormitory, Lin Feng had the nagging feeling that he had forgotten something important, but it eluded him. It wasn't until he reached his room and was about to shower, removing his pants, that he suddenly pulled out a 100 yuan bill from his pocket. Surprisingly, did not return the 100 yuan to Su Mengxian. That woman, too, is quite something, not even uttering a word to ask for it back. What does this imply? Is she living off others? Lin Feng pondered aloud while holding the money, looking rather foolish. Chapter 33. The Enlightened Boss Han. After finishing his shower, Lin Feng suddenly recalled that Su Mengxian might not have eaten. As the class monitor and a decent person, he thought it would be unbecoming to let a girl go hungry, especially one as beautiful as she. He contemplated heading to the noodle stall at school to buy her a bowl of noodles, intending to share his meal with her. At that moment, Han Shan approached, carrying an array of plastic bags with a beaming smile. Lin Feng, eyeing the contents, asked with curiosity, "Boss Han, what do you have there?" "Oh, this? It's a lavish meal my mother bought for me from Tianshi and Fu. You may not be aware, but that restaurant is quite renowned in Jinling City, with a minimum meal cost of 5,000 yuan. Han Shan couldn't help but show off. Given Lin Feng's extensive experience with him, he knew that this fellow was a walking embodiment of pretentiousness. Upon hearing this, a smirk crept onto Lin Feng's lips. What do they say? When one desires a nap, heaven send a pillow. "Boss Han, it seems fate has intertwined our meals," Lin Feng remarked. Han Shan Lu kid bewildered. "Fate? What are you talking about? You need to pay for this meal." "Why should I?" "This is a heartfelt dinner from my mother, delivered by our family driver, Old Wang, who drove 20 kilometers to bring it to me," Han Shan exclaimed, nearly jumping up in protest, clutching the bags as if protecting his precious meal. "Old Han, do you still want my help in pursuing Pan Nanan?" Lin Feng knew precisely how to coax him into relinquishing the dinner. Boss Han wanted desperately to declare, "I am a man who respects beautiful women," but soon realized he couldn't bring himself to do so, dejectedly murmuring, "I wish. It's just a meal. How can it compare to a beautiful woman?" Lin Feng urged. "With so many dishes, even if we both eat, it should suffice." "Let's share it," Han Shan suggested. "I've had my fill. Overeating isn't good for the stomach," Lin Feng replied, shaking his head, unwilling to sacrifice his well-defined abs. "You've already eaten and yet still covet my dinner?" Han Shan Kuhunet perplexed. Although he had consumed instant noodles with a couple of friends at the internet CAF, the moment he received the call from Old Wang, he excitedly rushed to retrieve the food, intending to enjoy it alone in his dorm. To be honest, even if there were leftovers, he had no desire to share his meal with any smelly man. He had initially thought he would have the dorm to himself, only to find that Lin Feng had returned early. Lin Feng stated, "I'm taking this to Su Mengxian." What? Han Shan found it hard to believe. You're taking my mother's heartfelt dinner to woo a girl? Lin Feng, I never imagined you to be that kind of person. Doesn't your conscience ache? Lin Feng, growing impatient, retorted, enough with the nonsense. Will you give it to me or not? Han Shan's expression changed, revealing a smile. I'll give it to you, but you must assist me in pursuing Pan Nan Nan in the future. Of course, Lin Feng accepted the bags filled with food, pondering that with a girl like Pan Nan Nan, even with 10 of his efforts, Han Shan would still fail to win her over. However, contemporary university students often prefer not to hear the truth, much like superiors who embellish reality. Lin Feng, naturally, would not disclose his thoughts to Han Shan. Old Han's grip on the bags tightened. Let go. Don't you want to pursue Pan Nan Nan anymore? Lin Feng insisted. For Nan Nan, Boss Han inhaled deeply and slowly released his hold, surrendering with a pained expression as he sat on the bed. Take it, Lin Feng. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Old Han, don't be so dramatic. Didn't you say that women only slowed down your sword-drawing speed? Why are you pursuing Su Mengxian then? Han Shan Lu Kid confessed. While Su Mengxian was indeed attractive, her clothing was too plain, and her braces made him apprehensive about kissing her, fearing the metal might cut his tongue. How could a girl like her compete with the alluring and glamorous Pan Nan Nan? If Lin Feng were to know Han Shan's thoughts, he would surely advise him not to overthink it. Lin Feng was also aware that most university students have a penchant for those who know how to dress provocatively. They rarely pay attention to genuine hidden gems. When they eventually get hurt, they lament that women have become too pragmatic. Damn it, the unrealistic women are the ones you fail to notice. They only ever seek out those who flaunt their bodies. Such women are universally desired by men, making the competition fierce. Winning them over is no easy feat. After all, they likely consume more protein than you do salt. I say, your mind is filled with lewd thoughts, Lin Feng remarked disdainfully, casting a disapproving glance at him. I merely feel sorry for Su Mengxian for not having eaten and intend to help her. Han Shan scoffed, expressing disbelief. There are plenty of impoverished girls in our class. Why do you only want to help Su Mengxian? Lin Feng replied sternly, Damn it, I'm not a firefighter. My capabilities are limited, and I can only assist one. Han Shan, adopting a knowing demeanor, shook his head. Excuses, excuses. Lin Feng, you're simply lusting after Su Mengxian's figure. Lin Feng was taken aback. When did Boss Han become so astutely aware? In truth, Han Shan wasn't a fool. He recognized that Su Mengxian was a rather beautiful girl. If only she didn't wear such baggy clothes that concealed her figure, and didn't sport those hideous glasses. If she were to visit a salon and get a normal haircut, she could very well be a stunner. After all, Su Mengxian stood at a height of 172 meters. With such stature and a delicate oval face, how unattractive could she really be? Yet, not a single boy in class harbored the intention of pursuing Su Mengxian. This girl would go to the cafeteria daily to nibble on steamed buns, and she would even splurge on a bottle of water costing 2 yuan. Her personality was equally perplexing. When boys spoke to her, they would flee as if encountering a natural disaster. Who would possibly like a girl like that? Except for a fool? Thus, Han Shan's perception of Lin Feng shifted. Boss Han, please don't look at me with that condescending gaze, all right? Lin Feng expressed his displeasure. I'm not. Don't say such things, Han Shan denied vehemently. Well then, enough of this chatter. I'm off to Su Mengxian's dormitory to deliver her food. Lin Feng declared cheerfully. Go ahead, go ahead. Han Shan waved him off, secretly cursing him as a beast. He turned away, unwilling to gaze at the bags filled with delicious food, fearing the pain it would cause his heart. Goodbye. After happily waving to Boss Han, Lin Feng departed. The air outside felt refreshing, and the school's greenery was impressive. It was now 7 o'clock. The moon had risen, casting a beautiful silver glow. Lin Feng arrived beneath Su Mengxian's dormitory and pulled out his phone, dialing her number. Once the call was answered, he prepared to speak. A faint voice emerged, imbued with the delicate cadence of the Wu dialect. What is it? As the class monitor, He was familiar with Su Mengqian's background and knew she hailed from Wu region. The women from there are renowned for their ethereal and melodious voices. I'll give you 3 minutes. Come down. I have something important to discuss with you. With that, Lin Feng abruptly ended the call. Su Mengqian was in her dormitory, nibbling on a steamed bun. She set down her Nokia phone, purchased for a mere 100 yuan at a thrift market, and carefully wrapped the remaining half of the bun in a plastic bag, placing it in her drawer. Then, she hurriedly dashed out of her dormitory. Her roommate, Zhang Feifei, observed this scene with confusion. Mengqian, what's wrong? Nothing, Su Mengqian replied nervously. She rushed out. The 3 roommates exchanged glances, curiosity piqued, and quickly ran to the balcony to see what was happening. Under the glow of the streetlight in the girls' dormitory, Lin Feng stood with bags in hand, seemingly waiting for someone. In just a few short minutes, 3 waves of girls had approached him, seeking his contact information, all of whom he politely declined with the excuse of having a girlfriend. What a joke! With Su Mengqian, Xiao Naiyue, Fang Zimo, and other exquisite beauties by his side, how could he ever lower himself to be interested in mere ordinary girls? As a reborn individual, how could he not be discerning? Chapter 34. Is there a chance of pregnancy? When Su Mengqian finally descended, her face was as red as a small apple, radiating beauty. She lowered her head and softly asked, Did you need something from me? Lin Feng pulled out 100 yuan from his pocket. You truly are something else. Are you really going to forsake the fruits of your labor from the past 3 days? He naturally lifted her hand and placed the money in her palm. It must be said, Su Mengqian's delicate hand was soft and smooth, a true embodiment of grace. Her face bloomed like a peach blossom in March, stunningly beautiful. And in her bashfulness, she did not withdraw her hand. Thus, she stood there, foolishly gazing at Lin Feng. On the 7th floor, 3 little heads peeked over the balcony, watching the scene below. No way. ISNT that our class monitor? Indeed. Why is he with Su Mengqian? Are they dating? Su Mengqian's roommates, Lin Feifei, Huang Meng, and Zhao Yihan, began to speculate. Lin Feifei scoffed, Is Lin Feng a fool? With so many attractive girls in our class, why would he choose the quiet and impoverished Su Mengqian? Zhao Yihan teased, Shouldn't he prefer someone like you? Lin Feifei's face flushed. Oh, Zhao Yihan, how dare you mock me? She exclaimed, extending her fingers in playful attack. No, ticklish. The 3 girls continued to observe the happenings below while playfully bantering. The game of girls always blossoms with vitality, yet sadly, this beautiful scene went unnoticed. Have you eaten? Lin Feng inquired, his gaze fixed on the enchanting woman before him. I have eaten, Su Mengqian murmured softly. Nonsense, Lin Feng retorted, not one to be fooled. Earlier, when Su Mengqian had worked at the spicy hot pot shop, it was peak hours at 7 o'clock, and any decent boss wouldn't allow employees to eat at that time. What did you have? Bun, she replied, visibly anxious. You had just a bun for dinner? Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. Why, yes, she stammered. While girls often consider a boy's financial status before deciding on a relationship, most boys, in contrast, care little about a girl's wealth, as long as she is beautiful. Gazing at Su Mengqian, Lin Feng felt a sudden pang of sympathy. This woman, with a face worth a king's ransom, was living such a hard life. It seemed profoundly unjust. If only she were a bit more worldly, countless men would gladly spend lavishly on her. Yet she remained virtuous. It is precisely such women who deserve a man's utmost respect. How can you go on with just buns? Let us share this meal. I just bought some dishes, Lin Feng declared, raising the bags in his hands. Su Mengqian's heart skipped a beat at the sight of the bounty. His meal seemed exceedingly lavish. Truth be told, she was reluctant. She had never dined alone with a boy before. Flustered, she waved her hands. And no, it's fine, I'm full. No way. There is too much food here for me to finish alone. You must help me, Lin Feng insisted. Really, I don't need to, she protested. Lin Feng's tone turned serious. You must not refuse again. You would want me to raise my voice and draw attention, would you? Fine. I'll eat. Su Mengqian shot him a glance of mild exasperation. As a girl with social anxiety, the thought of attracting attention terrified her, leaving her utterly unmoored. Lin Feng smirked. Now that's more like it. The two found a quiet spot on campus, seated on a wooden bench. Lin Feng began to unpack the array of dishes. each encased in plastic containers. Abalone, shark fin, chicken feet, braised pork, squirrel fish, bird's nest, and truffles. Damn, that Han Shan is truly living large, Lin Feng remarked, eyeing the spread. Don't just stare at me. You should eat too. Though Lin Feng had had his fill of spicy hot pot, the food from this establishment was indeed as exquisite as Han's claims. Despite Han's penchant for ostentation, he had the means to back it up. Courtesy of his affluent father, Lin Feng couldn't resist picking up his chopsticks and digging in. As for any health concerns, indulging a little during dinner occasionally posed no issue. Su Mingqian's cheeks flushed. Both her parents had passed away early, and her grandfather had followed when she was but 6. She and her sister had lived with their grandmother ever since. Her grandmother had cautioned her that a girl should not be too beautiful, for it could invite trouble. Thus, she had spent her life trying to downplay her beauty. She had never shared a meal with a boy before, and now, sitting together, the thought of sharing dishes made her anxious. Wasn't tea that akin to an indirect kiss? What was she to do? Su Mingqian felt her mind racing, torn between the decision to eat or not. Lin Feng, noticing her distraction, chided, "I'm still talking to you. Why are you ignoring me?" Su Mingqian attempted to respond, but Lin Feng swiftly picked up a piece of fish for her, insisting, "Eat up, or I'll call for help. You wouldn't want dozens of eyes on you, would you?" "Okay," she pouted, reluctantly taking a bite of the fish. Although it was delicious, she felt as though her face was ablaze, flushed with embarrassment. Lin Feng was actually quite full. Throughout the meal, he spent most of his time watching Su Mingqian. As Confucius once stated, beauty is a feast for the eyes. Observing such a captivating woman up close was far more enjoyable than watching a Hollywood blockbuster. It is evident that Confucius, besides being a sage, also embodies the essence of a romantic. The duality of being both a wise man and a romantic does not stand in opposition. Su Mingqian felt as if her body were ablaze under Lin Feng's gaze, the blush on her cheeks lingering without abatement. She wished fervently to dig a hole in the ground and hide within it at that very moment. However, the dish before her was indeed exquisite. She had never tasted anything so delectable. Half an hour later, the food had been nearly consumed. Lin Feng, standing tall at 188 centimeters and still in his developmental phase, had devoured the majority of the meal. Nonetheless, Su Mingqian felt a fullness in her stomach unlike any she had experienced before. "Are you full?" Lin Feng inquired. I am full." Su Mingqian nodded and adorably let out a satisfied burp, then looked at Lin Feng with the trepidation of a child who had committed a misdeed, seemingly fearful of reprimand. "Don't look at me like that, as if I were a villain," Lin Feng remarked with mild irritation. "But you are," Su Mingqian silently mused. Though she dared not voice her thoughts, she was genuinely intimidated by Lin Feng. Although he aspired to be a Casanova, his assistance to her was not merely for romantic conquest. A gem such as her ought to be cherished, akin to an antique collector safeguarding a prized piece of porcelain. The notion of seduction seemed too pedestrian. He ought to offer her a splendid future instead. In her previous life, she had merely been a passerby. Years later, she became a true paragon of wealth and power, commanding hundreds of millions, yet she had never known love. As far as he knew, even until his rebirth, Su Mingqian remained solitary, without any rumors of romantic entanglements. Was it possible that this woman was frigid, disinterested in men? Under Lin Feng's fervent gaze, Su Mingqian squirmed uncomfortably. "Why are you looking at me like that?" she stammered anxiously. "Doesn't he seem like a lily?" Lin Feng thought to himself. Checking his phone, he realized it was 9:30. Time indeed flew when in the company of beauty. With a sigh of resignation, he began to tidy up the dishes and stood up. "Well, I must take my leave." "All right." Su Mingqian exhaled in relief. She had long wished for Lin Feng to depart, as his presence made her feel utterly out of sorts. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. "What? Do you dislike being with me that much?" Su Mingqian hurriedly shook her head. No, that's not it." Lin Feng squinted playfully. "So, does that imply you like me and wish to be with me?" Su Mingqian was taken aback, her eyes glistening with impending tears. "I don't." She yearned to flee, but felt it would be exceedingly rude to do so. After all, had it not been for Lin Feng's assistance at the spicy hot pot restaurant, she could only imagine how that bald man would have tormented her. Lin Feng regarded her in silence. Just as she felt her body tense with anxiety, her hairs standing on end, he suddenly leaned in closer. She could distinctly see his handsome face approaching her, and a wave of panic washed over her. What was he about to do? At that moment, a large hand reached out and wiped away the grease at the corner of her mouth. The delicate touch sent a shiver through Lin Feng's heart. Maintaining a facade of earnestness, he admonished, "Look at you. Your mouth is all greasy. If someone saw you, they would mock you." His action relieved Su Mengqian, but then a thought struck her, causing her cheeks to flush anew. My goodness, no boy had ever touched her lips before. He did. What should she do? Could she become pregnant? Chapter 35. The Green Tea Master, Pan Nan. On this day, the sun shone brightly. Boss, the WeChat you mentioned is ready, Zhang Yangming said with a hint of pride as he invited Lin Feng to the school cafeteria. Why the cafeteria, you may ask? Because it offered free seating. Lin Feng was taken aback. He had known this young man possessed talent, but to accomplish such a feat in just a week was beyond his expectations. He had already registered the copyright for WeChat's icon and name at the Copyright Office. If the Penguin Company wished to create WeChat, then Xiaoma would have to change its name and icon. Lin Feng leaned towards the idea of Xiaoma purchasing it from him. Of course, he needed to expand WeChat's features to attract Xiaoma's attention. Zhang Yangming was puzzled. Boss, what do you intend to do with this? It overlaps significantly with QQ, and QQ has space, various diamonds, and even farming. WeChat has nothing but chat. Indeed, WeChat is presently rather simplistic, but I plan to enhance it with new features. Lin Feng acknowledged Zhang Yangming as concerns. QQ is indeed appealing, yet overly ornate with its yellow, green, and purple diamonds, along with its plethora of games. Students tended to enjoy such flashy complexities, but as adults, they would be burdened by the grind of daily work, leaving little room for frivolity. Software, much like merchandise, thrives on simplicity. The lower the entry barrier, the broader the audience. WeChat's straightforwardness was key to its potential popularity. By the way, Yangming, well done. Tomorrow, I will reward you with a generous red envelope. Patting Yangming on the shoulder, Lin Feng smiled. How much? Zhang Yangming inquired with eager anticipation. 200 yuan. Zhang Yangming's expression fell slightly. Internally, he grumbled about the size of the red envelope. Nevertheless, something was better than nothing. The nearby-ins charged only 50 yuan a night. 200 would afford him 4 nights, even if he had no girlfriend. All right, Yangming, I have another task for you. Promote WeChat's Moments feature. Or Moments. Let me explain it to you in detail. After assigning Zhang Yangming his tasks, Lin Feng stood to leave. Yangming, I have faith in you. Keep at it, and by the time you graduate, a 6-figure salary will be within your grasp. Thank you, boss. University students are so easily deceived. Lin Feng thought to himself as he exited the cafeteria. At this moment, in early September, the female students on campus were dressed quite lightly, their long, fair legs captivatingly prominent. Lin Feng, while admiring the view, felt a surge of heat and decided to buy a bottle of Wangleji to cool down. Emerging from the convenience store by the school gate, he took a sip of Wangleji and burped, refreshing. Just then, Lin Feng observed a sleek black Porsche come to a halt at the school gate, from which emerged a young woman adorned with a bouquet of flowers. This enchanting figure, with her chestnut-hued, slightly curled locks and an alluring silhouette, could only be Pan Nan. Behind the wheel sat a middle-aged man, bespectacled and exuding an air of sophistication. A pang of inexplicable jealousy surged within Lin Feng. This fellow must have been enjoying the sweet fruits of life. Who would have thought that Pan Nan, so brazenly indiscreet, had been flirting with him just days prior, only to now be entwined with a wealthy older gentleman? Shaking his head, Lin Feng felt a tinge of melancholy. It was evident that affluence attracted admiration from women. The man, despite his stature of merely 1.7 meters and a countenance marked by excess, was hardly a paragon of attractiveness. He was far from even a fraction of Lin Feng's own charm. Yet, it was not his concern. He was neither Pan Nan's father nor her keeper. Her choice of companions was of no consequence to him. Just as he resolved to depart, the well-dressed man in an Armani suit lunged toward Pan Nan, seemingly intent on kissing her. To Lin Feng's surprise, the once smiling Pan Nan's expression soured dramatically. She forcefully pushed him away, discarding the flowers onto the ground. "What are you doing?" she demanded. The middle-aged man, now devoid of his previous charm, retorted coldly. "What do you think I'm doing? After all this time and the lavish expenditures I've incurred pursuing you, is a mere kiss too much to ask? I never imagined you'd be this kind of person. You've left me utterly disillusioned. Go home and kiss your mother instead." With a frosty demeanor, Pan Nan turned her back and declared, "Do not seek me out again," as she strode away in her high heels. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback before chasing after her, grasping her arm and pleading, Nan, I was wrong. I was swept away by my emotions. Please forgive me. It's your irresistible charm that ensnared me." At this, Lin Feng couldn't suppress a laugh. Indeed, the words of scoundrel were always so predictably insipid. Only the Na'vi would fall for such fabrications, and Pan Nan, a true master of manipulation, would certainly not be swayed. Just as he suspected, she disdainfully shook off the man's grasp, asserting, "It's too late. Be off with you, and may you find a woman who suits your preferences." The middle-aged man, whose intentions had never been honorable, had spun a web of deceit around Pan Nan, presenting himself as a single, respectable executive when in truth he was married and merely a lecherous opportunist. Now, confronted with Pan Nan's resolute dismissal, he dropped all pretenses, sneering, "So, you wish to part ways, do you? Then return the 60,000 yuan I've spent on you this past month." Pan Nan frowned. "There's no way it's 60,000. At most, it's 30,000, and that was shared expenditure." The man continued, "What? I haven't even kissed you, and you've been stringing me along for a month? Shouldn't you compensate me for my emotional distress?" Pan Nan was nearly rendered speechless by his audacity, exclaiming, "You are shameless. You wretched woman, dare to offend me? Let me tell you, I wield significant influence in Jinling City. If you refuse to pay, you'll regret it. Of course, if you lack the funds, you could always become my girlfriend for 3 months, living together, or else I'll ensure you can't remain at Jinling University." The middle-aged man threatened maliciously. "You wouldn't want your classmates and professors to learn of your escapades, would you? The most formidable green tea types dread such nefarious forces. No matter how adept they are at their craft, they crumble under the weight of brute intimidation. These individuals do not engage in reasoned discourse. They simply abduct you for unsavory purposes, leaving the green tea types to lament their fate." Chapter 36. Pan Nan. What is your relationship with him? Though Pan Nan was mature and had weathered many experiences, she remained, at heart, a mere 19-year-old girl newly embarked on her university journey. While she might manipulate the affections of youthful suitors, facing a seasoned predator of society left her utterly disoriented. I will pay you," she said, feeling cornered. She was affluent and believed that appeasing this man with money was the wisest course, as her safety was paramount. Liguonk aying bananan harboret nefarious intentions. Planning to extract 60,000 yuan now and more later. This woman dared to play games with him? He would not allow her to escape unscathed. He not only sought money, but also desired her. 60,000, handed over, Li Guang demanded, intending to drain Pan Nan of her resources before claiming her as his own plaything to share with his friends. As he entertained his lecherous thoughts, a languid male voice broke through the tension. "Hey, Pan Nan, do you seem to be in spot of trouble?" Turning to the source of the voice, Pan Nan beheld an exceptionally handsome young man, standing at an impressive height of 188 meters, his rugged features exuding an undeniable charisma. It was none other than Lin Feng. A look of relief washed over Pan Nan's face as she rushed towards him, seeking refuge behind Lin Feng. Her body pressed against his. Peering out from behind him, she implored, "Class monitor, help me. He has tried to bully me." Lin Feng sighed in exasperation. "Pan, when seeking assistance, could you refrain from colliding with me?" Just as he had managed to suppress his earlier irritation, it reignited, flaring even more intensely. "Ban Nan Nan, what is your relationship with him?" Lin Feng inquired, deeming it necessary to clarify the situation. Should they be involved romantically, his intervention would indeed be unwarranted. and he was not one to meddle in others' affairs without cause. We met on the street a month ago when I was shopping alone. He drove up in his Porsche and asked for my contact details. I thought he seemed refined and was a company executive, so I considered befriending him. Who knew he only sought to seduce me? Pan Nan Nan recounted, her voice laced with disdain. Just moments ago, he threatened me for money. With this revelation, Lin Feng comprehended the dynamics at play. It appeared this man was merely another of Pan Nan Nan's admirers, a hapless devotee. However, it was not surprising. As a master of allure, she often toyed with such affections, reaping benefits along the way. In his previous life, Lin Feng's two roommates, Boss Han and Master Lu, had both pursued Pan Nan Nan, showering her with gifts, none of which she accepted, not out of virtue, but because she simply found them beneath her notice. A true connoisseur of manipulation, how could she ever be satisfied with mere trinkets? Yet, as the saying goes, those who frequent the riverbank will inevitably get their feet wet. And Pan Nan Nan had now encountered a formidable adversary, one not inclined to endure suffering without retaliation. "Listen, kid, I advise you not to meddle," Li Jiran growled, his menacing glare fixed on Lin Feng. "This is a matter between her and me. If you know what's good for you, leave now to avoid drawing trouble upon yourself." Lin Feng's hand rested gently upon Pan Nan's shoulder, inviting her to lean into his embrace. Standing at a mere 163 meters, even with 7-centimeter heels, Pan Nan only reached 170 meters, a stark contrast to Lin Feng's towering 188 meters. This exemplified the charmingly adorable height difference, evoking a sense of delicate dependency. The intoxicating scent emanating from Lin Feng enveloped Pan Nan, making her feel pleasantly lightheaded. His fragrance was utterly delightful, and being in his presence enveloped her in a cocoon of safety, a thought that flitted through her mind. At that moment, her gaze upon Lin Feng was glistening and full of affection, reminiscent of honey that was too thick to dissolve. "Uncle, you are finished. You dare to extort my girlfriend. Do you realize you are breaking the law?" Lin Feng remarked with a sinister grin directed at Li Jiran. "She told me she was single?" Li Jiran raturta angrily. "Is that true?" Lin Feng shot an indignant glance at Pan Nan. She understood that Lin Feng was defending her and willingly played along. Her voice tinged with feigned sorrow. "Husband, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please forgive me. At most, I'll let you take the lead tonight." Though fully aware this was a ruse, Lin Feng felt a warmth bloom within him upon hearing Pan Nan's words. Damn it, this woman is infuriatingly flirtatious. It's unbearable. As a mature adult, it was foolish to believe a woman's words so easily. He suppressed the urge to whisk Pan Nan away for extra lessons and address Li Jiran. "Let's forget about your extortion of my girlfriend. But you had better scram while you still can. Otherwise, I'll make sure you won't recognize your own mother after I'm done with you." Swallowing nervously, Li Jiran replied, "Don't mischaracterize my actions. I was merely reclaiming what I rightfully spent on her. That was your own choice to make. Remember, if you want to win a girl over, don't be stingy. You flaunt your Porsche looking wealthy. Surely you wouldn't expect to reclaim what you spent in pursuit of a girl, would you? This world has some truly laughable men." Lin Feng scoffed. "Kid, I suggest you hand over your girlfriend so I can tutor her in her homework, or else I'll ensure you can't remain in school. You see this Porsche? I can easily take you down." Li Jiran boasted, gesturing towards his sleek black Porsche. Hearing this, Pan Nan tightened her grip around Lin Feng's waist. Sensing her companion's growing tension, Lin Feng's smile vanished, replaced by a grave demeanor as he released Pan Nan and advanced toward Li Jiran. Li Jiran, sensing the imminent threat, took a step back and stammered, "We are civilized individuals. Don't resort to violence. If you do, you'll find yourself breaking the law. As a university student, don't act impulsively. A single misstep could ruin your life." "To hell with that," Lin Feng barked, delivering a resounding slap across Li Jiran's face. Years later, when he became a billionaire from investing in Bitcoin, his time in school would merely be a chapter of experience, mingling with beautiful women, whether successful or not. It was of no consequence. How comical it was for this fool to threaten him. Chapter 37. Lin Feng returned to his dormitory, his waist aching. Smack! Li Jiran received a forceful slap, leaving a vivid crimson mark upon his grayish cheek, burning with pain. "You dare to hit me?" Li Jiran exclaimed. his eyes wide with disbelief. "It was indeed you," Lin Feng growled, lunging forward to deliver another slap, this time to the other cheek, leaving both sides of Li Jiaran's face swollen like dumplings. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Symmetry was achieved, for he considered himself an aesthete. "Fuming, Li Jiaran tretanat. Do you believe I can call 100 men to ruin you in an instant?" Lin Feng grinned. "I believe you." Relieved, Li Jiaran attempted to issue further threats about Lin Feng kneeling or compensating him for medical expenses, but was interrupted by another slap. "Why do you keep hitting me?" "I know Feilong," he asked the act gang leader with hundreds of brothers under him. "Feilong, you say?" Lin Feng chuckled, delivering yet another slap. "Please stop hitting me. If you continue, I'll get angry." Smack. "Stop. Stop. Smack." Li Jiaran spat out 2 bloodied teeth, staring at Lin Feng in terror, his bravado evaporating as he fled, leaving behind a final bitter remark. "You'll regret this. I will return." Lin Feng felt no fear. Should Li Jiaran seek legal recourse, he would surely be the one sent packing. In truth, Lin Feng had overestimated Li Jiaran. He was all bluster and no substance. In this world, the bold feared the brazen, and the brazen feared the audacious. As a minor businessman, Li Jiaran had encountered countless people and could see that Lin Feng was genuinely unafraid of him. After all, who among ordinary folk would dare provoke someone who drove a Porsche? Yet Lin Feng did, a testament to his formidable background. Thus, for the sake of his own safety, Li Jiaran would never dare cross paths with Lin Feng again. It would indeed be a loss to miss out on a gem like Pan Nan. But a woman's worth paled in comparison to one's own life. For a wealthy man like Li Jiaran, losing a woman was trivial. Life, however, was singular and irreplaceable. All is well now. Avoid entanglements with disreputable men. As a university student, you cannot compete with them. You were fortunate to have me today. Otherwise, you would have faced dire consequences. Lin Feng admonished Pan Nan. "I have never dabbled with men. Why would you presume to play with me?" Pan Nan shot him a sultry glance, observing her flamboyant attire, a flower-patterned, low-cut chiffon blouse revealing a striking décolletage. Lin Feng thought it hard to believe she had never been with a man. Of course, Pan Nan's choices were none of his concern. He had merely encountered her by chance, fulfilling his duty as class monitor to protect a classmate. Whether Pan Nan heeded his advice was inconsequential. "You should head back to your dorm. I must return as well," Lin Feng stated, intending to depart when Pan Nan grasped his hand. Lin Feng turned to her, questioning, "What is it?" With her alluring eyes, Pan Nan gazed at him and timidly said, "Class monitor, I was truly frightened today. My heart is still racing. Why not share a room with me for comfort?" Lin Feng replied firmly, "That is out of the question. It would be inappropriate for an unmarried man and woman to share a space together. I, Lin Feng, would rather die than share a room with you." That night, the gentle evening breeze rustled through the campus as darkness enveloped the surroundings. The following day, Lin Feng awoke in a nearby inn, his gaze falling upon the bloodstains on the sheets, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Could it be that Pan Nan was a virgin? He pushed aside her most burdensome weight, feeling utterly exhausted from strain. Lin Feng cautiously rose to his feet. Last night, he and Pan Nan had been poring over their studies until the clock struck 3 in the morning. He had no intention of rousing her from slumber, wishing instead to let her enjoy a little more rest. Thus, he quietly donned his clothes and tiptoed away. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and fluffy clouds drifted lazily in the sky. Supporting his waist, Lin Feng staggered out of the hostel's entrance. It was no wonder that Pan Nan, like a powerful cow, was not easily subdued by an ordinary man. Had it not been for his extraordinary talent and a combat power of 28, he might still be lost in sleep and unable to rise. After a moment of reflection, Lin Feng trudged heavily, his legs trembling, making his way back to the dormitory. At Jinling University, room 618, the internet-addicted youth Han Shan had spent the entire night immersed in a dream of fantasy westward journey. Upon seeing Lin Feng push the door open, he looked up and asked, puzzled, "Lin Feng, where were you last night? Why didn't you come back?" Of course, the truth was that he had been playing cards with his goddess. However, Lin Feng refrained from voicing this. It was unnecessary. Regardless of past lives, or this one, The relationship between Boss Han and Pan Nan Nan remained innocent. Their connection was simple. It was merely the narcissistic and pretentious Boss Han who harbored unreciprocated feelings for Pan Nan Nan. It was the year 2008, and university regulations were rather lenient. Even if students did not spend the night in their dormitories, the school would not investigate. As night fell, luxury cars would line up at the campus gates, and numerous exquisitely dressed young women would get into them. Where they were headed, the naive Lin Feng could not fathom. Hey, Lu Tian was exercising with dumbbells, firmly believing that a man could attract numerous beauties as long as he was fit and handsome. He failed to comprehend that these were mere superficialities. What truly mattered was whether one had a wealthy father and money in their pockets. Hearing the exchange between the two, Master Lu set down his weights and looked at Lin Feng's dark circles, smirking ambiguously. Lin Feng, you didn't go to a hotel with a girl, did you? Indeed. Master Lu, you guessed correctly, but there's no reward. No. I spent the night at the internet CAF playing Legend of Mir. Lin Feng chose not to share the full truth with them. If he did, given the notorious loose lips of Zhang Jiqing and Lu Tian, by the end of the day, the entire class would know, and by the next day, the whole school would be aware. Lin Feng had no desire for rumors to reach Xiao Naiyue and Fang Zimo's ears. At 9 o'clock, the group donned their camouflage uniforms and headed for military training. After an hour of drills, the students rested on the spot. The camouflage could not conceal Pan Nanan's impressive stature as she approached with a light step, holding a bottle of Waham mineral water. She handed it to Lin Feng and said, "Drink some water to replenish your fluids." Lin Feng accepted it without hesitation, casting a glance at Pan Nanan. Pondering that she seemed to have fully recovered, he found himself somewhat envious of women. While men labored tirelessly and took ages to recuperate, women seemed to bounce back effortlessly. Indeed, there is no land that cannot be cultivated, only cows that die from exhaustion. Lin Feng twisted off the bottle cap, smiling as he remarked, "Shouldn't you be the one replenishing your fluids? After all, you expended quite a bit yesterday." Pan Nanan replied with a hint of melancholy. "So, when you left this morning, you didn't even say goodbye? Is this what they call pulling up your pants and forgetting the person?" "Cough. I thought you were too tired last night to be disturbed," Lin Feng said. "However, since you forced me to do something I was unwilling to do yesterday, you must take responsibility. From now on, I won't allow you to be ambiguous with other men. Understand? You're willing to acknowledge our relationship?" Pan Nanan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "No, we're merely classmates. I have no intention of dating in college. A man should focus on his career. However, if I require tutoring in the future, you must be the first to appear before me." Lin Feng shook his head resolutely. "Scumbag." Pan Nanan rolled her eyes. "I don't care. If you won't be my boyfriend, then I will find someone else. If that happens, you will lose me forever," Lin Feng retorted. "Selfish man," Pan Nanan said, feeling wronged. "You're just taking advantage of my feelings for you. Think whatever you like, but as long as you don't do anything to betray me, I will provide you with endless support," Lin Feng replied earnestly. Pan Nanan looked at him suspiciously. "Are you wealthy?" "Not at present, but I will be in the future. By the way, how much savings do you have? Lend me some, and I will pay you back later." Lin Feng shook his head, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at Pan Nanan. "When is later?" Pan Nanan asked, a hint of worry in her tone, for as a top-tier green tea, she knew there was no such thing as love without ulterior motives. This was her hard-earned money after all. "I'll pay you back when I have money." "When will you have money?" 10 years from now," Lin Feng nodded. Pan Nanan looked at him, somewhat incredulous that such a tall, handsome, and rebellious man could be so shameless. To quote Zhuge Liang, "I have never seen such brazen shamelessness." Both Lin Feng and Pan Nanan were prominent figures in their class. Handsome and beautiful, and their quiet conversation drew the attention of their peers. "Look, Pan Nanan and Lin Feng are chatting. Do you think there might be an item?" a male classmate remarked with a hint of jealousy. Han Shan chuckled. "Don't worry, that one tea happened. Lin Feng is my good brother. He knows I like Pan Nanan and wouldn't he steal her from me. Give me a break. All the boys in our class, as long as they aren't gay, like Pan Nanan. Why would Lin Feng give up such a catch for you?" Lin Jiaqing scoffed. Han Shan replied nonchalantly, "Forgive my arrogance, but you may not know my background. My family is in real estate, and Our company makes about 7 to 800 million a year. Lin Feng's family? His father works in a government office, and his mother is just a finance officer in a private enterprise. Their combined income barely exceeds 20,000. Our families are world apart. I believe Nan Nan is a clever woman who knows how to choose. Since being saved by Lin Feng, Lin Jiaqing had become a Lin Feng fan, disdainfully saying, "So what? Lin Feng is more handsome than you. Han Shan, I have over 10 million in savings. Lin Feng is still more handsome. I'm about to buy a Maserati, and then I'll be the most handsome guy at Jinling University. Lin Feng is still more handsome. Hey, Jiaqing, can we have a decent conversation?" Han Shan grumblit. Just then, a tall girl with a lovely face approached, holding a bottle of Nongfu spring mineral water. Lu Tian's eyes lit up as he rushed forward, eager to engage before the other boys. "Hello, do you need anything?" "I'm looking for someone," the beauty replied. Despite not having confessed his feelings to any girl, Lu Tian had been courteous to several, such as Nzi, Pan Nan Nan, and Fang Jiran. But these three rarely paid him any mind, often taking hours to reply to a message. Moreover, each time, the responses were limited to a mere 1 or 2 words, causing Master Lu's once fervent heart to gradually cool. However, upon the appearance of this woman, Lu Tian felt himself falling in love once more, his smile radiant. "Who are you looking for?" I'm looking for Lin Feng." Fang Zimo's flawless face flushed slightly. Heaven knows how much courage she had mustered to approach Lin Feng's class. In truth, she had been waiting for him to reach out to her. But Lin Feng had truly been neglectful, having not contacted her for several weeks. Messages sent via QQ often required several hours for a reply, which were invariably perfunctory. Either he was bathing or had gone to sleep. Fang Zimo began to suspect something amiss, wondering if she had been forgotten. Thus, she bore her shyness and took the initiative to seek him out. Why is it always that old Lin? Is being handsome really that impressive? Lu Tian muttered with a hint of annoyance, then bellowed into the throng. "Lin Feng, there's a beauty looking for you." As a true Northeastern man, Lu Tian possessed a formidable voice that resonated throughout the classroom. At his shout, Lin Feng paused his idle chatter with Pan Nan Nan, pondering the audacity of this woman who had invited him to play poker that evening in the school's romantic haven, the Grove, notorious for its swarms of mosquitoes. Lin Feng had no desire to go. Upon spotting Fang Zimo beside Lu Tian, Lin Feng noted that her face had darkened considerably from the recent military training. Her skin, once as fair as milk, had taken on a sun-kissed hue. Yet, rather than detracting from her beauty, it bestowed upon her a healthy allure. It was said that foreign men preferred women with tan skin, believing it to signify vitality. Lin Feng jogged over to Fang Zimo, astonished as he asked, "What brings you here?" With her large eyes shimmering with unshed tears, Fang Zimo replied, somewhat aggrieved, "Shaolin, you haven't come to find me in weeks. If I hadn't come to look for you, would you have just forgotten me?" Chapter 39. Torn between concern for a brother's hardship and envy of his luxury. Lin Feng internally scoffed. "You profess your feelings yet refuse to accept them. When I leave, you cry. What do you want from me?" However, as a reborn individual, he would never utter such emotionally inept words. "Not at all. You are my creditor. I could never abandon you." Lin Feng laughed. Fang Zimo sniffled, "Indeed. You owe over 300,000. At this rate, you'll never pay it back. You underestimate me. In 10 years, I could sell a single Bitcoin for tens of thousands of dollars. Your debt is merely a drop in the ocean." Lin Feng mused inwardly. What does that woman want with our class president? Fang Yaran approached Bananan, whispering. Pan Nan Nan cast a jealous glance at Fang Zimo. While her own assets might surpass Zimo's, in all other respects, Fang Zimo outshone her. Now, she finally understood why Lin Feng had rebuffed her advances. "I will not concede." Pan Nan Nan clenched her fists, fiercely determined. "How would I know?" Pan Nan Nan replied, nonchalantly. Fang Jiran chuckled, a knowing smile gracing her features. "Nan Nan, do you fancy the class president?" "Don't say such things, I don't." Pan Nan Nan vehemently shook her head. Denial doesn't suit you," Fang Jiran remarked, her gaze piercing. "If you didn't like him, why did you bring him water? If I recall correctly, this is the first time you've given a boy something since starting school. We are merely friends, Pan Nan Nan said, blushing at the memory of yesterday's events. Indeed, their relationship is quite respectable. Fang Zimo's enchanting beauty captured the attention of every male student in Lin Feng's class. They had never encountered such a stunning girl. Had Fang Zimo been in Electronics Commerce 081, there would be no contest. She would undoubtedly reign supreme, relegating Pan Nan Nan and Fang Jiaran to the background. Fang Zimo twisted the cap of her bottle of Nongfu Spring mineral water, her radiant smile illuminating her jade-like visage as she extended the bottle towards Lin Feng. Shaolin, you must be thirsty. Here is some water for you. Lin Feng felt a twinge of annoyance. He had just consumed water from Pan Nan Nan, and now he was being offered more by Fang Zimo. Despite his robust appetite, he felt overwhelmed. Yet, upon seeing the hopeful glimmer in Fang Zimo's eyes, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Gritting his teeth, he accepted the water and drank it down as if he were a valiant martyr. Fang Zimo's eyes crinkled into delightful crescents, revealing two charming dimples. Shaolin, can I bring you water every day from now on? Absolutely not, Lin Feng quickly interjected. If Fang Zimo were to do so, rumors of their romantic involvement would surely spread like wildfire. He alone understood how gossipy students could be. A trivial matter could be blown out of proportion, transforming into a sensational scandal. For instance, a simple story of a pregnant woman giving birth would inevitably morph into a tale of a woman delivering 8 piglets, thanks to the incessant chatter of idle college students. Were Fang Zimo to provide warmth at night, like Pan Nan Nan, he might consider it, but she was merely delivering water. Did he seem like someone in dire need of 2 yuan for mineral water? In any case, the drawbacks outweighed the benefits, and he would not acquiesce. Why not? Fang Zimo asked, her voice tinged with disappointment as she cast a glance at Pan Nan Nan among the camouflage students. She had seen Lin Feng chatting and laughing with that well-endowed woman. Had Lin Feng's tastes changed since entering university, now favoring larger figures? Previously, Fang Zimo had never harbored such insecurities. She had been confident in herself. However, recent events concerning Lin Feng had led to her feeling alienated by her 3 roommates, compounded by whispers among the female students that boys preferred larger figures. Coupled with Lin Feng's noticeable aloofness in their recent conversations, she had developed a sense of dread. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, Fang Zimo was troubled by these thoughts. As someone who had been reborn, he was adept at crafting benevolent lies. I worry you may tire yourself out, Zimo. Indeed, Fang Zimo was easily appeased. Upon hearing his words, her smooth, porcelain-like cheeks flushed with a visible hue, blooming like 2 lovely clouds. You are so kind to me, Shaolin. Let us not quarrel anymore. Let us return to how things were before. We cannot go back. Lin Feng replied earnestly. Zimo, we are no longer in high school. We are in university now, and we've grown up. Thus, I will not continue to be your devoted admirer, as I once was. Fang Zimo's anxiety grew. Lin Feng, have you fallen for another woman? Lin Feng hesitated, tempted to affirm, but upon seeing Fang Zimo's tears, his heart softened, and he shook his head. No. Then, do you still like me? Fang Zimo asked, her eyes sparkling with hope. Lin Feng wanted to be truthful, yes, but only a little. He is currently merely infatuated with Fang Zimo's physique, lacking any deeper feelings. In his previous life, Fang Zimo inflicted profound wounds upon him, leading to a resentment that far outweighs any affection he might have harbored. If Fang Zimo were fond of romantic novels, she might grasp the essence of what it means to torment a husband for fleeting pleasure, leaving him in a state of despair. It suffices. Xiaolin, it's not that I am unwilling to accept you. I simply yearn for you to become extraordinary. Can you comprehend my plight? Fang Zimo spoke, her voice laced with sorrow. Lin Feng attempted to interject, but at that moment, Pan Nan Nan and Fang Jiaran approached in unison. A teasing voice rang out. Oh dear, class monitor, who is this enchanting beauty? She is absolutely stunning. Surely she cannot be your girlfriend? Following the source of the voice, Lin Feng and Fang Zimo turned to see that it was Fang Jiaran speaking. Fang Zimo did not know Fang Jiaran, and she was somewhat taken aback by the remarkable beauty of these 2 women, despite their looks being slightly inferior to her own. Nonetheless, she felt a flicker of concern, having heard from the girls in her class that men are primarily visual creatures, unable to resist allure. Although they may not surpass her in beauty, they could certainly be enticing. Fang Zimo was acutely aware of her own modest style, both in attire and demeanor, fearing that Xiaolin might, in a moment of distraction, be captivated by these alluring vixens. If that were to happen, she believed she would undoubtedly weep. Since the farewell dinner after high school graduation, Lin Feng had not confessed his feelings to her again, which left Fang Zimo disheartened. In the past, Lin Feng would profess his love for her almost weekly. His QQ nickname once read, "In love with Fang for a lifetime," with a personal signature stating, "I like you. What business is it of yours?" Now, however, Lin Feng had altered his QQ nickname to the handsomest guy in the universe, with a signature declaring, "I shall never be a sycophant again." Yet before Fang Zimo could deny the insinuation, Lin Feng, seemingly anxious about any misconceptions, quickly asserted, "Fang Jiran, do not speak carelessly. She is not my girlfriend, merely a high school classmate." The other students perked up, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Upon learning that Fang Zimo was not Lin Feng's girlfriend, a collective sigh of relief escaped the male students. There's a saying that reflects their sentiments. They are both concerned for their brother's struggles and wary of his potential success. For the vast majority of boys, Lin Feng's situation elicits dual fears, one being that he might remain single, and the other that he might date an extraordinarily beautiful girl. If someone as exceptional as Fang Zimo were to be pursued by Lin Feng, they would feel quite disheartened, believing he did not deserve her. After a brief conversation with Lin Feng, Fang Zimo returned as the class instructor announced the end of the break and the commencement of training. Thus, the day of military training passed uneventfully. By 4 o'clock, Lin Feng returned to the dormitory. "Wow, Lin Feng, who was that stunning girl who came looking for you today?" Han Shan asked excitedly as he approached Lin Feng. Lin Feng found himself explaining once more, "She is my high school classmate." At that moment, Zhang Ziqing shot a sidelong glance at Han Shan, a hint of mockery in his tone as he remarked, "What, Han boss, have you fallen for her too?" His girlfriend, Su Xiaoyu, had informed him that Han Shan was a playboy, juggling pursuits of Nzi while simultaneously flirting with Ma Jingjing and Chen Inua. This left Zhang Ziqing feeling embarrassed, believing Han Shan had brought shame upon him. He mentally berated Han Shan, thinking, "Come on, use your brain. If you want to play the field, at least don't pursue girls from the same dormitory. It's bound to end in disaster." However, Han Shan's mindset was quite understandable. If Nzi were to accept him, he would certainly not be engaging with Ma Jingjing or Chen Inua. He would commit himself as Nzi's only man, even more steadfast than those confined to a labor camp. Yet, the issue remained that Nzi hardly acknowledged him. Thus, Han Shan felt compelled to consider Ma Jingjing or Chen Inua as potential partners, believing that if they had no objections, it would not pose a problem to pursue both simultaneously. After all, while Ma Jingjing and Chen Inua may not be on the same level as Nzi or Su Xiaoyu in terms of beauty, they were certainly above average, and Han Shan found them quite appealing. If there hadn't been better options, he would have pursued either of them long ago. "Indeed, I am intrigued, Lin Feng. Please introduce me to your childhood sweetheart," Han Shan said with a playful smile. Lin Feng shook his head, responding, "That simply will not do." "Why not? If you won't take her, why not let your good brother have her? It would be a shame to let such a prize go to waste." "That is precisely why it cannot happen," Lin Feng insisted, unwavering. "Very well then," Han Shan replied, slightly displeased. Although Lin Feng knew that even if he introduced Fang Zimo to Han Shan, he would never win her affections, he simply did not wish to do so. Fang Zimo held a uniquely special place in his heart, a source of both love and resentment. One does not harbor animosity towards someone without a reason. His hatred was born from love. Because he loved, he also hated. After 20 days, the military training finally concluded, and Lin Feng officially began attending classes. There was much to learn. Courses like Introduction to E-commerce, Economics, Management, Accounting, Operations Research, Statistics, and English awaited him. Having studied these subjects in his previous life, Lin Feng found that, perhaps due to the effects of his transmigration, his memory had improved significantly. As he perused his textbooks, he swiftly began to recall his past knowledge, allowing him to learn with remarkable speed. More than 20 days passed since the end of military training. During this time, Lin Feng maintained a low profile. One day, the weather was clear and the sun shone brightly. In the Electronic Commerce 081 class, everyone was diligently engaged in their studies. The students of Jinling University are indeed the elite, and academic underachievers were few and far between. Lin Feng's deskmate happened to be one of those diligent students, none other than the affluent Han Shan. As Lin Feng and Han Shan shared a desk, he could readily observe Han Shan's activities. From Lin Feng's perspective, Han Shan must have been quite studious in high school, likely due to his family's wealth, enabling him to hire numerous excellent tutors. Thus, while Han Shan's intellect may not have been remarkable, and he was no bookworm, he still managed to gain admission to the prestigious 985 Jinling University. Moreover, his college entrance examination score was commendable, exceeding 600 points, surpassing Lin Feng's own. However, after entering university, Han Shan appeared to have completely let loose, often playing online games like Dream of the Red Chamber until dawn in the dormitory. Just like now, during instructor Guo Fang's class, he was not paying attention. While other students busily took notes, he was instead sketching a caricature of the beautiful university teacher, Guo Fang. Unfortunately, his artistic skills left much to be desired, rendering Guo Fang, a striking beauty scoring over 90, as nothing more than a caricature reminiscent of a less-than-flattering internet meme. Guo Fang taught English, boasting an impressive level 8 proficiency and a master's degree from Sichuan University. Upon learning of Guo Fang's alma mater, Lin Feng thought to himself, "Thank goodness, Teacher Guo, that you are not seeking employment a decade from now. Otherwise, you would surely struggle to find a decent job." University professors enjoy a commendable salary, starting at an annual income of 100,000. After attentively listening for a while, Lin Feng realized that he fully comprehended everything Guo Fang was articulating, prompting him to lose interest and instead indulge in his mobile phone, playing QQ. Observing Lin Feng engrossed in his device, Boss Han assumed that he was of the same ilk, disinterested in learning. Thus, treating him like a confidant, he picked up his notebook and cheerfully inquired, "Lin Feng, what do you think of my drawing? Who is this?" Lin Feng glanced at the depiction of a rather voluptuous woman in the notebook and asked, "Our instructor, Han Shan replied, can't you tell? While others diligently take notes, you are sketching the teacher." Lin Feng thought to himself, recognizing that Han Shan, with a gaze akin to a lovesick fool focused on teacher Guo, was indeed drawing her. However, the crude quality of the artwork was enough to induce nausea. If this fellow were to pursue a career as an artist or graphic designer, he would undoubtedly starve. "I thought you were sketching, Sister Furong," Lin Feng remarked. "Surely not. What kind of vision do you have?" "I believe my drawing is rather commendable," Han Shan retorted. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Nevertheless, this was typical. Many young men, like Boss Han, often exude a blind confidence, believing themselves to be exceptionally handsome, when they see attractive women accompanied by less appealing partners. They inwardly grumble about the disparity, convinced that their own solitude must stem from a lack of financial resources. Chapter 41. Don't ask. Just know it's an all-nighter at the internet CAF. In truth, Lin Feng wished to convey to his male peers that the absence of girlfriend is not necessarily indicative of financial inadequacy. It could very well be that they perceive themselves as dashing when, in reality, they are quite unappealing. After all, truly handsome men often find companionship even in the absence of wealth, with some women even supporting them. If such a situation does not occur, it may simply denote a lack of attractiveness. After the class concluded, Zhang Ziqing approached the two with a broad smile. Han Shan turned to Lin Feng and said, "A smiling face is not a good sign. I deem it a pack of spicy sticks that Zhang Ziqing is certainly after something from us." "Really now, Boss Han, when did you take up fortune-telling?" Lin Feng chuckled. "Just wait and see," Han Shan replied, crossing his arms with an air of confidence. Zhang Ziqing reached Lin Feng and cheerfully asked, "Lin Feng, do you have free time this weekend?" "I must know what it's about first," Lin Feng responded. "If you don't say, how can I know if I'm free?" Zhang Ziqing frowned, disliking Lin Feng's tone. As a native of Yanjing with over 10 properties in prime areas, Zhang Ziqing was an exceedingly proud man who expected others to indulge him. This dynamic had contributed to the strained relationship between Lin Feng and both Zhang Ziqing and Han Shan in his previous life. Zhang Ziqing was arrogant and had always looked down upon Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng later realized that Zhang Ziqing likely held the same disdain for anyone outside of his circle, his arrogance being a collective issue rather than a personal attack. Meanwhile, Han Shan constantly flaunted his heirs and was notoriously fickle in relationships, changing girlfriends weekly during their sophomore year. In his past life, Lin Feng had maintained a sense of superiority, disdaining such behavior. He preferred to associate with Lu Tian, a rather reserved yet decent fellow from the northeast, over the more arrogant Zhang Ziqing and the pretentious Han Shan. Eventually, Lin Feng came to terms with his past mistakes during university, particularly in handling relationships with classmates. In the adult world, even if one harbors strong dislike for certain individuals, maintaining some level of interaction is essential. Perfection is a myth. No one is without flaws. While one cannot change others or their surroundings, one can adapt oneself to coexist harmoniously. Had it not been for his girlfriend, Su Xiaoyu, insisting that he invite Lin Feng, Zhang Ziqing would never have sought Lin Feng out for an outing. I would enjoy myself so much more with just my girlfriend. Bringing along a handsome guy like Lin Feng poses a significant risk of being cuckolded, he thought. Zhang Ziqing forced a somewhat strained smile and said, "This weekend, Su Xiaoyu and I are going out. Lin Feng, you should join us for a lively gathering." "Where are we going?" Lin Feng inquired. "To a haunted house. There will be a few of us, including Su Xiaoyu's 4 roommates." "Oh well, if I'm free, I'll join." Lin Feng nodded in agreement. "So, if Su Xiaoyu's roommates don't go, you want to be free, right?" "Such a narrow-minded view of friendship," Zhang Ziqing commented. "With no females around, you'll be left alone." Lu Tian said excitedly. "Going out with Su Xiaoyu's 4 roommates sounds fantastic. Ever since I caught a glimpse of the stunning Nzi, I can't stop thinking about her. I often dream of her, waking up to secretly wash my pants." Zhang Ziqing shot Lu Tian an odd look. "Lu Master, I never intended to invite you along. However, having you there wouldn't hurt. The more, the merrier." After all, Su Xiaoyu had expressed that Lin Feng's presence was the priority, while the attendance of others was inconsequential. Naturally, Zhang Ziqing was not oblivious and had nervously asked Su Xiaoyu why she insisted on Lin Feng as attendance. She casually replied, "I want to set Lin Feng up with Nzi." Zhang Ziqing felt a twinge of jealousy. How does Lin Feng, being so ordinary, deserve someone like Nzi? "But he is quite handsome," Su Xiaoyu countered. This thought plagued Zhang Ziqing for quite some time, nearly prompting him to fly to Korea for cosmetic surgery. However, upon researching the risks involved, he hesitated, realizing the potential dangers of such procedures. Thus, he decided to remain in the country. Moreover, Zhang Ziqing believed that Su Xiaoyu was not a superficial woman. She likely valued inner beauty and character over mere physical appearance. He considered himself to embody such qualities. Han Shan interjected, "Zhang Ziqing, are you going to the haunted house this weekend?" "Yes." "Then you haven't forgotten about me, have you?" "What do you mean?" "I'm going too." "That's fine, but we'll need to split the costs," Zhang Ziqing responded. "With Lu Master joining us, adding another person like Boss Han is no issue." "Please, do I look like a man without money?" Boss Han retorted, raising his expensive Rolex dismissively. "Really? We have to pay. I thought you were treating us, Zhang Boss." Lu Master lamented. "Get lost. You use my shampoo, my body wash, my napkins, and yet you expect me to foot the bill for your outings? Do you take me for a fool?" Zhang Ziqing snapped. Lu Master, trying to appease him, said, "Don't be angry, Zhang Ge. I just haven't bought anything yet. Once I do, we can share." Several individuals have been residing in a dormitory for over a month now. Zhang Ziqing, fully aware of Lu Dashu's character, rolled his eyes and remarked, "Come on, who knows when you'll actually make the purchase?" "All right, it's settled then. We'll depart at 1 o'clock on Saturday," Zhang Ziqing declared. "Sound good," came the reply. "Oh, for heaven's sake." Lin Feng glanced at his phone, a new message illuminating the depths of his dark pupils. The sender, a character Lin Feng had saved in his contacts as seafood merchant, conveyed, "The room is ready at Youth Hostel, room 606. Lin Feng replied, "All right. You take a shower first. I'll be there shortly." The seafood merchant responded with a simple, Lin Feng rose from his bed, the one belonging to Lu Tian, and walked towards the door. Observing this, Zhang Ziqing called out, Lin Feng, are you heading out again? Yes, Lin Feng nodded. Zhang Ziqing criticized. In a month of 30 days, you've been absent from the dormitory for 23 nights, each lasting 12 hours. What on earth are you up to? Lin Feng shrugged. Don't ask. I'm just pulling all-nighters at the internet CAF. With that, he departed without a backward glance. Chapter 42. You clearly just want to take advantage of me. Do you think Lin Feng is really spending his nights at the internet CAF? Zhang Ziqing questioned his two roommates with a skeptical tone. Wearing headphones while playing Dream of the Red Chamber, Boss Han removed them and said, I believe Lin Feng is telling the truth, as he always returns in the morning with dark circles under his eyes and unsteady steps. Lu Tian interjected, That is not true for me. I don't look like that after a night out. Boss Han shot him a glance and replied, Perhaps your constitution is simply better than Lin Feng's. Zhang Ziqing proposed, How about we follow Lin Feng and see what he's really up to at night? I strongly suspect he is not pulling all-nighters at the CAF, but rather playing games with some girl. Boss Han rolled his eyes. Zhang, you still call yourself a local of the capital? Would a true local engage in such mundane activities? If we have time to call you, sir, you shouldn't really think of yourself as one. Boss Han's reasoning struck a chord. Zhang Ziqing nodded, realizing that Lin Feng, an unremarkable roommate, wasn't worth the effort to understand. He simply wasn't deserving of it. The following day at Youth Hostel, room 606, Lin Feng awoke and, feeling somewhat drained, gently pushed Pan Nan off him. She murmured and continued to sleep. Indeed, for the past few weeks, they had been playing dart games every night. Lin Feng's skills were impressive, consistently hitting the bullseye, except for the first day, when he lost to Pan Nan due to biological reasons. He had triumphed in most matches since then. Both were young, and after their initial extracurricular learning session, they had gradually grown fond of studying together. Thus, apart from his 7 days when Pan Nan was occupied, they spent the rest of the month delving into complex extracurricular topics. Practice leads to truth. The ancients surely did not deceive me, Lin Feng mused while rubbing his sore back. Sensing movement, Pan Nan opened her starry eyes and gazed at Lin Feng as he dressed, lamenting, Are you leaving again? Every morning, you just walk out. Can't you stay with me a little longer? You're simply too beautiful, and I fear I might take advantage of you, Lin Feng explained. After all, my body isn't made of iron. I can't endure too many instances of that. You always find excuses, Pan Nan retorted. I feel you merely want to take advantage of me. You don't truly love me. Don't voice such thoughts. Speaking the truth can wound the heart. Lin Feng replied earnestly. No. You're very important to me. As Pan Nan gazed at Lin Feng's handsome face, her resentment gradually dissipated. She felt utterly enchanted. Being with Lin Feng meant paying for meals, covering hotel costs, and even lending him over 500,000 yuan she had saved over the years for his investments in some internet company stocks, Alibaba and Tencent. She knew Tencent, but was bewildered by Alibaba. Was it truly wise to invest in their stocks without risking complete financial ruin? Am I truly losing my mind? She pondered. She had considered ignoring Lin Feng to prevent him from taking advantage of her further, as she felt devoid of his affection. Yet, upon seeing Lin Feng's striking face and physique that surpassed even Mr. World, all her grievances would vanish in an instant. Thus, loving someone was undeniably painful. Wasn't it? Fan Nan silently questioned herself. It was no wonder so many girls online claim that rather than choosing someone you love, it was better to choose someone who loves you. When you love someone, you would give them everything, yet the reciprocation might not be as fervent. Conversely, someone who loves you will give their all, and you merely need to enjoy their kindness. One is about compliance, while the other is about enjoyment. Clearly, enjoyment is far more comfortable than compliance. Once Lin Feng was dressed, he stepped out of the youth hostel, gazing up at the blazing sun, a contemplative expression crossing his face. He estimated that he still had around 100,000 yuan in cash, which should suffice to open a milk tea shop. He wandered near the school, searching for an appropriate location. Soon enough, he discovered a shop in a prime spot, right next to the campus entrance, easily visible to students as they exited. Previously, this establishment had served roasted duck, but perhaps due to poor management or the owner's venture into another field, it had become vacant. A red lock hung on the door, and a notice was affixed to the glass. This shop is for rent. Contact number 138XXXXXX. Lin Feng smiled, muttering, "It's as if the universe is conspiring to help me with my entrepreneurial dreams." "Hello, are you the landlord?" Lin Feng inquired, pulling out his phone to dial the number on the notice. The voice on the other end was somewhat hoarse. "Yes. How much is the rent per year?" 60,000. "Could you come over? I'd like to take a look inside." "Sure." After about 10 minutes, the landlord arrived in a Santana. A dark-skinned middle-aged man wearing a straw hat, slender in build, around 1.7 meters tall, jangling keys in his hand. Lin Feng approached the shop, and the landlord asked, "Are you the one who called me earlier?" "Yes," Lin Feng affirmed. After negotiating the price, Lin Feng headed to a nearby bank to withdraw cash. They signed a contract, and Lin Feng handed the money to the landlord while receiving the keys in return. Gazing at the newly rented shop, Lin Feng began to ponder. Now, he had only 40,000 yuan left, which would be insufficient for renovations, hiring staff, purchasing milk tea ingredients, and marketing. It seemed he would need to learn about capital management. He first went to the copyright office to register the trademark for his milk tea brand, Happy Tea. After successfully registering his trademark, he arranged a meeting with the manager of the rural bank's loan department, using shares of Matai as collateral to secure a loan of 200,000 yuan. Subsequently, he sought out a well-known interior design company in the industry to renovate his bubble tea shop according to his specifications. This entire series of operations took 10 days. During this time, Lin Feng invited his classmates to help tidy up the place. After all, as a class monitor and now a shop owner, he felt it was only right to share this achievement with his peers. This was not merely a business favor. Later, Lin Feng treated them to bubble tea. Next came the recruitment of employees. The shop, spanning over 50 square meters, was quite spacious, and Lin Feng hired 4 attractive female employees. In this era, the availability of beautiful women had not yet been entirely diverted to foot massage parlors or the luxurious establishments of the wealthy. Opening for business was an easy task that facilitated the hiring of aesthetically pleasing staff. Thus, it can be said that being a boss in this time was quite enjoyable, unlike a decade later when business would become increasingly challenging and finding a partner would prove more difficult. Due to the absence of franchise fees, Lin Feng's investment in the bubble tea shop was relatively economical, amounting to approximately 100,000 yuan. Although he employed 4 staff members, each earning a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan, this payment would only be due after they had completed a month of work. Lin Feng organized an opening promotion, which was quite simple, a buy-one-get-one free offer. The bubble tea was available in 3 sizes, medium for 10 yuan, large for 15 yuan, and extra large for 20 yuan, with additional toppings charged separately. Currently, the market was saturated with bubble tea predominantly made from starchy pearls mixed with powdered milk, yielding a rather unimpressive taste. In contrast to the past, when students relished bubble tea, Lin Feng's brand soon rendered the offerings at the school gate obsolete. With few competitors in the bubble tea sector, Lin Feng's shop experienced an immediate surge in business, with long queues forming. At the school cafeteria, Lin Feng and his 3 dorm mates finished their meal and were about to check on his shop. To be frank, the cafeteria food was rather unappetizing, and the staff often fumbled while serving, but it was affordable. However, Lin Feng noticed a girl in a red cafeteria uniform and paused to call out, "Su Mengxian." Su Mengxian was mopping the floor. Upon hearing Lin Feng's voice, she looked up, her beautiful eyes sparkling like autumn water, gazing at him with a somewhat dazed expression. Her unadorned face appeared smooth and radiant, truly captivating. "Class monitor, do you need something?" Lin Feng inquired. "Are you working in the cafeteria?" "Yes, part-time," she replied. "How long do you work, and what is your salary?" "I start at 4 and finish at 10. With dinner included, earning 30 yuan a day." "That seems rather low," Lin Feng remarked. "Oh," Su Mengxian said, returning to her task. Lin Feng continued, "How about this? You know I've opened a bubble tea shop. Why don't you work there part-time? I can offer you 60 yuan a day and include all 3 meals." "3 meals?" Su Mengxian asked, perplexed. "Yes, breakfast, lunch, and dinner," Lin Feng replied with a smile. Su Mengxian hesitated, sensing that Lin Feng's intentions might not be entirely innocent, fearing he might take advantage of her if she accepted the job. Don't refuse, Lin Feng insisted firmly. Must you be so fierce? Su Mengxian retorted, feeling somewhat wronged. I'll accept, all right? The four returned to their dormitory. Han Shan remarked to Lin Feng, "You've changed." "How so?" Lin Feng asked, intrigued. "You used to be quite innocent, not one to chase after women, but now that you've opened a bubble tea shop, you're using your position to pursue Su Mengxian. Am I that obvious?" Lin Feng questioned. "Indeed," Master Lu chimed in. "The way you looked at Su Mengxian just now was as if you wanted to devour her. Do not judge a handsome man by the lecherous thoughts of a wolf." Lin Feng rolled his eyes in response. Han Shan chuckled. "Bro, your taste is quite commendable. I dare say, if Su Mengxian were to remove her braces, swap her clunky black glasses, and change her hairstyle from that silly ponytail, she would undoubtedly become a goddess. Then why don't you pursue her?" Lin Feng countered. Zhang Ziqing scoffed. "Lin Feng, Han Shan did try. On the first day, he brought breakfast to invite Su Mengxian to eat with him, but she declined. On the second day, he wanted to take her to the movies, but she again refused. On the third day, he suggested spending the weekend together, and from then on, she avoided him like the plague." "Wow, Han Shan, I didn't realize you were so persistent behind the scenes. Why didn't you tell me?" Lin Feng responded in astonishment. Enough. These days, all your energy has been devoted to the bubble tea shop. Who has time to concern themselves with Han Shan's romantic endeavors?" Master Lu pointed out. Lin Feng reflected that this was indeed true. He had been quite busy and hadn't even had time to help Pan Nan with her studies in several days. With a 36D female classmate, he could hardly manage, let alone take interest in Han Shan's romantic pursuits. "Are you planning to pursue Su Mengxian?" Han Shan asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head. "No, I did not intend to engage in a college romance." Master Lu lamented. "Such a handsome guy like you, not dating? What a pity." Lin Feng looked at him quizzically. "Not dating doesn't mean I don't enjoy seafood, does it? Having a girlfriend would only bind me. As someone who has been reborn, I feel a responsibility to revitalize the country. I cannot confine my gaze to romantic entanglements or compete with others for women. That is beneath me. My ambition lies in conquering the stars and seas of technology, competing with Elon Musk for business supremacy." After chatting with his dorm mates, Lin Feng headed to his shop. The promotional event had lasted 3 days and was now concluded. During the promotion, the shop had been bustling with customers, with no empty seats. Although business was not as frenzied post-event, it remained quite robust, with daily sales averaging around 3,000 yuan. On good days, it could reach 4,000, peaking at 5,000. After deducting rent, utilities, and raw material costs, he was earning approximately 2,500 yuan a day, proving that opening a bubble tea shop in 2008 was indeed lucrative. Upon arriving at the bubble tea shop, Lin Feng found that his staff had grown to 6. 4 were full-time employees, while 2 were girls from his class. One named Han Xian and the other Zhang Na. They shared a common trait. All were visually appealing. If rated, Su Mengxian and Fang Zimo would score 9 points, while Han Xian and Zhang Na would be rated at 7, qualifying as average beauties. Lin Feng was not one to judge solely by appearance. But in the bubble tea business, hiring someone unattractive could deter customers from enjoying their drinks. It was all about business, after all. This did not mean he had a preference for beautiful employees. Like the readers of this book, he was a serious and attractive individual. Upon seeing Lin Feng enter, the female staff members displayed signs of nervousness, intensifying their efforts. The full-time employee, Kai Hui, rushed over. "Boss, is there something you need?" "I just came to check in." "You carry on with your work," he replied. Lin Feng uttered a few words before making his way to the changing room, donning his work attire and beginning to assist. Chapter 44. Maintaining a business is harder than starting one. The various types of milk tea and their secret recipes are, in truth, quite easy to decipher. He harbored no fear of his employees learning the trade. Should anyone dare to steal, Lin Feng would not hesitate to take legal action, even at a loss, ensuring that the thief would face consequences. Moreover, even if he were to lose in court, he remained unperturbed, for his greatest advantage lay in his understanding of future trends. In the realm of business, as long as one remains half a step ahead of competitors, one shall be invincible. Thus, for Lin Feng, the greatest concern was not from his peers. Should anyone dare to compete with him, He possessed ample means to drive them to bankruptcy, leaving them with nothing. Shortly after he began his work, a shifty-eyed middle-aged man entered the establishment, dressed in a drab gray shirt. He was unremarkable in appearance and purchased a cup of milk tea for 15 yuan. Rather than taking a seat, he began to wander around the shop. Observing this, Lin Feng's eyes narrowed instantly. The world is rife with envious individuals. In any industry, there are countless vying for business. Whenever one's business flourishes, imitation and competition are inevitable. Any affluent individual who has stood the test of time for over 20 years possesses a certain acumen. Those foolish entrepreneurs who, despite initial fortune, ultimately squander their gains are a testament to this truth. In essence, maintaining a business is indeed more challenging than starting one. Lin Feng surmised that this seemingly unsavory middle-aged man had his sights set on his milk tea business, intent on competing. Guidigan once remarked that competitors are akin to nemesis, and those in the comic dialogue industry often hope for the downfall of their rivals. While this may sound humorous, it holds a kernel of truth. This sentiment resonates across all industries. The market's pie is finite. If you take a piece, others are left with less. To secure a larger share, most businessmen resort to ruthless tactics against their competitors. Recognizing the potential competition, Lin Feng chose not to raise an alarm, but rather remain composed. Aware that the man was there to gather intelligence, curious to observe his methods and gauge the adaptability of his employees. Your shop's business is quite thriving, isn't it? The unsavory man remarked, directing his attention to Pan Hui. She offered him a polite yet distant smile in response. Indeed. What is your daily revenue? The middle-aged man inquired. I'm afraid I wouldn't know, Pan Hui replied, shaking her head. Having navigated the world for several years, she had become quite astute and would not speak carelessly. Realizing he could glean nothing from Pan Hui, the man shifted his focus to the more naive Han Qian. This university student, far more innocent than Pan Hui, became flustered by the man as compliments and, without any defenses, divulged nearly everything she knew. Lin Feng, observing from a distance, couldn't help but facepalm. This naive girl was likely to be deceived, even counting money for the stranger. Han Qian, what are you doing? Lin Feng approached her, his expression impassive. I was engaging with a customer. Did you not tell me that the customer is king and that we must serve them well? Han Qian innocently blinked, her demeanor almost endearing, making it difficult for Lin Feng to scold her. That's not the kind of service I meant. The middle-aged man turned to Lin Feng. A look of confusion etched on his face. Han Qian chimed in, this is our boss. The man's face betrayed a hint of anxiety, but he feigned calmness, producing a cigarette and offering it to Lin Feng. Ah, so you're the boss. You are quite young and truly accomplished, he remarked. Lin Feng accepted the cigarette without hesitation, igniting it and releasing a plume of white smoke with a rebellious air. Are you trying to flirt with my employee? Lin Feng squinted, appraising the middle-aged man, speaking with a nonchalant tone. At this, Han Qian's face flushed crimson. Absolutely not. I am married with children. I could never harbor such thoughts. Young boss, please do not misunderstand, the man hastily replied. Oh, then why are you here? I came to drink milk tea. Is that so? And how do you find our milk tea? Is it to your liking? Lin Feng inquired with a smile. Yes, it is delicious. The man gave a thumbs up. After a light-hearted exchange, the middle-aged man departed. Lin Feng's expression darkened as he cast a glance at Han Qian, who remained oblivious to her error, instead offering Lin Feng a sweet smile. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Under normal circumstances, he ought to dismiss Han Qian immediately. Her loose lips had jeopardized company secrets, an unforgivable mistake. Yet, Han Qian was a classmate, and, as class monitor, expelling her would reflect poorly on him. While business may be akin to warfare, it also involves numerous social intricacies. Whether or not Han Qian disclosed company secrets was largely inconsequential. Anyone witnessing the success of their shop would likely enter regardless of her slip. Thus, Lin Feng had no intention of escalating the situation. He shot Han Qian a fierce glare. In the future, do not engage in idle chatter with customers, nor speak indiscreetly. Do you understand? Stoltlied, Han Qian nodded, looking rather pitiful. I understand. She was no fool, Lin Feng's reprimand had evidently made her aware that her previous conversation had been too revealing. After warning Han Qian, Lin Feng refrained from further commentary. At 10:30, the milk tea shop closed for the day. Today's revenue totaled 500 yuan, which was decent. Lin Feng placed the money in his bag and reminded his 6 employees that they must not divulge company matters to outsiders. The 6 employees agreed. With that, Lin Feng departed. Once Lin Feng's figure had completely vanished, the youngest among them, Su Jialing, stuck out her tongue. The boss is so fierce. Han Qian, still feeling slighted, added, "Indeed, I thought he was going to scare me to death." When he glared at me, I felt completely frozen. Zhang Na expressed admiration. "Our class monitor is truly impressive. Not only is she a class leader, but she also manages such a large shop, earning 500 yuan in a day. You think all 500 yuan goes to the boss? We must deduct our salaries, utility bills, costs, and rent." Pan Huihui, having worked in the industry for years, remarked thoughtfully, "Running a shop is no easy feat. The boss's success is largely due to luck. If we attempted to start a business, we could very well lose everything." After a pause, she chuckled. "Nonetheless, the boss still nets over 2,000 yuan in profit each month. 2,000 a day is quite remarkable." Su Mengling Mu said, her eyes glimmering with admiration. "I wonder if the boss has a girlfriend." "Ha! Little girl, are you getting a crush? Are you longing for a man?" Han Qian Ti said, playfully grabbing Su Mengling, eliciting a chorus of squeals from her. Despite her meekness in front of Lin Feng, she was quite spirited around the other girls in the shop. She chuckled and remarked, "However, you stand no chance. You have no idea how popular our class leader is at school. He receives at least 10 confessions from girls every day. Yet, regardless of who confesses, he always declines." "But why?" Su Mengling, who had indulged in her fair share of romantic novels, blinked her eyes and wondered, could it be that the boss prefers men? "Not at all." Pan Huihui shook her head, suddenly recalling something. A hint of bashfulness appeared on her delicate cheeks. "He always seems to be gazing at Qianqian's backside." Upon hearing this, the girls in the room blushed deeply. In truth, they had all sensed the boss's rather indiscreet glances. Yet, rather than feeling repulsed by Lin Feng's lecherous gaze, they found themselves secretly delighted, eagerly anticipating a more audacious approach from him. However, women are inherently duplicitous creatures. They tend to play coy. Many truths remain unacknowledged, even if they are evident. Han Qian's face flushed. "That's not true. Sister Huihui, please don't say such things. The class leader doesn't tea like me. To be fair, at a height of 1.7 meters, Han Qian possessed a curvaceous figure that undoubtedly attracted considerable attention from men. I'm not speaking nonsense." Pan Huihui replied with a smile. "If that is the case, why doesn't the boss pursue Sister Qian?" Su Mengling inquired. Pan Huihui pondered for a moment before responding. "It's akin to spotting a beautiful dress on the street. Most of the time, we merely admire it without intending to purchase it. There could be numerous reasons. Perhaps one is financially constrained, or the garment simply doesn't suit their style. Similarly, the boss may have various reasons for not pursuing Qianqian. It could be a case of not wanting to mix business with pleasure, or perhaps he merely appreciates her physique. Han Qian Sayed Vistfulu. I believe he simply doesn't find me appealing." Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, his little employees were engaged in a discussion about him. He arrived at the youth hostel, specifically room 618. At that moment, Pan Nanan was reclining on the white bed, adorned in black lace lingerie, her legs crossed. She had been waiting for him. She took a drag from a cigarette. Lin Feng approached, seated himself beside her, took her cigarette and declared, "It's not good for girls to smoke." He then placed it between his own lips and took a puff, discovering an unexpectedly intoxicating aroma. He found it curious that the cigarette she had smoked could be so fragrant. Women are indeed fascinating beings. Some seem to emanate a delightful scent like Pan Nanan. Unperturbed by her cigarette being taken, Pan Nanan smiled, stood up, twirled around, and asked Lin Feng, "Do you like my outfit? Are you trying to tempt me?" "Absolutely," Pan Nanan replied, playfully collapsing against Lin Feng's chest, wrapping her arms around his waist, and softly confessing, "Lin Feng, I've truly fallen for you." "But I don't love you," Lin Feng replied candidly. "Couldn't you at least pretend to make me happy?" Pan Nanan pouted, her tone laced with melancholy. "I'm sorry, But I'm a man of integrity. I never deceive. Lin Feng shook his head. Forget that for now. Did you just return from the milk tea shop? Fan Nan Nan inquired. Yes, he replied. How much did you earn today? A net profit of 2,500, he said with a grin. Although to Pan Nan Nan, who came from a wealthy family with assets exceeding 10 million and an annual income of over 1 to 2 million, it seemed a modest sum. She nonetheless appreciated men who could earn money. At only 19 years of age, Lin Feng managed to earn over 2,000 a month without relying on his family, which garnered admiration from Pan Nan Nan, who revered strength. Nan Nan, I feel we cannot continue like this, Lin Feng said, exhaling smoke lightly. Pan Nan Nan felt a pang of anxiety. Her delicate body trembled slightly as she nervously asked, Are you planning to end things with me? Not all, Lin Feng shook his head. While he may not harbor romantic feelings for her, he certainly enjoyed the benefits, particularly the free milk. A smile crept upon his lips as he suggested, Now that I have some money, we could rent or even purchase a flat near the school. Let us buy one. I'll cover the costs, Pan Nan Nan proclaimed, her relief palpable at the prospect of not being abandoned. Lin Feng regarded her with surprise. Little did she know, he intended to pay for it himself, yet she had taken the initiative. What constitutes a good woman? This right here exemplifies it. Had Lin Feng not been a time traveler, he might have genuinely considered marrying her. Though not as stunning as Fang Zimo, who would only torment him, Pan Nan Nan treated him exceptionally well, bringing him free milk daily and providing him with funds while being both beautiful and devoted. Where could one find such a remarkable woman? Alas, as a reincarnated individual, he was destined not to be shackled by any woman. Moreover, he was destined to become a significant figure, a successful man. After all, which triumphant man lacks the support of numerous women? Certainly, his current $1 equates to tens of thousands in the future. Presently, $1 could acquire several bitcoins. Therefore, since Pan Nan Nan was willing to buy the property, he saw no reason to insist on footing the bill himself. All right then, Lin Feng nodded. Pan Nan Nan exclaimed with excitement. How did I not think of that? Buying a property is brilliant. We'll be in college for 4 years, and during that time, we can live together and study together every day. Lin Feng mused to himself. Nan Nan, I think you may be misunderstanding something. I never intended to live with you for 4 years. However, seeing her so elated, he had no desire to dampen her spirits, maintaining an elegant smile on his face. If you're buying a place, I recommend an old house on Zhongnan Street near our school, Lin Feng suggested. Why is that? Fan Nan Nan inquired. Because that area will be demolished in a year. Is that for real? Absolutely. How do you know? Pan Nan Nan asked, somewhat incredulous. Because I'm a reincarnator. I have a friend who works in a government building. Please, don't share this with anyone. It's a secret between us, Lin Feng cautioned. All right, Pan Nan Nan said, brimming with excitement. Then she glanced at Lin Feng and remarked, Darling, you're quite timid. If you already know it's going to be demolished, why only buy one? I could borrow 5 million from my father, and we could hoard properties, and when the demolition happens, we'll soar. Lin Feng queried. But didn't you say your family has assets of only 10 million? How could your father possibly lend you 5 million? Pan Nan Nan blinked and replied, True, our assets are only 10 million, but my father owes the bank 30 million. Lin Feng gave Pan Nan Nan a thumbs up, thinking to himself, Your father certainly embodies the spirit of a savvy businessman. While the company he runs may not be impressive, he still manages to secure loans from banks in the billions. This is quite a talent. Some individuals approach the bank and find themselves unable to secure even a single cent. Pan Nan Nan possesses a remarkable audacity that genuinely commands Lin Feng's admiration. Initially, he had not given much thought to the matter of relocation, as it was not scheduled to occur until a year later. The money he currently possesses is exceedingly precious, and he would not squander it on something so distant in time. The mere suggestion of purchasing a house stemmed from his desire to escape the confines of hotel living, which he found to be unsanitary, with countless individuals passing through daily. The risk of contracting a sexually transmitted disease, particularly under the circumstances of reckless abandon with another, loomed large. To his astonishment, Pan Nan Nan exhibited such generosity. If she truly secured 5 million from her father to invest in properties, a year from now, her fortune would soar. If he were to consider the prospect of financing through loans, Lin Feng estimated that 5 million could acquire 20 properties. With a reference point of 500,000 in compensation per unit, that would equate to a staggering 10 million. A 5 million investment doubling the year. Indeed, a splendid opportunity. Are you not afraid I might deceive you? That is 5 million we're discussing. Lin Feng gazed deeply at Pan Nan. Not at all. I would willingly be deceived by you, Pan Nan replied nonchalantly. You are quite foolish, Lin Feng remarked, reaching out to caress her smooth cheek, shaking his head in exasperation. Such a girl, were it not for her encounter with him, would undoubtedly face hardships in the future. Although she embodied the archetype of a top-tier green tea girl, her genuine affection for those she loves was commendable. You hurt me, she pouted. Now go to the bathroom and wash my back. I've already bathed. Wash again, she teased. With that, Lin Feng scooped Pan Nan into his arms, and they made their way to the bathroom together. The following day, at the break of dawn, Lin Feng gingerly returned to the dormitory, his back aching and his steps unsteady. Han Shan, the show-off, had once again spent the night gaming, and upon seeing Lin Feng in such a disheveled state, was taken aback. What happened to you? You look as though you've been drained of your vitality by a succubus. His other two roommates also turned their gazes towards Lin Feng. Don't ask. It was a night spent at the internet CAF, Lin Feng replied. Han Shan retorted, Old 3. What game are you playing that keeps you at the CAF for 24 days a month? Is it really that entertaining? In this dormitory, Lin Feng was indeed the second to last in terms of seniority. Being called Old 3 was not unwarranted. He merely preferred not to be referred to as Old 2. It's called Tongshan, Lin Feng explained. Han Shan paused. Is there such a game? Why have I never heard of it? It's a two-player single-player game, not an online game. It's no surprise you haven't played it, Lin Feng clarified. With classes approaching, Han Shan refrained from further inquiry. In the classroom, at the podium, Guo Fang was delivering her lecture, her long, shapely legs encased in black stockings, the gray uniform accentuating her graceful form. Her crimson lips occasionally uttered English words, exuding an irresistible charm. Lin Feng would swear that nearly all the boys in the class had their eyes fixated on her legs. Let's do something to save our environment. It is becoming less and less abundant due to adverse weather. We should conserve every drop of water. We should save energy. Everyone listened attentively, with no one drifting off, including Lin Feng, who often found himself lost in thought during lectures. Today, Han Shan was not doodling, but was instead fixated on Guo Fang. Those unfamiliar with him would surely commend him as a diligent student. Yet, sometimes teachers should not be excessively attractive, as it could detract from the learning experience. Take Han Shan, for instance. His mind was filled with inappropriate thoughts, leaving him little room for academic focus. As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, Guo Fang smiled and announced, "Class dismissed. Please ensure you complete pages 25 to 30 in your homework books. It is crucial that everyone submits their assignments diligently, as it will impact your final grades." Once the assignments were given, Guo Fang did not monopolize the students' time and departed with her books, her silhouette swaying enticingly, making it difficult for anyone to avert their gaze. It was hard to fathom which unfortunate soul would ultimately win the heart of such a beautiful teacher. Only when Guo Fang's figure had completely vanished from the classroom did Han Shan reluctantly retract his gaze and turn to Lin Feng. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. That unfortunate soul will certainly not be you. Han Shan, with his thick skin, declared, if I could become Guo Fang's man, I would willingly embrace being that unfortunate soul. Lin Feng was left speechless. Men who actively sought to be such fools were indeed rare. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Han Shan produced a pink letter and handed it to Lin Feng. Could you do me a favor? Lin Feng's pupils constricted. I must clarify. I have a preference for stunning beauties, old Han. Do not harbor any delusions about me. Brother Feng, you misunderstand. I merely wish for you to help me deliver a letter. A letter? Lin Feng glanced at the note in his hand and blinked. A love letter? Han Shan, somewhat bashful, replied, indeed. Come on, brother, what era are we in? You're pursuing a girl with a love letter? Others are embracing the new world. Yet you cling to the primitive age, Lin Feng lamented. Han Shan wore a mournful expression. I wish it were otherwise, but I have exhausted all other methods. None have proven effective. Lin Feng sighed in resignation. Very well. To whom should I deliver this letter? Han Shan grinned widely. Thank you, Brother Feng. To Fang Jiaran. Chapter 47. The confident and pursuit-driven Han Shan. Goodness. Han, you have pursued Su Mengxian and now Pan Nan, and you're moving on to Fang Jiaran. They say rabbits do not graze where they nest. It seems you intend to sweep through the most beautiful girls in class, seizing whoever falls into your grasp. Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words regarding this flamboyant Han Shan. Lacking the charm of a suave figure like Chu Liuxiang, why would he choose to tread the same path? Why not take a leaf from Tian Boiwang's book? In truth, given Han Shan's affluent background, had he lowered his standards slightly, he might have succeeded long ago, avoiding the need to spend sleepless nights gaming, and instead could enjoy something akin to Lin Feng's daily excursions into the realm of Tongshan. Yet, Han Shan lacked discernment. Fang Jiaran and Pan Nan were quintessential green tea girls, while Su Mengxian was the class beauty. None of them were the type that could be won over with money alone. Why challenge himself with such high stakes? Lin Feng began to understand why the previous incarnation of Han Shan had devolved into a notorious playboy, cycling through a new girlfriend each week. He had once aspired to be a good man, to engage in a serious relationship, only to discover that being a good man was an arduous path, leading him to embrace the role of a scoundrel. Being a scoundrel was indeed appealing, bringing joy not only to oneself but also to others. His experiences mirrored Lin Feng's own, yet the latter had never succumbed to the same fate of becoming a notorious playboy, having navigated through various sexually transmitted diseases. Had it not been for Han Shan's abundant family wealth that afforded him treatment, his fate would surely have been dire. This love letter cannot be carelessly distributed. What if she develops feelings for me? Lin Feng remarked. Brother Feng, stop joking. You already have Fang Zimo. How could you possibly be interested in Fang Jiaran? Han Shan hook lid. Lin Feng was speechless. What man would reject a multitude of beauties? He shook his head and approached Fang Jiaran. Fang Jiaran looked at him in confusion. Huh? Just then, Lin Feng produced a pink letter. Fang Jiaran's face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, staring at her toes. In her heart, she shyly thought, oh dear, could it be that the class monitor is about to present me with a love letter? What should I do? Reject it or accept it? Lin Feng said, Classmate Fang Jiaran, do not misunderstand. This is a love letter from Han Shan. The flush on Fang Jiaran's cheeks receded, replaced by a look of bewilderment as she turned to Han Shan. Han Shan waved at her, grinning like a silly dog. Fang Jiaran grimaced and directed her gaze back to Lin Feng, questioning why he was the one delivering it. Because Boss Han is too shy, Lin Feng replied. I don't want it. Fang Jiaran waved her hand dismissively. Lin Feng glanced at Han Shan, whose complexion had turned pale. The sting of rejection was a bitter taste to endure. Boss Han, this incident should teach you that pursuing women is best approached without unnecessary challenges. The likelihood of failure is high. Oh, then forget it. Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly and returned to Han Shan, announcing, she does not want it. You offered it. She does not want it. If she doesn't want it, then do not give it. If she doesn't want it, how can I give it? Han Shan tucked the letter beneath the desk, his demeanor disheartened. Brother Feng, tell me, with my exceptional talent, handsome appearance, and distinguished family background, why is it so difficult to find a woman I like? Boss Han, wake up. Aside from the last point, which you barely meet, the rest have nothing to do with you. The failures of Boss Han are inextricably linked to his appearance. Although he often boasts of being as handsome as Pan and more charming than Songyu, the reality is that at a height of 1.72 meters, he is as slender as a monkey, with a leering gaze that suggests a lack of physical prowess. Were it not for your affluent father, you would struggle to find a girlfriend. Lin Feng mused inwardly before stating, Boss Han, let me tell you, navigating the waters of romance is not as daunting as it seems. You only need to achieve one thing. What is it? Speak quickly. Han Shan's eyes lit up. Simply put, do not dismiss the unattractive. Do not dismiss the unattractive? Han Shan could not help but glance at the 200-pound girl in their class. After a prolonged stare, he exclaimed, Brother Feng, I realize I cannot do that. What type of girl do you prefer? Lin Feng inquired. Actually, my requirements are rather simple. Tall, slender, long legs, ample bosom, healthy with a passable face, a good figure, kind to me, and genuinely loves me. Is that still considered simple? Lin Feng was incredulous. Yes. Is it not simple? I do not care about her talents, family background, or personality. I believe my standards are quite low, Han Shan insisted, blinking. I do not care what you think. I care about what I think. You, my friend, are clearly a superficial person, and your standards are absurdly high for someone who is not particularly attractive. Lin Feng internally scoffed, shaking his head. With your lack of resilience, how do you expect to find a beautiful girlfriend? Boss Han, I believe you should leverage your advantages. What advantages do I possess? Your biggest advantage is being the son of a wealthy boss. You should lower your expectations. If you seek true love while desiring beauty, such a wish is unattainable. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw, understand? Instead, pursue a gold digger. They meet all your criteria. As long as your money is sufficient, they can provide you with royal treatment. Han Shan retorted, Brother Feng, I do not appreciate your words. If that is the case, I might as well seek out a gold digger. That is not without merit. After all, you seem to be quite irritable lately, Lin Feng remarked. Han Shan excitedly exclaimed, Do I really need to pursue a gold digger when I am so handsome and my family is wealthy? Bo-san, I can assure you with utmost certainty that you are not handsome at all. Lin Feng shook his head. University students are truly naive in their thinking. You have no idea. Many women are far less appealing than gold diggers. Just look at the array of STDs you have accumulated during your university life. It is evident. It would be safer to seek out a gold digger. At least they maintain good protective measures. The more expensive they are, the healthier they tend to be. After all, upon hearing their conversation, Zhang Ziqing interjected, Lin Feng is right. Boss Han, I suggest you pursue girls from less affluent backgrounds. It is more likely to succeed. From what I know, both Pan Nanan and Fang Jiran come from wealthy families, and attempting to woo them with money is nearly futile. Han Shan, with unwavering confidence, declared, Do I need to use money to pursue women when I am so handsome? His self-assuredness was puzzling given his ordinary looks. At that moment, Zhang Ziqing could only echo the sentiment. You are not handsome, and perhaps even somewhat unattractive. Let it be. Women will only impede a man's swiftness in wielding his sword. Grumbled the burly northeastern lad, Master Lu. Why chase after women? Let's play basketball. Let's engage in a thrilling battle. Since the beginning of the semester, he had encountered numerous enchanting girls, yet all his pursuits had failed. Nevertheless, he was relieved to have not squandered much money and thus avoided a personal and financial disaster. Master Lu felt a twinge of bitterness. Before entering university, he had heard from older peers that university life was exhilarating, with beauties abounding. Indeed, the beauties were present, yet none belonged to him. Lin Feng, Han Shan, and Zhang Ziqing were all basketball players. All right, Master Lu, your suggestion is quite agreeable, Lin Feng cheerfully responded. It has been a while since I exercised. I feel a bit rusty. After class, let's play basketball. Great. 4 is not enough. Let us recruit 6 more. Han Shan suggested. Sounds good. As the class monitor, Lin Feng found it easy to gather 6 players. After the 10 of them played basketball, just as they were about to return to their dorms for a rest, Lin Feng noticed an announcement published by the Student Council, the 2008 Jinling University Student Entrepreneurship Plan. The main content was as follows. The school encourages students to start their own businesses, and as long as the idea is sound, the school will provide startup funds and venues at no cost. The entrepreneurial funds range from 10,000 to 50,000 yuan, depending on the project, with only 5 slots available. Lin Feng scoffed, thinking, entrepreneurship is fraught with peril. Such a meager sum is hardly sufficient. Have you not heard the saying among the wealthy? The simplest way for a rich second generation to squander their family fortune is through entrepreneurship? Lin Feng, what is the matter? His 3 wolf roommates observed him pausing in contemplation. A smile graced Lin Feng's face as he pointed to the announcement. I want to start a business. Zhang Ziqing furrowed his brow and asked, Lin Feng, are you serious? Indeed, Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. Zhang Ziqing advised, Lin Feng, entrepreneurship is not akin to merely running a shop. With a stroke of luck, one may profit from a store. However, in business ventures, one can easily face devastating losses. Exactly, Han Shan chimed in, a friend of my father's, whose son graduated from Cambridge, returned home to start business. After 3 years, he has lost 300 million of his family's fortune and is now laboring alongside his father on a construction site. He is he, and I am I, Lin Feng asserted with unwavering determination. Come now, to embark on entrepreneurship at school as an ordinary student is quite unfeasible. One would need the status of a student council member, at the very least, Han Shan remarked, rolling his eyes. That is a valid point. Lin Feng acknowledged with a nod. The founders of Jin Dong and Xiao Huang Che, Donggu and David, respectively, all share a common identity. They were presidents of the student council. It is evidently impossible for a freshman to attain such a position. But one could take their time, can't they? Han Shan continued. You're not some royal family member with instant privileges. Progress must be gradual. So, I need to become the student council president to start a business at school? Lin Feng inquired suddenly. By the way, is the student council currently recruiting? Lin Feng asked. They are, Lu Tian responded, but if you lack connections, it's quite difficult to get in. I was dismissed from the cultural and sports department without even being given a reason. It was utterly unfair. Fine, let us go register now, Lin Feng declared. Han Shan protested. Brother Feng, you've changed. Why join the student council? There's no benefit, just a plethora of responsibilities. Wouldn't it be better to enjoy our freedom together? To have fun? Lin Feng's eyes suddenly grew profound. Old Han, one must have aspirations in life. Han Shan retorted, I don't need that. My family has billions in assets waiting for me to inherit. Lin Feng replied, I don't wish to converse with you. Han Shan lamented, Lu Tian, King. Do you see Lin Feng's attitude towards me? Have I said something wrong? Zhang Jiqing interjected, don't talk to me. Lu Tian added, I have no desire to converse with you either. The student council comprises numerous departments: the secretariat, academic affairs, public relations, planning and promotion, life and accommodation security, cultural and sports, among others. Lin Feng sought the opinions of his roommates. Which department do you think I should join in the student council? Before Lu De and Zhang Jiqing could respond, Han Shan, with an excited demeanor, interjected, Isn't it obvious? It must be the planning and promotion department. Why is that? The three others asked, bewildered. Oh, I've already inquired, and this department has the most beautiful women. Han Shan grinned lecherously. Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, Han Shan had a keen understanding of matters concerning women. No wonder he would eventually become the king among kings in romantic pursuits. Lin Feng, are you joining the student council? Han Shan inquired. Yes, Lin Feng nodded. I'll accompany you, Han Shan offered enthusiastically. Aren't you going back to the dormitory to play Dream of the Red Chamber? Lin Feng asked in astonishment, as Han Shan typically dashed back to the dormitory to indulge in computer games right after class. Of course, this was due to the absence of female companionship. Otherwise, wouldn't it be delightful to play cards with a significant other? Games pale in comparison to the importance of brotherhood, Han Shan declared seriously. Lin Feng retorted, Are you sure you're not just going to the student council registration to check out the girls? Han Shan bristled. Old three, what do you take me for? You are precisely that kind of person, Lu De, Lin Feng, and Zhang Jiqing chimed in unison. Han Shan wailed. Woe is me in September, the skies turned gray. Moments of brilliant sunshine shifted to ominous clouds. The trio of wolves, under the pretense of supporting a good brother, made their way to the teaching building housing the student council. Upon arriving at the recruitment station for the planning and promotion department, they found a long queue. Here, Lin Feng encountered his classmate, Fang Jiran, along with two other girls from their class. While these two girls may not have possessed the same beauty as Fang Jiran, they were still quite pleasing to the eye. The introverted Lu De immediately showered the two girls with attention. Class monitor, what brings you here? Fang Jiran inquired. Her curiosity piqued. The other three wolves were completely overlooked. Lin Feng chuckled. What? Is it only permissible for you to be here while I am barred? Not at all. Fang Jiran shook her head, her lively gaze landing on Lin Feng. Is it possible that the class monitor wishes to join the student council? Of course, Lin Feng replied. You wouldn't be hoping to find a girlfriend in the planning and promotion department, would you? Fang Yoron teased, casting a glance at Han Shan. Lin Feng, slightly displeased, retorted, with my looks, why would I need to seek a girlfriend? Aren't they the ones seeking me? You certainly have a sense of humor. Han shan interjeted. Why does that sound so familiar? That is my line. Chapter 49. This is my right. Lu Tian and Zhang Ziqing exchanged glances, realizing they were mistaken. It turned out that Lin Feng was not the only one in their dormitory with blind confidence. Perhaps it was Lin Feng's good looks, regardless. The female deputy minister in charge of recruitment, Chang Chunling, waved her hand and immediately accepted Lin Feng into the student department. Naturally, Fang Jiaran was also successfully selected. Luda felt quite envious. Old 3, why was your entry into the student council so effortless while I was dismissed? Ahem, master, school functions as a microcosm of society. This situation illustrates that we live in a world that values appearances, so prepare yourself for that reality. Damn! In the teaching building, the minister of the student department, Ma Xiqing, was reviewing applications for entrepreneurship when he came across Lin Feng's submission. He remarked to the staff member, Zhou Jie, today's freshmen are quite audacious. They aspire to start a business in their first year. Who do they think they are? Elon Musk. Zhou Jie glanced at the form and said, I think this WeChat project is quite promising and suitable for promotion on campus. Ma Xiqing replied dismissively, I don't care what you think. I care about what I think. All right. Zhou Jie nodded. You're the boss. I'll defer to your judgment. In class, as Lin Feng was drafting his entrepreneurial plan, he received a text message. We sincerely apologize. Your entrepreneurial plan has not been approved by the student department. Lin Feng frowned. He had only submitted the plan yesterday, and it was rejected the very next day. What was the student department up to? After all, he had spent several years in university in his previous life. He was a graduate student. He understood that such plans typically required at least a week for review by the responsible faculty or school officials. The swiftness of rejection could only imply one thing. The members of the student department had not even bothered to forward his proposal to those in charge. To speak bluntly, the members of the student department resembled palace eunuchs responsible for delivering edicts to the emperor. Their current behavior was akin to hiding the minister's petitions from the emperor, never even submitting them for consideration. If Lin Feng were merely an ordinary student, it would be one thing, but he was not. He could not swallow this indignity. It was not merely about wanting to participate in the school's entrepreneurial program, but rather he was certain that traversing this academic landscape would expedite his growth. Yet, with the ineptitude of the student council, his progress would be significantly hindered. Thus, as soon as class concluded in the afternoon, Lin Feng made his way to the student affairs office. Outside, the sun blazed fiercely, warming his face to a rosy hue. Yet, beneath this exterior, he was engulfed in a tempest of fury, as if an immense flame raged within him, yearning for release. Even if he chose to withdraw from the project, he felt compelled to unleash a torrent of invective upon the individual responsible for this debacle. How dare they? A mere dog of a bureaucrat, no less. They had the audacity to scuttle his plans without even submitting them to the university leadership. Wielding a feather as if it were a scepter? Truly, what a ridiculous display of power from someone so minor, hardly worth a mention. With a forceful shove, Lin Feng flung open the door, startling the students inside. A girl with glasses and long hair gazed at the strikingly handsome, yet seemingly hostile newcomer, and asked curiously, Classmate, what is the matter with you? Lin Feng flashed a broad smile, revealing his pearly whites. Wow, she thought he's so handsome. Instantly smitten, her gaze softened toward him like honey dripping from a hive. Hello, classmate, Lin Feng said. I would like to inquire about the individual responsible for the university's entrepreneurship program. That would be teacher Su Dongmei, the girl replied, unaware of the underlying tension, as she dreamt of a romantic campus tale unfolding between herself and this charming boy. Then, I take it you haven't submitted the entrepreneurship plan yet? Lin Feng inquired with a smile. Not yet, she responded cheerfully. There's still time. The registration is 2 weeks long, and then it takes a few weeks for teacher Su to review everything. Why do you ask? The girl continued with a smile. Lin Feng's expression darkened. If the proposal hadn't even reached teacher Su, then which scoundrel had the audacity to reject it? The girl's mouth fell open, staring blankly at Lin Feng. Noticing the commotion, Ma Xiqing, who had been lounging arrogantly in a chair, looked up at Lin Feng and frowned. Who are you? Making such a ruckus in the student affairs office? Lin Feng turned to him with a menacing grin and approached. I am Lin Feng, and what do you want? Ma Xiqing asked, furrowing his brow, as the name sounded vaguely familiar. I wish to know which fool rejected my entrepreneurship plan before it even reached teacher Su Dongmei. Lin Feng declared loudly. At these words, Zhou Jie glanced nervously at Ma Xiqing. They both knew this situation was far from honorable. It was akin to a bureaucrat knowingly overstepping boundaries for personal gain. Yet, they considered it a trivial matter, as many such affairs were tacitly understood in this world. Was it fair? Certainly not. Those with a modicum of power could manipulate things to their advantage. If it had been an ordinary student facing this issue, they would have likely endured it in silence, not daring to confront someone like Lin Feng, who boldly demanded accountability. Ma Xiqing is fazdachind. Lin Feng's accusation struck a chord. He was the one being called a fool. No man relishes being berated so pointedly. It was me. What I said to you? Ma Xiqing replied sternly. And who might you be? Lin Feng pressed. I am Ma Xiqing, the head of the Student Affairs Office. Do you have any further questions? Indeed, I do. Pray tell. Ma Minister, what authority do you wield to dismiss my proposal? Lin Feng challenged. My apologies, but this is an internal matter of our student council. I'm not obliged to explain myself to you, Ma Xiqing replied coldly. Lin Feng grinned, pulling out his badge from the publicity department. I beg your pardon, but I'm also a member of the student council. Now, might you enlighten me? Ma Xiqing, suppressing his anger, retorted. There are far too many applicants for this entrepreneurship program. You are still young. You should allow the seniors some opportunities, particularly as many are about to graduate. Internally, he scoffed, thinking that offending him would have dire consequences for Lin Feng. I care not for your petty politics, Lin Feng shot back. You have no right to dismiss my proposal. This is my prerogative. Who granted you that authority? Chapter 50. Avoiding a decade of missteps. Hearing the commotion, several boys and girls gathered around. A robust male student addressed Ma Xiqing. Minister, is there trouble brewing? Despite his muscular build, he didn't quite match Lin Feng in height. However, physical stature alone does not determine the outcome of a confrontation. A seasoned martial artist could easily best a gym-goer, regardless of size. Although Lin Feng had not trained in martial arts, the enhanced physical condition he possessed after his arrival in this world was evident, especially considering Pan Nanen's struggles to rise from bed each day. The other male students, loyal to Ma Xiqing, regarded Lin Feng with hostility. Yet, Lin Feng stood undaunted, defiantly meeting their gazes with a fierce demeanor. Ma Xiqing adjusted his glasses, feigning sophistication as he said, It's nothing serious, just a naive freshman. In truth, he longed to teach Lin Feng a lesson for challenging his authority as the student council president, but he prided himself on being civilized and detested resorting to violence. Moreover, should this incident escalate, his actions, while justified, were not legally defensible. Many matters were best left unsaid. Despite the unspoken rules everyone understood. So, you're Lin Feng, he continued dismissively. I see no need to explain myself to you. Be on your way. I do not wish to see you again. Lin Feng's grin turned predatory. He was unafraid of Ma Xiqing's title. If necessary, he would abandon this wretched school rather than compromise his dignity. You think you're in charge here, Ma Xiqing? You've made the mistake, yet I appear to be the one in the wrong. Very well. I acknowledge your authority in this realm. But mark my words, the wheel of fortune turns. I will report this matter to the university leadership. With that, he stormed out. Although he was confident in his enhanced physical capabilities, he had no desire to engage in a brawl, especially over someone as insignificant as Ma Xiqing. These self-important student council members may act superior within the school, but once outside those gates, their titles mean nothing. In the real world, unless one has influential connections, all are but insignificant players. Obedience may earn you a few bones, but defiance could lead to dire consequences. Minister, do you think you will really report this to the university leadership? Zhou Jie asked, a hint of fear in her voice, aware that their actions were far from honorable. Ma Xiqing scoffed dismissively. He's just an arrogant fool. There's nothing to fear. Did I truly do anything wrong? To the aspiring entrepreneurs, a staggering 300 of them. Can teacher Su Dongmei possibly manage this? I am merely alleviating the pressure for teacher Su when he reports to the school leaders. One must ponder. Will they side with an impulsive and volatile freshman or with me, a minister of the student council? Ma Xiqing possesses an unwavering confidence. Throughout his years as a minister at the school, he has adeptly cultivated relationships. It can be asserted that outside of this institution, he may amount to little. But within Jinling University, he reigns supreme, an influential figure, commanding respect like a dragon coiled or a tiger poised. What a joke. You merely wield a modicum of power, seeking personal gain at every turn. The entrepreneurial initiative organized by the university has afforded Ma Xiqing numerous benefits as the one who delivers messages to teacher Su Dongmei. It is no surprise that Lin Feng, having received no favors from Ma Xiqing, was cast aside. Not just Lin Feng. Over 100 others have faced the same fate. All mere pawns without connections. Had they possessed any influence, Ma Xiqing would have dared not dismiss them. The members of the student council are acutely aware of this reality. What they could not foresee was that Ma Xiqing would expel over 100 individuals, yet only Lin Feng, a mere freshman, would dare confront him with such audacity. They failed to comprehend why Lin Feng, a newcomer, would possess the gall to provoke the student council's minister, Ma Xiqing. It is essential to recognize that Ma Xiqing is not a magnanimous individual. Rather, he is a hypocrite, skilled in the art of deception. The council members believe that Lin Feng has embroiled himself in a precarious situation with Ma Xiqing, and disaster looms. Indeed, Ma Xiqing's gaze glimmers coldly, as countless schemes and plots swirl in his mind. A smirk graces his lips as he murmurs to himself, Lin Feng, is it? Your end is nigh. Upon exiting the academic building, Lin Feng's fury dissipates almost instantaneously. He is acutely aware that although Ma Xiqing has erred, should this escalate to the school leaders, those individuals, with their moral deficiencies, would undoubtedly side with Ma Xiqing, for he is the minister of the student council, while Lin Feng remains an inconspicuous freshman without a powerful patron. Why would the school leaders advocate for him? Soon, a smile crept across Lin Feng's face as an idea struck him. He sought refuge in a shaded area and retrieved his phone to call Secretary Zhang. The Dragon Nation is a society steeped in interpersonal connections. Individual capability is inconsequential compared to the presence of a powerful ally. With such backing, one can assert themselves confidently. Without it, one is merely a subordinate, susceptible to bullying from all sides. In his previous life, Lin Feng failed to grasp this principle. Upon entering the workforce, he viewed himself as the protagonist of the world, believing that he could succeed in any endeavor, dismissing this and that, convinced that he could resolve any issue. It was only after enduring the harsh realities of life that he realized he held neither power nor wealth. He was insignificant. What could his good looks and stature achieve? In his past, he had an uncle in a position of authority, yet he lacked the acumen to cultivate that relationship, feeling a chasm between them. His thin skin prevented him from reaching out, thinking that sending holiday greetings or gifts was beneath him. Thus, he traversed a convoluted path for over a decade. In his past life, if Lin Feng had not been so overly modest and failed to navigate social intricacies, by the age of 35, he would not merely have been a billionaire, his assets would have multiplied several times over. Now, reborn, he fully comprehends the significance of nurturing relationships in the Dragon Nation. He intends to leverage every resource at his disposal, which is why he sought financial assistance from Fang Zimo and Pan Nan, unashamedly depleting their hard-earned savings. He knows he will earn much more in the future. A man who spends a woman's money and does not return it is a scoundrel. However, he believes he will repay them abundantly. Thus, Lin Feng does not consider himself a rogue, but rather a good man. Having lived 2 lives, he is no ordinary student. Contemporary university students often possess lofty aspirations, yet fall short in execution, fearing toil or embarrassment, lamenting low wages, and inventing myriad excuses to avoid work. Approaching relationships, gifting, or even sending a simple message can provoke a sense of shame. With an opportunity before him, Lin Feng would not shy away. Secretary Zhang is no ordinary individual. He is the secretary for the city's top official, wielding considerable power. Even the president of Jinling University is but a subordinate in his presence. Given that Secretary Zhang extended his business card and olive branch to Lin Feng, How could he possibly neglect to utilize this connection? Although he is acutely aware that Zheng's motivations are tied to NZ, he remains unfazed. As one elder once said, whether a cat is black or white, if it catches mice, it is a good cat. Lin Feng is entirely unperturbed by the prospect of being a kept man, elevating himself through a woman's influence. At most, if his endeavors bear fruit, he would treat NZ to a sumptuous feast. In a high-end apartment, Secretary Zheng emerged from a shower, clad in a white bathrobe, having dried his hair. His wife, already dressed in provocative lingerie, lounged on the bed, eagerly awaiting his return. A look of excitement flashed across his face as he approached, ready to engage in philosophical discussions with her about life. Just then, his phone rang, disrupting the moment with its incessant chime. Furrowing his brow, irritation etched across his features. He couldn't help but think of one of man's greatest grievances, being interrupted during important tasks by a phone call. However, upon glancing at the caller ID, surprise washed over him. It was him. Darling, come quickly. His wife, clad in pink lingerie, urged impatiently. Secretary Zheng gestured for her to remain silent as he answered the call. His wife, accustomed to such interruptions, understood that being married to the city's top secretary came with its own set of sacrifices. At times, the leaders would call at ungodly hours, summoning Zheng to attend to urgent matters. As long as he was able, he must comply. Hello. A voice rich with magnetism resonated through the line. Lin Feng, with a cheerful tone, greeted, Zheng, are you asleep? Fang Zimo, meanwhile, dreamt of Lin Feng as the ever-obedient suitor, whom she had been grooming to become the man of her dreams. Elegant, affluent, and successful. Thus, she had never acquiesced to Lin Feng's pursuits, and eventually, Lin Feng, as she had anticipated, ascended to the zenith of life, becoming a billionaire. However, much to her chagrin, with Lin Feng's newfound wealth came an influx of admirers surrounding him. It seemed he had become somewhat infatuated with his opulent lifestyle, indulging in extravagant revelries daily. Consequently, in her dreams, she conjured up a super-rich second-generation heir who masqueraded as her boyfriend, intending to compel Lin Feng to propose to her. To her surprise, the Lin Feng of her dreams appeared rather timid. When she introduced her boyfriend to him, he exhibited no anger, no inquiries, nor any violence. Instead, he donned a facade of hurt and ambled away like a mere shell of himself. Then, the image of the somewhat portly middle-aged Lin Feng transformed into the youthful Lin Feng of the present, his expression cold as he addressed her. Fang Zimo, allow me to introduce you to my girlfriend, Xiao Naiyue. She was a stunning girl with chestnut curls, smiling at her and greeting, hello Zimo. I've heard you and Lin Feng share a close bond as childhood friends. Let us also become good friends. I refuse to be your friend. Lin Feng belongs to me, Fang Zimo sobbed, rushing to Lin Feng and grasping his arm, her body pressing against his solid form. Lin Feng, please don't leave me. Lin Feng coldly pushed her hand away, saying, Fang Zimo, please show some respect. We are no longer possible. He then took Xiao Naiyue's hand and walked away, while she flashed a gentle smile in Fang Zimo's direction. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, and a light rain began to fall, quickly escalating into a torrential downpour, with wild winds howling and whipping her hair around. Amidst the tempest, Fang Zimo cried out in despair, Shaolin, where are you? It's raining, and I need an umbrella. In her memories, Lin Feng would always be the first to appear when she was in trouble. Yet this time, despite her voice growing hoarse from calling, he did not show up. She realized she had irrevocably lost Shaolin, who had chosen to be with Xiao Naiyue, whom he had only recently met. Clutching her chest, tears streaming down her face, she whispered, it hurts. I am in such pain. Suddenly, she jolted awake from her bed, drenched in cold sweat, her white chiffon nightgown clinging to her. Looking around, she realized she was in her dormitory, having just experienced a nightmare. Zhang Xiaolu, somewhat annoyed, remarked, early in the morning, Fang Zimo, why are you yelling? She yawned, appearing to have been disturbed from her slumber. I had a nightmare, Fang Zimo replied. Oh, although their relationship was not particularly amicable, it had not reached the point of exchanging harsh words or physical confrontations. Zhang Xiaolu grumbled about being woken from her beautiful dream. You shouldn't disturb others with your nightmares. With that, she resumed her slumber, having just checked her phone to find it was only 6 o'clock. She thought, I need my beauty sleep. Otherwise, my looks will suffer. Sleeping Beauty must have sufficient rest to maintain her allure. Unfazed, Zhang Xiaolu drifted back into slumber, her snores echoing softly. Chapter 52. This is my nephew, Lin Feng. However, Fang Zimo found it impossible to fall back asleep, tossing and turning in her bed, her dark eyes staring vacantly at the white ceiling as she murmured, that dream felt so real. Oh my, how could I be that kind of woman? I would never treat Lin Feng like that. Lin Feng, will you truly leave me for Xiao Naiyue, just like in a dream? As she spoke, tears glimmered in her large eyes. She regretted having declined Lin Feng's confession earlier, citing her studies as a reason. Xiao Lin, I regret my decision. In the principal's office, Principal Wang Debiao was leisurely reading a newspaper, enjoying persimmon cakes and sipping goji berry tea. Just then, a series of knocks sounded at the door. He set down the persimmon cake, an air of authority settling on his countenance as he said, Come in. With a creak, the door opened, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a blue suit, followed by a remarkably handsome young man. The young man was largely overlooked by Wang Debiao, whose full attention was focused on the middle-aged gentleman with gold-rimmed glasses. Standing promptly, he donned an ingratiating expression, bending slightly at the waist as he approached the middle-aged man. Secretary Zhang, what brings you here? Despite Wang Debiao's authoritative position at Jinling University, he was dwarfed by the social stature of Zheng Ji, the #1 secretary in the city. Zheng Ji smiled and replied, What is this, Principal Wang? Am I not welcome at your esteemed institution? How could that be? I extend a warm welcome to the leadership visiting my school. Wang Debiao laughed heartily. You're too kind, Principal Wang. The two, seasoned in the bureaucratic dance, engaged in a lengthy exchange of pleasantries for about 20 minutes before Zheng Ji finally stated, Principal Wang, I'm not here for official business today, but rather for personal matters. Lin Feng admired their conversation, filled with seemingly pointless yet heartfelt dialogue, a testament to their talent. It seemed an expert was correct. Top talents in Daluo country gravitate towards politics, while second-rate talents find their niche in business. Third-rate talents occupy executive roles, while the rest become mere fodder. He resolved never to engage in the bureaucracy. It was far too arduous. Trivial matters could be discussed for 20 minutes, and their reluctance to conclude suggested they had yet to reach their limit. It was no wonder that leaders could spin a few sentences into hours of discourse. Although he could hardly comprehend their words, the ability to speak for hours was a fundamental skill for any leader. What are personal matters? Anything within my capabilities. I will certainly ensure Secretary Zheng receives top-notch service. Principal Wang replied with a smile. Zheng Ji remained silent, shifting his gaze to Lin Feng, who was idly observing their banter and distractedly playing on his phone. He beckoned Lin Feng over, saying, Lin Feng, come here. Lin Feng set down his phone, feigning obedience as he approached. Zheng Ji took Lin Feng's hand warmly, exclaiming, Brother Wang, this is my nephew, Lin Feng. Ah, so he is Secretary Zheng's nephew. No wonder he is so remarkably handsome. I wonder how many girls he will charm in the future, Principal Wang praised. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes internally, recalling how Wang had previously acted as if he didn't see him. Now, upon learning of his relation to Secretary Zheng, Wang's demeanor changed instantly. How incredibly pragmatic. Such a principal could hardly produce students of virtue. It was no wonder more students like Zhang Wei were emerging. Learn to be a person before you learn knowledge, understand, old Wang? Lin Feng wore a youthful, innocent smile as he said, Principal, you flatter me. Principal? Wang Debiao was momentarily bewildered. Wasn't he supposed to be called Uncle Wang? Why was he being addressed as principal? Secretary Zheng smiled, clarifying, My nephew Lin Feng is a student at Jinling University. Ah, that makes sense, Wang Debiao replied, his expression shifting to one of understanding. However, my nephew has been subjected to unjust treatment at school. He has been bullied. Secretary Zheng's expression shifted faster than a page being turned, his smile vanishing as he spoke in a displeased tone. Who has bullied him? Wang Debiao asked, taken aback. Lin Feng, please, do share your grievances and articulate them to Principal Wang. Alas, I'm almost embarrassed to say, there are individuals at school who truly lack decency. A mere insignificant official dares to wield authority as if it were a scepter, having evidently never faced the harsh realities of society, Secretary Zheng remarked, shaking his head with a sigh as he glanced at Lin Feng. Wang Debiao's expression turned serious. Principal, here's the situation, Lin Feng began, meeting Wang Debiao's inquisitive gaze. The school organized a university entrepreneurship program, which piqued my interest. I registered, and to increase my chances, I even joined the publicity department of the student council. However, despite my efforts in completing the application, the head of the student department, Ma Siqing, summarily dismissed my submission. Upon further inquiry, I discovered he had no authority to do so. That right belongs to teacher Su Dongmei, who oversees this program. My proposal was discarded like refuse before it even reached her. I see. Wang Debiao nodded. He then turned to Secretary Zheng and inquired, So, Secretary Zheng, what do you suggest? Sipping the Tiguanyin brewed by Wang Debiao, Secretary Zheng cheerfully replied, As the president of Jinling University, your decisions regarding the university are paramount. While Lin Feng has faced injustice, the school has its regulations and protocols for addressing such matters. Please do not concern yourself with my opinion. How can I not be concerned? You have brought your nephew personally to my office. If I do not advocate for him, you would certainly make my life difficult. Shameless as you are, Wang Debiao thought, cursing silently. Yet, he maintained a grave demeanor as he addressed Lin Feng. That Ma Siqing has gone too far. Please wait. I will address this matter immediately. Very well, Lin Feng replied with a smile, yet he understood his own limitations. He realized that the principal's willingness to uphold justice was not solely due to Lin Feng's righteousness or the principal's sense of fairness, but rather because Secretary Zheng stood beside him. Absent Secretary Zheng, it was highly probable that the principal would have disregarded him. Power, indeed, begets wealth. A man may be devoid of money, yet lacking power is intolerable. Otherwise, life can be exceedingly harsh. Chapter 53. When one loses their conscience, they earn more. This is also why countless men in the great dragon nation yearn for power. The worlds inhabited by those with power and those without are starkly distinct. For the powerful, everyone around them appears benevolent, and their world resembles paradise, replete with fine wines, exquisite cuisine, and alluring companions. Conversely, for the powerless, everyone seems malevolent, and their existence resembles hell, with life akin to a butcher's knife, slicing away at their spirit daily, inducing despair that drives them to contemplate suicide. Wang Debiao retrieved his phone and made a call. Old Qian, come to my office. Without waiting for a response, he abruptly hung up. Qian Zhong, in his office, was bewildered. What could the principal want with him? He didn't ponder too deeply and proceeded to the principal's office. Upon arrival, he discovered that besides the principal, there were two others present. He instinctively overlooked the younger individual and approached Secretary Zheng with a smile. What a delightful surprise to have Secretary Zheng visiting our university today. I simply brought my nephew for a brief visit, Zheng replied, casting a glance at Lin Feng, who was smiling amiably. The mention of nephew sparked Qian Zhong's interest, and he enthusiastically addressed Lin Feng. Truly, being Secretary Zheng's nephew, you are indeed a remarkable talent. Wang Debiao, uninterested in Qian Zhong fawning over Zheng, interjected. Lin Feng, this is Director Qian Zhong of the school's Youth League Committee. In the future, should you encounter any issues at school, feel free to approach him directly, or you may come to me. Qian Zhong beamed. Secretary Zheng's nephew is a student at our school? That's wonderful. If you ever need anything, just come to Uncle Qian. Thank you, Uncle Qian, Lin Feng replied politely, a smile on his face, while internally he scoffed, realizing how pragmatic the school leaders were. No wonder it is said that schools mirror society in miniature. It is utterly true. In his previous life, Lin Feng had not engaged with the student council and had minimal interaction with school leaders. His encounters with Principal Wang and Director Qian were few and far between. To his astonishment, in this life, due to Zheng's influence, these two seasoned individuals were treating him, an otherwise unremarkable student, with such kindness, offering assistance should he require it. Was this the advantage conferred by power? Lin Feng's expression turned contemplative as he recalled Qi Tongwei's words. Power can be addictive. It was not that he lost a whole Yangping, but rather to power itself. Had Qi Tongwei's backing been more formidable than that of Hou Yangping, their fates could have been entirely reversed. It is no wonder Qi Tongwei would assert that he would rather take his own life than submit to Hou Yangping's judgment. It is also understandable why so many favored Qi Tongwei over Hou Yangping. Individuals like Qi Tongwei epitomize the essence of the common man. Lin Feng felt it necessary to reassess his relationship with Nzi. Perhaps he should be bolder and pursue her. Given his background, even immense wealth would only yield a ceiling of 100 billion, and even then, he would face the constant threat of being exploited. Should he emulate certain individuals and flee at the first sign of wealth? No, Lin Feng was a patriotic individual. In this life, he had no regrets about being part of the great dragon nation and hoped to be reborn here in the next life. Thus, it was essential to find a formidable ally, with a strong enough backing, surpassing the likes of Ma Gu and Ma Baba, and eclipsing the bald CEO of Amazon would no longer be a mere dream. One's audacity dictates their achievements. The greatest fear lies not in failure, but in the absence of ambition. Having lived 2 lives, he understood the truth. To be shameless is to be invincible. One must possess a conscience. Without it, one may earn even more. Lin Feng, Director Qian, is directly responsible for student council matters. Please relay your difficulties to him. The principal instructed. Understood, Lin Feng nodded. Director Qian, the school has initiated a university entrepreneurship program, and I have some ideas regarding entrepreneurship. Upon hearing Lin Feng's account, Qianzhong furrowed his brow, then retrieved his phone and dialed the student council president, Hu Liming. Once the call connected, Qianzhong spoke in a low tone. Where are you now? I'm out dining. Hu Liming replied cheerfully. With whom? Just some members of the student council. He responded with a laugh. Suddenly, Qianzhong felt a spark of realization. Is Ma Xiqing with you? Yes, right here, director. Do you need something from him? In a private room of a quaint eatery near the school, Hu Liming cast a glance at the somewhat bewildered Ma Xiqing, and with a smile, remarked, You should accompany him to the principal's office. Qianzhong addressed Hu Liming. Is there something amiss? Hu Liming, taken aback, inquired. Why are you asking so many questions? You'll find out once you arrive, Qianzhong replied with a hint of irritation. All right then. Hu Liming smiled as he hung up the phone. Ma Xiqing, brimming with curiosity, asked, Was that Director Qian's call? Did he mention me? Indeed, Hu Liming replied with a nonchalant nod. What did he say about me? A look of anticipation illuminated Ma Xiqing's face. Hu Liming furrowed his brow and cautioned, Don't celebrate just yet. From Director Qian's tone, I discerned a palpable anger. Therefore, his summons is likely not a cause for joy. How could that be? Ma Xiqing's eyes widened in disbelief. It's more probable that you've gotten yourself into trouble, Hu Liming suggested. Ma Xiqing's audacity stemmed, in part, from the protection of the student council president, Hu Liming. After all, it was Hu Liming who facilitated Ma Xiqing's rise to the position of minister of the student department. They were allies in this microcosm of society, akin to a small political arena rife with factions. Ma Xiqing belonged to Hu Liming's faction. I haven't caused any trouble, Ma Xiqing protested, feeling aburried. I'm merely a minor minister. I lack the capability to create any incident that would displease Director Qian. Think carefully. Have you offended anyone recently? Hu Liming pondered. He was well aware of Ma Xiqing's character. This fellow, emboldened by his backing, had frequently exploited his position to intimidate male classmates and pursue female classmates. Ma Xiqing contemplated deeply for a moment before shaking his head. As for Lin Feng, he had not even considered him, for he had perused Lin Feng's background. His father was a low-level civil servant, and his mother worked in a small company's finance department, leading an unremarkable life. Hardly someone to fear offending. Chapter 54, Power Plays. Zhou Jia, who was dining with them, seemed to recall something and whispered to Ma Xiqing, Minister, could be that new student? Naturally, Ma Xiqing understood he was referring to Lin Feng and scoffed with certainty, Impossible. That guy hails from a modest background. How could he possibly summon Director Qian to his aid? If it truly were Lin Feng causing me trouble, I would eat crow. Hu Liming had initially intended to inquire about the conflict involving Ma Xiqing and the new student, but seeing Ma Xiqing's unwavering confidence, decided against it. After all, Director Qian was pressing him to escort Hu Liming without delay. All right then, Let us proceed to the principal's office, Hu Liming nodded in agreement. Ah, the principal's office? Why did Director Qian summon me as well? Huga, didn't you ask? Ma Xiqing's voice trembled slightly with anxiety. I did inquire, but he remained tight-lipped. Since you assert you haven't caused any trouble, let us go. What are you afraid of? Hu Liming replied dismissively. Regardless, even if Ma Xiqing had indeed run afoul of decorum, the ensuing reprimand from above would not concern Hu Liming. After all, Ma Xiqing was merely a subordinate in his eyes, one of several such underlings. Losing one would not be a significant loss. He might feel a twinge of regret, given that obedient sycophants like Ma Xiqing were few and far between. This was also why Hu Liming was willing to act as Ma Xiqing's safeguard. Please continue your meal. I must accompany Liming to the principal's office, Hu Liming announced, standing up and addressing a lovely girl at the table. We'll split the bill. Please send me your share via QQ later. The Minister of the Arts Department, Tan Wei, smiled and replied, understood. Hu Liming wiped his mouth with a napkin and exited the restaurant, with Ma Xiqing hastily trailing behind him. With a sense of trepidation, Ma Xiqing accompanied Hu Liming to the principal's office. Upon entering, his gaze was immediately drawn to Lin Feng, who regarded him with a cold smirk. A sinking feeling gripped his heart. Damn it, Zhou Jie's foreboding words were indeed accurate. It really is this brat. I didn't want to eat crow. Panic surged within him. This is it. I've truly stumbled upon a formidable opponent. This arrogant new student must have some extraordinary backing. At that moment, he felt utterly disoriented. Zheng Ma Xiqing, a member of the student council, caught the attention of Qian Zhong, who gestured for him to approach with a stern expression. Come here. Yes, Ma Xiqing replied, feeling on the verge of tears as he walked forward. Hu Liming remained oblivious to the unfolding situation, but upon observing Ma Xiqing's expression, he suspected it was unfavorable. It seemed his initial assumptions were correct. Ma Xiqing had likely offended someone. His gaze shifted to the two unfamiliar individuals present in the office. He glanced at Zheng Ji, leisurely sipping green tea, someone he did not recognize. Then, he turned his attention to Lin Feng, who wore a mischievous expression, exuding an air of defiance that seemed almost provocative. A flicker of curiosity ignited within Hu Liming, yet he chose to remain silent and observe. Qian Zhong, noting Ma Xiqing's ashen complexion, spoke with an edge to his voice. Ma Xiqing, Lin Feng submitted a university entrepreneurship proposal, and you failed to forward his proposal through the proper channels to teacher Su Dongmei, instead choosing to dismiss it on your own accord. While the adage confession brings leniency, while resistance invites severity generally held true, it was evidently not applicable in this instance. Should Ma Xiqing lie, the consequences would be dire. Did he not notice the discerning gazes of the principal and the communist youth lead director upon him? The two prominent leaders regarded him with penetrating eyes. Such matters would not withstand scrutiny. Any investigation would reveal the truth, especially since many witnesses had observed the altercation between him and Lin Feng. Thus, Ma Xiqing, realizing the gravity of the situation, nodded in acknowledgement. Yes. Why did you do this? Are you not aware that such actions violate school regulations? As a student council officer, how can you lead others when you yourself contravene the school's rules? If you're to enter society and become a civil servant, you would be knowingly breaking the law, compounding your offenses. This is a serious issue, Qian Zhong admonished sternly. Good grief. Isn't this a well-known, unspoken rule? Ma Xiqing mused internally, feeling somewhat wronged as he responded, Director, there were too many applicants for this project. Over 700. I feared teacher Su Dongmei would be overwhelmed, so I eliminated some of the less meaningful proposals. Ma Xiqing, you have truly driven me to despair. How could you act in such a manner? Who granted you the authority? Qian Zhong lamented with palpable disappointment. This was a question Lin Feng had previously posed to Ma Xiqing, who had retorted at the time, this authority was bestowed upon me by the school. If you have objections, take them to the principal. Now, Lin Feng had indeed brought the principal into the fray. How painfully ironic it felt for Ma Xiqing to have to confront the consequences of his earlier bravado. Had he known Lin Feng could summon Director Qian to his side, he would have never dared to challenge him. If only you had mentioned that you knew Director Qian beforehand. Everything could have been negotiated. Ma Xiqing was overwhelmed with regret, his face a mask of sorrow as he bowed apologetically to Director Qian, uttering, I am truly sorry, director. I was in the wrong. A man must know when to yield, for a wise man does not suffer needless losses. Director Qian promptly stepped aside, shaking his head, and remarked, Ma Siqing, you ought not to apologize to me. The person you owe an apology to is Lin Feng. Turning his gaze towards Lin Feng, Ma Siqing found him adjusting his posture. Straightening his collar and sleeves, a look of expectation on his face as if to say, I await your apology. Ma Siqing clenched his fists, a murderous intent flickering in his heart. However, outmatched in the current situation, he could only bow his head. A grimace, more grotesque than tears, stretched across his features as he approached Lin Feng, speaking earnestly, I am sorry, Lin Feng. It was not my intention to offend you. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. My motives were not malicious. I merely wished to alleviate some of Teacher Su's burdens. Director Qian interjected. The burdens of a teacher do not require your intervention. As a member of the student council, you should focus on your own responsibilities and refrain from meddling in matters beyond your purview. Understood, Director Qian. Ma Siqing nodded, feigning contrition. What do you think about this matter? Director Qian inquired, turning to Lin Feng. With a cheerful demeanor, Lin Feng replied, one must own up to their mistakes and face the consequences with dignity. I believe this situation requires serious attention from you, Director Qian. As a member of the student council, I cannot allow a single bad apple to spoil the whole barrel. Chapter 55. Settling an O. This student speaks quite eloquently. Wang Debiao and Qian Zhong exchanged astonished glances at Lin Feng. His words seemed far too sophisticated for a mere freshman, resembling the musings of someone seasoned in the ways of the world. The mastery of language displayed was, to be frank, rather impressive for the two veterans. Zven Qi, who had initially appeared relaxed, now regarded Lin Feng with newfound interest, a ripple of intrigue stirring within him. Truthfully, his initial desire to befriend Lin Feng was merely a casual move in the game of life. In the bureaucratic hierarchy, rising through the ranks often relies on fortuitous circumstances. One requires both benefactors and a stroke of luck. Zheng Ji was adept at seizing opportunities. Upon encountering Z, he sought to ingratiate himself with her. Yet, she was as unyielding as an elderly sage, making it nearly impossible to find favor. However, during his time at the Public Security Bureau, he had noticed the peculiar glances in Z cast towards Lin Feng, which prompted him to consider investing in Lin Feng. Initially, he presumed Lin Feng to be an unremarkable pretty face, devoid of any redeeming qualities beyond his looks. Yet, it now appeared he had misjudged this young man, who seemed to possess considerable potential. Ma Siqing clenched his fists in secret, seething with resentment. Internally cursing Lin Feng, he thought, you dare to call me a bad apple? You are the true bad apple, and your entire family is too. Just wait. Don't think that with Director Qian backing you, you can turn the tide. This isn't over. I, Ma Siqing, am not someone to be trifled with. Having lost his position as the head of the student department due to the intervention of Director Qian, Ma Siqing found himself usurped by Lin Feng, who reveled in his newfound status. Reflecting on his own school days, he realized he had foolishly believed in Fang Zimo's empty platitudes about diligent study leading to success. While in reality, in Dalong country, one must navigate the murky waters of connections and influence. While others indulged in leisure, he immersed himself in academic pursuits, often neglecting the social aspects of university life. For years passed, and he remained as inexperienced as ever, his youth squandered. Moreover, the knowledge acquired during his studies proved largely irrelevant in the real world. Unlike the exceptionally talented like Changgu or Ma Baba, success for him would hinge on building relationships and networks. Now, as the head of the student department, his future entrepreneurial endeavors would be significantly easier. With Ma Siqing's bureaucratic blunders behind him, Lin Feng's spirit soared. He took it upon himself to treat Director Qian, Secretary Zheng, and the principal to a meal, even inviting two charming female teachers, one tall and the other ample-bosomed, who spoke sweetly and were refreshingly open. Lin Feng struggled to contain his excitement, reminding himself that the time for indulgence would come later. In the midst of their merriment, Zheng Ji smiled and said, I trust you will take good care of my nephew in school. Absolutely, they replied. The principal and director Qian responding with warm smiles akin to those of a benevolent grandfather. The two female teachers, equally enthusiastic, maintained a lively atmosphere at the table. Upon learning Lin Feng was Zheng Ji's nephew, they eagerly added him on QQ, offering their assistance whenever needed. With a playful tone, Lin Feng called them sister, causing the two beautiful teachers to burst into laughter. During the meal, he excused himself under the pretense of using the restroom, intending to settle the bill. After dining, Zheng Ji summoned the waiter to pay, only to be met with surprise. "Sir, your table has already been settled." "What?" Zheng Ji exclaimed, glancing around at his companions. "Who paid?" They exchanged puzzled looks. "Oh, I said I would treat, so of course I paid," Lin Feng interjected. Zheng Ji chuckled. "Oh, you really shouldn't have. You're still young, and Haven Tea started working yet. Don't worry, Uncle Zheng, I've got money. I've started a bubble tea shop at the school gate." Lin Feng replied with a grin. Principal Wang praised, "Lin Feng, at such a young age, you're already a business owner. Impressive." Director Qian nodded in agreement with a smile. "Indeed, quite remarkable." The two female teachers chimed in, "Wow, Lin Feng, you're amazing." In truth, their admiration stemmed from Zheng Ji's status more than from any real regard for the bubble tea venture, which they deemed trivial. Zheng Ji, while offering a few compliments, shared their sentiment, viewing the bubble tea business as unprofitable and labor-intensive. $15 for a cup of tea? Who would be foolish enough to buy that? Do they have money to burn? Despite his skepticism towards Lin Feng's business, Zheng Ji maintained a supportive demeanor. However, he was acutely aware that should Lin Feng cultivate a close relationship with Nzi and successfully ascend the lofty branches of the Yin family, even the slightest grain of sand slipping through their fingers could potentially yield Lin Feng an effortless fortune of $1 billion, propelling him to the pinnacle of life. Although he presently held the position of the first secretary in the city, wielding a modicum of power, it paled in comparison to the standing of the members of the Yin family. Once the banquet had concluded, Lin Feng escorted Zheng Ji to the door. Given that Zheng Ji had to proceed to the municipal government building, no alcohol was consumed during the meal. Outside the restaurant, the branches of the willow trees rustled gently in the breeze. Beneath the verdant shade, beside the red-flagged luxury car, Lin Feng sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Brother Zheng, I truly appreciate your help today. No worries, you and Miss are friends, and thus, you're also my friend," Zheng Ji replied with a smile, and then, seemingly in jest, added, "Lin Feng, considering your striking looks, why not pursue Nzi and see how it goes?" Chapter 56, Like a Moth to the Flame. Many affluent families and powerful individuals favor strategic marriages. However, Zheng Ji understood that the Yin family, with their formidable influence, had no need for such unions. Nor did they require Nzi to marry for advantage. He knew well that Nzi was the most cherished granddaughter of the venerable patriarch of the Yin family. When Nzi blossomed into a graceful young lady at the age of 15, the patriarch publicly declared that regarding her future partner, the choice would be entirely hers, and the Yin family would wholeheartedly support her decision, irrespective of whom she selected. The sole stipulation for Nzi's future husband laid down by the patriarch was simple. He must be in good health, possess handsome features, be a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, and treat Nzi well. Factors such as family background, education, or capability were deemed inconsequential. The Yin family had no shortage of tall and capable individuals to rely on in times of crisis. Hence, it was widely acknowledged in their circle that whoever married Nzi would strike it rich, leading to a rise in fortune for all connected to him. On the day Nzi turned 18, the threshold of the Yin household was nearly trampled by various noble families and powerful elites, all vying for her hand. This was also the reason why Zheng Ji was willing to assist Lin Feng after just one meeting. Though Lin Feng was unaware of the intricate details regarding the Yin family, he was adept at leveraging any advantageous situation. He smiled and remarked, "Brother Zheng, Nzi and I are merely good friends." The term good friends was indeed a clever choice. The definition of such a friendship could vary widely. It could represent mutual trust, a bond akin to that of Guanzhong and Baoxian, or perhaps even a prelude to a romantic relationship. Ultimately, the specifics were left for Zheng Ji to ponder. The more intelligent a person is, the more likely they are to be ensnared by their own cleverness. Zhang Ji did not dwell on this, assuming Lin Feng had yet to pursue Nzi. After all, Nzi was far more beautiful than any of the actresses on screen. No man could resist her allure. Thus, he encouraged Lin Feng with a simple, good luck. Before driving away, Lin Feng watched the sleek black luxury car disappear, puzzled by the encouragement. What did he mean by that? Was this the kind of depth one encounters in bureaucratic circles? Even someone as experienced as he felt baffled. At the banquet, Lin Feng was incensed by two foreign language instructors, feeling as though he had momentarily become the embodiment of a famous character. Consequently, he sought refuge in a youth hostel that charged 50 yuan per night. Upon entering a room, he sent a message to Pan Nan Nan, Xiao Pan. Come out to the youth hostel, room 688, I'll be waiting for you. Upon reading Lin Feng's message in her dormitory, Pan Nan Nan's face lit up with delight as she replied, Hee hee, what do you want me to come out for? Lin Feng responded, let me treat you to something to eat. Pan Nan Nan is cheeks flushed. Having spent considerable time with Lin Feng, over 20 days a month, she could read his intentions with ease. The so-called food was all too obvious. Previously, Lin Feng had sweet-talked her about how delicious and nutritious the food was. What a big liar he was. I just ate. I'm not hungry, she protested. No, you must come, otherwise the food will spoil, and we can't waste it. He insisted. By the way, I haven't paid for the room yet. So when you come over, please bring the payment. Gazing at the message from Lin Feng, Pan Nan Nan's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of man was this? Taking all her pocket money? He wouldn't even cover 50 yuan for the room? What on earth had she gotten herself into? It wasn't that Lin Feng was stingy. He simply needed to allocate every penny wisely, recognizing that opportunities to earn money are fleeting, much like time. Once gone, they are irretrievable. Presently, Pan Nan Nan had given him much, but he was certain that in the future, he would repay her with billions. There's a saying, time is on our side. Pan Nan Nan would only have to endure for a decade. After that, she could simply lie back and count her riches. Clearly, Lin Feng's intentions were lost on Pan Nan Nan. Yet, women could be remarkably foolish at times. Acknowledging that she was at a disadvantage in this relationship, she still persisted, as if drawn to a flame. Perhaps this is what true love entails. This scoundrel, she thought through gritted teeth before putting down her phone. After a moment's consideration, she donned a pink crop top and white stockings, presenting an innocent yet alluring appearance. Her roommate, Liang Jing, observed her with a knowing smile. Nan Nan, off again? Pan Nan Nan replied, yes, a friend asked me to go out. Liang Jing quipped, you have so many friends and relatives. Yesterday it was your cousin, the day before your sister. Are you sure you're not seeing someone? Zhang Xuwei, another roommate, chimed in. Indeed, dress like that to meet a friend? Nan Nan, are you dating? It's perfectly fine. We wouldn't laugh at you. Just be honest about it. Pan Nan Nan felt a surge of frustration welling up, nearly in tears. I wish I could say so, but Lin Feng wouldn't allow it. He insists that talking about relationships would only slow down his progress. He enjoys the luxuries, yet rejects the notion of romance. What a dog of a man. Pan Nan Nan had never encountered someone like him in her life, yet she found herself drawn to him. She believed that as long as she worked hard and treated him well, one day she would surely win his heart, leading him to marry her and love her wholeheartedly. She held on to this conviction. After all, she was not unattractive. That evening, Pan Nan Nan tutored Lin Feng in foreign languages, and they worked late into the night. The following day, Lin Feng returned to his dormitory. Noticing his dark circles and pale complexion, Han Laoban, who was engrossed in playing a game, frowned. Did you pull another all-nighter at the internet CAF? Yes, Lin Feng nodded. Boss Han said with a serious demeanor, Old 3, I harbor doubts about your whereabouts. I suspect you did not spend the night at an internet CAF, but rather on the basketball court. Lin Feng was taken aback, thinking to himself, Boss Han, are you some sort of oracle? How did you guess that? However, admitting such a thing was out of the question. He knew that if his roommates found out, it would spread throughout the entire school by the next day. Are you out of your mind? Who on earth plays basketball at this hour? Lin Feng retorted. Boss Han scoffed. You see, when I mention playing basketball, it implies something entirely different. Chapter 57. Do you think playing basketball is just playing basketball? The naive Master Lu, utterly bewildered, chimed in, "Old too. What do you mean by playing basketball? I understand each word you say, yet when they're strung together, they make no sense." Boss Han, feeling quite pleased with himself, having spent 2,000 yuan for his first experience with a stunning lady at the club, looked at Master Lu disdainfully and said, "Do you truly believe playing basketball is merely about playing basketball? You're still a child. How could you possibly comprehend?" Master Lu, feeling insulted, retorted, "I want to allow you to belittle me. Being called a child is a compliment. It signifies youth. TCH, old too. Have you ever encountered a fist the size of a sandbag? No, let's remain civilized. Gentlemen use words, not fists," Zhang Ziqing interjected. "Enough of the bickering. This Saturday, my girlfriend suggested that our two dorms should socialize once more. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Her roommates are quite approachable. Especially you, Boss Han. It's about time you found a girlfriend to prevent constant suspicions about old three's infidelities," he continued. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. "I haven't been unfaithful. I partake in my meals quite openly." Amidst this commotion, the four wolves of 618 headed off to class. In class, the counselor, Fang, smiled and announced, "I have an important announcement to make." Boss Han teased, "Could it be that Teacher Gua is getting married?" Fang, appearing as youthful as a girl in her early 20s, radiated freshness and hardly resembled a teacher. Her youthfulness allowed her to easily mingle with the students, who lacked the usual respect and trepidation expected from a teacher, particularly Boss Han, possibly due to his encounters with the lovely ladies at the club, had become rather audacious in his remarks. New to her role as a university instructor, Guofang's face turned crimson at Boss Han's comment, her fair neck resembling a layer of red frosting, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Master Lu, grimacing, thought to himself, "Great, I'll have to wash my pants again tomorrow morning." Life is indeed unfair. People differ vastly from one another. Some are parched while others are drowning. Just like yesterday, when Pan Nanan insisted that Lin Feng accompany her for a late-night snack at 4 in the morning. Lin Feng felt utterly drained, having no desire to dine again after already consuming 5 meals that day. Who eats 5 meals in one night? Even a competitive eater would struggle to manage such a feast. Master Lu, on the other hand, dreamt of feasting on the very seafood that Lin Feng had grown weary of. Yet, he could only resort to his mundane routine of lifting weights. "I would like to congratulate a fellow classmate," Fang announced from the podium. "Who is it?" The students inquired curiously. Fang's eyes, as fluid as water, landed on Lin Feng as she cheerfully declared, "Lin Feng's entrepreneurial project has been approved by the school, and they are offering substantial support. The school has requested that every class, along with all students and teachers, download a WeChat application, which Lin Feng developed. It's a way to support your class leader." "What is WeChat?" a student curiously asked. Fang smiled at Lin Feng. "Why don't you explain it?" "Certainly." Lin Feng stood up and approached the podium. In a previous life, as a company executive, he frequently spoke at meetings and had addressed audiences of thousands at business conferences. Thus, he exuded confidence as he explained. WeChat is a mobile app one created, available for download on the China Mobile Dream Network or directly via Baidu. It's a messaging application, somewhat akin to QQ, but simpler. The students posed a myriad of questions, and Lin Feng answered each one with ease. As he spoke confidently at the podium, Pan Nanan gazed at him in admiration, feeling happier than if she had won an award. "This is the man I admire. He is so charming," she thought, completely forgetting that just the day before, she had been scolding a certain someone for being a stingy man, insisting she pay for a 50 yuan room fee. Thanks to WeChat, Lin Feng became a sensation. The students were baffled by the school's peculiar insistence that everyone download WeChat. Initially resistant, they soon discovered its superior functionality compared to QQ, especially the amusing emojis. Inspired by her impressive partner, Pan Nanan decided to take action. Upon returning to her dorm after class, she called her father. "Dad, I need to borrow some money." "How much?" Pan Dawei asked casually while enjoying a foot massage from an attractive technician. For the wealthy, life is indeed delightful, filled with exquisite delicacies and luxurious relaxation. No wonder everyone aspires to be rich. Their joys are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. 5 million. What? Pan Dawei nearly spluttered his green tea all over the technician, disregarding her disapproving gaze. Nan Nan, have you encountered some trouble? You can tell me. No, Dad, I'm perfectly fine. I just want to start a business, Pan Nan Nan replied. A freshman asking for $5 million to start a business? What kind of venture requires such an exorbitant sum? Clearly, Pan Dawei was skeptical. What kind of business? Pan Nan Nan excitedly explained, Dad, I'm going to make a fortune. A friend of mine has insider information that a street near our school is about to be demolished. I plan to buy up properties and then wait for the demolition this fall. I'll be soaring to new heights. What friend? Are they reliable? Pan Dawei was clearly unconvinced, unlike his daughter, who seemed easily swayed by Lin Feng's charm. He's a good friend of mine, Pan Nan Nan said shyly, her cheeks flushing. Is he a man or a woman? Pan Dawei furrowed his brow. As an open-minded father, he did not oppose his daughter dating in college, but he insisted that any boy must be dependable, even if he lacked wealth. He would refuse any irresponsible suitor, fearing potential consequences. In his line of work, he had seen too many wealthy individuals fall prey to reckless relationships, leading to dire health consequences. He's a guy, Pan Nan Nan chirped cheerfully, Chapter 58. With my beauty, my business must thrive. Be honest with me. Is that man your boyfriend? Not all. Pan Nan Nan shook her head. She was well aware of her father's tendencies. If she claimed he was, he would undoubtedly board a plane from Suzhou to Nanjing, eager to meet her partner. Thus, she refrained from speaking the truth. Then I won't lend you anything, Pan Dawei replied coldly, his tone imbued with an unyielding determination that exuded an air of undeniable authority. However, as a master manipulator, Pan Nan Nan knew precisely how to handle her father. Pouting her lips in feigned sorrow, she lamented, Dad, you don't love me anymore. If you refuse to lend me money, I might resort to selling myself. With my looks, I'd surely do well in that business. Her words struck Pan Dawei's vulnerable spot. In the past, women who turned to such measures often did so out of desperation or to support a gravely ill family member. Yet today's young women were different. They sought pleasure, desiring to lounge and earn effortlessly while indulging in gourmet cuisine and flaunting designer brands. Faced with poverty, they craved wealth without the inclination to work. What could they do? They sold themselves. No father wishes for his daughter to descend into such a life. To condone it would signify a loss of humanity, a descent into beastliness. Pan Dawei exclaimed, No, none. I'll give you whatever you want. Please don't degrade your body. $5 million, right? I'll transfer it to your bank account immediately. Though he harbored doubts about whether his daughter was merely using this as a ruse for money, he was unwilling to take even the slightest risk. After all, she was his only daughter, and all his future assets would belong to her. He reasoned it as an early gift. $5 million wasn't an exorbitant sum. Even if it vanished, he'd consider it a worthwhile investment if it taught his daughter a lesson in responsibility. Yay, Dad, you're the best. Don't worry. I would never sell my body. Just transfer the money to my industrial and commercial bank card. All right, Pan Dawei sighed in relief. However, he soon felt an unusual sensation below. Confused, he glanced at the technician giving him a foot massage. Miss, what are you doing? The attractive masseuse, her eyes sparkling, responded, Your daughter asked for $5 million, so why not give it to her? Indeed, after a moment of surprise, she tugged at her revealing neckline, making her curves even more enticing. Boss, are you in need of a daughter? E.M. willing. What do you mean? Isn't this a legitimate establishment? Why are you undressing? No. Pan Dawei let out a desperate scream, utterly shocked that a simple foot massage could lead him to encounter such a seductive temptress. How unfortunate! An eye on high emerged from a milk tea shop and crossed to the opposite establishment, which was draped in green fabric, obscuring the interior from view. Onlookers could only hear the clanging sounds of renovation. If someone were to enter, they would find that the layout bore a striking resemblance to Lin Feng's milk tea shop, albeit not identical. With a sly grin on his face, an eye on high addressed his 25-year-old son. An eye shouted on son, how is your research on the milk tea recipe coming along? These two were rivals in the same industry. An eye on high had previously sold pearl milk tea from a cart outside Jinling University, and his business had been quite successful. However, in recent times, sales had plummeted, leaving him perplexed. Thus, he began an investigation. Before long, He discovered that the decline in his sales was due to the opening of a new milk tea shop nearby. Hey tea. Feeling indignant, he decided to pay a visit. Upon sampling a cup, he was astounded, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, completely taken aback. Goodness, is this how milk tea can be made? The decor was not lavish but rather minimalist and clean, exuding a simple elegance that was inviting. Moreover, the milk tea was exceptionally delicious. Though the prices were steep, 8 yuan for the cheapest option, with some reaching 20 yuan. Is this not daylight robbery? He scoffed. He had assumed the owner would soon face bankruptcy, as who would be foolish enough to buy such expensive tea? To his surprise, since its opening, the shop had enjoyed consistent prosperity. And I, on high, felt a pang of envy. People in Delongwo were notoriously trend-driven. Seeing others profit, they would immediately replicate the idea, much like a certain penguin that vanquished its creators and filled its coffers. Determined to follow suit, he calculated that if Haitia's cheapest offering was 8 yuan, he could sell his for 6 yuan and surely capture their clientele. He personally conducted thorough research and discreetly gathered information from several female employees, learning that the shop's owner was merely a college student. This revelation bolstered Ni Onhai's confidence in his business plan. As a seasoned veteran, he deemed it child's play to outsmart a fresh-faced 20-year-old. Consequently, he summoned his son, who worked as a security guard, to resign and assist him. Father and son, united in battle, he declared, to achieve great things, one must have allies. Ni Onhai was a man of strategy. He divided his efforts. One side focused on his son buying milk tea from Lin Feng's shop to study the recipe. Milk tea was fundamentally simple to concoct, especially for someone like Ni Onhai, who had prior experience in the trade. After a period of research, he mastered the various flavors offered at Lin Feng's shop and even innovated a few recipes that surpassed the originals. After conducting a rough estimation of Lin Feng's daily earnings, Ni Onhai was astonished to find an average of 5,000 to 6,000 yuan, with peak periods, such as weekends, soaring to 10,000 or more. Many customers, accompanied by their children, flocked to taste the renowned Hei tea. Ni Onhai was baffled. Why would people bypass a 3 yuan pearl milk tea for an 8 yuan variant? Were they simply affluent enough to burn cash, or had the number of wealthy individuals surged? Unable to comprehend the phenomenon, he decided not to dwell on it. As a seasoned player in society, Ni Onhai understood the principle. If you cannot defeat them, join them. Thus, he enlisted his wife, his son, and a 15-year-old niece who worked due to her impoverished family, creating a team of 4 to embark on the endeavor of replicating Haiti. Chapter 59. Quickly confess your feelings to me, and I shall accept them. Ni Onhai, lacking formal education and trademark registration, was oblivious to the legalities. However, to seize the business, since it was called Haiti, he would need a similar name. Fortunately, he was not foolish enough to copy it outright. Thus, he altered it to CCT. If Lin Feng were to discover the actions of this fellow, he would undoubtedly give him a thumbs up, much like Li Yunlong would, exclaiming, "You, my friend, are truly a talent. Dad, I have perfected the recipe, and based on this strategy, I have prepared several variations, such as strawberry sundae, mango sago, and chocolate vitality." Ni Xiaodian said with a grin, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He had been brainwashed by the grand vision laid out by his father, dreaming of one day becoming a wealthy heir, driving a sports car, and taking his beloved kindergarten teacher, Shaoli, who had always ignored him due to his humble circumstances, out for a spin. According to his father, the bubble tea shop across the street could earn 5,000 to 6,000 a day. That's right, 5,000 to 6,000. As a security guard, his monthly salary was merely 3,000. They earned in a single day what he would take 2 months to make. Honestly, hearing about Lin Feng's substantial earnings filled him with jealousy. He despised the wealthy, feeling like one of those who harbor resentment towards the affluent, as often discussed online. Yet, if it were he, rather than someone else, earning 5,000 to 6,000 daily, he would leap for joy. Such is the duality of human nature. It permits one's own success while begrudging the success of others, for it is this contrast that accentuates one's uniqueness. In the cafeteria, Lin Feng and Fang Zimo were dining together. Fang Zimo cheerfully remarked, "Lin Feng, you are quite the celebrity at school now. Many girls in my class are discussing you. What are they saying about me?" He inquired. They say you are handsome. Just like the readers. Not only handsome, but substantial as well, she added. Lin Feng mused inwardly while casually eating shrimp. Do we really need to discuss this? It's evident that I'm handsome. The dishes and the meal were all courtesy of Fang Zimo. It seemed that ever since he had been spending time with her, he had succumbed to a kind of laziness, relying on her for everything. Yet in return, Fang Zimo's smiles had grown more frequent than in his previous life. For reasons unknown, he could only attribute this phenomenon to his own self-deprecation. Indeed, in his mind, he considered Fang Zimo's behavior somewhat degrading. In his past life, he had catered to her every whim, only to find himself hurt. In this life, treating her like a servant had somehow garnered her affection. Was this not a form of self-deprecation? Hee, you shameless creature. Fang Zimo, having paid yet still teased by Lin Feng, revealed two adorable dimples as she gazed at him with a silly grin. Oh, by the way, Shaolin, have you ever thought about dating? Fang Zimo said shyly. Why? Lin Feng responded with a puzzled expression. Didn't I tell you before that college isn't the time for romance? College students lack financial stability. If one has to ask their parents for money to date, what's the point? But now that you've opened a milk tea shop and are a pioneer in entrepreneurship at school, you have a career now. Even without asking your parents for money, you have your own income. Shouldn't you find a girlfriend? Fang Zimo's hints were veiled yet clear, almost written across her face. You should confess your feelings to me. I will surely accept. Lin Feng was no fool. He understood her implications. In his previous life, he might have been overjoyed, having waited for this moment all his life. However, in this life, he felt disinterested. Did he like Fang Zimo? Indeed, he did, as she was beautiful and they shared a deep bond from childhood. Yet, it was precisely their familiarity that made him hesitant. Her family had 9 security personnel, an intimidating prospect. If he were to confess, it would be akin to Emperor Chongjin hanging himself from a crooked tree. This was something Lin Feng would never do. Thus, he feigned ignorance, saying, dating? That is something even dogs don't do. Ah, dating is quite lovely, sweet, even, Fang Zimo sighed, gazing enviously at a couple feeding each other not far away. A hint of melancholy in her beautiful eyes. Lin Feng followed her gaze. Those two lovebirds appeared to be enjoying themselves immensely, sharing bites as if they were one entity. Isn't that disgusting? Saliva can transmit diseases, you know? Ugh. Public displays of affection lead to swift demise. Lin Feng silently cursed, wishing for their love to end in disappointment, or for them to discover that the child was not theirs. Their essay saying, to live well, one must wear a bit of green on their head. He had heard that in France, paternity tests were not permitted. Truly, French men were fortunate, able to pursue one woman after another, enjoying fresh seafood daily. Unlike the plight of men in the Dragon Country, who not only faced the risk of hanging from a crooked tree, but also had to empty their family's coffers just to marry, often resulting in the child not even being theirs, a true tragedy. The plight of men in the Dragon Country was indeed lamentable. Fang Zimo, regaining her good spirits, cheerfully asked, Lin Feng, next week is my birthday. Have you prepared a gift for me? Your birthday? Lin Feng said, his expression bewildered. Fang Zimo pouted, somewhat annoyed. You didn't forget my birthday, did you? Of course not. Lin Feng quickly replied, a grin spreading across his face. I was just teasing you. We are childhood sweethearts. Even if I were to forget my own mother's birthday, I would never forget Zimo's. Fang Zimo was easily appeased, especially by Lin Feng's words. She trusted him implicitly, even going so far as to convince herself to fill in the gaps of his playful lies. Feeling a bit shy, she playfully scolded, Who's yours? Don't say such things. Gazing at the charming yet innocent girl before him, Lin Feng found himself momentarily lost in thought. He had never anticipated that Fang Zimo could be so naive. It truly baffled him that in his past life, he had been led around by such a simple girl, as if he were merely a dog being teased, a realization that left him feeling quite foolish. In truth, he had reflected on this and concluded that, aside from blaming Fang Zimo, he had to take responsibility for being too honest. In his previous life, with their intimate relationship, he could have easily found a way to seduce Fang Zimo, had he gone through with it. Her conservative nature would have undoubtedly led her to bring a substantial dowry to the marriage. Why had he toiled away at the banquet table to please others for wealth, when he could have simply laid back and let fortune come to him? Chapter 60. Competition among peers. Li Ka-shing married the daughter of a factory owner and ultimately became the richest man. Wang Jianlin married the daughter of a big boss and eventually became the wealthiest. Zhong Qinghou married the daughter of a major entrepreneur and, in the end, became the richest. Therefore, it can be concluded that to achieve success and wealth, marrying the daughter of a rich person is an essential path. In truth, for Lin Feng, seducing Fang Zimo was not a daunting task. A few drinks to intoxicate her would suffice. Of course, engaging in relations with a girl while she is inebriated is not something we advocate. If she were to accuse him, it could lead to serious repercussions. However, based on Lin Feng's understanding of Fang Zimo, even if they were to engage in a more intimate relationship, she would not only refrain from reporting him, but would also steadfastly choose to follow him, ultimately marrying him. Ah, Zimo, what am I to do with you? Gazing at Fang Zimo, who was playfully licking a chicken leg with a seemingly innocent demeanor, Lin Feng's eyes betrayed a tumult of emotions. In his previous life, Fang Zimo had brought her boyfriend before him to lay bare her feelings, a moment that Lin Feng had always held onto with a sense of grievance. Like a thorn lodged in his throat, an insurmountable hurdle in his heart. Shaolin, what gift you plan to give me? Fang Zimo, oblivious to Lin Feng's complex feelings, was brimming with anticipation for her birthday next week. Oh dear, it would spoil the mystery if I revealed it. Lin Feng responded with a grin. I want to accept that. Fang Zimo pouted, her tone laced with a touch of defiance. You must tell me. If you don't, I shall ignore you forever. Lin Feng mentally scoffed at her familiar tactics, recalling how, in his past life, her mere utterance of such words would cause him to yield without hesitation. She would command him to go west, and he would dare not resist in the slightest. Such is the essence of a devoted admirer, he mused. Experience had shown him that such devotion bore no fruitful future. Even if one succeeded in winning over their beloved, the offspring would likely not be theirs. This time around, Lin Feng resolutely rejected all acts of servitude. If you choose to ignore me, splendid. That way, I can dine with various lovely ladies each day, and after our meals, we shall revel in merriment, living a life akin to that of deities. Zimo, you have no idea how tiresome it can be to face you daily. Even if you possessed the beauty of Princess Diana, I would surely grow weary over time. Please, go away, I thank you. Lin Feng waved dismissively, as though swatting away a fly. Woo-woo, Shaolin, you are truly too much. How could you say such things? Do you not realize that your words cause my heart great pain? Fang Zimo lamented, clutching her rather substantial conscience in sorrow. You don't have a heart condition. How could it hurt? Lin Feng retorted skeptically. Little did he know that when one loves another, any hurtful words or actions can indeed cause a pang in the heart. The more one cares, the greater the pain. Lin Feng remained oblivious to Fang Zimo's affection for him. She, being inexperienced in love, lacked the ability to express her feelings, a situation that persisted in both their past and present lives. In the midst of their conversation, a well-endowed girl settled not far from Lin Feng. Clad in a white Pikachu t-shirt, the once adorable character appeared rather unappealing on her, evoking a sense of irritation and a propensity for nosebleeds. This girl was none other than Pan Nanan. She regarded Lin Feng with a gaze that was both playful and melancholic. Lin Feng shot her a look that conveyed a desire for peace. Pan Nanan blinked, signaling her intent to stir trouble. Excuse me, is anyone sitting here? A modestly built boy approached, clutching a lunchbox, his cheeks flushed with shyness. No, Pan Nanan replied, shaking her head. The bashful boy's face brightened, envisioning a budding romance, even having names for the children they might have together. However, Pan Nanan's next words plunged him into despair. But I don't want to sit with you. The embarrassed boy departed swiftly, his expression one of deep humiliation. Pan Nanan shook her head in annoyance, reflecting on how bothersome such pests could be. If only Lin Feng would act similarly. But then again, if he did, she would not be interested in him. Such is the contradiction of human nature. The ones you do not fancy cling to you, like a stubborn adhesive, while those you desire remain indifferent. Perhaps this is the essence of life. What one cannot attain is deemed the most desirable. With a sigh of resignation, Pan Nanan mused, "Why are you staring over there? Is there something blooming?" Following Lin Feng's gaze, Fang Zimo spotted Pan Nanan, and, upon comparing their appearances, a flicker of jealousy passed through her enchanting eyes. She shot Lin Feng an accusatory glare. "Don't misunderstand. I'm not admiring other women. I was actually observing men." "I don't believe you," Fang Zimo said, pouting. "If you choose not to believe, then so be it," Lin Feng replied with a smile. Fang Zimo nearly ground her teeth in frustration. Just then, Lin Feng's phone rang, and upon answering, his expression shifted from casual to somber. "Lin Feng, what's wrong?" Fang Zimo inquired, noticing the change in his demeanor. Lin Feng shook his head. "It's nothing serious. It's just Pan Hui calling to inform me that a new milk tea shop has opened across from mine, stealing our business." Is it that serious? What shall we do?" Fang Zimo, entirely unfamiliar with the intricacies of business competition, appeared anxious. Lin Feng chuckled. "This is normal. When a milk tea shop becomes profitable, imitators will inevitably emerge. In fact, I was surprised it took over a month for a competitor to appear. I expected it to happen within a week or two." "You're still able to laugh? We need to think of a solution," Fang Zimo urged. Lin Feng shot her a glance, wanted to say, "Why are you so concerned? It's not your shop." Fang Zimo had begun to regard Lin Feng as her future husband, and his business troubles genuinely worried her, as it was also her asset. "All right, I'll go take a look," Lin Feng said, rising to his feet. "But you have class this afternoon." "No need to go," she protested. "I can take a leave," she insisted. "No need. It's just a minor issue," Lin Feng reassured her lightly. "Well, if you insist," she conceded. As Lin Feng exited the cafeteria, Pan Nanan followed suit. Upon reaching the school gates, Lin Feng turned to Pan Nanan, annoyed. "What do you want by following me?" Pan Nanan smiled coyly. "I want Lin Feng." "You're being quite forward," he remarked. Pan Nanan, looking pitiful, replied, "I came to see you not to ruin your relationship with your little girlfriend. It's just that my father gave me 500,000, and I'm preparing to give it to you." Lin Feng interjected, "She is not my girlfriend, and besides, I'm borrowing this money, not receiving it as a gift. I will be charging you interest." Pan Nanan chuckled. "That's fine. If you can't pay me back, you can repay me with your body." Lin Feng shook his head. "That won't do. I'm quite valuable. Here's my bank card. The password is my measurements." She teased. "Seriously, Nanan, that's quite risky for a password," Lin Feng responded, taking the card with a bemused expression. "Do you like it?" she asked. "Of course," he admitted. They arrived at Lin Feng's milk tea shop. Indeed, when they had previously visited, there had been long lines, but now only 4 or 5 customers lingered. While the business could not be described as desolate, it had certainly plummeted. Upon seeing Lin Feng, a distressed Jiang Qian rushed over. "Boss, you finally arrived." Then she noticed Pan Nanan. "Oh, Nanan, what brings you here?" "The class monitor invited me to enjoy some jelly, so here I am." "Is he serious about this jelly?" "Lin Feng, we just happened to encounter each other outside." Jiang Qian, her expression fraught with anxiety, exclaimed, "Boss, what should we do? A bubble tea shop has opened across the street, and they are running a buy one get one free promotion, just like us, stealing away our business." Her concern was not for Lin Feng's shop per se, for it was not hers, but rather for the possibility of Lin Feng going bankrupt, which would jeopardize her part-time job here. A mere 80 yuan a day for such an easy job is hard to come by. "Calm down," Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. He had weathered many storms in his life. In his past existence as a billionaire, he had faced several business failures. Once, while procuring materials at a construction site, he was apprehended by a supplier colluding with local thugs who refused to let him leave without payment. At that moment, Lin Feng did not hesitate to pay the 800,000 yuan owed. After all, money pales in comparison to one's life. Reporting to the authorities seemed futile. Those who dared such actions would likely evade capture. Even when law enforcement arrived, they would disguise their actions as business dealings rather than extortion. The law has its loopholes, and shrewd individuals can easily exploit them for great profit. "What should we do? What should we do?" Su Jialing, the youngest, was on the verge of tears. If business faltered, the shop would shut down, and she would lose her job. As a formal employee at the bubble tea shop, she earned 120 yuan daily, a rare find. Even if she found another job, it would be hard to come by a handsome boss like Lin Feng. The little sister, fond of reading danmei novels and the domineering CEO genre, cherished her time working alongside Lin Feng. Merely looking at her boss's strikingly handsome face brightened her day. "Don't worry, I'll take a look first," Lin Feng said. "I'll accompany you," Jiang Qian declared, her demeanor akin to that of a soldier preparing for battle. "No need for you, a girl who knows nothing, to tag along. It could complicate things for me if a scuffle breaks out," Lin Feng replied. Although he was a civilized man averse to resolving issues through violence, his physique had become quite robust and agile due to his rebirth. He could easily take on 3 burly men without difficulty. If the opposing party wielded weapons, Lin Feng could simply flee. Even athletes would struggle to catch him. Such was the advantage of his rebirth. Regrettably, while the heavens granted him a healthy body capable of enduring strenuous activities, they did not bestow upon him any other extraordinary abilities, a lamentable oversight. "I'll go with you." Lin Feng, Pan Nan chimed in. "All right," Lin Feng nodded. While he might struggle to protect both girls, he could manage one. If trouble arose, he could always run. Lin Feng and Pan Nan arrived at the bubble tea shop across the street. Gazing at the identical signage, Lin Feng felt speechless. The shop was named CCT. Aside from a difference in color, the decor and layout were nearly identical. Lin Feng wanted to tell the shop owner that if they were to write a novel, such blatant imitation would warrant a retraction and a demand for refunding the manuscript fee. Upon entering, they found the 4 employees bustling about, with customers lined up, indicating thriving business. These people are utterly shameless. Their decor is a carbon copy of yours, and even the flavors of their bubble tea are the same. It's outright plagiarism. Fan Nan exclaimed indignantly. "Calm down. You'll ruin your health, and I want tea enough to eat," Lin Feng replied. "Oh, you rascal, even at this moment. You're still joking." Pan Nan playfully swatted at him, then eyed the middle-aged man who seemed to be the owner, contemplating whether they should confront him to sabotage his business. No, Lin Feng shook his head. "You see, resorting to violence is the most foolish approach. Although I am quite strong, able to take on 100 men without breaking a sweat, it was a boast, for he could manage only 3 robust men. If there were 4, he would have to flee. However, men often boast in front of beautiful women. If they didn't they wouldn't win any favors. An old saying goes, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. So what should we do? You aren't seriously planning to do nothing, are you?" Fan Nan inquired. "Let us first sample their bubble tea," Lin Feng said with a chuckle as he cued to order. Pan Nan rolled her eyes. This guy seemed utterly carefree. Yet, one couldn't deny that Lin Feng's carefree smile exuded a sense of security, which greatly appealed to a girl like Pan Nan, who craved reassurance. 10 minutes later, it was finally Lin Feng's turn. Upon seeing him, an eye on high's expression changed abruptly. "What brings you here?" he asked. "Dad, who is this? Do you know him?" An eye Xiaotian inquired, noticing his father's discomfort. "He asked the owner of the shop across the street," an eye on high replied, his face darkening. "Oh, what are you doing here?" An eye Xiaotian asked nervously, fully aware that since their shop's opening, business had plummeted. If he were in the shoes of the rival shop owner, he would have charged in with a hammer to smash the place up. Chapter 62. Envying the tycoon every day. Gazing at the 2 men as if preparing for battle, Lin Feng smiled and said, "What is wrong? Am I not allowed to buy bubble tea?" He recognized the middle-aged man. He was the one who had frequently come to his shop, always purchasing the cheapest 8 yuan bubble tea and lingering for hours, chatting with several of his female employees. Indeed, he was a plagiarist. It seemed that a few days prior, this man had visited his shop to scout and learn, and after gleaning enough, he had secretly opened a shop across the street to compete for business. Maintaining his composure, the seasoned eye on high smiled and said, "Of course. We welcome you to buy bubble tea. Please, place your order." Lin Feng turned to his niece and said, "I'll have a medium cup of mango sago, please." "Oh, okay," she stammered, hurriedly preparing the drink. Lin Feng then turned to Pan Nan, standing beside him, and asked, "What would you like?" Pan Nan glanced at him in confusion, unsure of his intentions, but she smiled and replied, "I'll have a passion fruit honey tea, please." "All right," Lin Feng said to the female staff. "And another passion fruit honey tea, please." 10 minutes later, the staff called out their order. Lin Feng collected the 2 cups of bubble tea, surprising an eye on high and his son, as he made no attempt to stir up trouble or utter any harsh words. Instead, he took the drinks and, like a genuine customer, found a seat with Pan Nan Nan. An eye Xiaotian glanced at Lin Feng and his young girlfriend not far away, feeling momentarily perplexed. Turning to his father, he remarked, "Dad, what on earth is this fellow up to? We've practically siphoned off all the business from his shop, and yet he does nothing but come to ours for milk tea. Do you think there could be some hidden plot at play? I've seen on television how villains sabotage the protagonist's businesses by putting cockroaches in their food. Do you think he might be doing something similar?" The more he spoke, the more anxious he became. An eye on high shot his son a disapproving look. "Please refrain from such nonsensical chatter. Do you truly believe everything you see on television? Honestly, how did I end up with such a foolish son? Without me, you'd still be stuck working as a security guard. I have surveillance installed. Should he dare to do anything, I can have him apprehended. I have connections at the bureau. Anyone who crosses us will find themselves unable to continue their studies. With a criminal record, the school will expel him without hesitation. As for him not acting, that's entirely normal. He is just an outsider from university, naturally intimidated by us, true natives of Jinling. A strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake, and that young man isn't even close to being a strong dragon." Nianai asserted confidently. With a sigh of relief, an eye Xiaotian replied, "That's good to hear." An eye on high patted his son on the shoulder, grinning as he added, "Now that the store is up and running, just as I planned, business is thriving. We're going to strike it rich, my son." Hearing his father's words, an eye Xiaotian's face broke into a radiant smile. He resolved to work diligently for 6 months, save up for a BMW, and show off to Xiaoli. After all, hadn't she previously rejected him for being poor? Would she flock back to him once he had wealth? An eye Xiaotian pondered how he might humiliate and take revenge on Xiaoli if that scenario unfolded. Instantly, numerous plots from Japanese films flashed through his mind, igniting excitement in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained blissfully unaware of N.I. Xiaotian's inner turmoil, engrossed in enjoying milk tea with Pan Nan Nan. They shared sips, intertwining their experiences, much to the annoyance of nearby patrons, who rolled their eyes and silently cursed the pair for flaunting their affection. Lin Feng found himself puzzled by why both Pan Nan Nan's saliva and that of Xiao Naiyue and Fang Zimo always seemed so delightful. It remained one of life's unsolved mysteries, akin to how boys who had never interacted with beautiful girls would never comprehend their allure, nor grasp the exquisite sensations they evoke. "Are we really just here for milk tea?" Pan Nan Nan inquired, playfully gnawing on a thick straw. "What else would it be?" Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. I thought you might be here to start a fight." Pan Nan Nan laughed. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. "If it were a fight, I would have brought you along. I'd have taken Master Lu instead." Master Lu, a brawny man from the northeast, stood at a towering 185 centimeters, akin to a bear. Though he wasn't adept at fighting, his mere presence exuded an overwhelming aura of intimidation. With him by Lin Feng's side, there was an undeniable sense of security. "Why is that?" Pan Nan Nan proudly declared, "I'm not lacking either. I can hand you bottles of liquor." "Thanks, but that's unnecessary. Fighting is illegal, especially when weapons are involved. There's a high chance of ending up in jail. I certainly don't want to end up in a detention center over such trivial adversaries." Lin Feng replied, exasperated. "Have you thought a way to deal with them? Given your temperament, I can't imagine you'd let this slide," Pan Nan Nan suggested, appearing to understand Lin Feng well. "You know me too well." Lin Feng acknowledged with an approving glance. "I'm aware of your strengths and weaknesses, so I certainly understand you," he continued. "I believe you're just like me." Pan Nan Nan cast him a flirtatious look and curiously asked, "What is your plan to handle them?" Lin Feng beckoned her closer with a finger. "Come here, and I'll tell you." Pan Nan Nan shot him a playful glare, but leaned in, a waft of youthful fragrance enveloping Lin Feng, intoxicating him. "Hey, I have my own clever strategies," he whispered with a grin. "Bad boy, if you don't tell me, I'll be upset." Ban Nan Nan pouted. Girls, especially beautiful ones, were indeed different. Some women resembled apples, others coconuts, pears, papayas, watermelons, cantaloupes, and durians, each possessing their own sweetness and appeal. It's no wonder that many envied the likes of Wang Hai and the South Korean chaebols, who could savor the myriad flavors of women. Pan Nanan's anger manifested differently from Fang Zimo's. When Fang Zimo was upset, it felt as though Lin Feng needed to placate her to prevent her from leaving. In contrast, Pan Nanan's irritability suggested that if he didn't appease her, she might resort to mischief. Chapter 63. Borrowing money to purchase 25 demolition apartments. Preparing to take off. This milk tea is surprisingly good, Lin Feng remarked after finishing his drink. This father and son duo are remarkably talented. Their milk tea is actually a bit better than ours. To be honest, Lin Feng found himself impressed by their skills. If they weren't engaged in such unscrupulous practices and focused on building their own brand, they could easily earn millions in the burgeoning milk tea industry and reach the pinnacle of success. Unfortunately, they had chosen the wrong path and provoked him. Out of both sentiment and reason, he could not let them off easily. Sighing, Lin Feng felt a twinge of sympathy for their impending downfall. Why resort to imitation? Did they think they were the Nanshan Pizza Hut or the Great Penguin? When others plagiarize, it's a crime. When the Great Penguin does it, it's a model of success. In the realm of imitation, 8 out of 10 face dire consequences, with only 1 or 2 achieving success. This was especially true in the literary field, where the low cost of copying led to rampant plagiarism, with countless offenders. However, not everyone could be like Teacher Gua or Teacher Yu, who amassed fortunes through imitation. Lin Feng knew of many plagiarists whose works were removed from a site called Tomato, often facing demands for repayment of royalties, a grim fate indeed. Thus, it was crucial for aspiring novelists on Tomato to avoid plagiarism at all costs. What we do then? Pan Nanan looked at Lin Feng, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Don't worry, I've already devised a plan to deal with them. Just give me a little time, and I will ensure they come begging for mercy. Lin Feng replied with a confident expression, seemingly infecting Pan Nanan with his assurance. However, she added, I'm quite upset right now. Let us head to the youth inn. Pan Nanan opened her cherry lips in surprise. Let us go. Lin Feng, the decisive one, took her hand and led the way. Upon arriving at the youth inn, the proprietress greeted them warmly, her smile indicating their familiar presence. You two are here quite early today. Pan Nanan, being a girl, was naturally shy, her cheeks flushed, and she remained silent. Indeed, it's been quite hot these days. My girlfriend has been feeling irritable, hence the early visit, Lin Feng said with a cheerful smile. The proprietress cast a glance at the handsome and tall Lin Feng, a glimmer of envy flickering in her eyes as she mused to herself that the woman named Pan Nanan was truly fortunate to have such a capable boyfriend. Each time they visited, their room would elicit complaints from neighboring patrons, claiming it was too noisy. For 3 to 4 hours, the racket persisted. Who could endure it? The proprietress could only apologize, though she found it hard to believe. Yet, the evidence was undeniable. Gazing at Lin Feng's retreating figure, the somewhat plump proprietress pondered. Was Lin really that impressive? Could it be akin to a certain film where an hour of showmanship was followed by mere minutes of actual skill? Upon entering room 618, which bore the same number as his dormitory, Lin Feng felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The couple took a shower together, and afterward, Lin Feng gently dried Pan Nanan's hair. He pointed to the red armchair in the room and instructed, stand on it. What do you mean by that? Pan Nanan asked, perplexed. Just do as I say and stand on it, Lin Feng replied. Oh, she complied, though he clarified that it was merely 1 foot that was to be placed upon the chair. Lin Feng patiently guided her step by step. Pan Nanan shot him a playful glare, teasingly scolding, you naughty boy. 3 hours later, Pan Nanan's fair cheek rested against Lin Feng's broad chest as they lay together. With her delicate fingers tracing circles on his chest, she spoke, Lin Feng, since you are aware that the area around Zhongnan Street will be requisitioned by the government, why don't we purchase more property? I could borrow another 5 million from my father. Lin Feng glanced at Pan Nanan, feeling a sense of relief that she was not his daughter. Otherwise, he would surely be exasperated. He silently mourned for her father for 3 seconds. Shaking his head, he replied, no need for that. 5 million is sufficient. I've consulted with the real estate agency, and we can make a direct down payment for properties in that area. On average, each unit requires only 200,000. allowing us to acquire 25 units with a 30-year loan. Acquiring more could attract unwanted attention and lead to trouble, so 25 is just right. Well, fine, Pan Nanan replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. One shouldn't be too greedy. Lin Feng playfully pinched her nose, chuckling, however, prior to 2018. Those who were greedy in real estate investment often reaped the greatest rewards. Why are the people from Wenzhou so wealthy? The Wenzhou property speculation groups are renowned nationwide. Countless individuals have struck it rich through real estate, and the successful ones have even uplifted many of their relatives to prosperity. This is the true essence of the affluent aiding the less fortunate. Lin Feng believed that certain tycoons worth hundreds of billions should take a page from the Wenzhou playbook and not transfer all their wealth abroad, but rather assist the impoverished in their homeland, akin to a certain author struggling to afford even a bond. Lin Feng had no intention of amassing a fortune in real estate. He was aware that starting from property speculation did not carry a good reputation, and he wished to avoid becoming a target of scorn after achieving success. Thus, he planned to make modest gains in the real estate sector, and, upon securing his initial capital for entrepreneurship, he would exit the field. After all, it was 2008, and the opportunities for profit were abundant. With the right positioning, even a pig could take flight. He need not focus solely on that lucrative sector. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner with Pan Nanan, Lin Feng proceeded to a milk tea shop across the street. Although the milk tea shop's business was not as brisk as during the day, it remained lively with a steady stream of patrons. On Lin Feng's side, however, customers were scarce. Upon seeing him arrive, several free staff members hurried over. How'd it go, boss? Did you visit the milk tea shop across the street? Did you teach them a lesson to stop operating? Han Qianing Kvaiyid on Susli. Lin Feng shot her a glance, replying, I did visit, but I'm no tyrant. How could I expect them to simply comply after giving them a stern talking to? What should we do then? Jiang Qian's face was wrought with despair. Lin Feng, puzzled, remarked, Why are you so anxious when I'm the victim of the business theft? Am not. I must be concerned. Who else will pay me 80 yuan a day? A boss willing to be such a generous fool is hard to find. Han Qian thought to herself, yet her face radiated loyalty as she declared, as a member of the milk tea shop team, I am indeed worried. I possess a strong sense of collective honor. Chapter 64. The Little Spy Han Qian. Lin Feng smirked slightly. He took her words with a grain of salt. Who would believe such claims? Especially the words of a woman. Those were the least trustworthy. He had learned valuable lessons from his previous life. Experience taught him that notions of collective loyalty could easily crumble. Even couples with decades of bond could falter under the allure of a wealthy benefactor's check, let alone mere employees. It was not that betrayal was impossible. Rather, the incentives for betrayal just weren't adequate. In this world, aside from one's parents, absolute loyalty was a rarity, even among spouses. The age-old adage birds of a feather flock together held true, and Lin Feng, having lived 2 lives, understood this well. However, he chose not to expose Han Qian's naivety. After all, as an adult, many thoughts must remain unspoken. Voicing them could lead to misunderstandings and awkwardness. A mature man would not engage in such childish antics. Looking at Han Qian earnestly, Lin Feng said, Little Han, I have a task for you. If you accomplish it, I will certainly reward you. What task? Han Qian's eyes lit up with excitement, her inner financial enthusiast awakening. She was a collector of figurines to procure her coveted items. She had to endure her boss's foot odor. Earning money through hard work was far more honorable than many women who resorted to deceiving men. Lin Feng instructed, I need you to investigate the daily revenue of the milk tea shop across the street. Why do you need to know that, boss? Han Qian asked, her expression one of confusion. In truth, Lin Feng had anticipated impersonation when registering the trademark. In his past life, there have been instances of such deceit, illegally mimicking Sprite, but altering it to Yunbi to evade the law. Coca-Cola had its version transformed into Kashi Kale, with packaging so similar that careless customers often failed to notice. Thus, after registering the trademark for Shicha, he had also secured several similar names like Zixika and Zaleka, denying imitators any escape. According to trademark law, impersonating another S brand and exceeding a revenue of 100,000 constituted a major crime, punishable by imprisonment starting at 3 years. Lin Feng was more than willing to see that unscrupulous father-son duo behind bars. However, now was not the time. Should he sue them now, their punishment would merely involve shutting down, which was insignificant. It was essential to note that the threshold was based on revenue exceeding 100,000, not profit. The severity of the punishment would indeed bring them to tears. Their business is thriving now, and with their current pride, they will inevitably face profound sorrow in the future, leading to a dismal downfall. However, Lin Feng harbors no sympathy for them. Han Xian, he said earnestly, in life, knowing too much brings no benefit. In any case, as long as you follow the boss, you'll have meat to eat. Whatever I instruct you to do, you shall do it, understood? I understand, Han Qian nodded vigorously, placing her unwavering trust in Lin Feng's words. Unlike many men whose sweet talk often outshone their actions, Lin Feng was indeed generous with his money. Wealth dictates power, thus, whatever the class leader requested of her, she would comply, confident that the leader would not neglect a compliant beauty like herself. This matter requires discreet investigation. Do not make it known, lest you alert the enemy. The time to test your capabilities is approaching, Han Xian. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared and talented. If you cannot handle this task properly, it will only demonstrate your limited potential. At that point, I will not be able to elevate you. You will merely remain a waitress, Lin Feng warned. Driven by the desire to soar alongside Lin Feng and avoid the fate of a mere waitress, Han Xian felt a surge of determination coursing through her. With her eyes glistening, she resolved to accomplish the tasks assigned by Lin Feng. Feeling as if she had harnessed ancient powers, she was ready to take immediate action, even to uncover the secrets of the milk tea shop across the street. Isn't it just investigating daily revenue? It concerns my future, so I must approach this with utmost seriousness and diligence, she vowed. Very well, I hereby declare you, Han Qian, an official little spy. This operation shall be codenamed Thunderbolt Sweep. You are a key figure in this mission. Go forth and do well. I have high hopes for you. Lin Feng encouraged her before departing the milk tea shop. Watching Lin Feng's tall and commanding figure recede, Han Qian clenched her small fists and declared resolutely, Boss, your little spy Han Qian will not let you down. Lin Feng proceeded to a clandestine detective agency, aware that it housed a renowned private investigator. In a future world, certain scandals involving a girl named Bai and another named Li, along with a foreign starlet embroiled in an unexpected pregnancy, were all sensational stories orchestrated by this very investigator. His name was Zhuo Kai. At this moment, however, Zhuo Kai had yet to ascend to the status of a powerful paparazzo within the entertainment industry. He was merely an unsavory middle-aged man. Upon arriving at Zhuo Kai's office, which, though modest, was well-equipped, Lin Feng encountered 4 individuals: Zhuo Kai, his female secretary, and 2 apprentices. As Lin Feng entered, Zhuo Kai greeted him warmly. You must be Mr. Lin. We spoke on the phone earlier. Indeed, Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. Zhuo Kai gestured for him to take a seat as his voluptuous secretary prepared tea. Lin Feng took a fleeting glance at her, but quickly averted his gaze. Her attributes paled in comparison to those of Pan Nanan. While she might be a flower in the eyes of a man like Zhuo Kai, to Lin Feng, she was an unworthy match. This world, however, was harshly pragmatic. Wealth often dictated worth, and it was common to see beautiful things placed in undesirable contexts. In an era that revered wealth over virtue, the affluent were truly the masters. This reality fueled Lin Feng's relentless ambition to become wealthy. Money may not buy happiness, but the absence of it certainly guarantees discontent. The joy of the wealthy is beyond imagination. What is the nature of your request? I need you to investigate the daily revenue of a milk tea shop, Lin Feng replied. Although he had dispatched the little spy Han Qian for this task, he would not place all his eggs in one basket. Should she fail, he would still have an alternative route to success. Upon hearing that it was merely a trivial matter, disappointment flickered across Zhuo Kai's face. Is that all? How long will it take to investigate? Lin Feng contemplated for a moment before responding. Let's start with a month. If your findings are satisfactory, we can decide whether to continue. If the NI on high father and son achieve a monthly revenue of 100,000, I won't waste time and will send them directly to face the consequences. After all, every day their shop remains open. My own milk tea shop loses money, thousands a day. It pains me. 1 month for 100,000. A deposit of 30,000 will be required. That is acceptable. Knowing of Zhuo Kai's abilities, Lin Feng promptly paid with his card. Later that day, as classes ended, Guo Fang called out to Lin Feng, who was heading back to his dormitory. Lin Feng, wait a moment. I need to speak with you. What is it, teacher? Lin Feng asked, taken aback. Let's discuss this outside. It's a personal matter. Guo Fang glanced around at the curious onlookers, noticing their furtive glances before continuing. Ah, you aren't looking to discuss something inappropriate, are you? I've been watching a lot of films from Fusan with Pan Nan lately, expanding my knowledge. Lin Feng's thoughts wandered, but he quickly dismissed the notion. Guo Fang, despite her slightly provocative attire, was a woman of integrity, and he doubted she would engage in anything untoward. She must have something serious to discuss. With a hint of curiosity, Lin Feng followed Guo Fang outside the school. In the parking lot, shaded by trees, Guo Fang pressed a button on her car key, and a white BMW lit up. She opened the door and invited Lin Feng. Get in. I'm taking you to a place. Where are we going? Not to your home, I hope, Lin Feng thought nervously. Please, Guo Fang. I'm a respectable young man. Don't be reckless. But with a playful spirit, she teased, I'm not a casual person. However, when I let loose, I can be quite the handful. I hope you don't unleash the demons within me, or I might consume you whole. Upon arriving at her rented apartment, which featured 2 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, a kitchen, and a balcony, Lin Feng mused about whether Guo Fang felt lonely living alone. After changing into slippers, they settled in the living room. Guo Fang produced her phone and showed him a video. Is this person in the video you? Lin Feng recognized the clip immediately. It was of him and Xiao Naiyue singing For the Rest of Our Lives on a bridge. He nodded, confirming, yes, that's me. It turned out that a photography enthusiast had uploaded the video online, and it had gained considerable traction, accumulating over 5 million views. Many viewers were curious about the identity of the handsome young man in the video. Instead of prying into whether the beautiful girl featured was his girlfriend, Guo Fang asked, Where did you learn this song? Though puzzled by her inquiry, Lin Feng replied truthfully, I wrote it. My esteemed author, I must apologize, but I have taken your song and registered the copyright. As the saying goes, to seize the moment, and with my appetite sated, I hope you will not hold it against me, considering your pace of releasing songs is rather leisurely. Do you still write songs? Guo Fang exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Lin Feng replied. You are truly remarkable, so extraordinarily talented. Guo Fang lavished praise upon Lin Feng, who found himself somewhat flattered by the compliment from such a beautiful woman. He waved his hand modestly, saying, Guo Laoshi, please do not say such things. I am merely an ordinary person. Ordinary? What do you mean? Are you some sort of superhero? Guo Fang teased. Will you sell this song? After a moment of contemplation, Guo Fang inquired. What? Guo Laoshi, you wish to purchase it? Lin Feng asked, astonished. Yes, Guo Fang affirmed with a nod. But you teach English, what would you want it for? Lin Feng questioned, bemused. Guo Fang smiled and explained. I have a friend who is a singer. Judging by her expression, Lin Feng sensed that she was not fabricating story. After a brief hesitation, Lin Feng responded, I can sell it, but it might be a bit pricey. Are you certain your friend can afford it? Guo Fang replied confidently, You need not worry. She is quite wealthy. Your friend is a singer? Lin Feng inquired with curiosity. Yes, a very famous one, Guo Fang said with a smile. Who is it? Lin Feng asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Take a guess. Zhang Hanyan? Not her. Zhang Xiaohang? Neither. Gai Yilin? No. Zhang Huimei? Not her either. Who could it be? I cannot guess. Lin Feng said with a wry smile. Think bigger, Guo Fang encouraged. Much bigger? Lin Feng's eyes widened in shock as he gasped. Could it be Lu Huan? Guo Fang, who was in the midst of sipping her yogurt, nearly spat it out in surprise. A few droplets landed at the corner of her lips, reminiscent of an unclean crime scene. She's a woman, Guo Fang playfully chastised. Could it possibly be the diva Wang Fei? Lin Feng joked. Indeed, my friend is Wang Fei, Guo Fang confirmed, her eyes lighting up. Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, Wang Fei is interested in my song? This world is truly magical. To think she once turned down 2 million for a seafood dinner with me. Yet now she is seeking to purchase my song. Could this be the serendipity that accompanies my rebirth? You're willing to sell? I'm calling her now to come and discuss. Fang said as she looked at Lin Feng. Of course, Lin Feng replied with a smile. He recalled meeting Wang Fei over a decade ago during a commercial performance when she was still youthful and strikingly beautiful. He wondered what the younger Wang Fei looked like now and felt a flutter of excitement at the prospect of witnessing the diva's charm once more. I'll call her right away. Half an hour later, Lin Feng found himself face to face with Wang Fei. The diva appeared even more enchanting than on television. Standing at 173 meters, her figure was exquisite, her long legs accentuated by a sleek black leather jacket, her crimson lips and porcelain-like skin radiating an alluring aura. The low-cut jacket revealed a glimpse of her fair, glistening skin, reminiscent of temptation itself, provoking an insatiable urge to explore further. It was no wonder so many men were willing to risk everything for this diva. Countless kings, actors, and wealthy suitors had succumbed to her allure. Chapter 66. The city is full of tricks. In the room, the two exchanged glances, the air seeming to thicken with anticipation. Even for a former billionaire like Lin Feng, his heart raced with a mixture of nervousness and excitement at the unexpected reunion with her youthful self. 3 minutes passed before Wang Fei broke the silence. A captivating smile gracing her face as she said, "That song of yours is quite lovely. Did you write it?" "Yes, I did," Lin Feng shamelessly admitted. Wang Fei's smile was enchanting. "I would like to purchase it. Name your price." Lin Feng grinned. "Sister Fei, if it's you, I wouldn't ask for money." Wang Fei blinked, incredulous. Could it be true that this handsome young man was offering her his song for free? She found it hard to believe, but if it were genuine, she would gladly accept, as she relished the thrill of acquiring something without cost, especially from such a striking figure. "All right, then I shall take it," Wang Fei said with a smile. Yet, it seemed she was a bit too hasty in her joy. Lin Feng chuckled. "Sister Fei, I consider you a friend, so I'm giving you this song. I wonder if you also see me as a friend?" "Since you say so," Wang Fei replied with a smile, "I suppose I do see you as a friend." "That's wonderful. Sister Fei, I have just launched a startup and am in need of a spokesperson for a chat application called WeChat. I won't charge you anything, so you shouldn't ask for a fee for being my spokesperson, right?" Lin Feng said cheerfully. Wang Fei felt a mix of amusement and frustration. Was this a setup? The city was full of tricks, and she yearned to return to the countryside. "If I refuse to endorse, will you withhold the song from me? Come now. We are friends. Isn't it natural for friends to help each other?" Lin Feng replied straightforwardly. "Isn't it, little Lin?" Indeed, as seasoned players in this game, Lin Feng decided to cut through the pretense. Wang Fei regarded Lin Feng with a hint of melancholy, realizing that nothing comes without a cost. "Do you have any idea how much I charge for endorsements?" "No, I'm just a student." "How would I know?" Lin Feng responded with a smile. "How about I offer you 50,000 for the song?" Wang Fei suggested. For a newcomer, 50,000 for a song was quite a substantial offer. "No, there is only one way to obtain my song. You must be my product spokesperson." "Sister Wang, you are still young. Do not place too much importance on money. Remember, money can always be earned later, but good songs, once missed, are gone forever," Lin Feng earnestly advised. Had these words come from an elder, they would be met with understanding. But given that Lin Feng was only 20, they sounded rather odd. Wang Fei, rubbing her temples in frustration, said, "Little Lin, this is a significant matter. Let me discuss it with my manager." "All right." "Of course. I'm not in a hurry," Lin Feng replied with a smile. The sum of tens of thousands of yuan has become inconsequential to him. He is currently viewing properties with a real estate agency. Once he acquires a residence in the Zhongnan Street area, he anticipates that by the latter half of the year, the government's demolition will yield him several million in revenue. The 50,000 offered by the Empress, does it not seem a mere pittance? Is it meant to insult? The princess has stepped away to make a phone call in the restroom. Lin Feng scoffed, remarking that needing to retreat to the restroom just to make a call is rather absurd for someone of her stature. After the princess departed, Fang, seated on the sofa, turned to Lin Feng and inquired, "Why do you refuse the 50,000? This amount significantly surpasses your WeChat earnings, and I fail to see any profitable venture in your WeChat endeavors. To her, WeChat appeared merely as a chat platform akin to QQ, lacking the myriad engaging features that QQ offers, such as red bricks, green bricks, pink bricks, yellow bricks, and various games like Q-Pet Battle, which are entertaining and potentially lucrative. You see, QQ is amusing, but in the future, adults will be reduced to mere wage slaves, exploited daily by capital. Even elementary school children are burdened with assignments until midnight. There is little leisure to indulge in QQ's frivolities. Moreover, the elderly are often unfamiliar with smartphones, rendering any elaborate features ineffective. People still prefer simplicity. Lin Feng refrained from elaborating on concepts like traffic and the ease of monetizing a growing user base on WeChat. Rather than waste breath on Guofeng, he found it more prudent to conserve his energy for Pan Nan Nan. I am pursuing my dreams, Lin Feng declared, dismissing Guofeng with his singular focus on aspirations. She ceased her inquiries. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation about school matters. Approximately half an hour later, the princess emerged from the restroom. She seated herself on the sofa and addressed Lin Feng. My manager disapproves of my actions. What a pity. Lin Feng lamented with a shrug. He was indifferent. Having the princess as a spokesperson for WeChat might expedite its growth. But he would not be disheartened if it did not come to fruition. If I refuse to be your WeChat ambassador, will you withhold the song from me? The princess asked. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. What if I offered you 300,000? She proposed suddenly. Guofeng's eyes widened in disbelief. 300,000 was equivalent to a year and a half of her salary. She cast a glance at Lin Feng, pondering whether his song truly warranted such a sum. Had Lin Feng encountered the princess shortly after his rebirth, she might indeed have been inclined to pay that amount. However, now he had the backing of two affluent supporters, Fang Zimo and Pan Nan Nan. He was no longer in need of 30,000. Lin Feng felt no stirrings of emotion, even suppressing a laugh as he shook his head and decisively declined. No. The princess regarded him with surprise. Are you from a wealthy family? Not at all. My family has been agricultural for 3 generations, Lin Feng replied, not straying from the truth. His father's generation enjoyed a modest success. He had an elder uncle, a younger uncle, and 2 aunts. His father was a civil servant at a deputy section level, the elder uncle a contractor, and the younger uncle held a position of considerable authority. Both aunts operated factories. Beyond this generation, the Lin family had been farmers for 3 generations. Chapter 67. Idols and Business. So, you simply dismiss 300,000? The princess exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Feng maintained a placid demeanor. To me, even 20 million would not suffice for my song. Every piece I compose is akin to my child. Sister Fei, would you sell your child for 30,000? I would not. The princess resolutely shook her head. Then it is settled. Lin Feng spread his hands. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Indeed, she affirmed. Did you not claim I was your idol? Now that your idol seeks your favor, is this how you treat her? The princess gazed at Lin Feng with a hint of reproach, inwardly questioning if he were a true fan. Idols are one thing, business another. They are 2 distinct matters. Even brothers must keep accounts clear. Wouldn't you agree, princess? Lin Feng chuckled. Who are you calling sister? Your words betray the very essence of sisterhood, she retorted, bemused by his hypocrisy. Facing Lin Feng's steadfast demeanor, the princess inhaled deeply and sighed. Originally, my manager opposed this, but I have decided to proceed. A wise choice. Lin Feng smirked. After the princess consented to be the WeChat ambassador, Lin Feng promptly granted her the song the remaining years, with a contract stipulating shared copyright. Both could utilize the song freely and even authorize others to use it, with profits from royalties split evenly. The princess was indifferent to the financial arrangement. She had never placed much value on money, or else she would not have married the financially struggling Dodaxian and been photographed in his courtyard emptying a chamber pot. Her desire for the song stemmed from a genuine affection for it. For the empress, nothing could replace that which she loved. Indeed, with the princess as the spokesperson, WeChat's growth skyrocketed, surging from several thousand users to 100,000 in a matter of days. Lin Feng's trusted confidant, Zhang Yangming, a junior, could only marvel. The Empress Wang Fei is truly formidable. When Lin Feng enrolled, it was September, a time of blooming flowers. Now, in the snowy embrace of November, he had unwittingly spent over 2 months in school. Time, like a fleeting shadow, slipped away, provoking a bittersweet sentiment. Following their initial enjoyable encounter, Su Xiaoyu proposed another gathering between the boys' dormitory 618 and the girls' dormitory 318. November heralded the onset of winter. This season remained relatively normal. Unlike a decade hence, when autumn morphed into summer and winters witnessed no snowfall, global warming wreaked havoc on humanity. Lin Feng was reluctant to attend. After WeChat surpassed 100,000 users, his workload had increased significantly. He had transformed his storage room at school into the company S-Base and employed 3 non-student part-time employees, programmers namely Hao, Li Jiankong, and Deng Gang, all in their 20s. In pursuit of their dreams, easily swayed, Lin Feng had yet to showcase even a fraction of his capabilities. Yet he secured their positions in the talent market without any sense of achievement. On a day bright with sunshine and fresh air, Lin Feng sat in his dormitory, reviewing data on his laptop. Nearly 8,000 new users had joined yesterday. It was clear that enlisting the princess as a spokesperson was indeed a sagacious decision. Zhang Ziqing approached, visibly irked. Old 3, why did you skip the gathering with 318? Why, amid such a gathering of beautiful women, do you choose to abstain? Are you not a man? Lin Feng elucidated. I have matters to attend to at my company, and shall not be attending. Company, Zhang Ziqing retorted. You are perpetually preoccupied with work. At the age of 20, how can your mind be so consumed by career ambitions? Beyond mere wealth, the world is adorned with myriad splendid experiences, such as poetry and distant horizons. Presently, Zhang Ziqing, still unacquainted with the harsh realities of life, spoke with a hint of naivety. Lin Feng, money is not the paramount concern. If one loses money, it can always be regained. However, if one allows a cherished person to slip away, it becomes an everlasting regret. We must treasure those who are present. Lin Feng replied, à Cheng. Certain things may appear enchanting, such as physical beauty, yet the allure of youth is fleeting. Even the most exquisite woman will inevitably face the ravages of time. Perhaps today's beauty will, in 2 decades, transform into a figure of unremarkable proportions. Can one restore her youth and beauty? Zhang Ziqing shook his head. Of course not. I am no deity. Lin Feng stood, patting his shoulder earnestly. However, those with wealth possess the means to do so. Zhang Ziqing responded, I do not believe that. At that moment, Lu Dashi, who had been engrossed in weightlifting, seemed drawn to their discourse. He set down his dumbbells and remarked to Lin Feng, I too find that hard to believe. Meanwhile, Han Boss, the internet-addicted youth, remained engrossed in his game, unperturbed by the conversations unfolding in the dormitory. One must admit, Dream of the West is a game that truly captivates and ensnares its players. Lin Feng regarded Zhang Ziqing and nodded. Indeed, wealthy individuals may lack the ability to rejuvenate a woman, yet they can effortlessly seek out a beautiful 18-year-old lass, and if they grow weary, simply replace her at will. Zhang Ziqing earnestly countered, but can a woman acquired through wealth be trusted? She approaches you solely for monetary gain. If you encounter misfortune and lose your wealth, she may very well abandon you. If you possess no money, regardless of past affections, she will depart. This holds true for all women. I refuse to accept that. He declared, my parents have said that while there are many unscrupulous women in the world, there are also many virtuous ones. Virtuous women exist, yet they are few and far between. You cannot expect to be so fortunate as to encounter one. Do you believe yourself to be the protagonist of a romantic drama? Lin Feng replied, indeed, in youth, everyone fantasizes about being the lead, but in reality, most are merely background characters, unlikely to meet the Navi sweetheart or the benefactor. Illness strikes, and a wife may flee. Debts accumulate, and friends vanish. Lack of money, and relatives turn a blind eye. Zhang Ziqing, growing irritated, exclaimed, money, money, money. It is all about money. Lao San, you have truly become ensnared by the allure of wealth. Do you believe money to be omnipotent? Lin Feng shook his head. Money is not omnipotent, but the absence of it is undeniably crippling. Chapter 68. A man does not need to deceive. He deceives himself. In any case, I shall not relent. You must attend this social gathering. Finding himself at an impasse with Lin Feng, Zhang Ziqing resorted to playful tactics. Grasping Lin Feng's hand with the determination that if he didn't go willingly, he would be dragged along. Lin Feng chuckled in exasperation. Why must I go? In truth, Zhang Ziqing was not keen on Lin Feng's attendance either. The latter, tall and handsome, with a charming demeanor and eloquent manner, possessed an undeniable allure for women. Standing next to him made Zhang Ziqing feel like a mere clown. However, his girlfriend, Su Xiaoyu, insisted that the gathering would lack purpose without Lin Feng's presence. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziqing was perplexed. Why would the gathering not proceed in Lin Feng's absence? He inquired. Xiaoyu, you don't have feelings for Lin Feng, do you? Su Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. How could that be? Lin Feng is from the Magic City, while I hail from the capital. Why would I ever take an interest in someone from such a rural place? When seeking a husband, I will undoubtedly choose someone from the capital. Zhang Ziqing's spirits lifted, believing Su Xiaoyu was referring to him. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that there are countless individuals from the capital. He could be any number of them. Perhaps he realized this, but chose to overlook it. When a man harbors affection for a woman, she need not deceive him. He will deceive himself. Why is it imperative for Lin Feng to attend this gathering? Zhang Ziqing pondered aloud. Su Xiaoyu clarified, I'm hoping to facilitate a connection between Nzi and Lin Feng. Although Zhang Ziqing was fortunate to have the stunning Su Xiaoyu as his girlfriend, he found it hard to accept that Nzi, a radiant flower, should be placed amidst the muck of Lin Feng. He believed that someone as exquisite as Nzi, with her long, perfect legs and a family of influence, deserved better. Had he not been with Su Xiaoyu, a devoted and affectionate partner, he would have pursued Nzi himself. Inwardly, he mused, how unfair it is for that fool Lao San to win her affection. Memories flooded back, and Zhang Ziqing clung to Lin Feng, refusing to let go. Lin Feng, observing Zhang Ziqing's persistence, could only smile wryly. Ever since adding Su Xiaoyu on QQ, she had taken to initiating conversations with him frequently. Yet, inexplicably, their discussions often veered toward flirtation. After several failed attempts to redirect the conversation, Lin Feng finally replied, You're my roommate's girlfriend. Discussing such matters seems inappropriate. Su Xiaoyu countered, We are merely exploring the origins of humanity. Furthermore, Zhang Ziqing is still in the trial phase. He is not my official boyfriend yet. We haven't even kissed, so I'm not obliged to consider him my true partner. I am entitled to befriend other boys and engage in topics that interest me. Lin Feng was left speechless. The idea of a boyfriend being in a trial phase was bewildering. However, Su Xiaoyu's arguments were compelling, and being a stunning beauty, her words were undeniably enticing. After all, what man could resist a flirtatious woman, especially one as gorgeous as she? Thus, Lin Feng found himself irresistibly drawn into a passionate conversation with her. He sensed that he had opened a door to a new realm. Engaging with different girls offered a refreshing experience. For instance, conversing with Su Xiaoyu was far removed from the mundane exchanges he had with Fang Zimo, which often felt bland and soporific. Nor did it resemble the tedium of chatting with Xiao Naiyue, whose conversations were often limited to her hairstyles, outfits, or the gifts she received from friends. Her selfies, adorned like a prim housewife, failed to captivate any decent man's attention. Nevertheless, Lin Feng, keen on maintaining his virtuous image, refrained from suggesting she take more revealing photos, fearing it might frighten off this innocent girl. Conversing with Nzi was rather formal. For example, on a particular day, their dialogue unfolded as follows. Nzi, what are you doing? Lin Feng, just reviewing WeChat data. Nzi, oh. 5 minutes elapsed in silence. Nzi messaged again. What are your plans for the weekend? Lin Feng replied, I suppose I'll help out at the milk tea shop. Nzi responded with a simple oh. Noticing Lin Feng's silence, she sent another message 10 minutes later. Are you asleep? Lin Feng did not reply. The following day, their conversation remained largely unchanged. As for his interactions with Pan Nanan, Lin Feng found chatting through a screen rather unsatisfactory. He preferred more tactile forms of communication. Thus, Lin Feng regarded Su Xiaoyu as somewhat perilous, recognizing that he was not the kind of man who could withstand temptations. He feared he might, like Long Ge, fall into the same traps that ensnare countless men. He felt compelled to offer a word of caution to his roommate, the demolition resident. Keep a watchful eye on your girlfriend. Don't let her run wild like a rabid dog. Old 2, he continued, when you dine or go on dates with your girlfriend, refrain from calling me constantly. What if she develops feelings for me? After all, I am quite handsome, Lin Feng declared. At that moment, Boss Han seemed to emerge from his gaming reverie, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Feng and retorting, "Pa, Old 3, how shameless can you be? Who boast about their own looks? Do you think you're Sakuragi Hanamichi?" Zhang Ziqing assumed Lin Feng was joking and flashed a confident smile, saying, "Old 3, you're mistaken. First, Xiaoyu is not the type to be captivated by handsome men. She is quite conservative. She has stated her intention to reserve her first time for her husband on their wedding night. Second, while you may be decent, I am not lacking either. Old 3, you might not comprehend our capital's perspective. We categorize people into 2 types, locals and outsiders. Anyone without a Beijing household registration is considered an outsider, unless utterly unavoidable. Locals won't marry outsiders. Furthermore, I am destined to inherit over a dozen properties in prime urban areas, worth millions. Lin Feng, it's not that I wish to discourage you, but entrepreneurship is fraught with challenges. Many of my father's friend's sons have plunged into debt while trying to start their own businesses. He advised me against pursuing entrepreneurship. You're juggling a milk tea shop and some WeChat venture. Listen, know when to quit while you're ahead. Take measured steps to avoid calamity. Otherwise, like my father's friend's son, you might find yourself middle-aged with nothing to show for it but a mountain of debt, leading a miserable existence. Thus, he concluded, even if Su Xiaoyu were not with me, she would not choose to be with you either. Chapter 69. A devoted admirer often misinterprets truth as falsehood. Your reasoning is so compelling that I find myself at a loss for a rebuttal, Lin Feng mused, touching his nose. Since his roommate remained unconvinced, he decided to let it be. He had already issued his warning, and when trouble arose, he would not be held accountable for the consequences. He did not find Zhang Ziqing's words entirely unmerited. While they held some truth, they cannot be generalized. Numerous success stories in entrepreneurship existed, albeit overshadowed by failures. Had Lin Feng not been a reborn soul, had he possessed a Beijing household registration and extensive property like Zhang Ziqing, he would not be risking everything in a venture like this, donning flip-flops and a floral shirt, keys jingling at his waist to collect rent. The ease of simply lying back and receiving income was undeniably appealing. Who needs to start a business? I could be indulging in seafood, reading newspapers, and playing games. Such a life is akin to paradise. Without Lin Feng, there would be no social gathering. Zhang Ziqing had received an ultimatum from Su Xiaoyu. Lin Feng must attend, or he would not. In front of Su Xiaoyu, Zhang Ziqing, as her junior, dared not defy her wishes. Thus, regardless of Lin Feng's inclinations, he was unavoidably dragged along to the gathering. The other 2 roommates, witnessing the situation, joined in to assist. The trio hoisted Lin Feng along. To be honest, for Master Lu and Boss Han, Lin Feng's absence would significantly diminish their sense of security. For Lin Feng, whether he attended or not was inconsequential. Although Anzi had long legs and Su Xiaoyu was alluring, he was not one to lose his composure merely in the presence of beauty. As long as he had money, he could indulge in beauties from across the globe, be it from country E, the US, France, or Italy. Investing 80% of his time in romance after being reborn would be foolish. The pursuit of wealth was paramount. While money could not grant immortality or buy love, it could certainly allow one to savor the finest seafood from around the world. Thus, attending was not a burden. With Su Xiaoyu and Anzi's exquisite beauty, even doing nothing but gazing upon them could elevate one's spirits. Zhang Ziqing truly splurged today, treating everyone to a seemingly upscale restaurant, complete with revolving doors and an opulent interior that resembled a palace, adorned with dazzling crystal chandeliers. Upon entering, Master Lu subtly furrowed his brow. This establishment exuded an aura of extravagance. The impending bill might not be split fairly. As a financially constrained young man, every visit to high-end venues necessitated careful consideration of his ability to pay. Living as a poor person was arduous. Even a simple haircut required cautious inquiry about the cost, especially in Hangsheng, where a misstep could result in losing 20 years' worth of earnings in a single snip. Hey, Jiqing, this restaurant is rather extravagant. I didn't bring enough money today. I need to go back and get some, Master Lu said, preparing to make a swift exit. Zhang Jiqing, well aware of Master Lu's habits, grasped his arm firmly. No worries, today I'm treating, it's all on me. Why didn't you mention that sooner? Master Lu chuckled. Han Shan, somewhat taken aback, remarked, Old too, are you a living bodhisattva? Spending your own money to help us win over girls? Zhang Jiqing replied, What can I say? I value camaraderie. What? Are you feeling sorry for me? If so, why don't you pay for it? Han Shan retorted, No way. My monthly allowance is only 20,000. After this meal, I'll be eating dirt. Then stop talking nonsense. Zhang Jiqing rolled his eyes. Just save your mouth for eating. He wasn't too keen on footing the bill either, but since this place was selected by his girlfriend, Su Xiaoyu, and both of his roommates were not affluent, he couldn't let them suffer further. In response, Han Shan shrugged nonchalantly, remaining silent. This gesture was something he had picked up from Lin Feng. It was unclear whether it stemmed from Lin Feng's charm with women or some other reason, but recently, Han Shan had taken to mimicking Lin Feng's mannerisms. The two wolves in the dormitory wondered why he did this. His response was that he wasn't sure why, but felt that Old 3 was quite impressive. His actions and demeanor were worth emulating. The two wolves scoffed at this. Zhang Jiqing remarked, In life, one must cultivate their own style. Blindly imitating others will not lead to love. Han Shan countered, You, with your full belly, cannot comprehend the hunger of the starving. Have you not realized that Su Xiaoyu has already seen through your facade? Upon hearing this, while Zhang Jiqing wore a smug smile, he felt a deep bitterness within. Regardless of his classmates or others in the dormitory, upon learning about his beautiful girlfriend, they all expressed envy. However, the struggles he faced were known only to him. It is often a challenge to merely hold hands, let alone engage in more intimate activities. Furthermore, since becoming romantically involved with Su Xiaoyu, his monthly allowance has dwindled to nothing. He has exhausted all the red envelopes he received throughout his childhood, as well as the pocket money given by his parents and relatives. In the past, when he was single, he was a carefree boy who bought whatever he desired. Now, he finds himself frequently asking his mother for money, becoming somewhat of a mama's boy. He dares not request funds from his father, a stern and formidable man, knowing that even if he were to ask, he would likely be met with rebuke instead of support. Having a girlfriend is delightful and brings him joy, yet it comes with a financial burden. At times, he genuinely wonders if Su Xiaoyu accepted his affection simply because she views him as a mobile wallet. However, he quickly dismisses this thought. Firstly, Su Xiaoyu has grown up alongside him, and their bond is one of deep friendship. She would never wish to hurt him. Secondly, she does not fit the stereotype of a gold digger as often portrayed online. Ultimately, he concludes that her behavior is intended to test him. Zhang Jiqing scanned the hall and soon spotted Su Xiaoyu, who was engaged in lively conversation with her 4 roommates. All 4 of them were exceptionally beautiful, especially Su Xiaoyu and Z, who surpassed even the allure of celebrities. They appeared to be enjoying themselves immensely, and today Su Xiaoyu was particularly stunning. Adorned in a pink dress that accentuated her long, creamy legs, exuding both beauty and sensuality. Her choice of such an upscale restaurant surely indicated that she was testing him. He chuckled inwardly, realizing that his probationary period must be nearing its end. A tender glimmer appeared in his eyes as he gazed at Su Xiaoyu, his lips curving into a radiant smile as he approached her. With heartfelt sincerity, he called out, Xiaoyu. Upon noticing the arrival of the 4, Su Xiaoyu greeted Zhang Jiqing with a charming smile, playfully apologizing, Jiqing, I'm sorry. While we were waiting for you, we grew a little hungry, so we ordered some food. You're not upset with me, are you? Zhang Jiqing, scratching the back of his head, replied with a goofy grin, Silly girl. How could I be upset with you? If you're hungry, let us eat first. Order whatever you like. Don't worry about saving money for me. Although I can't afford anything too extravagant, dining out is certainly within my means. Lin Feng glanced at the array of dishes on the table, his mouth twitching at the sight. There were Boston lobsters, baked crabs, bird's nest soup, crystal shrimp dumplings, herb and lemon foie gras, a 5-steak, mouse grouper, and black-spotted bamboo fish, complemented by Romani Kani red wine and soy milk. It must be said, Su Xiaoyu truly had a refined palate. Observing the blissfully oblivious Zhang Ziqing seated at the table, Lin Feng questioned whether he was aware of the exorbitant prices of the dishes. Aside from being a demolition resident, Zhang Ziqing's parents both held steady jobs, which provided a comfortable living but not an extravagant one, ensuring they were well off yet not excessively wealthy. The housing prices in the capital city, while somewhat inflated now, were far from the outrageous levels anticipated in a few years. Nevertheless, seeing Zhang Ziqing's beaming smile, Lin Feng decided not to concern himself with the matter. Bosan, also an aficionado of fine dining, glanced at Zhang Ziqing with a hint of pity, thinking to himself how Su Xiaoyu was indeed a spendthrift for ordering such lavish delicacies. Truth be told, had he not been following in his parents' footsteps, he would never have ordered such extravagant items, especially considering his monthly allowance was a mere 20,000 yuan. In their family, they adopted a philosophy of raising sons with frugality while showering daughters with abundance. His sister and mother received allowances of 100,000 yuan each month. He once jokingly asked his parents if he was a child they had salvaged from a dumpster, to which they replied that he was a gift for their phone bill. At that moment, Boss Han's expression was one of disbelief. However, unbeknownst to Boss Han, while he felt sympathy, he also harbored envy. After all, Su Xiaoyu's beauty was undeniable, and Zhang Ziqing was fortunate to be her boyfriend. In Boss Han's understanding, since they were in a romantic relationship, Zhang Ziqing had surely explored every possible avenue with Su Xiaoyu. Thus, spending a little on such a remarkable girl seemed inconsequential. After all, having indulged in exquisite delicacies. Even if he were to subsist on plain bread afterward, it would be worth it. Only Lin Feng, who had engaged in deeper conversations with Su Xiaoyu, understood that despite being her boyfriend, Zhang Ziqing was still in a probationary phase. It is well known that interns often work for free, enduring the most arduous tasks without any benefits. Clearly, Zhang Ziqing fell into this category, facing hardships without respite. As the host, Zhang Ziqing was exceedingly hospitable, continually encouraging Nzi, Chun Inua, and Ma Jingjing to enjoy their meals. Nzi wore a polite yet distant smile, graciously responding, "Thank you, I will." Although the food was exquisite, she ate little, maintaining an elegant and charming demeanor. In contrast, Chun Inua and Ma Jingjing were quite enthusiastic, not only devouring their meals heartily, but also engaging in jovial banter with Zhang Ziqing. The bespectacled Ma Jingjing incessantly praised the food, exclaiming how delectable it was. The cheerful Chun Inua even offered Zhang Ziqing a piece of fish, grinning, "Since you're treating us today, indulge yourself with a piece of fish, Ziqing." "Of course, thank you," Zhang Ziqing replied with a beaming smile. He felt this was well-deserved, considering the considerable sum he had spent on the meal. After all, he wanted to relish the experience of beautiful women serving him food. Su Xiaoyu had never done so. He always served her instead. He wished to convey to Su Xiaoyu that she shouldn't take his affection for granted and treat him however she pleased. He, Zhang Ziqing, was quite popular. Ziqing, perhaps we are not meant to be, Su Xiaoyu chuckled. Look at Jingjing and Inua. They're quite wonderful. Why not pursue them? They can offer you what I cannot. Zhang Ziqing understood her implication. He was aware of what Su Xiaoyu was alluding to, something akin to the romantic escapades often depicted in Japanese films. Yet, he believed he could endure. He considered himself a patient man, holding disdain for those who rushed into intimacy, eager to engage physically with a girl on the very first day of acquaintance. He viewed such men as unreliable and devoid of security, believing that women who became involved with them would suffer and ultimately find no happiness. Only good men like himself were the ideal choice for women. Zhang Ziqing, mistakenly believing that Su Xiaoyu was feeling jealous over him accepting Chun Inua's offer of fish, felt elated. He thought to himself, if you don't provide me with a double or triple play, I might just be stolen away. He laughed. Xiaoyu, stop joking. You know that my heart belongs to you and that it will never waver. Su Xiaoyu sighed. I truly do not understand what you see in me. I am neither gentle nor cute, far from obedient, and I have a penchant for spending money. I adore everything about you, Xiaoyu, Zhang Ziqing declared with heartfelt sincerity. Boss Han scoffed disdainfully, muttering under his breath, "You're just after a body." Lin Feng shook his head as well, seeing in Zhang Ziqing a reflection of his own past. He detected an unmistakable scent, the unmistakable aroma of a seasoned sycophant. Sycophants often mistook truth for falsehood and embraced falsehood as truth. Lin Feng perceived that Su Xiaoyu's earlier words bore a semblance of sincerity. She was, in fact, advising Zhang Ziqing, perhaps momentarily struck by a pang of conscience, and had inadvertently taken advantage of him. Yet, Zhang Ziqing obstinately refused to believe her, convinced that Su Xiaoyu was merely uttering falsehoods. How misguided he was! It was quite remarkable that Su Xiaoyu, a woman of dubious character, would occasionally display a flicker of compassion. One could hardly expect her to undergo a radical transformation into a virtuous woman overnight. Such a notion was utterly implausible. It is not just Su Xiaoyu. Even an ordinary woman would certainly reject a foolish admirer offering monetary gifts. This phenomenon is precisely why the number of infatuated suitors continues to rise. They are indulged by such sycophants. These devoted admirers steadfastly believe that with enough persistence, they will eventually win a woman's affection. The old adage, with enough effort, even an iron pestle can be ground into a needle, has led to the demise of countless men in the great dragon country. After several sips of wine, Su Xiaoyu became somewhat sentimental, her cheeks flushed. "Ziqing," she said earnestly, "you are a dear friend I have known since childhood, and I truly do not wish to hurt you. I am not suited for you. You cannot provide me with what I desire." Zhang Ziqing's response echoed the typical script of an infatuated suitor, as he cheerfully replied, "What do you want? Just say it, and even if it's the moon in the sky, I will fetch it for you." Su Xiaoyu could not help but roll her eyes in disbelief. "Do you even have a means?" "I do not desire the moon. I want tens of millions in cruise ships to take me out to sea, to sail the vast oceans. I want millions in Patek Philippe watches, and I also desire Chanel bags worth hundreds of thousands, along with the finest Estee Lauder cosmetics." Chapter 71. What I desire is beyond your means. Can you provide such things? Su Xiaoyu was well aware of Zhang Ziqing's capabilities. He could not possibly afford such luxuries at this moment. She remained oblivious to the future skyrocketing property prices in Yanjing, which would render even an inheritance insufficient for the life she envisioned. Would she dare voice these thoughts? If she did, she would undoubtedly be scorned as a materialistic woman. Thus, such sentiments could only reside in the confines of her mind, never to be spoken aloud. Su Xiaoyu opened her mouth, but remained silent. Lin Feng, understanding Su Xiaoyu's true nature, refrained from advising Zhang Ziqing. After all, in a past life, Zhang Ziqing was destined to become a billionaire. It took Lin Feng the better part of his life to achieve that status. This fellow had it easy, effortlessly surpassing the threshold of wealth due to his numerous properties. Lin Feng, a small businessman often drowning his sorrows in drink for the sake of his enterprise, could hardly sympathize with someone born into affluence. This was akin to those keyboard warriors fretting over trivial matters while feasting on plain buns. Furthermore, in his past life, Zhang Ziqing had not treated him particularly well. They lost contact shortly after graduation. He was right. In the eyes of the capital's elite, there are indeed only two types of people, those from the city and those from elsewhere, the latter of whom are looked down upon and seldom befriended. "Where shall we venture this weekend?" Su Xiaoyu redirected the conversation, glancing at the others. "I have no idea. Perhaps I will just sleep in the dormitory." Alas, no one has invited this lonely soul out for fun, Chen Yinhua sighed. Upon hearing this, Master Lu's spirits lifted, and he chuckled. "How about I take you to Chiu Feng Park? It's splendid there, spacious, with a great atmosphere, truly a paradise for romance and leisure. Best of all, one tea costs a dime." Chen Yinhua shot him a disdainful look. "I'm not going." Master Lu persisted. "Then let us go watch a movie." Chen Yinhua replied. "It seems there aren't any good films showing." Master Lu, begrudgingly, suggested how about ice skating, despite his aversion to skating, deemed both expensive and unenjoyable. He felt compelled to spend some money to impress a girl. "I don't know how to skate," Chen Yinhua retorted. Before Master Lu could respond, Lin Feng interjected, smiling at Chen Yinhua. You women are quite peculiar. You complain about not being invited, yet when someone does invite you, you refuse. What exactly do you desire? In truth, Chen Yinua's intentions were crystal clear. She had already declined. If she had any interest in Master Lu, she would have readily agreed to any outing, be it a movie, skating, or even a lavish dinner multiple times over. It was merely an excuse to feign lack of options. Had he proposed a shopping spree for exquisite bags, elegant clothing, high-end cosmetics, or jewelry, she would undoubtedly have accepted. Girls like Chen Yinua are only intrigued by two types of men, the handsome or the wealthy. Clearly, Master Lu did not belong to either category. Thus he remained in the realm of unattainable indulgences. Lin Feng interjected simply to spare Master Lu further embarrassment. Unyielding, Chen Yinua responded with a playful smile. If you were the one to invite me, I would certainly agree, no matter where we went. Lin Feng replied, No thanks, Yinua. It's best you don't waste your time on me. My heart is already taken. Master Lu glanced at Lin Feng, feeling a pang of disappointment, realizing that Chen Yinua harbored affections for the third wheel, leaving him with no chance. Lin Feng, do you have a girlfriend? Chen Yinua inquired. No. Lin Feng shook his head, for indeed, Xiao Yue had yet to accept his advances. Thus he remained single, a perfectly acceptable state. Then who is the object of your affection? Chen Yinua asked, her curiosity piqued. Is your family in the plumbing business? Lin Feng shot her a sidelong glance. No, she retorted. Then why are you so concerned? At this, laughter erupted around the table. Han Shan gazed at Lin Feng in astonishment, perplexed by how the usually serious third wheel could elicit such laughter from girls. Why can't I achieve that? He mentally noted to remember this joke for future use. Sitting beside Chen Yinua, Enzi felt her face flush after hearing Lin Feng's words, her gaze dropping to her toes, though all she could see was her own impressive bosom. Ma Jingjing. Chen Yinua and Su Xiaoyu stifled their laughter, exchanging knowing glances towards Enzi. Lin Feng noticed the unfolding situation, utterly bewildered, musing, Enzi, I was here referring to you when I spoke of my affections. Why are you blushing? Are all beautiful women so self-absorbed? What are your plans for the weekend? Lin Feng? Su Xiaoyu inquired, shifting her attention back to him. Me? Lin Feng replied, casually, while eating, I'll probably be at the milk tea shop, and on WeChat as well. I must say, the dishes Su Xiaoyu ordered are quite delectable, albeit a bit pricey. A man without some money in his pocket is truly ill-suited to pursue a girl of her caliber. And Z is free this weekend. How about you take her out? So Xiaoyu suggestive. Xiaoyu, Lin Feng is very busy. We shouldn't disturb him. And Z blushed, stealing a glance at Lin Feng. Truth be told, the boys who had previously surrounded her had all vied for her attention, while Lin Feng seemed indifferent, a tactic that piqued her interest. However, such strategies only work if one possesses Lin Feng's exceptional qualities. If you are inherently unremarkable and carry an air of aloofness akin to Lin Feng's, akin to a death god who does not weep, then brace yourself for a life of solitude. In all honesty, Enzi harbors a certain fondness for Lin Feng. She had initially intended to experience a romantic relationship during her university years. After all, the thrill of romance is something she has never encountered, and her many friends have extolled the exhilarating and delightful sensations it brings. She yearns to experience this joy and excitement for herself. Presently, the only young man in her vicinity who seems somewhat suitable is Lin Feng. However, for Enzi, engaging in a romance is acceptable, yet any physical advances would be a definite no-go. Fortunately, Lin Feng remains oblivious to her inner thoughts. Had he been aware, he would maintain a considerable distance from such a woman. To relish the privileges of a girlfriend while shirking the responsibilities that accompany it is no different from deceitful matrimony, and arguably even more contemptible. Deceitful matrimony merely seeks monetary gain, whereas this situation involves both financial and emotional deceit. Perhaps it is due to her close friends all being in relationships now, coupled with her parents granting her permission to explore social interactions with boys, that Enzi is not averse to spending more time with Lin Feng. She gazes at him with a flicker of enthusiasm, hoping he will extend an invitation. Just as Lin Feng is about to decline, a delightful surprise interrupts the moment. Enzi, is that really you? I never expected to run into you here. Are you dining with friends? A young man in a well-tailored suit approaches, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Although he is not particularly striking, standing at around 175 centimeters, his demeanor exudes an air of elegance and charm. Ah, it's you, Wang Guorong, and Z exclaims, somewhat taken aback upon seeing him. Indeed, it is I. We only met last week, and now here we are again. If this isn't fate, I find it hard to believe, Wang Guorong replies with a cheerful demeanor. Their families have been acquainted for generations. Wang Guorong has just returned from studying abroad in the United States at the age of 22, and his family is eager for him to settle down. Thus, his father brought him to meet in Z, providing the two young people an opportunity to connect, just in case they might hit it off. While Z has only seen Wang Guorong a few times in childhood, she found him strikingly handsome upon their recent encounter. However, she harbors no romantic interest in him. Wang Guorong, brimming with confidence, boldly takes a seat at an empty spot at the table, which accommodates 10 people, conveniently leaving one seat next to Z. Most ordinary young men would hesitate to act so brazenly, especially in the presence of 4 unfamiliar males, as such a move could easily lead to confrontation. Predictably, upon sitting down, Zhang Ziqing scowls and inquires, "Who are you? Is this seat yours?" "Exactly. Some people really lack manners." "And Z, is this your friend?" "How rude." Su Xiaoyu chimes in, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Guorong. "He is the son of a family friend of my father. We've only met a few times, so I'm not particularly well acquainted with him." "Wang Guorong, it seems my friends are not welcoming you, so perhaps you should leave," and Z explains. Wang Guorong, possessing a thick skin, appears unfazed by Su Xiaoyu's harsh words and smiles as he says, "And Z, give me 3 minutes to convince your friends, will you?" Before Z can respond, Su Xiaoyu crosses her arms and retorts, "Sure, I'm curious to see how you plan to persuade us." Wang Guorong confidently states, "I will cover the bill for tonight's dinner." All right, Lu Dashi interjects eagerly. At this proclamation, the expressions of Ma Jingjing, Chun Yinuo, and even Su Xiaoyu soften. For tonight's meal is bound to be expensive, costing thousands. For Su Xiaoyu, having a generous benefactor cover the expenses means she won't need to rely on her childhood friend Zhang Ziqing to foot the bill. This arrangement would allow her to enjoy another lavish meal on his dime in the future. However, Zhang Ziqing feels insulted by Wang Guorong's words. "What do you mean by that? Do you think we can't afford it?" No, I didn't mean to imply that at all. How about this? I'll pay for this meal, and afterward, we can head to MIU Club. I'll cover all expenses, Wang Guorong replies with a nonchalant smile. Lu Dashi, somewhat perplexed, asks, "Where is MIU Club?" That name sounds quite upscale. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyu's face lights up with excitement. "Isn't that the most expensive bar in Jinling? I've always wanted to go. Are you and Z's friend?" "Haha, splendid. Since Z is my friend, you're also my friend." Wang Guorong glances at Su Xiaoyu, unable to hide his admiration. However, he feels a pang of regret, as in Z's friend. He knows he cannot pursue her if he engages with Su Xiaoyu. He understands that winning in Z's affection would bring immense advantages to his life. So he must reluctantly turn down the advances of such a stunning beauty as Su Xiaoyu. Yet, he finds little reason to lament. Su Xiaoyu is indeed beautiful, a rare gem, but with over 1 billion people in the Dragon Kingdom, exceptional women abound. There is no need to limit himself to those around Z. Su Xiaoyu subtly signals to Zhang Ziqing to allow Wang Guorong to remain. Though Zhang Ziqing is reluctant, he dares not oppose his girlfriend's wishes. Furthermore, MIU Club is the most upscale bar in Jinling, and if you were to take everyone there, the expenses would undoubtedly reach tens of thousands. Allowing Wang Guorong to pay is not an unreasonable compromise. How about this? I, Su Xiaoyu, am quite open-minded. Let us put it to a vote on whether to let this gentleman, Wang, stay. Those in favor, please raise your hands. After Su Xiaoyu raises her hand, she notices no one else follows suit. Her gaze falls on Zhang Ziqing, who, despite his irritation, obediently raises his hand. Lu Dashi, seeing Zhang Ziqing's gesture, follows suit. Thinking of the beautiful women in the bar, if they were to dismiss Wang Guorong, he might miss out on a chance to visit the bar himself. Since Zhang Ziqing raised his hand, he felt justified in doing so as well. Soon, Ma Jingjing and Chun Inuo also raised their hands. Only Han Shan, Lin Feng, and Nzi remain unmoved. All right, we now have 5 votes in favor and 3 against. Wang Guerong, you may stay. But do not mislead us. You promised to treat us, so do not back out. Su Xiaoyu concludes with a smile. Rest assured, I would never deceive you. Dishonesty is beneath me, Wang Guerong replies, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Su Xiaoyu, undeterred by his presence, summoned a waiter and ordered several bottles of Romanicani, a rather exquisite red wine, proclaiming, "Let us have 5 more bottles, shall we? And also, I do like the baked oysters with spinach and cheese, asparagus soup, warm foie gras salad, stuffed chicken pie, French snails, eel soup, seared scallops with foie gras, live shrimp with crab roe, braised mixed meats, curry shrimp segments, grilled lobster meat, balsamic vinegar-flavored roasted chicken, and roasted lamb." Chapter 73. The Art of Pretentiousness. Wang Guerong's lips twitched slightly. Even Lin Feng found Su Xiaoyu's behavior hard to watch. It resembled the extravagance of a nouveau riche. Prompting him to interject, "Su Xiaoyu, can you possibly finish all this food?" With a cheerful demeanor, Su Xiaoyu replied, "It doesn't matter if I can't finish it. I can always take it home. But where will you put it? Aren't we heading to a bar later?" Master Lu remarked. "Oh dear, how forgetful of me. However, the order has been placed. Wang, my handsome friend, you're not upset, are you?" Su Xiaoyu feigned annoyance, tapping her head lightly. As Wang Guerong observed her, he perceived her as a jester, a remarkably beautiful one at that, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Truthfully, given his affluent background, he could easily purchase the entire restaurant without a second thought. Yet, he found this friend of Nzi rather endearing. She had a certain charm that made it difficult for one to harbor any ill feelings towards her. After all, which man could truly be angered by a stunning woman of high caliber? In the presence of such beauty, only a fool would remain unaffected, for in reality, no man is immune to allure unless he is no man at all. Wang Guerong, raised in a well-to-do family, generally mingled with individuals of considerable stature and capability. He had not encountered many women like Su Xiaoyu, who seemed to embody a certain navette. If it weren't for Nzi, he would likely never cross paths with such a woman in his daily life, save for fleeting encounters at night. Despite their brief interaction, he had already assessed the group dining with Nzi. He had studied psychology abroad, and it was evident that Su Xiaoyu was a woman who understood how to exploit her beauty, albeit with a hint of greed. She had likely never encountered the grander aspects of life, and, upon spotting an easy target, would recklessly pursue it, unaware that such actions could lead to dire consequences. If she were to find herself entangled with a predator instead of a prey, she might be devoured whole, leaving no trace behind. As for Han Shan, he certainly exuded an air of superficial pretentiousness, often flaunting his ostentatious Rolex. Wang Guerong deduced that he was likely a second-generation nouveau riche, attempting to impress the impoverished and materialistic women around him. Zhang Ziqing appeared to possess a modicum of wealth, evident in his attire, which was neither extravagant nor shabby, though an unmistakable arrogance lingered in his demeanor, as if he were inherently superior. There was a strong possibility that he hailed from either the capital or the bustling metropolis. The only individual Wang Guerong found enigmatic was Lin Feng. The latter maintained a tranquil gaze and a serene smile, exuding an aura of indifference towards praise or criticism. His facial expressions rarely revealed his emotions, leading Wang Guerong to conclude that he was a young man of considerable depth. Moreover, Nzi had glanced at Lin Feng 13 times within a span of 10 minutes, while she had not spared a single glance for the other men, including Wang Guerong himself. This prompted him to furrow his brow, realizing that Lin Feng might indeed be his rival. The others, however, were mere ordinary individuals, unworthy of further scrutiny. Thus, Wang Guerong paid little mind to Su Xiaoyu's extensive order, whether she selected a few dishes or emptied the restaurant. It was but a trivial matter to him. Turning to Lin Feng, he smiled and inquired, "Brother, are you also a friend of Nzi?" Lin Feng met his gaze and replied, "Yes." "Are you a student as well?" Wang Guerong continued. Before Lin Feng could respond, Su Xiaoyu interjected, "Yes. We all attend the same school. What else do you wish to inquire about? Are you planning to investigate our family lineage?" Wang Guerong's lips twitched in response, and he refrained from pursuing the matter further. Initially, he had intended to subtly probe into Lin Feng's family background, but such information could easily be acquired through other means, and he felt no urgency to pursue it at that moment. Just then, the melodious sound of a piano wafted through the air, prompting everyone to look up. In the center of the restaurant, a beautiful young girl with flaxen hair was playing the piano. The enchanting melody transported everyone back to their youth, where naive yet joyful memories surfaced in their minds. Su Xiaoyu displayed a look of envy, remarking, "Her piano playing is simply delightful. If only a boy would play a piece for me, he would be my prince." "Xiaoyu, you know I can't play the piano," Zhang Ziqing chuckled. "Well, I never claimed the prince would be you," Su Xiaoyu retorted with a roll of her eyes. Wang Guerong, feeling a surge of confidence, thought to himself that fortune was favoring him. Although he was studying psychology at MIT, his upbringing had afforded him an elite education, and his piano skills were quite commendable. Though not on par with professionals, he excelled among amateurs, under the curious gazes of the others. He rose and made his way to the piano. "Wang Guerong, what are you planning to do?" Su Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. "I'm going to play the piano," he replied cheerfully without turning back. Su Xiaoyu, aware of his intentions, understood that he was not playing for her. His gaze had not strayed from Z since he sat down. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could discern his motives. "Lin Feng, you might be in trouble," Su Xiaoyu teased, directing her gaze at him. "Look, he is so talented and can play the piano. Be careful he doesn't win in Z's heart." Lin Feng rolled his eyes. "I have no interest in Z. Her feelings are of no concern to me." And Z shot a nervous glance at Lin Feng, relieved to see no signs of jealousy on his face. She then turned to Su Xiaoyu, asserting, "Even if Wang Guerong plays beautifully, I won't be swayed by him. I don't fall for someone too quickly. I desire a love that flows steadily, a relationship that lasts a lifetime." Hearing this, Lin Feng felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Thankfully, he had not provoked Z. The notion of a lifelong partnership seemed daunting to him, a commitment that felt impossible. After all, what had a lifetime of being the good guy brought him? Betrayal and a tragic existence. In this life, he resolved to embrace the role of a rogue, neither initiating nor rejecting, devoid of promises. Good men do not live long, while the wicked thrive for 1,000 years. As Wang Guerong approached the piano, he asked the flaxen-haired girl, "May I have a turn?" Upon finishing her piece, the girl smiled and gestured for him to proceed. Wang Guerong took a seat, adjusted the sound, and soon a series of crisp, bright notes filled the air. Chapter 74, A Wedding in Dream. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Wang Guerong displayed no trace of trepidation. He declared, "Today is a splendid day. I am once again reunited with a girl, and I am filled with joy. I would like to perform a piano piece for her, titled Wedding in a Dream." Although he refrained from mentioning the girl's name, his unwavering gaze was firmly fixed upon Anzi. It was evident to even the most naive that he was referring to her. Many guests turned their attention to Anzi, their faces adorned with knowing smiles. Countless male patrons were also captivated by Anzi's exquisite beauty, lamenting that a flower was about to be placed upon dung. "Oh dear, Anzi, wedding in a dream. Are you not moved?" Su Xiaoyu remarked, casting a playful glance at Anzi. "Not in the slightest," Anzi replied, shaking her head. Zhang Ziqing, eyeing Wang Guerong, who was under the scrutiny of the entire room, remarked with a hint of envy, "Is playing the piano really that impressive? Uft, that guy thinks he can pursue Anzi? It's like a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. Only my third brother is worthy of her." Lin Feng shot him a glare and retorted, "With all this food on the table, you should be more concerned about your own mouth. Anzi and I are entirely innocent. We haven't even held hands." Anzi, with her head bowed, pretended to eat fish, seemingly oblivious. Yet, her flushed cheeks betrayed her true feelings. Han Shan, feeling somewhat disinterested, scoffed. He believed Lin Feng was being overly pretentious. A wise man would seize the moment to pursue Anzi while the opportunity was ripe. He began to grumble internally about his second brother's poor judgment in introducing Lin Feng, a man seemingly devoid of emotional intelligence. "Anzi, I fancy you too." However, he was further frustrated that Anzi, for reasons unknown, did not add him on QQ. It was one thing if she hadn't added anyone, But the fact that she chose to add Lin Feng made it seem as if he was inferior to him. Perhaps he had been too obvious. He resolved to adopt a more aloof demeanor, akin to his third brother, feigning disinterest in Anzi. As the piano piece Wedding in a Dream concluded, Wang Gurong basked in the limelight, receiving rapturous applause and the admiring glances of numerous young women. Yet, his gaze remained steadfastly on Anzi, ignoring the admiration from other girls, exuding an aura of profound devotion. Under the gaze of many infatuated admirers, Wang Gurong returned to his seat and asked Anzi, "Did you enjoy Wedding in a Dream?" Anzi felt somewhat helpless. Having been raised by her parents with an elite educational philosophy, piano was a compulsory subject. How could she not appreciate this globally renowned piece? However, while many girls might feel a flutter, she felt nothing at all. Your piano performance was commendable. She could only respond with a perfunctory compliment. Although it did not evoke the tears of emotion he had hoped for, her response still brought him some satisfaction. Wang Gurong, a privileged heir, was certainly well-versed in the art of courtship. The formula was simple: showcase oneself while undermining others. Consequently, he turned his attention toward his rival, Lin Feng, and asked with a smile, "Lin Feng, can you play the piano?" To be frank, this question bordered on rudeness. It was akin to asking a man about the size of his member or a woman about her bust. A person with a shorter temper might have retaliated with a slap. However, Wang Gurong, with his charming demeanor and polite smile, managed to soften the blow of his abrupt inquiry, making it hard for anyone to harbor ill feelings. After all, this was a society that placed great value on appearances. Lin Feng rubbed his nose, replying, "I have a basic understanding." "Haha, since you both admire Anzi, why not have a competition to see whose performance can win her favor?" Su Xiaoyu, normally the center of attention, now felt like an inconspicuous bystander, her displeasure evident as she sought to assert her presence. Lin Feng shot her a glance, inwardly cursing, "Sister Su, I don't even like Anzi. Why should I compete with him in piano?" Lin Feng's acquaintance with the piano was far from superficial. In his previous life, Fang Zimo had criticized him for lacking artistic sensibility and had once dragged him to a concert by the world-renowned pianist Rui Fu. Lin Feng had succumbed to drowsiness during the performance, much to Fang Zimo's chagrin. She had sternly warned him that if he could not master a satisfactory piece on the piano, she would cease to acknowledge him for 3 years. This ultimatum had driven Lin Feng to the brink of tears, compelling him to practice tirelessly, ultimately mastering Wedding in a Dream over 3 years. He was not proficient in other pieces, but this one, through relentless practice, had become indistinguishable from renditions by esteemed maestros. Indeed, 3 years later, at a certain banquet, he had played this piece while proposing to Fang Zimo. Although he had not succeeded, his performance had moved her to tears, nearly earning him a kiss. Had it not been for Fang Zimo's oblivious friend, Li Siki, he might never have succumbed to drunkenness and subsequently been reborn. His previous performance had captivated the audience, earning him a round of applause that echoed long after he had finished. A senior executive from a music company had even expressed interest in signing him. At that time, Lin Feng had declined, reasoning that the entertainment industry was a slow path to wealth and that he only knew a single piece. Thus, he was unafraid of the challenge of a piano duel, albeit limited to just one piece. As the clock approached 8 in the evening, the upscale restaurant was bustling with life. The atmosphere was vibrant. Bright lights illuminated the dining space, casting a warm, inviting glow upon the marble walls, which reflected a smooth, enchanting curvature, creating a sense of comfort and warmth. Following Wang Gurong's performance, both male and female patrons, along with the professionally attired waitstaff, subtly directed their attention toward Lin Feng's table. The glimmering wine glasses showcased Anzi's delicate features. "Oh dear, Xiaoyu, what nonsense are you spouting?" Upon hearing Su Xiaoyu's words, Anzi's face flushed crimson at a visible pace. Her hair was elegantly tied up, and she donned a black t-shirt adorned with glistening beads, her tall figure reminiscent of a graceful willow. Her long legs were particularly striking. It could be said that even without her daunting family background, she was undeniably a beauty capable of captivating any man. If Anzi were to pursue a career in film, she would eclipse all contemporary stars. Comparisons to the likes of Baby by Lu Tianxian, Zheng Li, and Gao Yuan would fall woefully short. Chapter 75. A Basic Understanding. Such a woman could only belong to him. Gazing at the breathtakingly beautiful Anzi, Wang Gurong resolutely thought to himself, his eyes momentarily flickering before he smiled at Lin Feng. Why not take Xiaoyu's suggestion and have a competition between us? In his eyes, Lin Feng's attire seemed lackluster, his youthful face lacking worldly experience, suggesting a modest background. Perhaps he had never even touched a piano, making him an unlikely rival. Victory was assured. Of course, if you're not up to it, let's consider this conversation forgotten, Wang Guerong added with a grin. A cold smirk formed within him as he recalled the earlier inquiry about his proficiency with the piano, to which he had merely stated a cursory understanding. How absurd. Either one knows how to play, or one does not. What does a slight understanding even signify? He perceived Lin Feng's response as a facade, indicating a complete lack of skill, yet he was reluctant to lose face in front of the girl. Anzi, with her delicate, flawless visage, was filled with concern as she urged Lin Feng, do not compete with him. Witnessing her steadfast defense of Lin Feng caused Wang Guerong's heart to ache painfully. Although he had just returned to the country and was scarcely acquainted with Anzi, he had even contemplated potential names for their future children. It felt akin to the pangs of infidelity. Indeed, Lao San, you cannot play the piano. Do not overreach, Han Boss cautioned. He had discerned that Wang Gurong was far more adept at pretense than himself. Why waste time on playing the piano when engaging in games like Hot Blood, Legend, or Dream of the Westward Journey is far more exhilarating? This fellow was merely a notch above him. Han Boss was determined not to let Lin Feng suffer embarrassment, not out of loyalty, but because he was aligned with Lin Feng. If Lin Feng faltered, he too would be cast in shadow. How could he woo Anzi if he lost face before her? Thus, for Han Boss, Lin Feng simply could not afford to lose. A defeat would jeopardize his future happiness, which he had envisioned alongside Anzi and their hypothetical child, whom he had already named Hanan. Very well, let us compete, declared Lin Feng. But tell me, do you even play the piano? I suspect you have never even touched one. Han Boss felt his hopes of success dwindling and promptly interjected. Lin Feng merely blinked. Did I not say I have a slight understanding? Does that not imply I know a little? If that were the case, then I too possess a smattering of knowledge about everything. Han Boss internally scoffed. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this in front of so many witnesses? Han Boss whispered anxiously. Do you not believe me? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, irritation creeping into his tone. Sigh. Han Boss lamented. I am neither a rope to bind you nor your parents to govern you. Do as you will. He felt as though he had lost his son. Lin Feng, you need not do something you are unwilling to for my sake, Anzi said, lowering her gaze, a hint of shyness in her voice. Lin Feng was taken aback. He found Anzi's self-absorption rather amusing, but felt reluctant to point it out. Wang Gurong, fearing Lin Feng might waver, urged Lin Feng, go on and compete. Lin Feng scratched his head, seemingly embarrassed as he asked, if I win, what do I gain? Wang Guerong could scarcely contain his laughter. His own teacher was the renowned piano master, Liu Yef, and here was Lin Feng, audaciously believing he could best him. It was as if he wanted to douse this fool with a splash of reality. Comparing a prince born in Rome to a commoner like him was ludicrous. Even if he tied his hands and feet, Lin Feng would still not stand a chance. He shook his head, realizing that domestic university students were truly naive, akin to imbeciles, believing the world would treat them kindly. They failed to grasp that, once they entered society, without familial support, they were worth nothing. Let us wager 100. 000. If you win, I shall pay you that amount. If you lose, you owe me 100. 000. By the way, Lin Feng, do you have money? Wang Guerong managed to suppress his laughter. He did not lack funds, but was cautious about proposing a sum too large that might intimidate Lin Feng. 100,000 seemed to some that could crush Lin Feng, yet still felt like a gamble worth taking. To counter Lin Feng, he had meticulously assessed the limits of Lin Feng's mental fortitude. Lin Feng replied, 100,000 is rather trivial. Let us wager 1,000,000. Can you even produce 1,000,000? This time, it was Wang Gurong who was taken aback, as Lin Feng's attire did not suggest wealth. Lin Feng shook his head. No. Wang Guerong nearly spat blood. You wish to bet 1,000,000 without the means? You must be jesting. Lin Feng turned to Anzi. I do not have it. But you do, Anzi. Would you lend me 1,000,000, perhaps for a wager against this childhood acquaintance? Childhood acquaintance? Anzi frowned, her brows knitting elegantly. Though she had never been in a relationship, she was not naive. There was no way she would lend him 1,000,000 just because he asked. Although to her, that amount seemed as trivial as a single dollar. She and Lin Feng were merely friends. Moreover, Lin Feng's demeanor during their conversations was rather lukewarm, making it difficult for her, a girl who struggled to initiate topics, to engage further. Girls can be quite petty, and even someone of Anzi's esteemed status was not exempt from this truth. She could hold a grudge. If Anzi will not lend me, then I cannot compete, Lin Feng said, spreading his hands in feigned resignation toward Wang Guorong. Wang Guorong, in a panic, exclaimed, No, if Anzi will not lend you, I shall. Suxieu, Anzi, Han Bos, Master Lu, Zhang Jiqing, Ma Jingjing, Chen Yinwo. Han Boss was incredulous. So, Lin Feng and Wang Guorong share a genuine bond? A man willing to lend another man 1,000,000. What else could it be but true love? Having faced rejection from Anzi, Han Boss found himself once again believing in love. Why did they all look at him as though he were a fool? Wang Guorong did not dwell on it. His willingness to lend Lin Feng money was not born out of foolishness. He viewed it as akin to extending credit in a casino, an assured profit. Lin Feng was bound to lose, and he would reclaim his funds in no time. Furthermore, as Lin Feng's creditor, should this scoundrel dare pursue Anzi, he would break his legs. How dare he, a toad, aspire to court a swan? Chapter 76. I believe you not a bit. However, if I lend you this money, you must write me an IOU, Wang Guorong stated seriously. Lin Feng nodded. Rest assured, anyone who knows me understands I am a man of integrity. Even if it means selling blood or doing anything necessary, I will repay the debt. Wang Guorong extended his hand, smiling. Yes, since you are Anzi's friend, I trust you. If you fail to repay, I believe Anzi will be quite disappointed. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. The absurdity of this situation felt reminiscent of a tale of courtly love, where suitors vie for the emperor's favor. How many times had he watched empresses in the palace? But let it be clear, it is only this one competition. Lin Feng, who only knew one piece, looked earnestly at Wang Guorong. Very well, Wang Guorong nodded, grinning like a fool. As Lin Feng made his way to the center of the dining hall to play the piano, Anzi wore a bittersweet smile, shaking her head. She thought to herself that if this fellow lost, she would likely be the one to cover the 1,000,000. If Lin Feng truly fell into Wang Guorong's debt, it could spell the end of his autonomy for a lifetime. She was acutely aware of Wang Guorong's background. In the capital, among the Wang family, which character is the most amicable? As the legitimate son of the Wang family, Wang Guorong is certainly not as genteel and harmless as he appears on the surface. All of this is but a facade. In truth, he is a second-generation heir capable of devouring others without leaving a trace. Lin Feng steps onto the stage. As he takes his seat at the piano, the expressions of the audience vary. The patrons are curious. Boss Han dons an expression of despondency, akin to one who has lost his wife. Master Lu and Zhang Jiqing wear faces of concern. Anzi displays a look of helplessness. Su Xiaoyu, with her arms crossed, seems to be anticipating a spectacle. Wang Guorong wears a warm, gentle smile, yet his eyes are filled with malice, and he silently scoffs. Knowing that with a debt of 1,000,000, Lin Feng's fate is sealed, he possesses 100 methods to orchestrate his demise. The moment Lin Feng's fingers dance across the piano keys, for Anzi, the world falls silent, as if all beings and objects have vanished. In her realm, only the man playing the piano remains. Lin Feng appears transformed, clad in a crisp white suit that makes him resemble a prince stepped out of a painting. Every girl harbors a prince in her heart, and Anzi is no exception. She often dreams of her own prince. Yet, while he was once a vague figure, now he is vividly clear. Lin Feng, playing the piano just for her. Unable to resist, Anzi squints her beautiful, captivating eyes, a smile blooming on her lips that could mesmerize the world. Her glistening lips, illuminated by the stage lights, exude an allure that tempts one to take a taste. This is impossible. Wang Guorong's eyes widen. That scoundrel Lin Feng not only plays the wedding in a dream, just like him, but does so with equal finesse. Is this not a slap in the face? Moreover, his performance rivals that of his own teacher, Lu Yi. He has lost. He has truly lost. How could this be? Wang Guorong, who has never tasted defeat, rubs his cheeks vigorously as if to awaken from a nightmare from which he cannot escape. Lin Feng is a devil masquerading as an ordinary man, suddenly tearing away his fade to reveal a monstrous maw filled with fangs, ready to consume him whole. After Lin Feng's performance, he declines several offers from girls seeking to exchange contact information, returning to his seat. He is a man of aspirations. Not one to desire just any woman. He is selective. Anzi regards Lin Feng, saying, "I never imagined you played the piano so beautifully." Lin Feng replies candidly, "Actually, I only know this one piece." How infuriating! Wang Guorong curses inwardly, feeling that Lin Feng is deliberately humiliating him. To master the wedding in a dream so well. He must be a virtuoso, yet he claims to know only one piece. What a farce. I just remembered I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Wang Guorong murmurs, feeling utterly defeated. Lin Feng's prowess has struck him hard, leaving him feeling like a clown, devoid of any desire to continue the evening's revelry. Anzi cheerfully encourages him. If you have something to do, then go ahead. Wang Guorong, as if granted a reprieve, hastily departs. Hey, don't go yet. Leave the money for the bar. Su Xiaoyu calls after him. Wait a moment. Lin Feng quickly interjects, fixing his gaze on Wang Guorong. You can't leave. You owe me 1 million. Surely, you won't renege, will you? Of course not. Wang Guorong shakes his head. As a top-tier second-generation heir, he would never stoop so low. He had merely forgotten in the moment, and with a pale countenance, he retrieves his checkbook, writing a check for Lin Feng. Su Xiaoyu casts a doubt. This check. It isn't fake, is it? It won't be, Wang Guorong assures. How can I trust you? Lin Feng replies with a smile. I have faith in young Master Wang. But didn't we agree to hit the bar? You are abandoning Anzi. Su Xiaoyu points out to Wang Guorong. Wang Guorong gives a wry smile, pulling out a bank card. Here, there's 100,000. The password is 888888. You all go ahead. Then I won't be polite. Su Xiaoyu gleefully accepts. Wang Guorong feels utterly depleted, devoid of any fighting spirit. As he watches Wang Guorong's desolate figure retreat, Su Xiaoyu remarks, "This friend is worth keeping." Lin Feng, pleased, lightly taps the check, reflecting on why so many claim that money is hard to earn and excrement is hard to digest when it is evidently so simple. 1 million has just fallen into his lap. It seems that money from the wealthy second generation is remarkably easy to acquire. A lucrative path to wealth has dawned upon Lin Feng. If one possesses skill, gambling with the wealthy heirs could prove advantageous. Should he fear losing, he could provoke them, forcing them to retaliate. If he were to suffer a broken nose in the process, it would assure him a worry-free life thereafter. Upon entering MIU Club, one of the largest bars in Jinling, Lin Feng and his companions are met with awe. Master Lu and Zhang Jiqing, 2 boys who have never set foot in a bar, are utterly mesmerized. Particularly Master Lu, whose mouth hangs agape at the sight of the stunning women, dressed so scantily it appears they are not wearing pants, leaving him feeling slightly embarrassed while stirring certain desires within him. Young Master Han, however, remains composed, having previously visited this bar with his cousin. He glances at his gleaming Rolex, exuding an air of urgency that draws the attention of several exquisitely dressed beauties, who gaze at him with interest. Yet, he feigns ignorance, pretending to engage Zhang Jiqing in conversation. I told you, the 1 million you owe me is unnecessary. We are good brothers. A mere million is nothing. Young Master Han declares, his tone loud enough to attract the attention of passing girls. Zhang Jiqing, bewildered, stares at him. What 1 million? What are you talking about? I never borrowed money from you. He wonders if he means yen, but even then, he hasn't borrowed any. Rather, it was young Master Han who borrowed 50 yuan from him last time for cigarettes and never repaid it. Being a shy boy, he finds it difficult to ask for it back. Come on, I said it's fine. Does Han Shao need to fret over such a small sum? Young Master Han proclaims dramatically, waving his hand with grandiosity. Su Xiaoyu nearly bursts into laughter. So, does that mean Han Shao is footing the bill tonight? Young Master Han shudders at the thought, Despite wearing a multi-million-dollar Rolex, he possesses little actual money. His parents only provide him with $20,000 a month, barely enough for his living expenses. To cover a tab at this upscale bar, one would need millions. However, though he feels intimidated, he cannot show weakness verbally. He is a master of bravado. Paying the bill? A trivial matter. Fortunately, Su Xiaoyu is merely jesting and does not intend to genuinely exploit Han Xiao, as such self-sabotaging actions would not serve her interests. Master Lu, like a discoverer of a new continent, points at a woman in a uniform with black stockings and exclaims, "Hey, that looks like Su Mengxian." The group falls silent for a moment, observing a beautiful young woman delivering drinks to a table of patrons. "Fool, what do you mean by like? That is Su Mengxian," Han Xiang remarqued. Su Xiaoyu was quite taken aback, not expecting to encounter a woman whose beauty rivaled her own and Nzi's. Jinling University was vast, and although she and Su Mengxian attended the same institution, they had never crossed paths. Su Xiaoyu inquired, "Who is Su Mengxian?" Han Shan chuckled. "She is undoubtedly the most beautiful woman in our class." "Beautiful? Is she more so than me, N and Z?" Su Xiaoyu retorted, puffing out her impressive chest disdainfully. Han Shan, possessing an impressive emotional intelligence as the son of a wealthy magnate and having experienced a romantic initiation, replied jovially, "Of course, she does not compare to your beauty." Master Lu, with a pained expression, lamented, "Why on earth is Su Mengxian working in such a place? She appears so pure. I never would have imagined her to be that kind of woman." He was a traditional man who believed that women working in bars were not virtuous. In reality, the likelihood of finding a good woman in such an environment was lower than winning the lottery. Perhaps she was merely working to support her family during difficult times. Everyone faces hardships. Lin Feng, the class monitor, having reviewed Su Mengxian's background, knew her family's circumstances were dire. Her parents had perished when she was 4, leaving her and her younger sister in the care of their grandparents. Tragically, when she was 6, her only breadwinner, her grandfather, also passed away, leaving only her grandmother, who scavenged to provide for the sisters. It was a heartbreaking situation. Even if her family is struggling, she shouldn't work in such a place. Master Lu shook his head. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, remarking, "The poorer they are, the more they tend to preach against such women. Meanwhile, those who can truly help them do not waste their breath. They only enjoy themselves, unlike Master Lu, who pours his heart out to women who have taken a wrong turn. He who has not suffered should refrain from advising others." Lin Feng had no intention of greeting her to spare Su Mengxian any embarrassment. He beckoned the others to sit down. "All right, let us settle down and enjoy ourselves." Su Mengxian appeared quite busy, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Han Shan was dissatisfied, saying, "We are classmates with Su Mengxian. Why do we not go over to greet her?" In his mind, he was already envisioning a melodrama of a wealthy heir falling for a woman of the night, contemplating that if his family disapproved of his relationship with Su Mengxian, he would elope with her. As long as she kept him warm at night, he would fear nothing. Zhang Ziqing interjected, "If you were working here as a waiter, would you wish to encounter your classmates at your workplace?" Without hesitation, Han Shan replied, "Of course not. That would be so embarrassing." "Then why would you go greet her?" "Oh, why didn't I think of that?" "TCH, you are just a spoiled child. You know nothing," came the retort. "Who says? I'm a true man, standing tall. I don't believe it." The two exchanged glances, neither willing to concede. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. "You two are 2 peas in a pod. One is a wealthy second generation, the other a demolition second generation. I am the real underprivileged child here. My father is neither a real estate tycoon nor a demolition mogul. He is merely an ordinary department head in the city." Lin Feng felt he could truly empathize with Su Mengxian, as they were of a similar ilk, without influential parents to rely on. In this world, one must depend solely on oneself. "Beautiful girl, let us exchange contact information. I will need your assistance in booking a private room in the future." A young man with yellow hair grinned at Su Mengxian. "No, thank you, sir. I'm just here on a part-time basis." Su Mengxian hurriedly waved her hand to decline before hastily retreating, as if chased by a tiger. Though impoverished, she remembered her grandmother's words, "Never accept anything from a man." Accepting a man's favors without being able to reciprocate could lead to dire consequences if he were to lose his temper. One could never predict how a man might react in a fit of rage. She was working part-time for 6 hours to earn 200 yuan, merely delivering drinks and fruits. She would not indulge in any other offerings, refusing even a sip of the drinks or alcohol provided by others. She could not afford to get into trouble. Otherwise, who would care for her younger sister and grandmother? Suddenly, Su Mengxian spotted Lin Feng and quickly turned her head to avoid his gaze, fearing he might discover her working there and look down on her as a fallen woman. Thankfully, it seemed that none of her classmates had noticed her. Su Mengxian let out a long sigh of relief. However, as fate would have it, Lin Feng unexpectedly stood up and walked in her direction, swiftly reaching her and grabbing her arm. Su Mengxian looked at Lin Feng in panic, resembling a frightened little rabbit caught by a hunter. Her pitiful expression was truly heart-wrenching. Lin Feng smirked. "Beautiful lady, what is your name?" Chapter 78. Insistent on choosing the ugliest. Oh, why is he asking my name? Could it be that the person before me is not the class monitor, but his identical twin? But that cannot be. Lin Feng has a twin brother. And it would make sense for Lu Tian, Han Shan, and Zhang Ziqing all to be here too. The only possibility is that he is pretending not to know me. But why would the class monitor do that? Su Mingqian's cherry-red lips parted, utterly perplexed. "Beautiful lady, were you pondering? Did you not hear my question? Please do not misunderstand. I mean you no harm. I merely wish to order some drinks," Lin Feng said, winking at her. Su Mengqian suddenly understood. Lin Feng was attempting to help her boost her sales. Although she never proactively promoted drinks as a bar server, she could earn a commission if customers purchased drinks from her. The class monitor wanted to assist her. Su Mengqian felt conflicted, unsure whether to accept Lin Feng's goodwill. Her grandmother had warned her that girls should never accept gifts from boys, or else many things would become complicated later on. Lin Feng, however, did not afford her the opportunity to contemplate. He shoved her gently and said with a stern expression, "Hurry, bring me 2 bottles of red wine, 3 bottles of Remy Martin, 18 bottles of beer, and 2 large fruit platters." "I understand. Please don't be so fierce," Su Mengqian replied, taken aback. "Then what are you waiting for?" Lin Feng glared. "Oh." Su Mengqian hurried off to fetch the drinks. The commission from the drinks Lin Feng ordered could amount to over 1,000 yuan, enough to cover her living expenses for several months. However, she typically sent her part-time earnings back home and rarely spent any on herself. Lin Feng returned to his seat, having caught Han Shan's eye, who had witnessed the entire exchange and was now visibly displeased, questioning, "Lin Feng, what did you just say to Su Mengqian?" "Nothing much," Lin Feng replied. "Do not feign ignorance. I have seen everything. You sly one, you told us not to greet Su Mengqian, yet you went and did so secretly. Come on, your romantic fortunes are abundant enough. Could you possibly share a little with your brothers? Do not hoard all the good resources for yourself. If you feast, at least let us sip the broth. What nonsense are you spouting? I merely went to her place to purchase some liquor. This way, she can earn a commission." Lin Feng retorted with exasperation. "My relationship with Su Mengqian is entirely innocent. There is nothing amiss. What ill intentions could I harbor? I simply wish to assist a fellow student. Get lost. I do not believe you." If Su Mengqian resembled a certain unappealing figure, would you still offer her your assistance? Han Shan quipped, wearing a knowing expression. "I would not." Lin Feng shook his head. "Indeed, Lin Feng, you are clearly one who judges by appearances," Han Shan lamented. "Are you not?" Lin Feng questioned with astonishment. "Of course I am not. I care not for a woman's exterior. What truly matters is her character, her inner beauty," Han Shan proclaimed, puffing out his chest. His peripheral vision darted toward Nzi and Su Xiaoyu. Lin Feng scoffed, "Hypocrite. Hey, handsome, may I have your number?" Approached a woman with dyed yellow curls, clad provocatively and adorned with heavy makeup. Though her bosom was modest, her legs were long, and she possessed an average beauty. She smiled sweetly at Han Shan, holding out her phone. This cannot be. A woman, resembling a monkey, showing interest in Han Shan. Lin Feng exclaimed in disbelief. Did tall, handsome men like himself not hold any appeal anymore? Before long, Lin Feng discerned the truth. The woman's gaze was fixated on the Rolex adorning Han Shan's wrist. A gold digger. No wonder she was so indiscriminate in her pursuit of the frail monkey known as Han Shan. Lin Feng mused. Had it not been for Nzi, Han Shan would surely have acquiesced. He glanced at Z, adopting a virtuous demeanor, and waved dismissively. I'm sorry, but I never exchange contact information with unfamiliar women. Master Lu's eyes widened in disbelief, shock evident in his expression. He was not astonished that a woman had approached Han Shan, but rather that this fellow had refused her. How could this be? How can a dog not eat its own excrement? The woman left, dejected. Moments later, another woman approached Han Shan for his number, and once again, he declined. Subsequently, yet another woman came and departed empty-handed. At last, Master Lu could no longer contain himself. What is the matter with these women? Why would they overlook 3 dashing gentlemen to pursue the least appealing among us? Hearing this, Han Shan was quite displeased. What do you mean? How have I become the ugliest in the dormitory? I may not be conventionally handsome, but many women are drawn to my type. I offer them a sense of security. You constantly glance at your watch, flaunting it. Those women are not interested in you. They are enamored with your watch. Ah, fourth brother, how can you tarnish my reputation? Zhang Ziqing interjected, a picture of clarity as he frowned. Second brother, I suggest you steer clear of women who pursue you for your wealth. Otherwise, you may find yourself easily swindled and even harmed. You are merely envious of me. Old Zhang, Han Shan replied. I, Han Shan, have never relied on wealth to woo women. I depend on my own charm. While a few women looked on with admiration, Lin Feng and his companions rolled their eyes in disdain. What charm do you possess? After spending considerable time together, Han Shan's tactics for courting women had become all too clear to his 3 roommates. First, he flaunted his expensive watch, checking it every 10 minutes to ensure others were aware of its value. Second, he boasted about his wealthy father, eager for anyone to hear. Third, he would engage in conversation with friends, casually amplifying his family background tenfold to capture the attention of nearby women. Yet, despite Zhang Ziqing's belief that these methods were rather lowly, they often attracted a plethora of admirers, some of whom were quite striking. Zhang Ziqing simply could not comprehend why so many foolish women existed. Han Shan's techniques were far from sophisticated. They were riddled with flaws, and any person of average intelligence would not fall for them. Yet, many women seemed to flock to him like moths to a flame. Before long, Su Mengqian delivered the drinks. Just as she was about to leave, Su Xiaoyu called out to her. Hey, you're Su Mengqian, right? Yes, Su Mengqian replied timidly, casting a fleeting glance at Su Xiaoyu, her head nodding slightly. She suffered from social anxiety, often remaining silent and solitary in class. As a university student, what brings you to work here? You really ought to reconsider your choices, Su Xiaoyu remarked with disdain. Upon hearing this, Su Mengqian's eyes reddened, yet she remained silent. Resembling a wooden figure, Zhang Ziqing tugged at Su Xiaoyu's arm, signaling her to cease her remarks.